Detected host's strong will to survive. Would you like to bind to the universal system? Outside, the cold wind howled, piercing through the window, as a pale-faced girl lay on a narrow bed, her brow furrowed, seemingly trapped in an inescapable nightmare. It was not until the emergence of this voice that she was roused from her slumber. Who is speaking? Is it a villain? Ah, a simple and even villains must leave some coin behind before departing. Would you like to bind? Countdown. These two phrases were crystal clear to Li Ji. There was no one else in the room. So was this voice resonating within her mind? With little strength to ponder further, she weakly responded, bind. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, this might be her only chance to grasp for survival. Binding successful, binding in unlocking, personal in section. Upon successful binding, a translucent panel floated before her. Her almond-shaped eyes widened slightly as she cautiously extended her finger to touch it. Personal in name, none innkeeper. Li Ji, a nearly lifeless human, likely vulnerable even to a mouse. Physical condition, extremely weak. Please seek prompt medical attention. In rooms, 1 in rating, 3 dilapidated rooms with drafts. Regrettably, apart from mice, no one is willing to stay here. After reading, Li Ji realized that the 3-room house she resided in had been categorized as an inn. Tentatively, she inquired, "Are you the system?" "Yes, please complete the novice task promptly, or you shall perish." Though the words were harsh, they were undeniably true. A week prior, her foster parents had located their biological daughter and, without hesitation, punished Li Ji for encroaching upon her daughter's affluent life by casting her into this desolate wilderness. According to the genuine heiress, this estate was the ancestral home of her deceased biological parents, where she had suffered greatly. Upon hearing this, her foster parents were incensed. To avenge their daughter, they severed ties with Li Ji and banished her to this place. When she was sent here, she wore only thin clothing, bringing nothing else with her. They even forbade her from taking a blanket, insisting that she must endure the same hardships the true heiress had faced. Thus, she found herself residing in a dilapidated house, isolated in the wilderness, far from civilization. In truth, once she settled in, it was not as dire as she had anticipated. Aside from the dilapidation and inconvenient water access, everything else was preferable to living with her foster parents. Most significantly, for someone like Li Ji, who had been raised in her foster home living in a storage room, constantly on edge, punished for the slightest misstep, this place was a breath of freedom. After spending a day tidying up the house, she had intended to devise a plan to earn some money the following day. However, she did not foresee that the temperature would plummet that night, revealing the house's fatal flaw. The house was permeated with drafts, and the temperature dropped even lower at night, rendering the interior akin to an ice cellar. Fortunately, Li Zi managed to unearth an old quilt. Though it was worn, she could hardly be choosy in such dire circumstances and wrapped herself in it to stave off the chill. Curled up in bed, she endeavored to resist the freezing winds, but that night, she succumbed to a high fever. Li Zi had always been frail, ill-equipped to endure the cold, and this fever rendered her completely immobile. For several consecutive days, there were no signs of improvement. With no medicine at home and lacking a mobile phone, she was unable to seek help or even call for an ambulance. Gratefully, her survival instinct was strong. As long as she could awaken, she would find ways to prepare something to eat. When she was thrust into this situation, her dwelling was devoid of any food. Luckily, the steward, possessing a kind heart, discreetly provided her with some non-perishable food and essentials, ensuring that she would neither perish from illness nor starvation. This fortunate intervention allowed her to survive until now. Please be patient while the host connects to the random world novice task. Please promptly name your inn. Download the software link and register the inn's information. The inn awaits a new guest upon completion of the task. A beginner's gift package will be issued. The first 2 tasks seem manageable. In name, a cozy and software downloaded successfully. After registration, please complete the first transaction as soon as possible. Li Zi mused. It felt as if the system was subtly implying that she should complete her tasks before meeting her demise. Otherwise, you shall perish. The system completed its unfinished thought. Unable to suppress a smile, Li Zi found the mechanical tone oddly humorous. Yet, the system was not wrong. Her time was indeed pressing, and her very being was protesting against her condition. The last time she was in such a state, She had been rushed to the hospital. Now, it was clear that such conditions were not feasible, and she wondered how the system could possibly ensure her survival yet. She resolved to give it a try. Lizzie remained optimistic. She did not believe that a system constantly urging her to complete tasks would allow its host to perish easily. Surely, it possessed a means to assist her. Focusing her attention, she delved into understanding the software. The application was named Worldly Inn. Upon entering, Lizzie discovered it resembled the online booking platforms she had previously used. Could it be that guests would book rooms through this? Embracing this notion, she swiftly registered and logged in. To her surprise, the software automatically uploaded photos of the inn. Upon inspection, she found the images candidly showcased the inn's simplicity and the struggle for survival. Adorable dog, JPG. Perhaps some individuals simply yearned for a return to simplicity? With this charming thought, Lizzie maintained her consciousness throughout the afternoon, while the transparent screen remained eerily quiet as if it did not exist at all. Dog staring, JPG. Ultimately, she could not withstand the fatigue and succumbed to slumber once more. When she awoke once more, Lizzie was forcibly roused by the system. A guest has arrived. Lizzie opened her eyes at lightning speed, her head spinning as she searched frantically. Where am I? Where? The system observed her, as if she were a blind person groping for an elephant, deeply admiring the innate survival instinct inherent in humanity. It had only intervened moments ago, concerned that its newly bound host was on the brink of death, and was taken aback by the potency of its assistance. However, it was regrettable. The completion of the host's novice task was likely unattainable. Prior to binding, it had been so absorbed in contemplating humanity's will to survive that it failed to notice that the only establishment meeting the system's criteria for an inn was in such a dilapidated state. In truth, apart from a select few world's patrons, no one would willingly spend money to stay in such a place. Moreover, the selection of new inns was entirely based on randomness across interconnected worlds. Without the task's completion, she was still destined to perish. Ding dong. The melodious sound emanated from the transparent panel before Lizzie. Her gaze sharpened. It was a guest. Chapter 2. The Second World. Do you often find yourself lamenting the constraints of a mere 24 hours in a day? Do you resent the necessity of sleep? If only you could fulfill your desire to escape the mundane confines of existence with this product, where every point grants you an hour of transcendence, guided by renowned masters, allowing your spirit to engage while your body rests. You are worthy of this experience. Does the system not recognize my account balance? Alas, the points I have just acquired are already slipping through my fingers. Funds must be judiciously spent, and points are no different. For the sake of securing the top position in my class, I must act swiftly. With an early morning class beckoning at 7 and the clock nearing midnight, perhaps I should purchase a 7-hour session. What? A minimum of 30 points to buy in? Gritting my teeth, I opted to proceed with the purchase. My heart aching with each point spent. Time is of the essence. I have little beauty and wisdom left to squander, and with midterms looming in a month, there is no time for regret. Without hesitation, I reclined on my bed and initiated the experience in my mind. In an instant, my surroundings transformed into a realm of pure white, resembling an upgraded classroom. Before me stood an enormous electronic screen, accompanied by a set of gleaming silver desks and chairs. To my astonishment, I realized I was not merely a consciousness, but had a physical form akin to the real world. How marvelous! This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Approaching the electronic screen, I was greeted by an array of subjects. Beyond the fundamental courses of mathematics, language, and English, there were offerings in astronomy, architecture, and even pancake flipping. Upon selecting a subject, I could choose my instructor from a list showcasing their numerous accomplishments, making them more than adequate for teaching middle school students. Once I grasped the mechanics of the system, I was determined not to waste another moment. I endeavored to fulfill the task requirements, striving to sample each teacher within the limited time available. If I could not complete it today, I would continue tomorrow. My goal for today was to tackle political, historical, geographical, physical, and biological studies, while also reviewing the first 3 chapters. After organizing my study schedule, I clicked to begin, and instantly, a figure materialized before me, not the instructor I had envisioned, but rather a robot. Upon revisiting the product description, I discovered that they had scanned the brainwaves of exceptional individuals to create a stable spiritual entity infused into the robotic form. This meant that regardless of the teacher's identity, the physical vessel would always be this robot. I found this arrangement quite agreeable, the spiritual entity resembled me in essence, offering a one-on-one class experience without the anxiety of human interaction. Having always preferred to remain unnoticed by teachers, the prospect of being virtually invisible in front of them was delightful. The presence of a robot as an instructor was indeed a boon for the socially anxious. Eager to assess the efficacy of the lessons, I decided to follow the sequence and began with political studies. The expertise of a seasoned lecturer was immediately evident. The golden-tongued instructor transformed the monotonous recitation of textbooks into an engaging discourse, skillfully weaving in references and elucidating complex theoretical concepts with remarkable clarity. If all teachers possessed such caliber, securing the top position in the midterm examination would indeed be a trivial matter. Moreover, the classroom efficiency was remarkably high. Prior to the lesson, I had conveyed my requirements to the teacher, requesting a comprehensive overview of the entire textbook to devise an effective study plan. Consequently, I managed to cover the first 3 chapters in a mere hour and a half. Without dawdling, Zhang Nai promptly arranged for the next teacher to continue. Time seemed to slip away, and upon completing the biology lesson, Zhang Nai was greeted by the system's notification of task completion. Her previously waning spirits soared instantly. She had accomplished 2 tasks in one go. The rewards were plentiful, and her little treasury was now brimming with 70 points and an attribute point. She hastily allocated it to her intelligence, for indeed, learning brings me joy. With newfound wealth came an irresistible urge to spend, and she found herself drawn to the marketplace. To her delight, she discovered a wondrous item that enhances mental acuity and focus, something she ardently desired. Although the teacher had delivered an excellent lesson and she had been attentively engaged, moments of distraction were inevitable, given how challenging it was to earn attribute points. Having invested all in intelligence, she found her points insufficient. However, the marketplace seemed to possess an uncanny insight into her desires, immediately launching a promotional event with enticing discounts. Originally priced at 100 points, she could now acquire a boost to her mental energy for just 30 points. It was simply impossible to resist. She swiftly purchased 2 points outright. Upon reviewing her personal information, she noted it had automatically updated. Host, Zhang Nai. Age, 13. Comprehensive intelligence, 103. Physical fitness, 50. Appearance, 50. Mental energy, 57. Luck, 43. After perusing the updated data, Zhang Nai felt quite accomplished. In just one day, her statistics had increased by 4 points. Remarkable indeed. A transformation was surely within reach. The sudden chime of an alarm clock jolted Zhang Nai back to reality. It was time to rise. She had anticipated discomfort from studying all night, yet she felt invigorated, more refreshed than after a typical night's sleep. What a splendid reduction of obstacles on her academic journey. She promptly completed her morning routine and made her way to the breakfast table. The fare at home was rather ordinary, typically consisting of porridge accompanied by leftover dishes or pickled vegetables and fermented tofu, yet she had grown accustomed to it. She later realized during her university years how difficult it was to find simple congee with side dishes. The cafeteria offered a plethora of porridge varieties, including plain congee, yet devoid of any accompaniments. Every morning, while enjoying buns, she found herself yearning for the familiar taste of home. After breakfast, she politely declined her father's offer to drive her to school on his electric scooter. In fact, he had gifted her a bicycle long ago, but as a child, she believed the black and white color scheme was suited for boys, while her peers sported pinks and blues, leaving her feeling embarrassed to use it. Now, she had come to appreciate the timeless elegance of black and white, a classic that would remain stylish even 20 years hence. Her father's taste was indeed commendable. And had not the system issued her a long-term task? Isn't this just perfect? Riding my bicycle to school not only fulfills my task, but also provides a great way to exercise. The round trip, coupled with the physical activities during breaks, ensures I meet my daily exercise quota effortlessly. Zhang Nai, with her small backpack, set off on her bike and soon spotted Zhou Qiqi waiting for her at the intersection, tugging at the wild grass beside her. Not wanting to see a delicate blade of grass meet an untimely end, Zhang Nai called out, "Zhou Qiqi, hop on." Zhou Qiqi, eager for a ride, wasted no time. Without requiring Zhang Nai to stop, she leaped onto the bike. Zhang Nai felt the bike wobble precariously. Thankfully, middle school students are still petite and haven't yet grown to towering heights. Otherwise, Zhang Nai would struggle to carry them. Once Zhou Qiqi was settled, she gripped the seat and began chatting away. Nai, why are you riding today? Didn't you say you didn't like this bike? Zhang Nai, focused on pedaling, refrained from speaking too much. The October air had turned chilly, especially in the early morning. She could only manage a muffled response. I like it now. The color is super cool. Hold on tight. We're going downhill. Let us go. As they both screamed in exhilaration. A rush of cold wind greeted them when they reached the school gate. Without delay, they dashed into the school, and as they stepped into the classroom, the bell rang. That was close. They had lingered over breakfast and nearly arrived late. Glancing at the morning reading schedule on the blackboard, Jiang Nai quickly pulled out her Chinese textbook to begin memorizing. Starting with the Three Gorges, she realized she had forgotten much of what she had learned in middle school. During the half-hour morning self-study session, Jiang Nai astonishingly managed to memorize 3 required texts. She was astounded by her own progress. Previously, she struggled to memorize even a single piece of text. Even on the rare occasion she did manage to memorize something, it required 3 seconds of pause between each sentence, let alone 3 pieces at once, and with such fluency, with a mere 2 points added to her intellect. The difference was palpable, truly remarkable. Just then, she noticed a notification in her mind. The system task had been updated. Long-term task 1. Exercise for 1 hour daily, cumulative. A sound body is the foundation of success. Reward, 3 points per day. Failure to complete will deduct 6 points. Long-term task 2. Achieve first place in the midterm exam. Reward, 3 free attribute points, 100 points. Failure incurs a random deduction of 2 attribute points. Task 3. Complete all chapters in each subject according to the study plan. Reward, 60 points. Task 4. Earn the math teacher's favor. Reward, 20 points. Task 5. Earn the Chinese teacher's favor. Reward, 20 points. Task 6. Answer 3 questions from the subject teachers. Reward, 8 points. With the completed tasks disappearing and several new ones added, Jiang Nai felt invigorated and ready for the challenge. There was no choice. If she did not complete the new tasks, the points from her evening classes would not last long. Moreover, she truly desired the ability to remember everything effortlessly. Unfortunately, her wallet held a mere pitiful 10. Is this task trajectory aimed at transforming her into a teacher's favorite? First the math teacher, then the Chinese teacher. She believed it was only a matter of time before the English, politics, history, geography, physics, and biology teachers followed suit. The Chinese class is about to commence, and the lessons memorized during the morning self-study will soon bear fruit. Aside from the Three Gorges, which was selected in accordance with the requisite classical poetry and prose, the remaining 2 pieces were written on the blackboard by the class representative and are to be reviewed by the teacher. Before the bell for class has even rung, the Chinese teacher is already seated at the podium, prompting the boisterous students to hastily return to their seats. After all, which student dares to defy the teacher? Especially when the Chinese teacher also serves as the homeroom instructor, effectively amplifying her authority. Gao Ping glanced at his watch. There remained only a minute before class began. He leisurely stood up and casually announced, "We will have a recitation during class, and I will give you 3 minutes to prepare. Make sure to review your books." This announcement shattered the tranquility of the classroom like a clap of thunder. Many students, clinging to a sense of false hope, believed the teacher would refrain from calling on them today and planned to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, Zhou Qiqi was among those harboring such illusions. Although she had seen Jiang Nai studying in the morning and had been urged to memorize her lines, she had not applied herself and had even surreptitiously pulled out a novel to read. Seeing Zhou Qiqi fidgeting anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, Jiang Nai sighed inwardly. Without giving her a lesson, she would never amend her ways. Now, at least, she was beginning to feel the urgency of the situation. Recognizing this as a prime opportunity, Jiang Nai immediately seized Zhou Qiqi and proposed, "This time, I will find a way to ensure you are not called upon. From now on, you must heed my advice regarding your studies." Zhou Qiqi dared not refuse and eagerly nodded in agreement. "Nai, if you manage to save me this time, I promise to follow your guidance in everything." There was no denying that. Despite the homeroom teacher Zhou Ping appearing plump and often speaking in a gentle, smiling manner, he was indeed a cunning strategist. One cannot become a homeroom teacher without a few tricks up one's sleeve. He had a particular knack for managing students. Those who failed to recite their lines in previous sessions were not allowed to leave after school until they had completed their recitation, and he would assign them additional homework to be checked personally later. During the ensuing Chinese lessons, he would frequently call on students to answer questions, which he termed as special attention. Few could withstand such treatment. However, this rigorous approach proved remarkably effective, as those under special scrutiny typically experienced significant improvements in their grades during subsequent examinations. If one were to inquire how Jiang Nai was so well informed, the answer would be through personal experience. That month had been nothing short of torturous, and the recollection still brings her sorrow. Despite the severity of the homeroom teacher's methods, he did not often call for recitation, which allowed a small number of students to attempt to evade responsibility. This time, however, it seemed that many would be caught. Nevertheless, Jiang Nai was determined to rise to the occasion. She had not anticipated that the very next day would see the homeroom teacher calling for recitation, leaving her unsure whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. As for her promise to assist Zhou Qiqi, it was not mere empty words. The teacher's calls for recitation were typically scattered across different students. By voluntarily stepping up to recite, she had a 90% chance of not being called upon Zhou Qiqi. Thus, she could fulfill her task while achieving two objectives with one action. Who would not commend such ingenuity? As soon as the time was up, the homeroom teacher signaled for silence, and the classroom swiftly fell quiet. There was no choice. Making noise at this moment would only draw unwanted attention. Zhou Ping glanced around, observing that each student had their head bowed, afraid of being called upon by the teacher. This was a clear indication of guilt. As if they were unable to recite their lessons, frustration bubbled within him. He was just about to deliver a few words of admonition to the students when he noticed Jiang Nai raising her hand. Initially, he thought she might be requesting a trip to the restroom, but upon seeing the sparkle in her eyes and her eager demeanor, he realized she was prepared. Jiang Nai, please recite, he called out. Without hesitation, she began her recitation. There were 2 passages to memorize, and by the time she finished the first, Zhou Ping was already quite satisfied. After all, Jiang Nai's previous academic performance had been mediocre, and he was pleasantly surprised by her newfound diligence. Just as he was about to signal for her to sit down, he heard her smoothly recite the second piece as well. Zhou Ping couldn't help but liken her to a wayward son returning home. He felt akin to Wang Baochuan, who had patiently awaited her beloved, finally witnessing a glimmer of hope. After Jiang Nai concluded, Zhou Ping praised her for 8 minutes from the podium, urging everyone to learn from her example, assuring them that it is never too late to pursue knowledge. With that, he commenced the lesson, and a collective sigh of relief echoed through the room. Zhou Qiqi was so elated she nearly jumped out of her seat, believing she would receive a special gift of attention from the homeroom teacher. Little did she know, Jiang Nai's success meant the entire class would benefit from her sacrifice. Nai, did I save the galaxy in my past life to deserve a friend like you? Jiang Nai playfully urged her to focus on the lesson, though in her heart, she reflected that while she hadn't saved the galaxy, she had indeed been saved from a dire situation. After the accident, not wanting to worry her father, she concocted a plan with Zhou Qiqi to tell him she was away on a business trip and that the time difference made communication difficult. However, upon hearing of Jiang Nai's accident, Zhou Qiqi immediately took a half-month leave to care for her, even signing the consent forms for her surgery. Thus, no matter the circumstances, she would ensure Jiang Nai gained admission to a prestigious university. Chapter 4. Taking initiative. Jiang Nai did not hear the notification indicating the completion of her task. Though this was expected, she had been contemplating whether luck would allow her to finish and earn the favor of the language teacher. After all, why else would she be reciting 2 passages? Was she merely trying to show off? It seemed that relying on luck was futile. Nevertheless, she sensed she was close to achieving her goal and just needed a little more effort. Jiang Nai attentively listened throughout the language class, raising her hand to answer questions, thereby successfully completing task 6 while exchanging knowing glances with the teacher. As soon as the bell rang, she hurriedly approached him with a blank sheet of paper, inquiring if he could assist her. The homeroom teacher, appreciating her earnestness, was more than willing to help. Before she could articulate her request, he agreed, noting that language was a double period and the next break was relatively long. Jiang Nai then asked, "Teacher, could you kindly assist me in devising a study plan? I wish to dedicate myself to my studies, but I feel overwhelmed by the progress I have missed. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Upon Jiang Nai's utterance, which teacher would dare to refuse? Instantly, she was invited to follow one of them to the office. Although Zhou Ping currently taught the Chinese language, the rural setting lacked such strictness, and it was not uncommon for a teacher to instruct 4 or 5 subjects. Coincidentally, during the large break, the teachers of the second-year classes were gathered in the office. Upon hearing Jiang Nai's desire to formulate a study plan, they eagerly approached her. When informed that she had independently studied the first 3 chapters of each subject, they nodded in satisfaction. Merely speaking of studying was insufficient. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nai had already commenced her endeavors, further elevating their approval of her. Several teachers clustered around the homeroom teacher, offering their insights, and with collective effort. Jiang Nai's comprehensive 8-subject study plan was swiftly crafted. Expressing her gratitude, Jiang Nai exited the office, and indeed, she found that Task 5 was also completed. The 2 classes attended that morning had proven highly worthwhile. However, the formulation of a study plan was not solely for the sake of fulfilling a task. The assignments set by the system were excessively broad. To secure the top position in her class, relying solely on her own efforts would not suffice. Although the system featured renowned educators, acquiring their assistance required expenditure of points. Hiki, the frugal genius, was none other than Jiang Nai. Yet, this was not the primary motivation. If anyone understood the school's examinations best, it would undoubtedly be her own class teachers. Perhaps it was due to her earlier appearance in the office, where she expressed her commitment to diligent study, that every subsequent class saw the teachers paying particular attention to her, frequently calling on her to answer questions. Jiang Nai felt overwhelmed, as she had never faced such scrutiny in a single day before. The profound affection from her teachers was palpable. Yet it was almost too much to bear. Shou Qiqi also experienced her share of distress, with the teacher's focus on Jiang Nai and being her deskmate. She could not escape the repercussions. Today, she attended the most earnest class of her life, too apprehensive to lose focus, knowing the teacher would also call on her. It was maddening. Jiang Nai understood well the reason for her being questioned, while Shou Qiqi's involvement was not merely due to their seating arrangement. Jiang Nai had mentioned to the teacher that Shou Qiqi also wished to study earnestly, but was too timid to approach. Thus, the secrecy remained, as Jiang Nai discreetly concealed her contributions. After returning home from school, Jiang Nai invited Shou Qiqi to her residence for a review of the various subjects, insisting that she come after dinner. Although Shou Qiqi was reluctant, she complied, having inadvertently pledged her assistance to Jiang Nai that morning. Jiang Nai's current level of understanding was not particularly high, and Shou Qiqi's foundation was slightly weaker than hers. However, after yesterday's lesson from a distinguished educator, she had managed to retain a fair amount of information. At worst, they could learn together, which was preferable to letting her return to leisure. Thus, Jiang Nai instructed Shou Qiqi to retrieve her textbooks, estimating that they could complete the first chapters of mathematics and geography in time. As for Chinese, English, politics, and history, she would advise Shou Qiqi to study independently, as the impact of instruction in these subjects would not be as pronounced, and self-study would prove more efficient. Instructing Shou Qiqi while concurrently reviewing the material proved to be an effective learning strategy. After the lesson, Shou Qiqi was encouraged to peruse books from other subjects, while Jiang Nai diligently adhered to her study plan, progressing through subsequent chapters. Initially, Shou Qiqi found it challenging to remain seated after Jiang Nai's lecture. However, witnessing Jiang Nai's earnestness inspired her to transform herself. Recognizing Jiang Nai's dedication towards gaining admission to a reputable high school, Shou Qiqi felt a strong desire to remain by her side. With this thought in mind, she settled down to study with renewed focus. As night approached, nearly 8 o'clock, Jiang Igua quietly opened the door to find the 2 children deeply engrossed in their studies at the desk. His heart swelled with comfort as he placed a warm cup of milk beside them, gently suggesting, "You've been studying for quite some time. Perhaps you should take a break and enjoy some milk." Upon realizing the time, Shou Qiqi promptly stood up to bid farewell to Jiang Igua, stating, "It's quite late, uncle. I should head back. My grandmother will start to worry." "Finish your milk first. It's already warmed up," Jiang Igua insisted. Shou Qiqi eagerly consumed the milk, finding its temperature perfectly inviting. Afterward, she packed her bag, ready to depart. Jiang Igua accompanied her to the door before returning to Jiang Nai's room. Intending to have a conversation, he sensed that something was amiss with his daughter lately, perhaps due to his busy work schedule preventing him from providing adequate care. Taking a seat beside Jiang Nai, he immediately recognized that she had something on her mind, prompting her to put down her book and listen attentively. "Nai, has anything been happening at school recently?" he inquired. Jiang Nai realized that her recent transformation was indeed conspicuous, shifting from playtime after school to studying diligently with Shou Qiqi at home. It was unusual enough to raise eyebrows, especially among family members who were accustomed to her previous behavior. Previously, her expressions of wanting to study harder lacked conviction, yet revealing the truth was not an option. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nai responded, "I see how hard you work to earn a living for my education. My teachers have emphasized that high school is not compulsory education. If my scores on the entrance exam are subpar, I may not gain admission to a good high school. And then I would have to resort to paying for grades. I don't want you to suffer on my behalf." Upon hearing her words, tears welled up in Jiang Igua's eyes. Witnessing his daughter's maturity and responsibility made all hardships seem trivial. He remained silent, gently patting Jiang Nai's back, reminiscent of the times he had soothed her to sleep as a child. After a heartfelt moment between father and daughter, Jiang Aigua quietly left the room, reluctant to further disturb Jiang Nai's studies. In truth, Jiang Nai's sentiments were not fabricated. They stemmed from her past experiences. Previously, she had performed poorly on the entrance exam, falling short of the standard by more than 10 points. Jiang Aigua had been determined to prevent her from attending a mediocre high school, exhausting their savings to secure connections and buy grades, not knowing how many people he had to plead with to facilitate her entry into a prestigious school. Jiang Nai's parents had divorced during her early years. She had little recollection of her mother. The court awarded custody to her father, but she never received a penny in child support, having only heard fleeting village gossip suggesting that her mother had left with another man. Jiang Nai harbored no desire to unravel the mysteries surrounding her life. She simply knew that her father had been by her side since childhood, striving to provide her with the best that he could offer. Her greatest aspiration in life was to ensure her father's well-being. Chapter 5. Achievements upon accessing her task page. Jiang Nai was startled to discover that she had yet to complete her daily exercise, with a mere 10 minutes remaining. Alarmed, she sprang into action, aware that failing to fulfill this task would result in a deduction of points. After a long period of study, fatigue had set in, so she performed a set of calisthenics in her bedroom. Unfortunately, she had little experience with other forms of exercise, but she could still recall the movements of calisthenics, which she had practiced for many years. Although she yearned to try Pilates or other exercises she had merely glimpsed in videos, it would be unreasonable to expect her to perform them flawlessly. After another brief session, she was relieved to see that the task was marked as complete. However, upon reviewing her points, she found something puzzling. Logically, her total should have been 41 points, 31 points earned from answering 3 teachers' questions, the approval of her language teacher, and completing her daily exercise, plus her original 10 points. Yet, the display showed 61 points instead, despite not having completed the task of winning her math teacher's favor. Although Teacher Lee had assisted her in the office that day by formulating a plan, her previous impression had not been favorable, and she knew she had to exert more effort over time. Fortunately, there was no time constraint on the tasks. As Jiang Nai pondered the cause of this discrepancy, she noticed 2 new words in the upper right corner of the task page, achievements. A small cursor beckoned her to click, revealing that she had unexpectedly completed an achievement for answering 10 questions posed by her teachers, earning a reward of 20 points and 1 intellect point. Such tangible rewards were credited immediately upon task completion. At last, she had identified the source of her points. Further down the page, she discovered additional achievements for answering 50 and 100 questions. She felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing that she would soon become the class's go-to expert for answering questions. Achievements were categorized into 3 tiers, based on cumulative task completion: 10 for the basic level, 50 for the intermediate level, and 100 for the advanced level. The rewards for each tier escalated accordingly. The basic tier offered 20 points and 1 random attribute point. The intermediate tier provided 50 points and 3 random attribute points, while the advanced tier granted 100 points and 5 random attribute points. The magnitude of these rewards was astonishing. She had spent days tirelessly completing tasks and had only accrued a few dozen points and 4 attribute points, achieved only through fortunate circumstances. Completing an advanced achievement could potentially save her decades of effort. The leaderboard featured accolades such as 10 times first in class, 10 times first in school, and first in the city, all of which seemed unattainable to her at present. However, answering 100 questions would surely secure her a place at the top, and she was determined to excel in all forthcoming inquiries from her teachers. Gazing at her 61 points, Jiang Nai lamented the missed promotional activity from earlier that morning, which had unfortunately expired just 10 minutes ago. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that she had already reaped some benefits and chose not to be greedy. Now that she has accumulated some points, Jiang Nai's eager little hands are itching to make a purchase. With only a month left until the midterm exams, she desperately needs a scientific enhancement. Scanning the marketplace, she discovers numerous enticing items, especially one that has captured her attention for quite some time. Suddenly, she comes across an enticing offer: potion, just 500 points to elevate your focus to the highest level of the water blue star. Why hesitate? Act swiftly and purchase now. The promotional rhetoric of this system's marketplace seems rather outdated, but if the goods weren't appealing, she wouldn't even spare them a glance on the street. Yet, She wonders if discounts are available. She could always invest in a membership. Jiang Nai fully understands the significance of focus just by enhancing her mental acuity by 2 points. She has already felt a remarkable difference. If she could max it out, there would be nothing she couldn't learn. But now, tears well up in her eyes as she bids farewell to her dreams of purchase. Just then, a glimmer of hope strikes Jiang Nai. Could the marketplace be akin to a worm in her belly, providing exactly what she desires? To her surprise, she discovers a low-tier version of the focus enhancement, aptly termed the Jiang Nai 20 version experience card. Evolution experience card. Only 8 points per hour can be stored, allowing you to experience an evolved version of yourself. Curious to know how intelligent you can become? Purchase it, and you can amplify your innate attributes by 50% at just 8 points per hour. This enhancement promises to boost her memory, focus, comprehension, and logical reasoning abilities, essentially a 2-point increase per hour for each skill. The option to purchase in increments shows exceptional consideration for someone like her, who is financially constrained. Each item she considers feels vital. But the 8 points per hour is simply unsustainable. It is indeed too costly. In the long run, a permanent purchase would be more economical. Yet it remains beyond her means. Upon examining the time, she realizes that unlike the previous time-limited mental acuity purchase, this item appears to be a long-term investment. After some contemplation, Jiang Nai remembers that not all abilities are needed simultaneously. She could buy memory enhancement while memorizing, comprehension while attending lectures, and choose focus and logical reasoning as the situation dictates. The marketplace categorizes memory, comprehension, and logical reasoning under intelligence, while focus falls under mental acuity. Opening her attribute panel, she sees Host, Jiang Nai age, 13 comprehensive intelligence, 104 physical fitness, 50 appearance, 50 mental power, 57 luck, 43. Using this enhancement would mean an intelligence of 155 and a mental power of 86. How could she possibly resist such an opportunity? In the following month, Jiang Nai adhered to an incredibly regimented routine. Rising at 7 in the morning and departing by 7:30 to pick up Xueba, she would then attend classes, eagerly participating to achieve recognition. After dinner, she would commence tutoring Xueba at 6 o'clock while also reviewing her own studies. By 8, she would conclude her academic endeavors with some exercise, fulfilling her daily physical activity requirements, and before 10, she would complete her homework and retire to bed, subsequently engaging in approximately 8 hours of lectures from esteemed educators. This cycle repeated itself ad infinitum. I am profoundly grateful for the life-saving experience card. Otherwise, enduring 7 classes during the day, for hours in the evening, and another 8 hours in her dreams would be unbearable. Even the most resilient of beasts would shake their heads at such a burden, and capitalists would seek her counsel. Although this month has been exceedingly arduous, the results are remarkably evident. Initially, Jiang Nai struggled to keep pace with the lessons, particularly in mathematics. However, she has since progressed to a point where she not only comprehends the material, but is also capable of applying it in various contexts. Now, if asked about any specific knowledge point, she can swiftly identify its location. Finally, the day of the midterm examination has arrived. Seated in the classroom, Jiang Nai gazes at the blackboard, which emphasizes academic integrity and solemnity, her anxiety about the exam having transformed into eager anticipation. She truly longs for a day of rest. Chapter 6. The midterm examination. Not only does Jiang Nai yearn for a respite, but so does Xueba, who sits beside her. For the past month, Jiang Nai has been relentless, pushing herself to the brink, and Xueba feels as though she might follow suit. Regardless of the questions posed by the teachers, Jiang Nai is determined to raise her hand and respond. Initially, she struggled to answer the mathematics teacher's queries, resorting to sharing her thought processes instead. Xueba overhears the insufferable Lu Ji mocking Jiang Nai from behind, deriding her inability to perform while pretending to be competent. At times during breaks, Lu Ji would taunt Jiang Nai, but she retorted sharply, I am not like some individuals who lack the opportunity to pretend. Who enjoys a gossipy boy like you? You seem to have nothing better to do than watch others. Perhaps you should join the local gossip bureau instead. Of course, the majority of their classmates were reasonable. Or else Jiang Nai would have suffered immensely during her schooling, spending her days merely arguing instead of learning. Jiang Nai glanced at the clock. It was already 8:45. With only 15 minutes remaining before the examination, she called to Xueba that it was time to prepare for the exam. Noting that candidates were already waiting outside the classroom, the midterm examination is organized by performance. And since Jiang Nai and Xueba achieved comparable results in the previous monthly assessment, They were placed in the same examination room. The second year has 6 classes, corresponding to 6 exam rooms, and they found themselves in the 4th room. After gathering their belongings, Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi hurried off. Fortunately, the school was small, and the classrooms were nearby, with the 4th class adjacent to theirs. Upon arriving at the examination room, Jiang Nai did not succumb to the typical last-minute cramming that most students engage in. She disdained the anxiety-inducing atmosphere such behavior created, finding it counterproductive. With only a few minutes to spare before the exam, Jiang Nai checked her stationery and proceeded to the security check. The moment Jiang Nai received her Chinese examination paper, she quickly glanced at the classical poetry section, feeling reassured as she recognized all the verses she had memorized well. However, upon looking at the essay prompt, she found it to be particularly engaging. Material 1. She, originally meaning a young bird attempting to fly repeatedly, also signifies the act of revisiting learned material for mastery. Material 2. To learn and to practice what is learned, is it not a joy? Based on these materials, she was to express her understanding and insights regarding she. Jiang Nai felt an immediate connection to the topic, especially since she spent 2 hours each day tutoring Shou Qiqi. After gaining a general sense of the examination paper, Jiang Nai wasted no time and began to write with remarkable fluency. The Chinese exam proceeded smoothly, but when it came time for the mathematics test in the afternoon, she found the questions manageable. Yet, while answering the fill-in-the-blank section, she noticed a boy seated in the left row stretching his neck to sneak a glimpse at her answers for the multiple-choice questions. By the time she realized this, he had nearly finished copying, and Jiang Nai felt it would be futile to say anything, as reporting it to the invigilator would yield no results at that moment. The classroom lacked surveillance cameras. Shiqiao Middle School's facilities were quite rudimentary, and due to financial constraints, it was not until the last couple of months before her graduation that the school unexpectedly became affluent, leading to various renovations. The once cement playground transformed into a rubber surface, a new cafeteria was constructed, and modern multimedia teaching equipment was installed, with the most significant addition being air conditioning. Located in the central region of Huaghua, the winters were frigid and summers sweltering, with spring and autumn characterized by dampness and heavy rains. Such conditions were indeed oppressive, especially with many students crammed into a confined classroom. The creaking electric fan overhead provided little relief. Jiang Nai reasonably suspected that her lackluster performance in middle school could be attributed to this discomfort. It was hard to concentrate when drenched in sweat. Fortunately, it was early winter. For those accustomed to the refreshing coolness of air conditioning would find it difficult to adapt to this environment. Casting a glance at the boy beside her, who seemed to have given up, Jiang Nai focused intently on completing the remaining questions. Huang Jiwu, typically among the last few in class, had experienced an unexpected stroke of luck in the previous exam, correctly guessing most of the multiple-choice questions and soaring to 33rd place in the class, which elated him. He hoped to maintain this performance, however. He sensed that such fortune was unlikely to repeat itself this time. The Chinese exam had allowed for some creative expression, but mathematics left him utterly perplexed. He had noticed the girl beside him during the morning's Chinese exam. Her swift writing indicated a confident grasp of the material, and she had not paused during the math exam either. Huang Jiwu speculated that she was undoubtedly a top student who had not performed well enough to avoid this situation. As he turned his thoughts, he caught sight of Jiang Nai's exposed answer choices while she worked on the fill-in-the-blank questions, and he seized the opportunity to utilize his commendable vision to discern her answers clearly. Little did he know that Jiang Nai was particularly vigilant with her answer sheet during the latter part of the examination, deliberately positioning it within the confines of her desk, making it nearly impossible to see unless one stood directly in front of her. Time is up, the invigilator called out. All candidates must cease writing. Continuing to write will result in charges of cheating. Jiang Nai hurriedly completed her exam just a second before the bell rang. A month felt far too rushed, and this physics paper proved to be rather challenging, leaving her nearly unable to finish. Despite her careful time management, the sound of the bell caused her heart to skip a beat. She resolved to exert even more effort next time, hoping to submit her paper ahead of schedule. She had always found it incredibly cool to finish early, observing her classmates still engrossed in their writing, until one brave soul raised their hand to indicate they were ready to submit, packing their belongings and departing with a certain flair. The most appealing aspect was that there was no competition for meals. The entire cafeteria was reserved, allowing her to leisurely select her preferred dishes rather than being forced to choose from whatever happened to be in front of her due to long queues. This was her new goal. The school was quite considerate in this regard, allowing students to leave after completing their exams without the obligation to remain for additional classes. In her middle school days, she had assumed all schools operated this way, only to discover in high school that after completing an exam, students would immediately engage in self-study to go over answers. Some teachers would even come in and explain the exam papers on the same day, and she vowed to cherish this blissful period. Qiqi felt an exhilarating rush upon finishing the exam. Jiang Nai had helped her with some questions beforehand, and to her astonishment, most of them had appeared on the test. She felt confident that her performance had improved significantly, validating her diligent efforts over the past month. Nai, please, tomorrow is the weekend, and we have no classes. Can we just rest? Qiqi clung to Jiang Nai's arm, shaking it while batting her eyelashes, as if to say that a refusal would bring her to tears. Jiang Nai, who was always reluctant to deny Qiqi's requests, thought about how seriously she had been studying this month, without skipping a single day, and thus nodded in agreement. Qiqi joyfully lifted Jiang Nai into the air and spun her around. What a strong girl, indeed. Though Jiang Nai granted Qiqi a day off, she herself felt exhausted and expressed a desire to rest. However, upon returning home, she dutifully completed her daily exercise, now having 2 extra hours since she did not need to tutor Qiqi. Reflecting on her recent lack of engagement with the system, aside from attending class each night and purchasing the Second World and Evolution Experience cards, she noticed her meager balance of 15 points, evoking a sensation akin to having labored for 30 years only to find herself back at square one. This was the result of her meticulous saving, truly exemplifying the art of frugality. She considered her struggles. In pursuit of achieving her goal of answering questions, she had exerted herself to the utmost. Fearing embarrassment if she failed to respond, she dared not lose focus during class, even hesitating to pick up an eraser for fear of missing vital information from the teacher. Looking back, it felt disheartening. Initially, the teacher would call on her, but eventually, if other students raised their hands, she would be overlooked. Only when no one else was willing to respond would the teacher turn to her. Jiang Nai, terrified of failing her tasks, mustered the courage to approach the office. Oh, how the system seemed like a nemesis to those plagued by social anxiety. Everything is dedicated to fulfilling the task, so she must boldly approach each teacher to express her hope that they might call on her more frequently during class discussions. She tends to lose focus easily, but if the teachers consistently engage her with questions, she becomes particularly attentive. Although the teachers have agreed to this request, Jiang Nai realizes that it is unrealistic to single her out, as it would be unfair to her peers. Thus, she resorts to asking the teachers questions immediately after class. This approach allows her to engage with most teachers at that time, and through various methods, she ultimately manages to answer 100 questions posed by her subject teachers. This strategy also won her the favor of the mathematics teacher, successfully completing task 3, gaining the affection of the mathematics teacher, which earned her 20 hard-won points. The evening classes with esteemed instructors were not in vain, as she also completed task 6, finishing all chapters in each subject according to the study plan, adding 60 points to her small wallet. Though the points are now depleted, she finds solace in the fact that she once possessed them. Now, it is time to focus on more joyous matters. Eagerly rubbing her hands together, she opens the system panel and discovers 3 free attribute points awaiting her allocation. The intermediate level attribute points are fixed, consisting of 2 points in intelligence and 1 in mental strength, which were automatically added upon completion. The advanced level achievements were completed later, and at that time, her sole focus was on accumulating points, leaving her unaware of the exact moment they were achieved. The 5 attribute points at this level are freely allocable. She has utilized 2, channeling them entirely into intelligence. The remaining points remain a mystery, and she plans to ponder their allocation more carefully after the exams. With an intelligence score of 110 marking a significant threshold, Jiang Nai, currently at 109, resolves to add 2 more points, believing this brings her closer to genius status. The final point is allocated to luck, as it is notably low. While she does not aspire to be extraordinarily fortunate, she hopes to at least reach a normal level. After all, it would be rather embarrassing to admit otherwise. After deciding the distribution of these 3 attribute points, Jiang Nai observes that her host panel has been updated as follows. Host, Jiang Nai age, 13 overall intelligence, 111 physical fitness, 53 appearance, 52 mental strength, 57 luck, 44 gazing at this updated luck value. Jiang Nai wonders if increasing it will indeed lead to greater fortune, as she feels increasingly unlucky. However, she smiles contentedly at her intelligence score of 111, only to notice changes in her physical fitness and appearance, despite not having allocated any points there. Confused by this anomaly, she calls upon the system for clarification. Ding. Your little darling is online and checking for host issues. There are no issues. The host's attribute values are not fixed. They can change according to the host's actions. Over the past month, your daily exercise combined with early rising has naturally led to changes in your physical fitness and appearance. Will my intelligence also increase with my daily studies? She wonders. Jiang Nai, upon hearing the response, felt no disappointment. It was evident that the enhancement of intelligence would require a prolonged accumulation of knowledge. After all, despite years of study in her previous life, she had not perceived any increase in her intellect, though she certainly noticed her hair thinning. Now, with a definitive answer from the system, she at least harbored a glimmer of hope. Well, my query has been resolved. You may now go offline. Sure, host, do summon me should you have further questions. With the matter of attribute points settled, Jiang Nai turned her attention to the newly issued tasks from the system. It was imperative to undertake some quests to regain health points, otherwise, her points would dwindle. Upon opening the task panel, she encountered the following. Long-term task 1. Engage in physical exercise for 1 hour daily, cumulative. A healthy body is the foundation of success. Reward, 3 points per day. Failure to complete results in a deduction of 6 points. Long-term task 2. Achieve first place in the midterm exam. Reward, 3 free attribute points and 80 points. Failure results in a random deduction of 2 attribute points. Task 3. Select 2 talents with a compatibility of over 70%. The 2 talents must not belong to the same category, e.g., jazz and Latin. Reward, 20 points. Note, each talent accumulates 10 points without limit. If one fails to persist in learning and reach an intermediate level, a deduction of 100 points will apply. Please cherish the opportunity to learn. Task 4. Choose a subject for competition and commence study. Reward, 10 points. Note, same as above. Though only 2 tasks had been added, Jiang Nai realized that her future was devoid of rest. She lamented. Would there be time for sleep in the days to come? Oh, she had forgotten. She had not slept at all. Nevertheless, she decided to maintain a positive outlook. At least learning a talent had been a plan she had contemplated beforehand. Jiang Nai had always envied girls who possessed a unique skill. And the evening classes over the past month had made her eager to find a distraction from her excessively concentrated studies. But what to choose? The system required a compatibility of over 70%. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She searched directly in the marketplace and, as expected, found what she was looking for. Talent roulette. Human life is finite. We must invest our fleeting time into areas where we excel, creating greater value. For just 3 points, you can discover your artistic strengths. The range is random. Indeed, her assumptions were correct. It seemed she could not afford to conserve her points any longer. However, Jiang Nai was genuinely curious about her own talents. After purchasing, she clicked to use it. In an instant, a grand wheel appeared in her mind, densely populated with various art forms from both ancient and contemporary times. At that moment, a message emerged above the wheel. Please step forward and spin the wheel. Chapter 8. Talent Roulette. Jiang Nai approached and gave the wheel a vigorous spin. Initially, she had anticipated that, given its size, it would be difficult to turn. She had even braced herself for the effort, only to discover that it spun effortlessly and swiftly under her touch. Wheel, are you polite? After a considerable duration, the wheel finally came to a halt. It was then that Jiang Nai noticed the absence of a pointer on the wheel. What was the purpose of spinning it? If not to jest with her? The options on the wheel have dwindled to just a few scattered choices, leaving behind those in which she excels. The ones she lacks proficiency in have already been cast aside. With scores of 87 in painting, 77 in gouging, 72 in Go, 85 in dance, 73 in fencing, 78 in languages, and 70 in equestrianism, scores below 70 are not displayed. Jiang Nai gazes at the results with a sense of satisfaction. She certainly possesses a commendable array of talents. Yet, the question arises, what should she select? Although she does not have a harem of 3,000, she still experiences a glimpse of the joy akin to that of an emperor choosing a consort. Painting must be chosen, as it has long been a passion of hers. She had contemplated studying it before, but the expense deterred her. If she were to express her desire to her father, he would undoubtedly support her. However, she does not wish to burden him further. His work hours are already long, and adding the cost of extracurricular classes would mean he would need to work even more. Eventually, when she began earning her own money, she dabbled in learning for a while, but it was not systematic, akin to starting from scratch. Now, With the opportunity for structured learning available, albeit at the cost of points, she can earn those points, but she has yet to devise a means of generating income. In her previous life, she neither engaged in stock trading nor lottery games, and the thought of returning to seize an opportunity seems like a delusion. The simplest investment, real estate, is a surefire profit, but she lacks the funds for that. Having chosen painting, she must now select another option. Equestrianism and fencing feel too sophisticated for her. She is merely an amateur. Perhaps she should choose between gouging and dance, both of which she adores. In the past, she envied those who could dance and play instruments during school performances, as they seemed to possess a privileged right in the realm of courtship. She is reluctant to relinquish either. Resolutely, Jiangnai decides to select both. Time can always be squeezed, and she is prepared to sacrifice sleep in the future. Previously, financial constraints prevented her from pursuing all her passions, but now the opportunity lies before her. If it becomes overwhelming later, she will address it then. With her choices in the arts made, she remains uncertain about academic competitions. The system tasks do not require matching degrees, and she has not observed any relevant items in the marketplace, leaving her to rely on her preferences. Jiangnai feels she lacks innate talent in these areas. She has never previously engaged with academic competitions. In middle school, merely being accepted into a good high school was a noteworthy achievement, let alone excelling in competitions. High school is indeed commendable, particularly as she has invested in it, yet it is merely an average class. Those with competitive aptitude are in the elite classes, a realm she has only heard of. At her current middle school level, Jiangnai finds herself particularly drawn to mathematics. She has always enjoyed it. Yet she struggles to grasp certain concepts. A slight alteration in a problem often leaves her at a loss. With a lack of affinity for other subjects, she resolves to choose mathematics. This decision successfully fulfills tasks 3 and 4, and her points have now accumulated to 52, allowing her to sustain herself for a while longer. The experience of living while counting points is rather disheartening. When will she finally see a balance with a single zero? A lifelong dream. Having completed all the tasks at hand, it was time for the daily essentials, such as attending classes taught by esteemed instructors. Jiangnai chuckled to herself, pondering whether she might possess a latent talent, despite the grand wheel of fortune failing to acknowledge it. She had successfully finished the entire curriculum for the first semester of her second year and resolved to create her own study plan. Aiming to complete all junior high school courses in advance, aspiring to outshine her classmates with her innate competitive spirit. As she prepared to commence her studies, she noticed that the system had issued a new long-term task. Task 3, complete all courses from the first to the third year of junior high. Each semester's progress counts as a segment, and points will be awarded based on the completion of each semester. For every stage of study completed, participants will take an exam, with points calculated according to their scores. Rewards. Scores will be calculated out of 100, with 10 points for full marks, 8 points for scores above 80, 5 points for scores between 60 and 80, and no rewards for scores below 60. Upon reading this task, Jiangnai mused that her thoughts had manifested. She must indeed be a favored daughter. However, the task served as a reminder that she had entirely forgotten to review the first-year coursework, subconsciously believing she had mastered it, only to realize that she had forgotten everything. Wait a moment. It seemed the task did not specify that her recently completed first semester of the second year was excluded, implying that she could participate in the exam and earn additional points. With a hearty laugh, Jiangnai placed her hands on her hips, wondering if her luck was finally changing. Good fortune was indeed coming her way, and she felt justified in having invested a bit of her luck points. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to exclaim that her 44 luck points would surely bring her fortune. The system was indeed reliable. After careful consideration, she decided to postpone the exam until the following day, as the points were awarded based on scores, and one must not be careless. She promptly arranged for her esteemed instructor to conduct a pre-exam intensive class, which lasted from 8 in the evening until 8 the next morning. After the class, Jiangnai felt like the most intelligent person in the world. One must endure what others cannot endure to achieve what others cannot achieve. She affixed this phrase to her desk as motivation. On that Sunday, apart from taking breaks for meals and restroom visits, she remained glued to her desk, nearly resorting to pasting a victory banner atop her head. By 8 in the evening, Jiangnai was comfortably nestled in bed, fully prepared. She had already reviewed the exam schedule, which was not as prolonged as the junior high examinations, where each subject required extensive time. If it were to be like junior high, scheduled for one evening, it would likely take over 10 hours. Considering this, Jiang Nai could have a conversation with Buddha, who would surely commend her hard work. The system was quite humane, at least far more so than capitalists. English and mathematics each required 1 hour, while politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology each required half an hour. Chinese, however, demanded an hour and a half due to the inescapable essay component. With this in mind, she prepared for 6 hours of exams, realizing that with proper organization, it was bearable. Having completed 12 hours of classes, she wondered what else could possibly challenge her. Jiang Nai onward. The Chinese language examination commenced, and Jiang Nai entered the classroom to find a set of desks and chairs arranged neatly. The screen before her indicated that there were only 5 minutes remaining until the test began, yet there was no proctor in sight. Taking a seat, Jiang Nai reflected that any thoughts of cheating would be futile in this mental space. As the examination time commenced, a stack of papers and stationery appeared on her desk, and she dared not delay. Fearing she might run out of time, she was determined to achieve high marks. Upon completing her final chemistry test, Jiang Nai swiftly disengaged from the system, seeking a moment of tranquility. She felt utterly fatigued, but not long after, she noticed a system notification indicating that her results were available. Instantly invigorated, she thought of the implications for her finances. Chapter 9, Top of the Grade. She immediately entered to check her results, which were quite commendable. The system even generated a report card attached to her dormitory homepage. Chinese, 92, Mathematics, 100, English, 100, Politics, 88, History, 90, Geography, 75, Physics, 83, Biology, 100. Jiang Nai was elated to see that she had achieved perfect scores in 3 subjects. She felt like shouting in triumph, for all her hard work had not been in vain. The system examination was of standard difficulty, without undue hardship, and she had navigated the test with relative ease. However, she was perplexed by her geography score. Why was it so harsh? Why could she not have received an additional 5 points? Nevertheless, upon noticing her balance had increased by 67, now totaling 113, a smile crept across Jiang Nai's face. She could afford a few more days of comfort. Realizing it was now past 2 in the morning, she resolved to indulge in a proper sleep. Celebrating this phase of success, it was her first sleep since returning. Awaking rejuvenated, she was ready to continue her endeavors. The following day was Monday, and she had overslept. When Jiang Nai finally rose, she saw that the clock read 7:20. Her father had mentioned the previous day that he would be leaving for an early shift after preparing breakfast. She had hoped the alarm would rouse her, but that was a misplaced expectation. Grabbing her breakfast, she dashed out the door. Spotting Zhou Qiqi loitering at the corner outside, Jiang Nai felt a wave of relief. There was no time for idle chatter. She rushed into the classroom just as the bell for morning reading rang. Jiang Nai instructed Zhou Qiqi to keep an eye on the teacher while she seized the opportunity to eat breakfast. She finished a flavorful bun on her way, leaving only a plain steamed bun in her hand. However, it had long since cooled in the frigid air. Jiang Nai poured a cup of hot water, barely warming it with the steam, and made do with her meal, tears welling in her eyes as she bit into the unappetizing bun. She vowed to rise earlier next time. The first class following morning reading was, as customary, Chinese. The homeroom teacher entered with 2 thick stacks of papers. Come. Class monitor and representative, please distribute the papers and report cards, he said with a smile, addressing the students. Indeed, Jiang Nai nearly forgot about her midterm examination results. Uncertain of her performance, she was apprehensive, as this task had consumed her utmost efforts. All her prior endeavors were but a foundation for this very moment. As Jiang Nai observed the class monitor distributing the report cards, a flicker of anxiety arose within her. While she awaited the results with bated breath, whispers among her classmates, who had already received their grades, caught her attention. She could only discern fragments of conversation, particularly references to first place. It seemed that the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ping, had sensed Jiang Nai's unease, and thus he spoke. Surely, those who have received their report cards are aware of who has achieved the highest grade in our class. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Jiang Nai. As his words echoed through the room, applause erupted, and Jiang Nai received her report card. Upon glancing at it, she was elated to see her name in the top position, with the following scores inscribed: Chinese, 113, Mathematics, 119, English, 115, Politics, 75, History, 72, Geography, 38, Physics, 75, Biology, 48, total, 655, Class ranking, 1, School ranking, 1. first in the entire school. Jiang Nai's eyes widened in disbelief at this ranking. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Ping understood that she had realized her school ranking. He had deliberately mentioned only the class ranking to preserve an element of surprise for her. After all, the fruits of her labor should be savored, rather than laid bare for all to see at once. I wonder if the students are aware of who the top student in the grade is? Zhou Ping inquired, to which the class erupted in unison. It's Jiang Nai. Her diligence over the past month had certainly not gone unnoticed, and now she reaped the rewards. Her first place was a testament to her hard work. Thus, he encouraged everyone to learn from Jiang Nai, reminding them that a student's primary duty is to study. As the discussion veered toward academic matters, the teacher's enthusiasm escalated, transforming the remainder of the period into a session of moral instruction. Initially brimming with excitement, the students gradually shifted their focus to their own affairs. However, Jiang Nai was not among them. Her close friend, Zhou Qiqi, could hardly contain herself, and had it not been for the teacher's presence, she would have certainly lifted Jiang Nai in a celebratory spin. After all, her best friend was the top student in the grade. This, by extension, made her feel as though she too were among the elite. It was a source of pride, a tale to recount in the years to come. Zhou Qiqi daydreamed about the future while Jiang Nai scanned the report card for her friend's results. Quite commendable, indeed, ranked 16th in the class and 121st in the grade, with improvements of 17 places in the class and 132 places in the grade. Clearly, those 2 hours of daily study had not been in vain. Observing Zhou Qiqi's animated demeanor, Jiang Nai mused that perhaps 3 hours of study might be feasible as well. Ultimately, she hoped her classmates would dedicate their time to their studies, cautioning them not to underestimate the proximity of the upcoming high school entrance examination, for time passes swiftly. As the homeroom teacher concluded their statement, the bell for class dismissal rang simultaneously. Gao Ping approached Jiang Nai and gently remarked, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to consult the teacher. There is no need to feel apprehensive. I have noticed that your visits to the office have diminished recently. Are you facing any challenges?" Jiang Nai promptly replied, No. Previously, I was lagging behind in my progress, which led to numerous issues. However, I have caught up now and can manage on my own. Should any problems arise, I will certainly trouble the teacher." Although Jiang Nai's words suggested a sense of self-sufficiency, the reality was quite different. She had finally achieved her goals and no longer felt the need to question everything. Zhou Ping observed Jiang Nai from the side, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, she was a student he had personally mentored. The more he watched her, the happier he became, feeling akin to a benevolent patron nurturing a talented steed. After a heartfelt exchange with Jiang Nai, Zhou Ping left with his cup in hand, savoring the joy of life. Today, the flowers were blooming beautifully, and even the clouds appeared unusually picturesque. In the subsequent classes, Jiang Nai moved through the routine as if following a script. Every teacher who entered the room took a moment to converse with her, welcoming her to visit their office more often. Particularly, the geography teacher seemed to harbor a hint of melancholy in her gaze, which Jiang Nai dismissed as mere illusion. The geography teacher called Jiang Nai outside, and her opening words carried a tone reminiscent of a long-forgotten chamber. "Jiang Nai, do you perhaps dislike me? Your performance in all other subjects is commendable. Yet why does geography lag behind?" Faced with the young teacher, whose eyes appeared to glisten with unshed tears, Jiang Nai felt compelled to acquiesce, assuring her, "Not at all. I genuinely admire you as a geography teacher. I simply need to allocate more time to this subject moving forward." "That is reassuring. Jiang Nai, if you ever need assistance, please feel free to approach me. Even if you have no pressing matters, I would appreciate it if you could come by for a chat. I am still new to this school and hope to forge a friendship with you." Ultimately, the conversation shifted to Jiang Nai promising that her next geography exam score would place her among the top 3 in the grade. Chapter 10. A subtle strategy. Upon witnessing Jiang Nai enter the classroom with renewed vigor, the geography teacher's expression transformed from one of concern to a smile of satisfaction. Her plan had succeeded. As long as one's resolve remained steadfast, solutions would always outweigh the challenges. She mused that it would soon be her turn to boast in the office, humming a contented tune as she departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nai, having shifted from a spirited demeanor to one of tranquility, reflected, "Life truly resembles a performance, reliant on one's skills. Fortunately, I had already intended to dedicate myself more to geography. Otherwise, I would have suffered significant losses." Jiang Nai felt a sense of accomplishment as she exceeded expectations. However, her neighbor, Huang Zhiwu, was experiencing discomfort. He aimed to achieve a high score, Yet he did not anticipate such a drastic leap. Having previously secured a position within the top 20 or 30 in the class, he had hoped to maintain that standing, only to find himself catapulted to the 10th position this time. The recent mathematics examination proved to be quite challenging, resulting in the entire class receiving rather low scores. However, Huang Jiwu managed to achieve a perfect score in the multiple-choice section, securing second place in mathematics, with the top spot held by the class representative and the overall highest performer. How audacious it feels. Is it truly so difficult to simply exist as an ordinary student? Upon receiving his report card, Huang Jiwu sensed the collective gaze of his classmates upon him. What could he do in such a situation? He must maintain his composure. If discovered, he would face a rather unpalatable fate involving bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat and spicy lung slices, followed by 3 days of liquid diet. Standing on the podium to share his study experiences, Huang Jiwu met the mathematics teacher and homeroom teacher's gaze, which oscillated between encouragement and implied threat. He vowed to study diligently, aspiring to rank among the top 10 in the next examination. With tears welling in his eyes, he descended from the podium. Reflecting on the determined expressions of his peers, Huang Jiwu mused that perhaps his vision of 52 was not worth having, as it seemed to have been bestowed upon a celestial being undergoing tribulations. In the following 2 months, unbeknownst to Jiang Nai, another boy was burning the midnight oil, striving for excellence. On their way home from school, the two alternated riding a bicycle, and today it was Zhou Qiqi's turn. Jiang Nai sat on the back seat, her arms wrapped around Zhou Qiqi's waist, her face pressed against her back. As they sped past the fleeting fields, Jiang Nai felt elated. This was the life she desired, striving alongside friends toward a clear goal. Zhou Qiqi, starting today, let us extend our tutoring sessions to 3 hours. Jiang Nai exclaimed. Don't be excessive, Jiang Nai. Please don't squeeze me too hard. I've been dreaming of studying every night this past month. Zhou Qiqi protested. No way. We must study hard. We have to get into the first high school together. Jiang Nai insisted. Just watch my moves. I'll teach you a lesson today. Zhou Qiqi retorted, and just as she finished speaking, the bicycle began to wobble. Jiang Nai had no choice but to hold on tightly to her waist. Let her blow off steam. After all, she is a bit more mature than me, she thought. At their current pace, they had a year and a half until the high school entrance examination. However, Shiqiao Middle School's teaching quality was not commendable. Each year, only a handful of students managed to gain admission to the first high school. Clearly, they needed to intensify their efforts. Casting a glance at Zhou Qiqi, she chuckled. After all, she would be under her command for at least another year and a half. Zhou Qiqi, riding ahead, was in high spirits, laughing merrily, unaware of the trials that awaited her. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Qiqi arrived punctually at Jiang Nai's doorstep. Although she often complained about the hardships, her actions spoke honestly. Jiang Nai had already prepared food for her, and she simply had to open her mouth to eat. It would be unreasonable to refuse help or dismiss such goodwill. That would be overly self-important. Zhou Qiqi dedicated an additional hour to her studies in the evening, while Jiang Nai also allocated an hour of her own study time to her. If it weren't for their close friendship, who would willingly undertake such an ungrateful task without any financial reward? Despite being only 13, she possessed a level of understanding beyond her years. With her parents working away from home, she had been raised by her grandmother. Similarly, Jiang Nai had been brought up by her father after her parents divorced early on, leading both girls to mature more swiftly than their peers. The two individuals have grown up together, sharing an inseparable bond akin to that of sisters. Jiang Nai. I am here. Hurry and open the door. It's freezing outside. The door isn't closed. You can just come in. The cold is unbearable. And if there weren't any pressing matters, Jiang Nai would prefer to remain ensconced in her room. The city of Huixi lies south of the Qinling Mountains, devoid of central heating during winter, relying solely on one's own resilience. The chill in Huixi is unlike that of other southern regions. It not only rains in winter but also gusts with biting winds. Is this nature's way of challenging their very existence? The life-saving air conditioner that Jiang Nai desperately needs has yet to be installed in her home. In 2008, air conditioning was not yet a ubiquitous appliance in every household. Although air conditioners were beginning to gain popularity, they were not easily affordable. A low-end model costs no less than 2,000 yuan, which is barely equivalent to her father Jiang Aigua's monthly salary, with one family member working and another in school. The electric blanket serves as a makeshift solution during the night. Moreover, it is a genuine struggle to afford such luxuries, even when incomes rise and prices fall. It wasn't until nearly 20 years later that Jiang Nainai's family could finally purchase an air conditioner. Jiang Aigua has always endeavored to fulfill Jiang Nainai's wishes. Yet an air conditioner is not deemed a necessity. While he would undoubtedly buy one if Jiang Nainai expressed the desire, she cannot bring herself to ask. The money earned is hard-won, derived from grueling labor on the factory assembly line, day in and day out. Such earnings are the fruit of sweat and toil, making it difficult to part with. For now, the electric blanket remains her only solace, although there are whispers that it may be detrimental to one's health. However, if she were to abandon it in this frigid winter, her health would surely decline without delay. Braving the cold to run about is truly exhausting, but fortunately, Shochichi lives nearby, just a 5-minute walk away at the corner. Once Shochichi entered, she quickly slipped her hands beneath Jiang Nainai's covers. The wind outside felt as if it carried knives, slicing painfully against their skin. After a brief respite, the two warmed their hands in hot water. And only then did they feel restored. They nestled the hot water bottle against their midriffs to maintain warmth before commencing their studies. Jiang Nainai had devised a plan regarding Shochichi's academic progress, as both of them struggled with the fundamentals. With Jiang Nainai needing to revisit previous lessons, she decided to allocate the 3 hours they had together into 3 segments, reinforcing new knowledge, previewing upcoming material, and reviewing the first-year curriculum. Jiang Nainai felt this was a sound approach and, after discussing it with Shochichi, received her agreement. By the time Shochichi departed, it was already 9 o'clock. Unlike her usual routine of immersing herself in the system space for study, Jiang Nainai chose to wait for Jiang Aigua's return. She first engaged in her daily exercise and, upon hearing a noise outside, rushed to the door, only to discover that it was merely the sound of the wind howling. Jiang Nainai chided herself for her childish demeanor. Despite her age, she found it difficult to maintain composure. Jiang Nai took a moment to compose herself and resolved to devise her forthcoming plans. Chapter 11. Busyness. Although she had just concluded her midterm examinations, her schedule had become even more hectic. The 24 hours in a day seemed woefully inadequate. She was not only required to study, but also to cultivate her personal interests. Fortunately, she had returned to middle school. Had it been high school, the situation would have been truly daunting. Presently, she could still manage her time, albeit with some difficulty. Alongside her foundational middle school curriculum, she had added painting, gouging, dance, and mathematics competitions to her repertoire. Oh dear, as Jiang Nai contemplated these additions, a wave of anxiety washed over her. In a moment of enthusiasm, she had made her choices, and now she must persevere on the path she had selected. After all, neglecting her studies could lead to a deduction of points, which was simply intolerable. What belonged to her, Jiang Nai, was of no use to anyone else. She could allocate some of her foundational subject studies to daytime, as there were teachers available to assist her with queries. No need to squander such resources. However, for pursuits like painting and gouging, those could not be learned during the day. If she were to pursue them genuinely, it would require financial investment, and that was out of the question. With 8 hours available in the evening, she planned to dedicate 3 hours to academic subjects, leaving the remaining 5 to her newly acquired 4 interests, a fair distribution, one might say. Just as Jiang Nai completed her planning, her bedroom door swung open. Nai, why are you still awake at this hour? Dad, you're back. Why did you return so late? It's already 10 o'clock. As she spoke, Jiang Nai picked up her report card to show Jiang Aigua. This is my report card from the midterm exams. I ranked first this time. Upon hearing that Jiang Nai had secured the top position, Jiang Aigua eagerly snatched the report card to verify. Indeed, he found her name at the pinnacle. With a total score of 655, not only the highest in her class, but also in her entire grade. Trembling with disbelief, Jiang Aigua could scarcely accept this reality. Ever since his divorce from Jiang Nai's mother, he had lived with a constant sense of anxiety, unable to bear the thought of Jiang Nai living with her. Her mother had left for another man when Jiang Nai was merely 6 years old, and during the divorce, she showed little interest in keeping Jiang Nai. Jiang Aigua, however, could not part with his daughter. He had watched her grow from a tiny bundle into a remarkable young woman, and his affection for her was undeniable. At the time of their divorce, the court granted him custody of Jiang Nai. Her mother was mandated to pay a yearly child support sum. Yet he had never received a penny. He never mentioned this to anyone. He could manage on his own. Over the years, he had played both parental roles, nurturing Jiang Nai to her current stage. In terms of daily living, she was easy to care for, never demanding. However, in her studies, he was perplexed by her declining performance. While her grades had been satisfactory in elementary school, they had begun to falter in middle school. Each time Jiang Aigua observed her slipping grades, he felt a mixture of frustration and urgency, yet he felt powerless to intervene. He had spoken to her on several occasions about the importance of education, cautioning her that without a degree, she might end up in the same lowly position he occupied, laboring tirelessly for scant financial reward, merely scraping by. However, it proved to be of little use. He was reluctant to utter harsh words and feared that they had entered a rebellious phase, dreading that a misstep in words could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Jiang Aigua was exceedingly frugal. He neither smoked nor drank, saving every penny he could. His hope was that if Jiang Nai's scores did not qualify her for a prestigious school after the high school entrance examination, he would be able to buy her way in. Upon seeing the report card, Jiang Aigua felt a pang of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, he had never been one for words, so he simply patted Jiang Nai on the shoulder. Seeing her father in this state made Jiang Nai's heart heavy as well. She threw herself into his embrace and declared, "I will study diligently from now on, and in the future, I shall ensure that you live a good life." "Very well. You should wash up and go to bed. Next time, if I am not home, make sure to sleep early," Jiang Aigua replied, gently ruffling her hair before stepping out. As Jiang Nai watched her father leave, she understood that neither of them were particularly articulate. Their care for one another was forever concealed within their hearts, expressed solely through actions. Yet, words held significance at times. As emotional beings, it was clear that since Jiang Aigua found it difficult to voice his feelings, Jiang Nai would have to compel herself to gradually change. At this moment, words were mere empty talk. Excelling in her studies was the most she could do, and thus she resolved to double her efforts. She had some ideas about earning money, but it was still premature. Jiang Nai now felt an acute sense of time slipping away, with much to accomplish, yet she could only proceed step by step. Lying in bed, she activated the system and saw that she had completed the task of achieving first place in her class. However, there was a small notification indicating, "Host has exceeded the requirements of Task 2, triggering a special reward from the system. This task grants 1 spin of the lucky roulette. Please claim your reward promptly." Upon seeing this reward, Jiang Nai felt as though her spirit had soared. It was truly marvelous, affirming that her efforts had not been in vain. Today was indeed her lucky day. Jiang Nai could now allocate 6 attribute points. While it seemed like a substantial amount, there were numerous areas that required enhancement. She decided to allocate 2 points to intelligence, recognizing its fundamental importance, and 2 points to physical fitness, essential for her dance training. Although daily exercise could improve her physicality, the results were painfully slow. She assigned 1 point each to mental strength and luck, as she was about to spin the wheel and needed to make the most of her last-minute efforts. As she increased her luck, Jiang Nai eagerly opened the lucky roulette, anxious that her newly added luck points might expire. The wheel was enormous, and standing beneath it made her feel diminutive. A mere glance at the prizes made her pulse race: gene modification serums, longevity elixirs, and even spaceships. She yearned for everything, but was uncertain of what she truly needed. However, as her hand spun the wheel, a sense of premonition flickered within her. Indeed, the wheel landed on the memory enhancement serum, reminiscent of the photographic memory product she had first seen in the system's marketplace. Though the name differed, the effect was essentially the same. Memory enhancement potion. Upon consumption, it instantly elevates the user's memory capacity by 50%. Not for sale, exclusively available through system lotteries. Jiang Nai did not hesitate to use it immediately. Compared to longevity elixirs and spacecraft, the memory enhancement potion was precisely what she needed at this stage. After consuming it, she opened her panel. Host, Jiang Nai. Age, 13. Overall intelligence, 123. Memory enhancement potion bonus, 10 points. Physical fitness, 55. Appearance, 52. Mental strength, 58. Luck, 45. Seeing the intelligence attribute increase by 10 points. As she had anticipated, Jiang Nai understood that the system attributes adjusted in accordance with the host's data at all times. She felt quite satisfied with her current intelligence. She could now be considered somewhat clever. The task panel also received an update. Long-term task 1. Exercise for 1 hour daily, cumulative. A sound body is the foundation of success. Reward, 3 points per day. Failure to complete on that day incurs a deduction of 6 points. Long-term task 2. Complete all subjects from the 1st to 3rd year of junior high. Progress for each semester is considered a portion, with points awarded based on semester completion. Each completed stage of study will be assessed through examinations for points. Reward, single subject scores are calculated out of 100. with full marks earning 10 points, scores above 80 yielding 8 points, scores between 60 to 80 awarding 5 points, and scores below 60 receiving no reward. Long-term task 3. Pass the beginner's examination in painting. Reward: 50 points, 1 attribute point. Long-term task 4. Pass the beginner's examination in guzheng, Chinese zither. Reward: 50 points, 1 attribute point. Long-term task 5. Pass the beginner's examination in dance. Reward: 50 points, 1 attribute point. Task 6. Achieve first place in the final examination for the entire grade. Reward: 100 points, for attribute points. Task 7. Participate in any mathematics competition and earn first prize for 88 points, 2 attribute points. Second prize for 66 points, 1 attribute point. Third prize for 50 points. Chapter 12. The marvelous painting class. Jiang Nai gazed at this lengthy list of tasks, feeling it was as long as her life itself. With no easy challenges, merely long-term struggles. Goodness, was this not just an expenditure without any income? Fortunately, having exceeded the requirements of Task 2, Jiang Nai's current points had reached 276, which would determine her future. Upon a closer examination of Task 6, Jiang Nai could not help but exclaim, "This system certainly had its merits. It truly knows how to seize opportunities." Although the rewards were somewhat generous, it was manageable. Having already secured first place once, could she possibly falter after studying for another 2 months? Assessing her existing assets, Jiang Nai promptly commenced her artistic courses, postponing her academic studies for the time being, as she feared she would lack the focus to engage fully. She has always harbored a profound interest in painting and the guzheng. Let us begin with her passion for painting. In her previous life, she studied journalism and eventually became a junior assistant at a publishing company. Just a few years after graduating, she found herself juggling various tasks within the company. Among her co-workers, she did not envy the supervisors or the bosses, but rather the illustrators who worked there. Occasionally, she would collaborate with them on projects, enjoying the benefits of flexible hours and attractive remuneration. A single assignment could yield an income equivalent to an entire month's salary at her current job. In her free time, she would watch them travel and post updates on social media, while she felt burdened by the weight of her monotonous work. Eventually, Jiang Nai began to entertain thoughts of changing her career. During her university days, she had dabbled in painting and decided to allocate some of her savings for art classes. She was reluctant to let anyone know, fearing ridicule, and thus chose to learn in secret. However, it wasn't too long before she found herself back at square one. Standing outside the classroom, she took a deep breath and stepped inside. After selecting her course, the familiar figure of the metallic robot instructor appeared before her, instantly alleviating her anxiety about the new lessons. The robot teacher commenced with a discussion on painting theories, articulating the origins of various concepts and the creators behind them in a clear and engaging manner. Then, he posed a question. "Are you ready for practical instruction?" Jiang Nai instinctively rose to her feet and responded, echoing the readiness ingrained in her from military training. The robot, undeterred by her background, transported her to another realm upon hearing her affirmation. Before her, she witnessed Leonardo da Vinci at work, his artistic philosophies and aesthetic principles resonating in her ears. Jiang Nai dared not lose focus. She attentively observed and listened, wishing fervently that she possessed more eyes and ears to capture every detail. Within that brief hour, she encountered numerous esteemed figures, absorbing a wealth of ideas. Upon returning to the classroom, she had a multitude of thoughts swirling in her mind, yet struggled to articulate them. Sensing her confusion, the robot teacher reassured her, "There is no need to rush. Take the time to reflect on your gains from today." Class dismissed. After this experience, Jiang Nai felt increasingly enchanted by the system's wonders, bridging the past with the future through remarkable methods that captivated her imagination. She could not help but wonder about the genius behind such an extraordinary creation. Following her painting lesson, Jiang Nai was filled with enthusiasm for the upcoming guzheng dance class. Feeling her passion for learning fully ignited, lamenting only the brevity of life, she spent half an hour organizing her thoughts on the painting class before transitioning to the guzheng session, which was relatively unremarkable, focusing primarily on basic music theory. As the dance class commenced, Jiang Nai's anticipation grew once again. The instructor inquired if she had decided on a dance style to pursue, a question she had indeed contemplated seriously for quite some time. With unwavering certainty, Jiang Nai replied to her teacher, "I wish to learn classical dance." The dance instructor, upon hearing this, said nothing and began teaching the fundamentals, clearly a person of few words yet great resolve. After the class, he reminded Jiang Nai, Mastering the basics requires diligent practice. An hour each day is undoubtedly insufficient, and she must also practice independently. Jiang Nai nodded in acknowledgement. Fully aware that this was inadequate, given her late start, she knew that without rigorous practice, the upcoming intermediate assessment would be daunting. She intended to devote an additional hour daily to practice within the virtual space. This brings us to the remarkable nature of the system. Although it operates on a mental level, Jiang Nai's practice within the virtual realm would translate into her physical reality. Moreover, the system generously provides a free practice space, which is nothing short of extraordinary. The professional equipment required for her training is readily available, a source of immense joy for a girl from the impoverished slums. While dancing can be managed in her living room, pursuing art or playing the guzheng would be far more challenging. Establishing a proper setup in the real world would require substantial financial resources. Had she the means, she would have arranged it in her previous life, rather than waiting until now. One must commend the system for its thoughtful consideration. In an exuberant mood, Jiang Nai noticed that only one mathematics competition remained and began to revel in her triumph, casually leaning back in her chair, crossing her legs, and slowly reaching for the switch key, embodying the essence of a self-satisfied individual. However, she was soon brought back to reality. An hour of mathematics felt like an eternity, draining her spirit and leaving her slumped in her chair. Jiang Nai felt like crying, overwhelmed by the challenge. What had possessed her to choose a mathematics competition? She lamented her youthful naivety. The competition and the subject of mathematics were worlds apart. While reviewing middle school math, she had thought it manageable. But now she understood the harsh realities of life. Determined to bolster her intellect, Jiang Nai refused to believe that the system could not assist her in conquering the mathematics competition. Who did she think she was looking down upon? After wiping her face, she lifted her chin defiantly. She swiftly switched to review materials for 7th grade, not out of fear, but because she had other tasks planned for the day. The following day, she rose earlier than usual, eagerly waiting for Zhou Qiqi. It seemed they had both agreed to meet early, arriving at the classroom before anyone else. Just as Jiang Nai prepared to take out her books for some early reading, she overheard a few people conversing outside. Among them was Lu Ji. She caught a glimpse of her own name in their discussion and paid close attention. The voices grew clearer. Lu Ji was speaking with some friends about Jiang Nai's academic performance, questioning how her grades had skyrocketed from over 30 in the class to first in the grade, speculating about what tricks she might have employed. Zhou Qiqi, hearing this, immediately felt her temper flare, but Jiang Nai quickly intervened. This was not a moment for silent endurance. Engaging in a spirited debate was far more entertaining. Jiang Nai, accompanied by Zhou Qiqi, strode directly to the classroom entrance. Upon spotting Lu Ji entering, she immediately exclaimed, "Oh, what is it that cannot be said face to face? Why resort to this behind-the-back nonsense? Aren't you afraid of loose lips? You felt that my last rebuke was insufficient, didn't you? It seems your arrogance has flared up again, compelling you to seek confrontation with me. If you find me so distasteful, why not excel in your studies instead? If you lack the capability, refrain from barking here." Jiang Nai's barrage of words left Lu Ji utterly flabbergasted. Typically, Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi would time their arrivals perfectly, allowing Lu Ji to speak ill of Jiang Nai from behind. Yet, upon entering, he was met with Jiang Nai standing at the threshold, nearly frightening him to death. Lu Ji, lacking in courage, could only mutter a few words behind her back. He had no ground to counter Jiang Nai's fierce retort and lowered his gaze as he stepped inside. The others dared not speak, pretending to be invisible, fearful of attracting Jiang Nai's ire. The only one in the classroom seemingly delighted was Zhou Qiqi, who found amusement in Lu Ji's disheveled demeanor. Jiang Nai, however, felt a sense of indifference. Lu Ji's lack of backbone bored her. Each time she unleashed her scorn upon him, he never dared to retort, which rendered the entire affair rather dull. It was perplexing that Lu Ji kept a watchful eye on her, as if harboring some unspoken grudge. Jiang Nai was aware that many classmates likely considered her sudden rise to the top rank suspicious. After all, a struggling student, no matter how diligently they studied for a month, would hardly ascend to the pinnacle of the grade. It was indeed somewhat exaggerated. The only individuals who truly believed in her abilities were Zhou Qiqi and the teachers, for the office had become Jiang Nai's second home that month. As she inundated each teacher with questions, who bore witness to her remarkable progress, particularly the homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, believed that Jiang Nai had previously lacked motivations. He recognized her intelligence and now reveled in showcasing his discovery of a prodigy, parading with a thermos in the office, brimming with pride. Jiang Nai held no grudge against those classmates who doubted her, as long as they did not behave like Lu Ji, thoughtlessly parading before her. She regarded their skepticism with indifference. Ultimately, the truth would reveal itself, the worthy would emerge, and the upcoming examinations would determine who claimed the top spot. Jiang Nai was not overly concerned about such matters. Her thoughts were consumed by how to tackle the upcoming competition. Although the tasks lacked time constraints, the rewards were substantial, and she was eager to secure them. She had privately explored various mathematical competitions, particularly intrigued by the Middle School Mathematics League, which allowed for individual registration. Previously, Jiang Nai had assumed that participation required school organization. The timing of the competition was particularly to her liking, with registration closing in early March, the preliminary rounds in mid to late March, and the finals in late April. This schedule afforded her ample time for preparation, and with her sights set on competing, she was determined to aim for the first prize, as it promised the most enticing rewards. Moreover, during the preparation period, there exists a winter break, during which she plans to study for 5 to 8 hours a day. Jiang Nai cannot believe that she might fail, if all else fails. She would rather hang herself in despair, for it would be too shameful to live on. How could a person in their 20s, seemingly endowed with advantages, be outdone by a mere middle school student? It is truly embarrassing to admit. On Saturday morning, Jiang Nai relished the rare luxury of not having to rise early. However, she had plans to go out, having previously arranged to spend time with Shou Qiqi. They were supposed to go out the week prior, but due to preparations for the second-year assessment, they had to postpone until this weekend to celebrate the good grades she had achieved. Shopping, regardless of the time, invariably brings joy, even though the market of 2008 lacks the splendor of future times. Yet, youth is invincible. Chapter 13. The examination strategy. Jiang Nai had informed Jiang Aiguo early on that she would be going out with Shou Qiqi for shopping over the weekend. Jiang Aiguo was generous, handing her 100 yuan as a reward for her recent examination performance. Otherwise, she would have received no more than 40. The sight of that 100 yuan filled Jiang Nai with excitement, as her savings finally surpassed 3 digits, a milestone hard-earned. Shou Qiqi had meticulously planned their itinerary for the day, requiring Jiang Nai merely to follow her lead. They would stroll through the shops in the morning, enjoy a casual lunch, watch a movie in the afternoon, and the highlight, visit the night market in the evening, which Jiang Nai eagerly anticipated. Although Jiang Nai resided in the countryside, it was near the urban outskirts, with a road leading directly to the city center, offering her a modicum of comfort. A half-hour bike ride would suffice to reach the night market. Despite setting out for leisure, Jiang Nai had assigned herself a special task to survey the market. She intended to embark on a small business venture during the winter break to earn some money, as she desperately needed funds to pave her way. More importantly, she hoped to assist Jiang Aiguo in finding a new job, for the factory assembly line was exceedingly grueling and detrimental to one's health. Hand in hand, Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi strolled along the night market, momentarily dazzled by the array of stalls before them, uncertain of what to sample first. Grilled squid, crispy potatoes, stinky tofu from Changsha, grilled gluten, and cold noodles. Though the plethora of delicacies could satisfy Jiang Nai's cravings, her entrepreneurial aspirations were on the verge of collapse. As she held Shou Qiqi's hand, she savored a skewer of lamb, silently weeping within. What should I do? It tastes so good. But why are there so many snacks available now? What will I do? Oh no, my grand plan to earn money seems destined to fade before it even begins. The two indulged in the offerings of the night market, sampling a variety of delights. Unaware of Jiang Nai's inner turmoil, Shou Qiqi was simply elated to be free from studying and to enjoy a plethora of delicious treats. However, after a round of exploration, Jiang Nai's spirits began to wane. The joy derived from the culinary delights felt diminished, as there was no shortage of aspiring entrepreneurs at any time. Just as they were about to reach the intersection after nearly finishing their circuit, Shou Qiqi suddenly remarked, "Everything is quite delicious, but it seems we have too few beverages. Why are there only drinks available?" In an instant, Jiang Nai seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Indeed, beverages. How could she forget to secure the beloved milk tea that every girl adores? During their earlier stroll, she had not spotted a single vendor selling milk tea. Without hesitation, Jiang Nai leapt into Shou Qiqi's embrace, overflowing with excitement. "How are you so clever? You're truly my lucky star. I adore you." Shou Qiqi, taken aback by Jiang Nai's exuberance, accepted the affectionate hug, understanding the bond of their long-standing friendship. Without questioning Jiang Nai's sudden enthusiasm, she patiently awaited an explanation. knowing that after years of camaraderie, certainty could not be forced from her friend. Jiang Nai, noticing Zhou Qiqi's nonchalant demeanor, felt a sense of relief wash over her, sparing her from the need to concoct an excuse. After indulging in a satisfying meal, the two friends leisurely cycled back home. Upon arrival, Jiang Nai hurriedly prepared herself to delve into the system, as if the previous tranquility had been a mere illusion. She was eager to discover whether the tutorial included instructions on making milk tea. Despite the plethora of instructional videos flooding the internet, Jiang Nai had always been a consumer rather than a creator. If left to her own devices, she would likely find herself at a standstill. Fortunately, Providence was on her side. She thought to herself, if there were tutorials for making pancakes, then surely a milk tea tutorial was not too far-fetched. A quick search yielded a plethora of options, from Taiwanese milk tea to Thai milk tea and Hong Kong-style milk tea. The abundance of choices posed a dilemma, which would be the most suitable for her night market venture. After meticulously comparing the descriptions, she ultimately settled on Thai milk tea. The novelty of this variety intrigued her. It was something she had only heard of in the advanced age of technology, and it had yet to make an appearance in her hometown. Jiang Nai believed that to make a striking entrance in business, one must introduce something fresh and enticing, as small-town folk would surely be drawn to the allure of novelty. Moreover, the packaging of Thai milk tea was distinct, as it came in bags rather than cups, which also significantly reduced costs, an undeniable advantage for profit. With a keen eye on profitability, she was driven by the prospect of financial gain. However, while novelty could attract customers, sustained success would ultimately depend on the flavor. Jiang Nai, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to embark on her learning journey. This was not merely an academic pursuit. It was an opportunity to embrace her charming little earnings, as no one could resist the allure of financial temptation. Determined, Jiang Nai resolved to dedicate an hour each day to mastering the art of milk tea preparation, for she aspired to dominate the night market. Yet, her journey must commence with brewing the tea itself. After familiarizing herself with the general process of milk tea creation, Jiang Nai conducted a rough inventory of the supplies needed for her stall. The first consideration was transportation. Although the market was not far from her home, a 30-minute bike ride with a heavy load was impractical. Clearly, her trusty bicycle would not suffice. After much contemplation, Jiang Nai realized that the ideal mode of transportation for both delivery and setting up a stall had been right under her nose all along, a long-neglected tricycle. Before acquiring an electric scooter, she had relied on this trusty companion for her daily commute to school. With the transportation conundrum resolved, the only remaining hurdle was procuring the necessary raw materials. Jiang Nai envisioned her Thai-style milk tea to be positioned as a mid-range offering. She had no intention of resorting to instant powdered creamer for a quick fix, and typically, any foreign imported ingredients came at a steep price. If she were to sell at a low price, suspicions would inevitably arise regarding the authenticity of her product. Since pricing could not afford to dip, quality must certainly keep pace. She aimed to cultivate a loyal customer base rather than engage in mere one-time transactions. Ingredients such as evaporated milk, condensed milk, tea leaves, and sugar were far from inexpensive. Additionally, essential equipment like thermal containers, measuring tools, strainers, and boiling pots were necessary. Thankfully, these ingredients were available in bags. Had they been in cups, she would have needed a sealing machine, which was beyond her financial reach at this nascent stage of her entrepreneurial journey. Every penny counted, and resources were scarce. Currently, Jiang Nai intended to offer just two varieties, Thai-style black tea and Thai-style milk green tea. The overlapping ingredients would help minimize inventory costs, allowing her to consider expanding her offerings once she had sufficient capital. After a cursory estimation, she concluded that gathering all the essential items would require at least 300 yuan, an already meticulously minimized budget. Regrettably, she had overlooked the cost of toppings, which typically included tapioca pearls. Though not exorbitant, this addition still weighed on her budget. Gazing at her budget sheet, she sighed deeply, pondering her next steps. At present, Jiang Nai found herself with less than 100 yuan, the majority stemming from the 100 yuan her father, Jiang Igua, had given her that day, with the remainder being her frugally saved living expenses. After all, she had ceased purchasing romance novels, allowing her to save a considerable sum. It would be misleading to claim that Jiang Nai was entirely devoid of funds. Her system boasted over 200 points, each convertible to 1,000 yuan. By that exchange rate, she could indeed be considered a minor heiress. However, the crux of the matter lay in the lack of a legitimate means to access this currency. Otherwise, why Why would she bother to earn money when she could simply complete her system tasks in peace? Moreover, the conversion was unidirectional. Points could be exchanged for cash, but cash could not be converted back into points. In the current context, the points held greater significance for Jiang Nai. As for bridging the remaining 200 yuan gap, she would need to adopt a dual approach of increasing income and curtailing expenses. Fortunately, Jiang Nai's living allowance was relatively generous. Her father typically provided 40 yuan weekly. During school, she would eat in the cafeteria, occasionally splurging on breakfast or a small meal off campus, alongside minor expenses for snacks and stationery. Thus, Jiang Nai resolved to save her remaining pocket money, estimating she could set aside around 20 yuan each week. With approximately 2 months remaining until the end of the semester, she could potentially save up to 160 yuan. While there might still be a shortfall, Jiang Nai felt powerless to change her circumstances. After all, one cannot simply forego meals. Her friend Shou Qiqi was equally prone to financial imprudence, spending whatever she had without a second thought, making it unlikely for Jiang Nai to borrow any money from her. Jiang Nai contemplated the unfortunate possibility of scavenging bottles for money, and the mere thought filled her with despair. It seemed there could be no one more destitute than a reborn girl like her. The more she pondered, the more it became evident that this was indeed not a viable option. At approximately 3 cents per plastic bottle, she would need to collect 333 bottles to earn 40 yuan. It was a staggering realization. In her county, the garbage bins would become as familiar to her as sisters, given the extensive search required. Moreover, the time it would take to gather such a quantity made the endeavor seem impractical, compelling her to reluctantly abandon this plan of becoming one with the refuse. In truth, the financial gap of 40 to 50 yuan did not seem insurmountable. A hint of indecision lingered in Jiang Nai's mind. If she truly needed to raise funds, she had 2 potential avenues. One was to borrow money from her father, and the other involved confiding in Shou Qiqi about her entrepreneurial aspirations, inviting her to join the frugal venture. However, Jiang Nai had intended to meticulously plan every detail before enlisting Shou Qiqi's assistance, aiming to present a facade of ease and success. The following day, Jiang Nai appeared burdened with thoughts as she made her way to school. She wrapped her arms around Shou Qiqi, resting her face against her waist, resembling a drooping dogtail grass. Shou Qiqi, puzzled by her friend's sudden change in demeanor. After all, Jiang Nai had been cheerful just yesterday, tentatively inquired, "Did you argue with your uncle? Or was your novel confiscated?" Currently, Jiang Nai was in a state of melancholy. Her financial plan stalled at the very first step. She merely whispered, "No," and fell silent. For others, confiding in friends or parents might be a trivial matter, yet Jiang Nai's nature prevented her from burdening others, even those she was closest to. She wished for them to perceive her lightheartedness and success. Her intention had always been to resolve all issues regarding the stall before inviting Shou Qiqi to assist, with promises of sharing the profits. Recognizing Jiang Nai's troubled state, Shou Qiqi understood that something was amiss. Jiang Nai was a closed book. When carefree, she would bounce around joyfully, but when faced with difficulties, she would retreat into a corner, exuding an aura that beckoned inquiries about her troubles. Shou Qiqi had her own methods for dealing with Jiang Nai's stubbornness, relying on persistence as her strategy. As class was approaching, Shou Qiqi resolved to give Jiang Nai the chance to unburden herself. Otherwise, she would have to take matters into her own hands on the way home. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Nai remained tight-lipped, and during their return journey, Shou Qiqi could no longer contain her curiosity and had to pry open the metaphorical gourd. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, other day students immediately packed their belongings and departed. Jiang Nai, lost in her thoughts, lingered behind, unable to muster any enthusiasm. Shou Qiqi, unable to bear it any longer, swiftly completed her own tasks and urged Jiang Nai to leave promptly. As Shou Qiqi strolled along the path home, her classmates had already dispersed. She turned to Jiang Nai and began to inquire, "Nai, I urge you to be forthcoming. What secrets are you keeping from me? If you do not speak now, the opportunity may slip away. I sensed something amiss during our last outing." Jiang lowered her head, remaining silent. Zhou, perceiving her reluctance, swiftly altered her approach. "Nai, I know you well. Whatever you're concealing must pertain to me, and it must surely be something positive. If it were something negative, you would have disclosed it long ago. Your current demeanor suggests you are facing challenges, and I am here to assist you. I cannot reap the benefits while leaving you to shoulder all the burdens. Do you doubt my trustworthiness?" The last words carried a hint of sorrow. Indeed, a skilled negotiator knows how to elicit a confession. Jiang Nai quickly relented, reassuring her friend, "I'll tell you. Just don't be upset. I want to set up a stall at the night market during the winter break to sell milk tea, but I'm short on funds. Upon hearing her friend's entrepreneurial aspirations, Xueba felt compelled to support her. After all, who does not dream of their friend striking it rich and pampering them? She boldly inquired, "How much do you need?" Seeing Zhou's eagerness to support her without fully grasping the situation eased Jiang's last bit of hesitation. She began to elaborate on her stall plans in detail. After some deliberation, they agreed to aim high, with their living expenses being similar. Each could save a maximum of 160 over 2 months, thus pledging to pool together 400, surpassing Jiang's initial budget of 300 by a third. This meant they could purchase more materials than originally intended, even at better prices. Xueba was decisive and proactive. Upon learning that Jiang had begun studying how to make milk tea, she resolved to take on the tasks of procurement and decorating the tricycle for their stall. Jiang had always trusted Zhou's craftsmanship, recognizing her innate talent. In her previous life, Zhou had pursued a career in this field, becoming a modestly followed craft blogger, leading a more carefree life than Jiang, who felt trapped in the corporate grind. Nevertheless, they could not neglect their studies. Zhou continued to visit Jiang's house from 6 to 8 in the evening to study, after which they would discuss their stall plans. Once the materials arrived, Jiang began preparing the milk tea at home. Planning to offer only 2 varieties, the preparation methods were similar, one using black tea and the other green tea. After a few days of practice, Jiang quickly mastered the techniques. However, Zhou was unaware that when the materials arrived, she promptly handed them to Jiang to begin her practice. Consequently, during her initial attempts in her own kitchen, Jiang intentionally made some errors, and after several trials, she finally achieved a satisfactory standard. Throughout this process, Zhou continuously remarked, "Nai, I never would have guessed that you possess a knack for culinary skills." Jiang could only respond, "It's not talent, it's simply a matter of practice." Xueba also mentioned her humility, to which Jiang Nai thought, "Alas, to tell the truth, no one believes it anymore. If anyone else were to make hundreds or thousands of cups, they would achieve the same level. It seems I must establish a culinary persona, truly. Life is all about performance." Jiang Nai gazed at the fruits of her labor, feeling quite pleased. Everything was in place, all that was needed was a favorable wind. Xueba was also in high spirits. After such a long time, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Then she casually remarked, "Does Uncle Jiang know you plan to set up a stall?" Xueba assured her that it was merely a passing comment. She thought she had already mentioned it to Jiang Nai on the day they had their heart-to-heart, only to turn around and find Jiang Nai frozen beside her. "No way. You really haven't told Uncle?" Recently, things had been so hectic that it completely slipped Jiang Nai's mind. It was indeed unexpected. Jiang Igua had been coming home late from work, and Xueba had long returned home. So they hadn't crossed paths in over a month, and naturally hadn't discovered their stall plans. Jiang Nai considered that this issue should be relatively easy to resolve. So she first sent Xueba home, noting that it was getting late and Jiang Igua would be returning soon. Jiang Nai planned to make another cup of Thai-style milk tea for Jiang Igua to try, letting her skills speak for themselves, but she couldn't make too much, as the tea leaves would keep him awake at night if consumed excessively. As the timing aligned, Jiang Igua arrived home just as the milk tea was ready. She hurriedly helped him with his things and invited him to sit on the sofa while she fetched the milk tea from the kitchen. "Dad, please try it and let me know how it tastes." Jiang Igua looked at his daughter's behavior with a hint of confusion, yet complied with her request to taste it. Jiang Nai watched intently. As soon as he took a sip, she eagerly awaited his verdict. Noticing her anticipation, Jiang Igua promptly remarked, "Not bad, not sweet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai felt a wave of relief. She was well aware of Jiang Igua's taste and had intentionally omitted sugar. Not sweet was indeed the highest praise he could give for such a beverage. Seizing the moment, she quickly articulated her plan. "This milk tea is homemade. I want to set up a stall with Xueba during the winter break. What do you think, Dad?" Although Jiang Igua had not pursued much education and was generally reticent, he held a deep respect for his children's aspirations. As long as they were prepared to bear the consequences of their decisions, he refrained from exerting undue control. Upon learning that the funds for the stall were saved by Jiang Nai and Xueba themselves, he advised her, "You must be ready to face the possibility of failure. Don't be overly frugal with your spending. If necessary, I can help support your stall. Just ensure it doesn't interfere with your studies." After offering this counsel, he allowed Jiang Nai the freedom to pursue her ambitions. Recognizing that Jiang Igua had, as expected, given his approval, Jiang Nai mused that she understood her father quite well. Perhaps this was also the reason she hadn't informed him earlier, knowing he would agree. The following morning, Jiang Nai eagerly shared the delightful news with Zhou Qiqi. As for whether Zhou Qiqi's family should be informed, it seemed of little consequence. Zhou Qiqi's parents were rather carefree, often occupied with work away from home, leaving only an elderly grandmother to tend to matters. Zhou Qiqi herself harbored intentions of surprising her family with her earnings. Thus she chose to keep it a secret for now. Currently, the preparation was still lacking a decorative tricycle. Due to financial constraints, progress was slow, and they had to tackle one task at a time. Jiang Nai had drawn inspiration from a popular street vendor's video in a future timeline, suggesting a reference for their endeavor. Their target demographic for the Thai milk tea was primarily young people, which called for a vibrant and eye-catching setup. Colorful lights were essential, and they planned to adorn the tricycle with floral designs and change its color, alongside crafting a luminous sign. Jiang Nai conveyed these key points to Zhou Qiqi, leaving the rest to her creativity. The only aspect they needed to finalize together was the name for their milk tea stall. This proved to be quite a challenge for both, as they struggled to come up with a name that was both meaningful and memorable. Ultimately, they decided to abandon their search for complexity, settling on the straightforward name, Thai milk tea. As the final exams approached, Zhou Qiqi successfully decorated the tricycle, transforming it into a lovely shade of pink, adorned with a string of colorful lights. The sign was positioned beside the vehicle, and Jiang Nai was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. It embodied the aesthetic she envisioned, perfectly capturing the essence of a future online sensation, a first in their locale. They now awaited the conclusion of the exams to unveil their creation at the night market. However, the immediate priority remained to excel in the upcoming final assessments. Jiang Nai had always been resolute in her studies, never allowing distractions to deter her focus, even amidst the hustle of preparing for the stall. Furthermore, the impending task 6 loomed over her, and she had meticulously planned how to allocate her 4 attribute points. She would not let this opportunity slip away. With the system's guidance, she maintained her concentration. Although Zhou Qiqi appeared somewhat distracted, a reason Jiang Nai had refrained from sharing her plans with her. While Jiang Nai dedicated 3 hours at home to ensure her academic diligence, she also had to attend classes at school, making it impossible to monitor Zhou Qiqi constantly. Nevertheless, during the days leading up to the final exams, Jiang Nai was determined to be strict. Zhou Qiqi had no room for excuses or distractions. Jiang Nai had not seen any improvement in her own rankings, yet Zhou Qiqi had ample potential for growth. Jiang Nai tutored her for 3 hours each day, and it would be unacceptable for Zhou Qiqi to show minimal progress. It would also be a disservice to the teachers in the system and the 10 points spent daily to enhance her learning experience. After all, she had managed to double the effectiveness of a single point, replicating the lessons she had learned. At this point, she lacked the confidence to believe she could teach better than the system's instructors. Zhou Qiqi felt a wave of emotion as the exams drew nearer. With only 2 days remaining, this was the first time she found herself eagerly anticipating the tests. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, math class concluded. It was now January, and the outside temperature was quite low. Typically, winter in the city did not bring snow. In the corridor, there was an absence of students engaged in playful banter. Everyone remained ensconced within their classrooms. The student population was notably high, albeit the ambience was somewhat less than fragrant. Yet, the students, having acclimatized to the environment, seemed oblivious to the scent. Zhou Qiqi observed her peers, most of whom were fast asleep, while a few female classmates huddled together, engrossed in a shared novel. 3 months prior, she would have occupied a seat among them, but now, if she were to approach, Jiang Nai would instantly cast a lethal glare that could reduce her to ashes. Zhou Qiqi initially contemplated resting her head on the desk during the 10-minute break, but seeing Jiang Nai diligently working on her winter break assignments prompted an internal exclamation of frustration. Consequently, she resigned to extracting her own homework, tears silently welling in her heart. Chapter 15. The green tea offensive. Jiang Nai paid little heed to what Zhou Qiqi chose to do during the break, but her attention was drawn to the task at hand. With the next class being Chinese literature, of which she had already reviewed the material the previous night, she sought to utilize the time effectively to complete her winter assignments, ensuring her holiday remained unimpeded. As the bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, entered, a Chinese textbook tucked under one arm and a thermos in hand. Upon entering, he immediately remarked on the unpleasant odor in the classroom, urging the students to open the windows for ventilation. This familiar scenario was akin to a winter theatrical performance, each teacher playing their part in succession. Today, it seemed Gao Ping was the leading actor. Jiang Nai mused silently. However, Today was devoid of the usual retorts. Typically, a student would protest about the cold air from the open windows, to which the teacher would respond that they felt no chill, culminating in the students reluctantly acquiescing. It appeared that today's supporting cast had been rather lazy. At 9 in the evening, Jiang Nai, unusually free from studying, resolved to tackle her first semester examinations from the 7th grade. She had prepared in advance, but recent distractions with market preparations had delayed her, turning this into a valuable practice for the forthcoming final exams. The duration for each subject remained consistent, with the only alteration being the omission of physics, leading to a total of 5.5 hours. Upon completing the final exam, Jiang Nai took a brief respite, only to find that the system had already dispatched her score report. She found the exam content relatively straightforward and felt confident about accruing a considerable number of points. Upon reviewing her results, she noted: Chinese, 95, Mathematics, 100, English, 100, Politics, 88, History, 91, Geography, 92, Biology, 100. Except for Geography, her scores were consistent with her previous performance, justifying the extra time she had devoted to studying. After a quick calculation, she realized she had earned an additional 62 points from this examination. Reflecting on the assessments from 7th and 8th grades, Jiang Nai recognized a slight disadvantage due to the exclusion of chemistry and physics from the evaluations. Missing out on those subjects meant losing several potential points. While she could not guarantee a perfect score of 100, she was confident of achieving above 80. On the day of the final examination, Jiang Nai was diligently completing her winter break assignments in the classroom. The first subject was Chinese, and she was engrossed in her homework, preferring to practice questions rather than study before exams, thus maximizing her efforts by simultaneously finishing her assignments. While she was quietly focused, her classmate Zhou Qiqi was frantically cramming, revising ancient poetry in hopes of encountering familiar material during the exam. The atmosphere was quite conducive to learning, with even the usually boisterous classmates seizing the opportunity to review. As the adage goes, a last-minute effort is better than none at all. However, someone sought to disrupt this harmonious environment. Lin Yu, having just filled her cup with hot water from the nearby water dispenser, noticed Jiang Nai sitting in the aisle and an idea struck her. She pretended to stumble, intentionally tripping herself, aiming to splash the water onto Jiang Nai's legs. Just at that moment, Jiang Nai stood up, causing the water to spill onto the floor instead, with only a few droplets landing on Jiang Nai's shoes. The cup clattered to the ground, drawing the attention of everyone in the class, leaving Jiang Nai bewildered, though she assumed it was an accident and intended to help Lin Yu up. Before she could act, another classmate was quicker, so Jiang Nai decided to sit back down. Yet Lin Yu continued, feigning concern. I'm truly sorry, Jiang Nai. Did the water splash on you? I lost my balance and didn't tea-hold the cup properly. You won't tea-hold it against me, will you? Jiang Nai found this statement to be rather insincere and felt a hint of moral coercion, choosing to ignore her and focus on her work instead. But Lin Yu persisted, exclaiming in exaggerated surprise, Wow, Jiang Nai, you're amazing. You've nearly finished your winter assignments? With the exam coming up, you're so well prepared. She then lowered her head, feigning melancholy, adding, I really envy you. You're so intelligent. Unlike me, no matter how hard I study, I just can't grasp it. If only I could be like you. Jiang Nai was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lin Yu's earlier stumble had been deliberate. She felt as though she had encountered an archetype of insincerity. Initially inclined to respond, she reconsidered the value of her time, thinking it more productive to solve a few more questions. However, Lin Yu's words had genuinely repulsed her. If she didn't stand up for herself now, she might find herself perpetually besieged by such insidious behavior in the future. First and foremost, Jiang Nai considered herself quite clever, yet Lin Yu's foolishness was palpable. If she struggled academically, perhaps she should reflect on her choices rather than scheming against others. Furthermore, the aisle was spacious enough that one should not trip while carrying a cup of hot water. It seemed her intellect had not fully developed. Jiang Nai retorted with a sarcastic edge, leaving Lin Yu, seemingly a novice in the art of manipulation, momentarily speechless, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. This display, seemingly pitiful, revealed her true nature as a deceptive white lotus. Immediately, someone in the class stood up for Lin Yu. A boy interjected, Jiang Nai, don't be too aggressive. Before Lin Yu could finish her words, Jiang Nai abruptly interrupted, get lost. I despise those self-righteous, sanctimonious types. Another student attempted to support Lin Yu, but was met with Jiang Nai's retort, you too, get lost. The room fell silent, everyone subdued. At that moment, the class monitor, Guan Yinyan stepped in to defuse the tension, saying, "The exams are approaching. Lin Yu, you should return and study diligently. Other students, please focus on your books and refrain from speaking." Guan Yinyan had intentionally waited for Jiang Nai to finish before intervening. She sensed something was amiss while Lin Yu was speaking and intended to offer a few words of caution, but Jiang Nai's immediate rebuttal caught her off guard. So she opted to observe the unfolding drama. The two boys who attempted to chime in baffled Guan Yinyan. They appeared thoughtless, oblivious to the situation. She typically did not hold them accountable, allowing them to embarrass themselves in hopes of learning a lesson for future encounters. Jiang Nai paid no mind to their reactions. Their opinions were inconsequential to her. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiqi was quite exhilarated, tugging at Jiang Nai's arm and whispering, "You're incredible. You silenced them. Especially when you told them to get lost." Their faces turned green. It was so satisfying. "I was prepared to help you. But it seems you didn't need it at all. Where did you learn to be so sharp-tongued?" Jiang Nai chuckled internally at Zhou Qiqi's words. Where else could she have learned such wit, but from Zhou Qiqi herself? The 26-year-old Zhou Qiqi was renowned for her eloquence, well known throughout the company. In fact, it had become customary for colleagues to bring her along whenever a dispute arose. Influenced by Zhou Qiqi, Jiang Nai's own tongue had become more agile. Previously, Jiang Nai had been a pushover, often at a loss for words during arguments, her tears flowing uncontrollably after just a few exchanges. She would replay the encounters in her mind, pondering how to respond next time, only to freeze again in similar situations, which was truly infuriating. Recognizing Jiang Nai's disposition, Zhou Qiqi promptly initiated a crash course on verbal sparring, and after much practice, Jiang Nai finally became more adept with her words. As Jiang Nai reflected on this, she put on a proud facade and teased Zhou Qiqi, "Want to learn? Beg me, and I shall teach you." Zhou Qiqi complied without hesitation, and eventually, they agreed that Jiang Nai would impart her argumentation secrets, nurturing Zhou Qiqi's sharp tongue since the age of 13, her skills destined to deepen throughout her life. The 3-day examination period swiftly concluded. Jiang Nai was unaware of how other schools operated. However, Shiqiao Middle School did not grant a break immediately after exams. Students were required to attend classes for another 2 days, the duration depending entirely on the teacher's pace of instruction. Once the final exams were over, students' minds strayed from academics. They were preoccupied with thoughts of how to spend their winter vacation, while a handful remained engaged in completing holiday assignments. Jiang Nai attentively engaged in class as usual, demonstrating a maturity beyond her years, which granted her a commendable level of self-discipline. Whenever her mind began to wander, she would remind herself that if she did not concentrate in class, she would have to make up for it later that night, instantly refocusing her thoughts, a method that had proven effective time and again. Although she felt confident about the upcoming examination and was certain she could tackle the majority of the questions, she had cultivated the habit of diligent listening and did not wish to disrupt it. Furthermore, Jiang Nai regarded this practice as a sign of respect towards her teacher, striving to absorb as much as she could. The teachers at Shiqiao Middle School were brisk in grading, and after the test was explained, the results were promptly released. The homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, entered with a stack of report cards, immediately instructing the class monitor, Guan Yinyan, to distribute them. Jiang Nai had already anticipated her performance. Unsurprisingly, when she received her report card, she found her name at the top, confirming her expectations. Her scores were as follows: Chinese, 115, Mathematics, 120, English, 115, Politics, 73, History, 75, Geography, 47, Physics, 76, Biology, 48, with a total score of 669 and a class ranking of 1, as well as a school ranking of 1. Each subject reflected significant improvement compared to previous examinations, validating her hard work during this period. She was curious about how far ahead she was from the second place. As the report only displayed the scores of her classmates, she would have to inquire with her homeroom teacher regarding the overall school results. During the midterm exams, she had learned that the second place was Huang Wenkai from Class 2, who was merely 1 point behind her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai felt fortunate, especially as the rewards for exceeding expectations were quite enticing. Once all students had received their report cards, Gao Ping raised his hand to signal for silence. He announced that once again, Jiang Nai had secured the first position, achieving remarkable progress despite the increased difficulty of the exams. He also praised Zhou Qiqi for her commendable performance, noting her continuous improvement, as she ranked 10th in the class. The The students were encouraged to draw inspiration from their achievements. Seated nearby, Zhou Qiqi was in disbelief at being praised by the homeroom teacher for the first time, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at him. Chapter 16. The first day of the stall. Jiang Nai was equally delighted. The commendation allowed her to witness the transformation her efforts had wrought, fulfilling her lifelong wish that those she loved could lead their own extraordinary lives. Yao Ping continued with his motivational speech, urging the students to strive diligently, emphasizing that the winter break presented an excellent opportunity for catching up. He cautioned against a mere desire for leisure, warning that neglecting their winter assignments would lead to hardships in the future. He promised to check on their homework upon their return to school and instructed them to complete it diligently. With that, he announced they could pack their belongings and head home, wishing everyone a happy new year in advance. Cheers of congratulations erupted in the classroom as students gathered their winter assignments to take home. Jiang Nai had little to carry. She had hurriedly completed her winter homework that day, and the books she intended to read were available in the system. Ultimately, she returned home with an empty backpack. Beside her, Zhou Qiqi yearned to emulate Jiang Nai's nonchalance, yet found herself unable to do so. As soon as the final exams concluded, she immediately began tackling her winter vacation homework. However, after just 2 days, she managed to complete only a single Chinese language workbook, which she deemed quite an accomplishment, if one refrained from comparing herself to Jiang Nai. Nevertheless, Zhou Qiqi consoled herself with the thought that Jiang Nai had begun her homework the moment it was assigned. Thus, she felt somewhat reassured and her spirits lifted considerably. Jiang Nai observed Zhou Qiqi, who sat dazed with a large backpack, occasionally breaking into silly smiles, resembling someone under a spell. She promptly called out to her, urging her to regain her focus. Zhou Qiqi, you're on holiday. Don't get too lost in your thoughts. Finish packing and hurry home. There are still matters to attend to. Upon hearing the mention of home, Zhou Qiqi snapped back to reality, and the two quickly exchanged New Year's greetings with their classmates before heading home. Today was Friday, and Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi had long agreed to set up a stall to sell milk tea. With the afternoon waning, they had to return to prepare a multitude of items. Initially, Jiang Igua had advised them to take a day to rest before venturing out. Yet both were filled with enthusiasm. Had it not been for their heavy academic load, they would have eagerly set out sooner. This marked their inaugural day of selling, and Jiang Igua had intended to discuss switching shifts with a colleague on Friday evening to accompany them. However, Jiang Nai promptly declined, believing it unnecessary. She and Zhou Qiqi had already made arrangements. Jiang Nai would prepare the milk tea, while Zhou Qiqi would handle the finances, effectively managing the endeavor. Moreover, with the bustling night market, they felt confident there would be no hazards, rendering it superfluous for their father to adjust his schedule. Though shifting schedules was an option, few were willing to work the evening shift, and taking leave would affect full attendance, something their father was reluctant to sacrifice. Jiang Nai was confident in their ability to manage on their own. Seeing her steadfastness, Jiang Igua relented but reminded her that if things did not go well, he would accompany them the following day, to which Jiang Nai readily agreed. After finishing their lunch, Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi promptly began their preparations. Jiang Nai took charge of cooking the milk tea ingredients and placing them in a thermos, which they had tested beforehand and found to maintain temperature effectively for an entire day. Zhou Qiqi was responsible for organizing the packaging materials for convenience and ensuring all equipment was operational. Although Jiang Nai had instructed Zhou Qiqi on how to prepare the milk tea, the results were never as delectable as Jiang Nai's, leaving Jiang Nai as the sole custodian of this task. By 5 o'clock, they had organized everything, but as winter days are notably brief, they needed to hurry to the night market while there was still a hint of daylight. Around 5:30, the two arrived at the night market on a tricycle, initially believing they had arrived quite early. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that numerous vendors had already commenced their operations. This night market, devoid of an official name, had organically developed from a gathering of vendors. Locals simply referred to it as the night market, which was essentially a long street lined with stalls on either side. As Jiang Nai and her companion gazed down the street, they found no available spaces. This night market operated without management regulations. The early arrivals claimed their spots, and there were neither stall fees nor municipal enforcements to drive vendors away. Prior to their venture, Jiang Nai had taken the initiative to understand the policies of the market and noted that in other areas, enforcers had begun to disperse street vendors. However, the implementation of certain regulations in this market often lagged behind, and given the current absence of any disturbances, it was likely that the situation would remain stable throughout the winter break. Night had already fallen, Yet the street was illuminated by the glow of streetlights and the lamps of the vendors, casting a warm red hue that danced upon the faces of busy patrons. Most vendors had begun frying their delicacies. Unfortunately, Jiang Nai and her friends suffered the consequences of their inexperience. They had assumed they had arrived early. But on the soil of Xueba, industrious individuals were never in short supply. Initially, they had deliberated over the prime spots at the beginning and center of the street. But now they were left to search for any available space towards the back. Navigating their tricycle through the bustling street, Zhou Qiqi, perhaps emboldened by her naivety, was particularly excited, her eyes darting from side to side, captivated by the vendors. This was her first time entering the night market as a seller, having previously attended only as a consumer. Jiang Nai pedaled ahead, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness as she sensed the gaze of passers-by upon her, flushing with embarrassment. Despite her vigorous pedaling, the tricycle was slow, burdened by their goods. The scene resembled a parent taking a child out for an adventure. Her inner thoughts a cacophony of frustration. Just as Jiang Nai's embarrassment became unbearable, she finally spotted an empty spot and quickly maneuvered the tricycle into it. Upon settling in, she realized she was surrounded by boutique shops, leaving her puzzled. Had she inadvertently encroached upon the territory of upscale vendors? Or had the night market begun to categorize its offerings? Ideally, she would have preferred to be adjacent to food stalls, as the night market's vendors were renowned for their heavy use of oil and salt, with condiments liberally sprinkled, an open secret concerning freshness. With her milk tea stall nearby, it seemed a perfect synergistic arrangement. However, they were already there, and the position could not be changed. Jiang Nai called out to Zhou Qiqi, warning her that if she did not start working soon, they would end up spending money instead. Fortunately, they had only a few items to arrange. Having prepared materials at home, and all that remained was to set up their ingredients and hang their sign. Within mere minutes, they were ready, yet they stood there, somewhat bewildered, lacking any sales experience and unsure of their next steps. The scene before them was far removed from their imagined bustling crowd. There were hardly any customers, just the owners of neighboring stalls. They exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak, yet uncertain of when to make their call. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the neighboring vendor, Mr. Zhang, offered some advice. It's still early, just past 6 o'clock. Being at the back of the street, it will take some time for customers to reach you. Why not take a moment to relax? Upon hearing this, the two promptly expressed their gratitude. Jiang Nai retrieved a bag of Thai-style green tea from the tricycle S-rack, still warm from the thermos. Having prepared only 2 bags, one for each flavor, intended primarily as samples to demonstrate to customers what the actual product entailed. Boss Zhang, not one to stand on ceremony, settled onto a small stool with the 3 of them, engaging in conversation, predominantly listening to Boss Zhang share his insights on street vending. Brother, could you kindly taste this milk tea for us? We children can hardly discern any difference, one of them remarked. Observing their efforts, Boss Zhang acknowledged. It's evident you two possess quite the skill. However, your location could be better chosen, for otherwise, your sales would surely thrive. He took a sip, savoring it thoughtfully, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. This is our first time here, and we lack experience, arriving a bit late, they explained. For those of you selling food, it's advisable to set up your stall closer to the street, ideally arriving by 5 in the afternoon to secure a spot. We shall certainly come earlier next time. Thank you for your guidance, brother, they replied. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Zhou Qiqi caught sight of incoming customers and swiftly tidied up the small stool, preparing to greet them. Chapter 17. The inauguration of awkwardness. Step right up. Behold our Thai milk tea, the first of its kind in the market. Just 8 yuan a cup, or 2 for 15. Authentic ingredients, visible to the eye. Don't miss out as you pass by. Zhou Qiqi called out with unabashed enthusiasm, entirely devoid of self-consciousness. Indeed, a couple was drawn in by Zhou Qiqi's spirited pitch, intrigued by the notion of 2 children venturing into business. Yet, upon approaching the stall and scrutinizing the pricing, the girl felt a twinge of disappointment at the 8 yuan charge, as she had encountered other milk teas priced at a maximum of 5 yuan. Jiang Nai quickly discerned her discontent, aware that 5 yuan was already considered expensive, with cheaper options available at 2 yuan a cup. However, those options were vastly different, as they were merely instant powders, whereas theirs utilized actual tea leaves and milk. Noticing the girl's inclination to depart, Jiang Nai hastily interjected, "Our milk tea is entirely distinct from the local offerings. We employ a Thai method, utilizing real tea leaves and milk in our preparation. which is fundamentally different from the instant powder concoctions available on the market. As she spoke, she lifted a sample for the girl to see. Observe our packaging. The color of our milk tea is unlike any other, clear and pristine. Moreover, we prepare it fresh, allowing you to see the ingredients, so you can drink with peace of mind. In her earnest attempt to secure this sale, Jiang Nai exerted considerable effort. Finally noticing the girl wavering, the boy, sensing his girlfriend's interest, promptly declared, "You have 2 flavors, right? We'd like one of each, please." Upon hearing that business had finally arrived, Jiang Nai promptly began her preparations. This Thai milk tea, while not novel in the era of information overload, still possesses its charm. She first poured the brewed tea into a cup, then proceeded to the visually captivating process of pulling the tea, a step intended to eliminate any astringency. After this, she added condensed milk and regular milk, all the while explaining to the couple what she was incorporating. Would you prefer your milk tea with sugar? We have a regular sugar option and one without sugar. Milk itself carries a hint of sweetness. Regular sugar will suffice. Would you like to add any toppings? We currently offer tapioca pearls, and if you wish to have some, we will gladly provide you with 2 servings on the house. Sure. Thank you, boss. Would you like it iced? Thai milk tea tastes even better with ice. You may order one iced and one without ice. Let us go with your suggestion. As Jiang Nai inquired, her hands never ceased their work, and soon she had prepared 2 cups of milk tea, presenting them with a cheerful remark, "Delicious. Be sure to come again." In truth, the choices available were displayed on a sign nearby, but as it was their first customer, she aimed to provide an exceptional service experience. Shochichi quickly returned the change to the young man after he paid, and the 2 completed their inaugural transaction without a hitch, a notable achievement. They hadn't yet had the chance to share their feelings when a throng of onlookers surged forward, likely those who had been observing from the sidelines, eager to sample the couple's offerings. Noticing this, Jiang Nai swiftly got to work, while Shochichi hurried to maintain order. Otherwise, with voices clamoring from both sides, Jiang Nai would struggle to keep up with the demands of her 2 hands. Now, the toppings incurred a small fee, though it was quite reasonable, 1 yuan per serving, with a promotion of buy 2, get 1 free. Operating on a modest scale made it impractical to offer everything for free. By the time Jiang Nai finished with this wave of customers, it was already 9 o'clock, the peak hour of the night market. Nevertheless, they began to pack up, as they had only prepared 200 yuan worth of supplies, sufficient for about 80 cups of milk tea. Fortunately, Jiang Nai's vehicle was conveniently parked at the end of the street, making their departure quite easy. Once they had gathered their belongings, Jiang Nai called for Zhou Qiqi to hop into the vehicle and they hurried home. It was now January, the cold wind biting. Yet their spirits burned brightly as they realized they had sold every last cup of milk tea. An astonishing feat, Zhou Qiqi hummed a tune, their laughter echoing through the streets. Upon arriving home, Jiang Nai discovered her father had not yet returned. Seeing that it was already 9:30, but not wanting to go home just yet, Zhou Qiqi's thoughts were apparent to Jiang Nai. After setting down the tricycle, she retrieved the bag containing their earnings and invited Zhou Qiqi inside to count the money together. She too was eager to discover how much they had made. Emptying the contents of the bag onto the dining table created a delightful clinking sound, filling the entire space. They divided the tasks. Jiang Nai counted the coins while Zhou Qiqi tallied the larger bills. Eventually, they arrived at a figure that left them both in disbelief, 667. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they exchanged glances. Indeed, it's 667, Jiang Nai. This is incredible. We made a substantial profit. Zhou Qiqi let out a joyful cheer as she lifted Jiang Nai into the air, spinning her around. Jiang Nai mirrored her excitement. For their total expenses had barely exceeded 400. In just one day, they had recouped all their investment. How could one not feel exhilarated? This venture was nothing short of a lucrative enterprise, truly remarkable. After a moment of calming their elation, Jiang Nai suggested that Zhou Qiqi return home, planning to reconvene the following morning to discuss subsequent matters. As she escorted Zhou Qiqi to the door, Jiang Nai reminded her, "Come to my house at 9 tomorrow morning. And don't forget to bring your winter break homework." Zhou Qiqi turned back in disbelief, her eyes brimming with shock and reproach. "Are you a devil? Am I really on winter break?" Boo-hoo. With that, she feigned sorrow and dashed away. Seeing Zhou Qiqi safely home, Jiang Nai decided against waiting for her father, whose work hours were notoriously unpredictable. She envisioned surprising him with a substantial sum of money. Jiang Nai mused internally, "Are you certain it's not a scare? My 14-year-old daughter earning 6,000 a month, the pressure is suddenly on me." Jiang Nai first completed her daily exercise routine, which had evolved beyond merely accumulating points. It now embodied her aspiration to grow taller. She truly yearned to reach a height of 165 centimeters. Next time, she promised herself to buy a skipping rope, a well-known method for height enhancement. Once everything was concluded, the clock struck 10:30 at night. Jiang Nai gazed at the lengthy list of study tasks on her planner, tears streaming down her cheeks like wide noodles. Her evenings during this winter break would often be late returns, as afternoons were dedicated to stocking supplies and evenings to setting up her stall. Thus, her study time was relegated to the early hours of the morning. Thankfully, there was a system in place. Otherwise, the relentless competition with other academic achievers would be unbearable. Determined, Jiang Nai resolved to study until 8:30 the following morning. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be her routine for the next 6 weeks. Chapter 18. Improvement. It seemed she had forgotten something important. Jiang Nai slapped her forehead and suddenly recalled the reward for completing her final exam tasks for attribute points. She quickly accessed the system and found the 4 available points waiting patiently for allocation, akin to a seductive dancer enticing her with a graceful sway. Come. How could she resist? Jiang Nai eagerly opened the allocation interface, contemplating her options. After careful consideration, she decided to prioritize intellect. Host, Jiang Nai. Age, 13. Comprehensive intelligence, 123. Physical fitness, 57. Appearance, 53. Mental strength, 58. Luck, 45. After all, a mathematics competition awaited her, and the pressure was palpable. Thus, she allocated 2 points to intelligence, 1 to mental strength, and 1 to luck, as the latter represented her earnest hope for a smooth winter break. Once the allocation of attribute points was confirmed, the system page automatically refreshed to display. Host, Jiang Nai. Age, 13. Comprehensive intelligence, 125. Physical fitness, 57. Appearance, 53. Mental strength, 59. Luck, 46. Gazing at these freshly minted attributes, Jiang Nai revealed a contented smile. The sensation of having her progress quantified and presented before her eyes was truly delightful, allowing her to distinctly perceive the fruits of her labor. Following the allocation of attribute points, the next significant task at hand was the academic assessment for the first semester of junior high. Over the course of approximately 2 months leading up to the final exams, it was time to seize this opportunity to secure the points. With a sense of urgency, she clicked to commence the examination. 5.5 hours swiftly passed, and as Jiang Nai exited the examination room, she pondered the efficiency of such advanced technology. Surely, the results could be generated instantaneously. What, then, was the purpose of the waiting period? Was it merely to instill a sense of tension in the students? Jiang Nai found the reasoning perplexing. While awaiting her exam results, Jiang Nai took the opportunity to draft a new schedule. Rising at 8:30, she planned to study alongside Zhou Qiqi for 2 hours, followed by 2 hours of systematic learning from her textbooks from noon to 2. She was determined to pass the first semester assessment during the winter break. At 2, she would begin preparation, departing for her market stall at 4:30. And by 11 at night, after tidying up, she would commence another round of study. Her evening would be divided into segments, dancing from 11 to 1, painting from 1 to 3, playing the guzheng from 3 to 5, and engaging in mathematics competitions from 5 to 8. Satisfied with her newly crafted timetable, Jiang Nai nodded approvingly. The meticulous organization of her time felt exhilarating, fulfilling her minor obsessive-compulsive tendencies. However, she bore the weight of 3 tasks related to her artistic pursuits: dance, guzheng, and painting. While she aspired to pass the preliminary assessments during the winter break, she was acutely aware that such aspirations might be unrealistic given the limited time available, even though these were disciplines in which she had some innate talent. The preliminary assessments were yet to reveal the true potential of her abilities. Success in these areas would hinge upon sheer effort. While Jiang Nai was hesitant to assert her proficiency in dance and guzheng, she was eager to strive for excellence in painting. If necessary, she could always adjust her schedule later. After all, painting was her true passion, while dance and guzheng merely represented the fulfillment of youthful dreams. Jiang Nai intended to assess her progress following the preliminary evaluations to determine whether to pursue deeper study. Painting was non-negotiable. She was resolute in her commitment to learn it exhaustively. After finalizing her plans, Jiang Nai accessed her academic report: Chinese, 96, Mathematics, 100, English, 100, Politics, 87, History, 92, Geography, 95, Biology, 100. The scores were consistent with her previous report from the first semester of junior high, with mathematics, English and biology remaining her strongest subjects. After a brief calculation, she noted an addition of 62 points to her account. Upon opening the system's points mall, Jiang Nai was disheartened to discover she had a mere 138 points remaining. With such a dwindling balance, she lamented silently, realizing that, at this rate, her points barely sufficed for her daily study expenses. The items available in the mall were far beyond her reach. Such fanciful hopes. It was better to focus on her studies and earn points for the upcoming winter break, as she felt a pang of sympathy akin to that of a mortgage holder. The following morning, Jiang Nai was jolted awake by her alarm at 8:30. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang from her bed to wash up. There was no such thing as lingering in bed. She had hardly slept at all. Jiang Nai had successfully evolved into a new breed of human, proudly embracing her sleeplessness. Although reliant on advanced technology, she was the host of the system, thus claiming it as her own, for one must navigate the world with a thick skin. At 9 o'clock, Zhou Qiqi appeared promptly at the door, a hefty stack of winter vacation homework in hand. Observing the situation, Jiang Nai could not help but inquire, "Have you brought all your assignments to my house?" Zhou Qiqi nodded matter-of-factly, "Of course. I can only complete my homework while at your place. How could I possibly do it at home? It's far more efficient to bring it all at once to avoid inconvenience." With no other recourse, Jiang Nai acquiesced to Zhou Qiqi's typical style. She waved her hand, allowing Zhou Qiqi to deposit her books in Jiang Nai's room, which, despite lacking a dedicated study, was still advanced with a proper desk set. Before diving into study, Jiang Nai deemed it necessary to reflect on their market stall from the previous day. Acknowledging that there were indeed many areas for improvement, she gestured for Zhou Qiqi to sit at the dining table and retrieve paper and pen, intending to brainstorm ways to enhance their milk tea stall. As she spoke, she jotted down notes. "I believe we should purchase some paper cups with sleeves. The bagged ones can be quite cold when handed to customers in winter. We also need a loudspeaker. The night market is too noisy, and shouting will only wear out our voices. Furthermore, we should restock, as we sold out completely yesterday." Upon concluding her thoughts, Jiang Nai shot Zhou Qiqi a knowing glance, which instantly conveyed the pressure of a teacher's inquiry. Fortunately, Zhou Qiqi was well prepared and quickly responded, "I think we could offer free samples. Several customers were drawn in yesterday, but they likely hesitated to purchase, thinking we were too young to produce trustworthy products." Jiang Nai's eyes sparkled at Zhou Qiqi's suggestion of free samples. How had she not thought of this common marketing tactic for modern milk tea shops? Well, pure brilliant. With such quality ingredients in our milk tea, once people taste it, they'll surely be convinced. "Zhou Qiqi, you are simply outstanding." Zhou Qiqi beamed with pride at the compliment, replying, "Of course. Who do you think I am?" After finishing her statement, she added, "Let us stock up on more goods this time. We can use the money saved from purchasing paper cups and horns to acquire more supplies, which will allow us to sell for a few more days at a lower price." Jiang Nai naturally concurred, as this had been her plan all along. Items such as milk powder, condensed milk, and tea leaves are easily preserved. If it weren't for financial constraints, she would have preferred to accumulate enough for the winter break. While she contemplated this, she nonetheless complimented Zhou Qiqi, saying, "Wow, you're quite the frugal little expert." Chapter 19. Will you brew the milk tea? At 4:20 in the afternoon, they had finished preparing their goods ahead of schedule and were eager to head to the night market, determined to secure a prime location. Indeed, arriving early proved advantageous, for several spots remained open, unlike the previous day when vendors' carts crowded the streets. Jiang Nai, seated on the tricycle, quickly tugged at Zhou Qiqi's sleeve, urging her to move forward. Ultimately, they chose a position towards the front and center, selected based on their experiences frequenting the night market. This market primarily featured various snacks, where patrons typically indulged in food before seeking refreshments midway through their meals. Their chosen spot catered to such customers, although some might arrive with a thirst for beverages. Upon surveying the area, Jiang Nai noted that there were indeed stalls selling drinks, and many barbecue vendors offered them as well, given the high profit margins on such items. She was primarily concerned about potential competition. Fortunately, there was none. Jiang Nai recalled that the 2-yuan pearl milk tea was predominantly sold by street vendors, frequently seen outside her school, where she often purchased it in the past. She felt unperturbed, confident in her 2 milk tea variants, believing that products from her system were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Once Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi had set up their goods, the time was nearly 5:20, and a few scattered customers had begun to trickle in. Jiang Nai instructed Zhou Qiqi to quickly retrieve the horn, as they had already recorded the advertisement at home. This advertisement had occupied Jiang Nai's thoughts for an entire night, leading her to recall a catchy phrase that had captivated her before her rebirth. Will you brew the milk tea? Brew, brew, brew. Will you enjoy the benefits? Brew, brew, brew. Without further ado, here comes a wave of benefits. 1 cup for 8 yuan, or 2 cups for 15 yuan. Jiang Nai was well aware that this adaptation had slightly hindered the original catchphrase, but given the circumstances, there was little she could do. To complement the overall aesthetic of their tricycle, Zhou Qiqi had even used leftover paint from their tricycle renovations to embellish the horn, which now gleamed in a vibrant pink, standing out prominently amidst the night market's hustle and bustle. Of course, the true spectacle lay in their advertisement. Before activating the horn, Jiang Nai was busy preparing samples for tasting. She had opted not to prepare them at home to ensure optimal flavor, as milk tea tends to lose its quality after half an hour. How did she know this? Certainly from the reminders printed on various milk tea packaging in her previous life. To speak candidly, Jiang Nai's talent for discerning flavors was not particularly pronounced. However, as she aimed to target the mid to high-end market, it was imperative to ensure the utmost quality, especially since the intention was to attract customers through tastings. This venture was indeed a lucrative enterprise, and one must exercise caution. After preparing the milk tea for sampling, Jiang Nai presented 2 cups of different flavors to Zhou Qiqi. Noticing the growing crowd, she urged Zhou Qiqi to take the samples to the front of their stall and promptly produced a loudspeaker to broadcast their message. As the speaker was activated, the atmosphere of the night market transformed, enveloped in an immersive 3-dimensional sound experience, with catchy advertisements resonating throughout the street. Are you ready for milk tea? Come and get it. Special offers await you. 1 cup for 8 yuan, or 2 for 15. The moment this advertisement echoed, the bustling street seemed to hush, and Jiang Nai distinctly observed all eyes converging upon her milk tea stall. The proprietor of the nearby skewered meat shop appeared momentarily stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape, seemingly rendered speechless by the spectacle. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qiqi hastily began promoting the milk tea samples, causing the street to come alive once more. It seemed to be an innate trait of the people to flock together, as a large wave of individuals surged toward Zhou Qiqi, eager to taste the offerings. Others, preferring to avoid the crowd, cleverly opted to purchase directly from Jiang Nai. Both Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi soon found themselves engrossed in their work. As soon as the tasting concluded, Zhou Qiqi rushed over to manage payments and maintain order. Jiang Nai was so busy that she felt as though sparks might fly from her hands, while she adeptly prepared milk powder and condensed milk. Pulling the tea required more time. She typically needed to stretch the tea at least 8 times to effectively remove its astringency. Jiang Nai sensed that she had already crafted 70 or 80 cups of milk tea, and the stack of packaging bags steadily diminished. Yet, the number of customers remained unyielding, even intensifying as the loudspeaker continued to draw people in, resulting in an ever-growing queue. Curious onlookers, spotting the lengthy line from a distance, gravitated towards it, and soon found themselves joining the queue. It was tea until after 10 o'clock that Jiang Nai noticed the crowd beginning to thin. After bidding farewell to the last wave of customers, both Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi felt utterly exhausted, their hands aching from the relentless pace. Despite their fatigue, many still left without purchasing, as Jiang Nai had brought ample supplies but had not anticipated such a thriving business. The two took a moment to rest on small stools before hastily packing their belongings to head home. Glancing at the time, Jiang Nai realized it was already 10:30. She inwardly lamented the situation. Her father would surely be home by now and would likely be worried upon discovering her absence. Checking her phone, she noted 5 missed calls, a consequence of her earlier preoccupation. She quickly planned to return her father's call to inform him she would be home shortly. In the next moment, Jiang Nai spotted Jiang Igua appearing at the night market, scanning the area in search of her. She hurriedly waved to signal her presence. In the end, Jiang Igua rode home on his tricycle, accompanied by Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Jiang Nai had not yet returned, and his electric bike had run out of power. It was late, and the neighbors had already retired for the night. He had walked to the night market, but fortunately, it was not far from home. Jiang Nai felt a pang of guilt as she listened to him, but the earnings from the milk tea stall that day had instilled confidence in her. Thus, she recounted to Jiang Igua how thriving their business had been, with numerous customers queuing to purchase milk tea, and some even left without making a purchase. Chapter 20. Astonishing earnings after sending Zhou Qiqi home, Jiang Nai shared. We earned 667 on our first day, yet our total costs were just over 400. Today's profits should be triple that of yesterday. Noticing Jiang Igua's lack of reaction, she tentatively asked, Dad, can you come help us tomorrow? There are too many customers, and Zhou Qiqi and I are overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Aigua finally replied, all right. I want to work the late shift tomorrow. I'll come directly to the night market after finishing my afternoon work. With that, the atmosphere in the room grew quiet once more, until Jiang Aigua finally remarked, it's late. You should go to bed. They both sought to end the awkwardness. That night, Jiang Aigua lay awake, restless. If asked whether he felt unhappy or unproud, the answer would be a resounding no. His daughter was exceptionally talented and understanding. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt a sense of loss. His daughter had made remarkable strides in her studies, achieving first place in her grade twice in a row. Any parent would swell with pride over such accomplishments. Yet now, with the winter break upon them and the stall already earning him a month's salary in just 2 days, he felt joy mixed with helplessness. Jiang Aigua pondered whether he had overlooked his daughter's growth, wondering what had caused Jiang Nai to mature so swiftly. He felt inadequate as a father. He rose and approached Jiang Nai's door, raising his hand to knock, but ultimately lowered it, resigning himself to sit silently on the sofa. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Jiang Nai stood behind the door, a sliver of moonlight streaming into the room, casting a faint glow. She grasped the doorknob, hesitating to turn it. She yearned to break the stalemate between them, yet an inexplicable timidity held her back. Despite constantly reminding herself to be brave and to change when the moment arrived, the similar father-daughter dynamic that had confined her for so long loomed large. She wished for both herself and her father to become unafraid to express their innermost thoughts. Jiang Nai's mind was awash with reflections, yet only a few minutes seemed to pass. Finally, her hand gently descended, and with a soft click, the door opened. She found Jiang Aigua seated on the sofa, the living room dimly lit. Without the moonlight, she would never have noticed someone was there. Seeing her father did not surprise Jiang Nai. She had anticipated it. Otherwise, she had planned to confess the next day. She sat down gently beside Jiang Aigua, choosing not to turn on the light, for sometimes, the darkness serves as the best outlet for one's emotions. Father, throughout my life, you have been my sole guardian. As a child, I never comprehended the absence of a mother and often found myself weeping secretly beneath the covers. However, with the passage of time, I have matured and come to take pride in having you as my father. I no longer feel the lack of maternal affection, for your love has sufficed. And I am truly content. Jiang Nai did not immediately urge Jiang Aigua to believe in himself. Instead, she approached him with familial warmth, mindful of his potential resistance. In the darkness, Jiang Aigua remained silent, and Jiang Nai could not discern his expression, yet she was indifferent to his reaction, as she did not require it at that moment. Young girls often mature early. Growth can occur in an instant. I have observed your tireless labor each day, returning home only to find you still at work. I frequently hear others lament the hardships of factory life. It seemed that one day, I had an epiphany. I am my father's only daughter, and I yearn for him to feel pride in me. I strive diligently in my studies, hoping he can boast of my achievements, declaring that his daughter excels and ranks first in her class. During the winter break, I sought to earn money, wishing to alleviate some of the burdens of your 12-hour shifts at the factory. That night, after expressing her thoughts, Jiang Nai reached out to embrace Jiang Aigua. Initially, he was stiff, as if the intimacy they once shared had faded since her infancy. Eventually, he reciprocated her embrace, gently patting her back as he had done when she was little. Had Jiang Nai been able to see, she would have noted a glimmer of moisture in Jiang Aigua's eyes. In that moment, the father and daughter finally opened their hearts to one another. The following morning, Jiang Nai awoke to find herself alone, as usual, but upon reaching the dining table, she was pleasantly surprised to discover her favorite breakfast, fried dough sticks paired with soy milk. Indeed, this was the privilege of a beloved daughter. Given the lack of breakfast establishments nearby, their usual fare consisted of plain porridge accompanied by pickles, with store-bought breakfast rarely an option unless they ventured out by car. A rather inconvenient endeavor. Such treats were reserved for occasions when Jiang Nai excelled in her behavior. Now that the situation at the rear was stable, Jiang Nai felt the tension in her heart begin to ease. The priority was to stabilize the milk tea stall business, thereby liberating Jiang Aigua from the assembly line and allowing her to devote herself wholeheartedly to her studies. Her winter break involved more than merely earning money. She also needed to prepare for a mathematics competition and would have to entrust the business to Jiang Aigua. Though Jiang Nai was initially exhilarated by the prospect of setting up her stall for a day or two, the continuous effort became overwhelming, transforming enjoyment into toil. After 2 consecutive days, she longed to rest at home, her hands sore and unable to lift even a cup of soy milk. After finishing her breakfast, she noticed that Zhou Qiqi had arrived. Despite both girls suffering from fatigue, when Jiang Nai poured out the contents of the bag filled with money, they felt a surge of renewed energy. Jiang Nai had intentionally reserved the money to be counted today, as it is universally acknowledged that few can resist the allure of counting money, particularly their own. Who could possibly decline the charm of delightful little coins? The two continued with the division of labor established yesterday, one counting the large bills while the other tallied the loose change. Upon completing the count, they discovered that yesterday's revenue had reached an impressive 2,100 yuan. Although Jiang Nai had estimated a rough figure the previous day, the tangible cash before her undoubtedly heightened her adrenaline levels far more than mere estimations could. In her past life, Jiang Nai had been an ordinary worker, never imagining that one day she could earn in a single moment what others might make in an entire month. As for Zhou Qiqi, she was still a child at heart. Despite her attempts to appear mature, the sight of such a substantial sum left her momentarily incredulous. Eventually, both Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi took a sip from their cups of water to steady their racing hearts. After a few moments, they began discussing the procurement of supplies, mindful that future sales would need to surpass today's figures. They had returned home the previous days due to a lack of milk tea to sell. But since they had come back quite late yesterday, they did not anticipate a lengthy delay today. Chapter 21. The imitation. Given the substantial amount of goods they needed to procure today, Jiang Nai decided to ride the tricycle, as transporting everything manually would prove cumbersome. Previously, they had carried their supplies to the bus station before taking public transport back. However, with over 2,000 yuan worth of merchandise, it was imperative to utilize the vehicle. Otherwise, they would be uncertain of how many trips they would need to make from the wholesale market to the bus station. Furthermore, both still bore injuries from prior work. Once they returned with the goods, Jiang Nai noticed the tricycle was brimming with supplies. She instructed Zhou Qiqi to remain at her home while she organized the inventory, allowing for a more efficient return later. This decision proved wise. After arranging the materials, they had just enough time left, over 2 hours, for Jiang Nai to encourage Zhou Qiqi to read. However, Jiang Nai's own study schedule had been slightly disrupted, compelling her to hasten the resolution of the myriad tasks at hand. While earning money brought immense joy, her true passion lay in her studies. As the time approached, Jiang Nai promptly took Zhou Qiqi and set off on the tricycle. The previous day's impressive revenue was closely tied to their location, and it would be ideal to set up in the same spot today, ensuring that any returning customers could easily find them. To facilitate this, Jiang Nai departed a few minutes earlier than usual. Upon arriving at the night market, she spotted that their previous location was still vacant. With determination, she pedaled vigorously, successfully maneuvering the tricycle into position. Jiang Nai had become adept at handling the tricycle and seizing the moment before the crowd arrived. She urged Zhou Qiqi to swiftly set up their stall. She then began preparing the milk tea, having brought an additional thermos to keep the hot tea warm, thus alleviating any potential chaos should the number of customers increase. The iced tea could be prepared as a semi-finished product, allowing for ice to be added upon request. The ringing of a phone interrupted Jiang Nai's actions, causing her to pause momentarily. Fortunately, the night market had yet to commence. Otherwise, she would have missed the call like the previous day. She presumed it was her father calling. Removing her gloves, she glanced at the caller ID, confirming her assumption. Yesterday, Jiang Nai had only provided Jiang Aiguo with a vague location, as their stall was not fixed, and she was uncertain whether they could secure the same spot as before. Upon answering the call, Jiang Nai spoke while making her way to the intersection. "Hello, Dad. We're setting up at the same location as yesterday. If you walk in a bit, you will see us." "All right, I see you. Just stay put. I'll be right there," Jiang Aiguo replied, waving to Jiang Nai as he strode towards her. The father and daughter exchanged little pleasantries upon meeting. Noticing that Zhou Qiqi had finished organizing the supplies, Jiang Nai decided to have her stand alongside Jiang Aiguo to observe her as she prepared milk tea. Previously, when they set up their stall, Jiang Nai had already trained Zhou Qiqi. However, after realizing Zhou's skills did not quite match hers, she had relinquished that responsibility. Now, Jiang Nai felt it prudent to have more capable hands, as the stall could not afford to cease operations should she encounter unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, the quality of one's work often reflects the amount of practice invested. Jiang Nai recalled her own initial attempts were less than stellar, requiring considerable practice to reach her current level of proficiency. As for whether Jiang Aiguo could master the craft, Jiang Nai felt confident, having dined at numerous restaurants since childhood. Even indulging in fine dining establishments after starting her career, She could confidently assert that Jiang Aigua's culinary skills were comparable, although perhaps an exaggeration. It was evident that he possessed a natural talent for cooking. Jiang Nai remembered that her father once aspired to open a restaurant and run his own business. But certain circumstances had led him to abandon that dream. Thus, Jiang Nai's primary teaching focus was Jiang Aigua, starting with the simpler tasks to alleviate her own burdens. She did not seek to completely relinquish her duties, but rather hoped for a balance where she could work for 2 hours and rest for 1, a modest desire. Jiang Nai positioned Shou Qiqi and Jiang Aigua at her sides and began her preparations. After crafting 2 cups, she invited Jiang Aigua to take a turn. And true to her expectations, he excelled. A seasoned cook knows immediately whether one possesses skill. Having spent years in the kitchen, Jiang Aigua adeptly maneuvered various utensils, treating the small pot and tea-pulling apparatus with ease. After swiftly preparing a cup, he poured a sample for Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi to taste. Upon sipping the milk tea, Jiang Nai was taken aback by its exquisite flavor. She had always followed the recipe provided by the system, teaching Jiang Aigua the same. Yet, the disparity in results was astonishing. The milk tea he crafted was notably smoother and richer, reigniting Jiang Nai's enthusiasm for the concoction, despite her earlier indifference to the numerous Thai milk teas she had sampled. However, when Jiang Aigua took action, he once again captivated everyone's hearts with his Thai milk tea. After finishing her drink, Jiang Nai gave a thumbs up and said to Jiang Aigua, "Dad, you've truly mastered it. Yours is even tastier than mine." In contrast to Jiang Nai's somewhat dry compliment, Shou Qiqi's praise was vibrant and diffusive. "Uncle, you're incredible. You're like a culinary deity. This is so delicious it brings me to tears. With the same pair of hands, why is mine so unpalatable?" Seeing that both Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi responded positively, Jiang Aigua felt a sense of relief. Jiang Nai could now relax completely, requiring no transitional period, achieving perfection in one fell swoop. Noticing that the time was nearly right and that with Jiang Aigua preparing the milk tea, it was tea at peak hours, Jiang Nai decided to take the samples to the street corner to attract customers. Of course, she aimed to present the highest quality for the tasting. So she instructed Jiang Aigua to prepare 2 cups of milk tea for sampling. Holding a large cup of milk tea along with the tasting cups, she set off. As she walked, she noticed a group of individuals in urban management uniforms engaged in a discussion with several vendors ahead. Jiang Nai's curiosity surged, and the innate desire to eavesdrop within her blossomed. Before she approached, she overheard their heated argument. The government has issued a regulation to reform the night market. Henceforth, these stalls will require rental fees to operate. What? On what grounds? It was free before. Why the sudden charge? What can you do if I refuse to pay? Exactly. Why should we pay? If we all refuse, what can you do to us? After listening for a while, Jiang Nai grasped the gist of the situation. Although she had never understood the night market policies in her previous life, she was aware of the impending trends. This night market was among the most significant in their area, and paying for space was inevitable. Observing the city management personnel seemingly frustrated and leaving, Jiang Nai promptly followed discreetly, then approached one of them. Zhao Jun lowering his gaze, Zhao Jun was surprised to see a child tugging at him. Initially thinking something was amiss, "I'd like to inquire about how the rental for stalls at this night market is calculated. Can one choose their location now?" The city management officers, who had spent considerable effort attempting to persuade the vendors to rent stalls, were taken aback when the opportunity presented itself. Zhao Jun looked down at Jiang Nai and asked, "Are your parents setting up a stall here?" Jiang Nai, not wishing to elaborate further, nodded affirmatively. Zhao Jun responded with a knowing expression. "In 3 days, the government will designate locations for the night market. You can come to the urban management office to select a spot for rent. If there is a particular location your parents desire, remind them to come early. Otherwise, the good spots will be gone." Jiang Nai assured him she would remember. Watching the city officials walk away, she hurried to the corner to distribute samples. This matter was not urgent. Indeed, free offerings attract attention, and Jiang Nai called out cheerfully, "Thai milk tea available for free tasting. Limited quantity, first come, first served." Upon hearing the word free, those nearby seemed to activate like radar, their gazes swiftly converging upon Jiang Nai. In a matter of moments, a throng of individuals surrounded her, and within 3 minutes, the samples were entirely distributed. Noticing that some individuals had yet to receive their tastings, Jiang Nai continued, "Interested customers may proceed to the front to make a purchase. We currently have a promotion for 2 cups. With that, she led a large group toward their stall. After only a few steps, the repetitive jingle of the advertisement echoed, and those trailing Jiang Nai instinctively followed the sound, requiring no guidance from her. Upon reaching the stall, she observed Jiang Aigua meticulously preparing the milk tea. Seeing his calm demeanor, Jiang Nai inwardly lamented her timing. She had intended to witness Jiang Aigua's reaction to their advertisement, but had arrived too late. Had she been more observant, she might have noticed a slight twitch at the corner of Jiang Aigua's mouth, barely perceptible without close scrutiny. As the crowd in front of the stall grew, Jiang Nai hurriedly stepped in to share the workload. By the time they finished with a few customers, it was already 11 o'clock, and the sheer volume of patrons left them with no time even for a restroom break. Fortunately, Jiang Aigua had come today. Otherwise, managing such a bustling business with just the two of them would have been overwhelming, leaving even 3 people utterly exhausted. On their way home, the two remained silent along the dark, quiet path, the only sound being the labored breathing of the tricycle. "Dad, you go first," Jiang Nai urged, breaking the silence. Eventually, it was Jiang Aigua who spoke up. "Nai, I intend to resign and join you at the night market. This way, you can dedicate more time to your studies. The earnings from the night market will also be greater, allowing us to save more." In his youth, Jiang Aigua had been filled with ambition, which was why he had entertained the idea of opening a restaurant. However, the betrayal of Li Hong had wounded him deeply, causing him to lose his drive and settle for a factory job that lasted over a decade. His only desire was to provide for Jiang Nai, but her determination now inspired him to shake off his despondency and plan for her future. Jiang Nai was equally thrilled by Jiang Aigua's decision. "I was just thinking of encouraging you to resign and join me at the stall. By the way, while I was distributing samples, I encountered a few city management officers. They mentioned that the night market will be allocating and renting out stalls, and we can select our positions and pay the rent in 3 days." Jiang Aigua's eyes lit up at this news. He considered the implications. With their milk tea stall thriving, it was inevitable that jealousy and scheming would arise. Currently, their spot was a prime target. The government's intention to regulate the night market would ultimately benefit them, as securing a permanent position would enable them to grow their business significantly. Both father and daughter clearly shared the same vision regarding their stall, eager to arrive early in 3 days to secure their current location. The next 3 days unfolded with little variation. Jiang Aigua had already resigned, and within the factory, familiar faces would likely not make things difficult. Salaries had been dispersed, and there was no longer a need for Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi to prepare stock in the afternoons, as Jiang Aigua had taken full responsibility for that task. Now, the two of them needed to devote more time to learning and then join the evening market stalls. However, on the eve of renting the stall, as Jiang Nai and her companions approached their usual spot on a tricycle, they were taken aback to find it already occupied by another vendor selling Thai milk tea. Just as they did, upon closer inspection, they recognized the vendor as Zhang, the owner of a boutique stall who had patiently guided them on their first day of selling, yet now seemed to be imitating their business. Although Jiang Nai had mentally prepared for this possibility, witnessing it firsthand ignited her indignation, particularly as it was a familiar face. Nevertheless, she managed to restrain herself, but Shou Qiqi was not one to tolerate such behavior. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the situation. This was an egregious affront. Shou Qiqi, who viewed the world in black and white, found it incomprehensible that someone who had previously shared their wisdom could suddenly stand in opposition, transforming into an adversary. However, pure-hearted individuals are a rarity in this world. Most dwell in shades of gray, and the ugliness of human nature had just ripped a hole in Shou Qiqi's innocent worldview. Jiang Nai had no intention of stopping Shou Qiqi. Why should the victim bear the burden while the perpetrator remained unrepentant? She had always been skeptical of the notion that taking a step back could lead to a broader horizon, though she suppressed her own frustration. This was the subconscious reality of adulthood, and Shou Qiqi was a true youth. One should not stifle the pride of youth, for that courage is fleeting. Shou Qiqi charged ahead with fierce determination, while Zhang, perhaps still possessing a shred of shame, allowed her to express her grievances without retort. Once Shou Qiqi had vented her anger, Jiang Nai called her back. Jiang Aigua remained silent, quietly arranging the merchandise. More often than not, he seemed to leave the choice to his children rather than impose his will. Jiang Nai pondered how fleeting shame could not quench the thirst for profit. She needed to devise a strategy to outmaneuver her competitor. The counterfeit market in Huagua was notorious. Even by 2020, no viable solutions had emerged. Jiang Nai, who was not well versed in commercial rivalry, found herself faced with a significant dilemma. For now, they decided to endure the day, ultimately choosing to set up directly opposite Zhang's stall, prepared to compete head-to-head. Chapter 22. Leasing. Zhang's prices were slightly lower than theirs, 5 yuan for 1 cup, 8 for 2. While he could afford to sell at such rates, Jiang Nai harbored a strong aversion to price wars. She ventured out to sell every day, sacrificing her study time and having yet to experience a proper night's sleep, not to merely incur losses in business. 5 yuan may suffice for a sale. Yet such a price undeniably necessitates a strategy of thin margins and high volume. The laborious earnings she acquires through toil begs the question, why would she exert herself to persuade Jiang Igwa to resign and set up a stall when remaining in the factory would be far more advantageous? There, she would be shielded from the elements, free from the worries of inclement weather disrupting her trade. The price war instigated by Boss Zhang has left its mark. Even with enticing promotional offers and engaging advertisements, the business remains inescapably affected. Jiang Nai estimates that today's revenue will likely reach only half of what it was in previous days, even with the loyal patronage of many returning customers. She has discreetly observed Boss Zhang's milk tea preparation techniques and deduces that his skills are superficial at best. His concoction surely cannot rival theirs. He appears to lack proficiency in the art of tea pulling, likely failing to eliminate the bitter notes of the tea leaves. However, relying on the misfortunes of others is clearly an unreliable strategy. Thus, a countermeasure must be devised. Uncommonly, they closed their stall early at 10:30, and on their way home, the group wore expressions of deep contemplation, pondering their next steps. Ultimately, Jiang Nai reflected on the operational strategies of milk tea shops in her former life and proposed a rather promising idea. Why not introduce a new product? Many customers had previously lamented the limited variety. Although she had acquired ample knowledge, she hesitated to launch more than 2 options for fear of overstocking. Upon hearing Jiang Nai's suggestion, Jiang Igwa nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Competition is entirely normal. Everyone seeks profit. We can unveil a new product alongside a coupon system. Customers who purchase a cup here will earn a stamp, and after collecting 6 stamps, they'll receive a complimentary cup of milk tea." Jiang Nai was taken aback by this brilliant idea. Having witnessed the overwhelming marketing strategies of the future, she could hardly believe that Jiang Igwa, a native, possessed such astute business acumen. How could she, a time traveler, compete with this? Everyone, let us not overexert ourselves. It could lead to our downfall. Zhou Qiqi was oblivious to Jiang Nai's internal turmoil, merely clapping enthusiastically and showering praise. "Wow, that is a fantastic idea. You are all so clever. We must proceed with this plan. Boss Zhang will surely be left reeling." Thus, their counter-strategy was swiftly established. The next crucial task was securing the stall rental for the following day, as the office would not open until 9 o'clock. Jiang Nai and Jiang Igwa decided to arrive by 8 to claim their original spot. Early the next morning, the father and daughter stood at the entrance awaiting the office's opening. The biting wind swept through the air, and the door remained firmly shut with no one inside. Yet a number of individuals were already gathered outside. Jiang Nai had not anticipated that others would be equally astute, demonstrating the wisdom of seizing opportunities. By the time they arrived, 5 or 6 individuals were already waiting at the door. The atmosphere was one of unfamiliarity, where the mere nod exchanged among them sufficed as the highest form of etiquette. Time drifted by as Jiang Nai found a secluded corner to sit down, lowering her head and feigning sleep, while in reality, she delved into the system's space for learning, for such precious moments should not be squandered. A cacophony of noise signaled the commencement of office hours, prompting Jiang Nai to rise promptly and await at the door, the staff equally efficient, likely aware of the significant undertaking ahead. Upon entering, Jiang Nai, accompanied by Jiang Igwa, immediately spotted Zhao Jun from the city management, instinctively approaching him. By the time Jiang Nai reached the counter, a lengthy queue had formed behind her. There was no intention for pleasantries. Their interaction was entirely formulaic. Ultimately, Jiang Nai secured the rights to a stall for a year at a rental fee of 150 per month, along with the privilege of priority renewal upon expiration. After settling the payment and signing the contract, Jiang Nai and Jiang Igwa struggled through the throngs of people, intent on visiting the wholesale market to replenish their stock. They had arrived early on their tricycle for this purpose. The night market would remain closed today, necessitating the allocation of space, allowing them to set up again tomorrow. They aimed not only to procure previous inventory, but also to scout for promising new products. As they traversed the bustling streets of the wholesale market, an array of goods dazzled the eye. Anything one desired could be found here. Jiang Nai had learned a multitude of milk tea varieties. Drawing from various business vlogs she had previously watched, their objective was to focus on a novel item without overly diversifying their stock, as such an approach would inflate their inventory costs. Although Jiang Nai's milk tea venture appeared to be thriving, The realm of business was fraught with uncertainties and surprises. A prosperous day today did not guarantee the same for tomorrow. Thus, careful consideration regarding inventory was paramount. Jiang Aigua accompanied her to the wholesale market, but lacked the expertise in milk tea compared to Jiang Nai, merely responsible for transporting the goods without offering insights on new flavors. Jiang Nai ambled along, pausing thoughtfully before a wholesale egg shop, contemplating the myriad uses of eggs, particularly their potential in milk tea as cream. An epiphany struck her. She clapped her hands in delight, realizing that most milk tea enthusiasts also adore desserts. And creamy confections were indeed a delight for dessert lovers. She recalled having learned a recipe for caramel snowtop milk tea from the system, vividly recalling its preparation method. Although it seemed to diverge from traditional Thai milk tea, this was inconsequential. As long as it was delectable, the name mattered little. The recipe entailed caramelizing 25 grams of white sugar until melted, inhaling the fragrant aroma, tossing in black tea leaves to salt, adding half a cup of water until bubbling. Then incorporating 500 grams of milk and boiling with an additional 10 grams of sugar before straining the tea leaves. Finally, the cream was whipped into a piping bag to create the snowtop. The efficacy of the system's memory enhancement potion was indeed remarkable, Jiang Nai mused. The ingredients required for this milk tea, white sugar, black tea, and milk, are all readily available at Jiang Nai's place. The sole challenge lies in procuring cream and piping bags. However, the cream circulating in the market predominantly consists of plant-based options, as they are more economical, whereas animal-based cream is relatively scarce. The wholesale market primarily caters to the mid to low-end segment, and due to the high cost and limited market for animal cream, it is not widely available. Moreover, the price is indeed exorbitant. Jiang Nai recalls purchasing a small 4-inch cake made with animal cream for 200 yuan, yet it was undeniably delicious. This frothy milk tea requires a substantial amount of cream, and should she decide to source animal cream for sale, the price would certainly not be low. Conversely, the use of plant cream compromises the taste and does not align with the positioning of their milk tea stall. The most prudent solution would be to buy eggs and whip the cream herself, although this necessitates the purchase of an electric whisk, an expense that cannot be overlooked. Attempting to whip by hand for 10 cups would be utterly impractical. The earnings from these past few days would easily cover a modest electric whisk, allowing her to purchase it outright without hesitation. Ultimately, Jiang Nai found herself returning home on a tricycle, cradling a large basket of eggs, successfully resolving a significant issue. Upon arriving home, Jiang Nai messaged Zhou Qiqi to come over and experiment with caramel frothy coffee. This milk tea posed no great difficulty. One simply had to ensure the sugar did not caramelize too much. Jiang Nai attempted to make a cup, which turned out quite well, after which she relinquished the kitchen to Jiang Aigua. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Aigua's creation was far more flavorful than hers. Jiang Nai then gestured for Zhou Qiqi to take over. There was no escaping it, as the spacious kitchen left no room for her to hide. Zhou Qiqi had no choice but to muster her courage. Fortunate that Jiang Aigua exited promptly, well aware of the young girl's sensitivity to embarrassment. With Jiang Nai's guidance, Zhou Qiqi faltered at the first step. The only challenging aspect of the process, melting the sugar and adding the black tea. Zhou Qiqi consistently struggled to find the right timing. And even with Jiang Nai standing beside her, instructing her to add it, she remained flustered. One hand held the pot lid while the other wielded the spatula, her movements shaky with anxiety, as if fearing the pot might explode at any moment, ready to flee. Seeing this, Jiang Nai could only facepalm, feeling utterly exasperated. Despite her hands-on guidance, she felt compelled to intervene directly. It baffled her how someone previously renowned as a skilled artisan could falter so dramatically in the kitchen, seemingly devoid of any dexterity, as if she had become a different person entirely. Unable to comprehend the situation, Jiang Nai directly asked Zhou Qiqi, and to her surprise, discovered the source of her fear. Why are you so afraid of this pot? You weren't scared at all when you used that pot to cook milk tea before. As Zhou Qiqi observed Jiang Nai's intention to let her off the hook, she felt a sigh of relief escape her lips. Setting down the spatula, she replied slowly. In my childhood, I was quite the playful spirit. My classmates and I would concoct dishes using sand while playing house, but that simply did not satiate my curiosity. I returned home and decided to stir-fry with a pan. However, when the water didn't evaporate and I added oil, my hands were left covered in blisters, which instilled a fear of frying in me. I could endure making milk tea, though. Upon hearing this recollection, Jiang Nai felt a mix of anger and sympathy. She had been entirely unaware of this backstory, Otherwise, she would not have insisted that Qiqi prepare milk tea. Her intention was to help her acquire a new skill, completely oblivious to the existence of such a childhood trauma. Nevertheless, what could she do? A friend must be cherished. Jiang Nai embraced Qiqi, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. Meanwhile, Qiqi, delighted, beamed with joy and raised her right hand to form a yay gesture. Indeed, the haunting memory of her childhood was genuine, yet Qiqi was not one to be easily frightened. After the oil splattered onto her hand, it had hurt at the moment, but her grandmother had taken her to the amusement park to cheer her up upon returning home, and she had not given it much thought after that. In truth, Jiang Nai had already seen through the glass the expression on Qiqi's face. The notion of childhood trauma seemed far-fetched to her initially, but seeing Qiqi's pleading eyes sparkling with a desire for comfort, she felt compelled to embrace her. After providing solace, Jiang Nai, observing Qiqi's cheerful demeanor, waved her off to read, while she herself intended to further explore the caramel milk tea concoction. It had been quite some time since she last prepared it, and her skills had grown rusty, resulting in a rather mediocre flavor that did not align with the price she intended to set. Jiang Nai planned to adjust the pricing for her milk tea offerings. The prices for the previous Thai-style black tea and green tea would remain unchanged at 8 yuan for a cup and 15 yuan for 2 cups. However, the caramel milk tea could not be priced at 8 yuan. She contemplated setting the price at 10 yuan per cup, offering customers the option to choose whether or not to include pearls, thus effectively pricing it at 9 yuan per cup. As for the stamp collection promotion suggested by Jiang Aigua, she decided to set it aside for the moment. There was no need to reveal all her strategies at once. It would be prudent to observe how long Boss Zhang could sustain his endeavors. At 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Nai was engrossed in her studies with Qiqi, aiming to catch up on the lessons she had missed due to her busy business schedule. Jiang Aigua wheeled out the tricycle and informed Jiang Nai, "The night market is closed, so I'm taking the tricycle to set up a stall at the nearby high school. Dinner will be ready. Just heat it up when you arrive." Jiang Nai paused upon hearing Jiang Aigua's plan to set up at the high school. How could she have forgotten about this consumer demographic? After all, high school students had not yet begun their vacation. She refrained from suggesting whether she should go help him, simply nodding and waving him off. It was clear that he too understood that she could not always assist at the stall. With these thoughts settled, Jiang Nai returned to her studies. After 4 hours of persistently encouraging Qiqi to study, she finally allowed her to leave. Noticing that Qiqi had been increasingly distracted, she did not wish to impose further. Once Qiqi departed, Jiang Nai promptly retreated to her room, lying on her bed to engage in her studies within her own space. Today, at long last, I can embark on an extended study session. The previous nights at the market were so bustling that Jiang Nai's educational ambitions were persistently interrupted. However, the system's task demands participation in a mathematics competition. And as a self-proclaimed novice in mathematics from a previous life, Jiang Nai finds herself quite apprehensive. But wait. It seems this is a path she has chosen for herself. Thus, Jiang Nai can only express her respect for herself with a casual gesture of a 6-finger salute. The following morning, upon rising, Jiang Nai emerged from her abode with renewed vigor, only to discover Jiang Aigua diligently engaged in the kitchen. Peering in, she realized he was preparing supplies for milk tea. Puzzled, she inquired, "Isn't that scheduled for the afternoon? Why the early start today?" Jiang Aigua replied while stirring with a spatula, "Yesterday afternoon, I set up a stall at the high school entrance. Business was quite promising. Although it pales in comparison to the night market, I still managed to earn a few hundred yuan. I plan to set up at the school during lunchtime and return to the night market in the evening." Observing Jiang Aigua slightly hunched back, Jiang Nai understood that he had chosen to leave his factory job to pursue this stall endeavor at the night market, stepping away from a stable environment. Such a transition is surely unsettling, especially since he is the sole breadwinner in their family. The weight of their livelihood rests solely upon his shoulders. He cannot afford to relax. Even a day without setting up at the night market fills him with anxiety. Jiang Nai, in that moment, questioned whether she had made the right choice in leading Jiang Aigua down this path. A father-daughter bond transcends thoughts, and Jiang Aigua, sensing Jiang Nai's silence, likely surmised her concerns. He offered words of comfort, saying, "I truly enjoy my current work. Setting up at the school is also a means to explore new markets. Now, I can choose my working hours, allowing me to spend more time at home caring for you, and that brings me great joy." Chapter 23. Gossip. It is rare for Jiang Nai to hear Jiang Aigua speak at such length, prompting her to step forward and embrace him from behind. Once her emotions settled, Jiang Nai resumed her usual lively demeanor and cheerfully announced, "I'm heading out for a meal." After completing the mandatory 2 hours of study with Shochichi, Jiang Nai promptly returned to her room to delve into her studies. Ever since Jiang Igwa joined their night market venture, he has taken over the household inventory management. Now, Jiang Nai and Shochichi need only depart for the night market together at 4:30. With the extra time, Jiang Nai has chosen to focus on the mathematics competition and her painting. By the time Jiang Igwa returned, it was already 2 o'clock. Noticing Jiang Nai's door firmly closed, he refrained from disturbing her and calculated the day's earnings to be 600 yuan, jotting it down. The price of 8 yuan per cup of milk tea may be somewhat steep for students, resulting in relatively few purchases. Nevertheless, their initial target demographic was young individuals with disposable income, and considering the earnings from just a few hours at the school, it was quite commendable. After recording the figures, Jiang Igwa did not take a break but proceeded to prepare the milk tea ingredients for the evening stall, particularly the cream, as they would require a substantial quantity. It would be a waste of time to prepare everything on site, so it was prudent to make ample preparations at home. Fortunately, the current cold weather makes it relatively easy to preserve these items. The preparations for their supplies have become more complex than before. They now need to brew the milk tea and place it in thermos containers before transporting it. Previously, Jiang Nai's thoughts had been somewhat naive. She had envisioned a transparent operation, allowing customers to witness that the ingredients used were genuine and that most of the production occurred on-site. The rapid establishment of a stall directly opposite Jiang Nai by Boss Zhang is somewhat attributable to this method. The pace of on-site production is challenging to accelerate. And with the increasing number of customers purchasing milk tea, Jiang Nai and her team ultimately resolved to brew the tea at home, adding ingredients and packaging it according to customer preferences at the venue. This decision significantly enhanced their efficiency. For those unwilling to wait, they could simply offer semi-finished products. While discerning customers who desired on-site preparation were also accommodated, it was unrealistic to expect to produce all the milk tea sold in a day. Firstly, the tricycle was quite small, needing to carry both Jiang Nai and Shochichi, and with 3 flavors of milk tea each requiring a thermos. They had already reached the maximum weight limit. Secondly, with Boss Zhang now as a competitor, the quantity of milk tea that could be sold daily was not fixed. If they prepared too much and were unable to sell it, it could not be saved for the next day. The 3 of them could not consume it all, resulting in waste that would only increase their costs. One must not criticize the disposal of unsold products as waste. The surplus could easily be given away. However, Jiang Nai could only respond, "Young man, you are still too inexperienced to grasp the harsh realities of society. If Jiang Nai were to give away the excess milk tea for free, what would be the consequences? Customers who paid 8 yuan for their milk tea might simply wait until Jiang Nai was packing up to claim a free drink. Who would be pleased to witness such behavior? Would customers return for another purchase? They would certainly seek free milk tea as well. After all, money does not come easily. Over time, it would not take long for Jiang Nai to find herself packing up for home, rendering the stall unnecessary, as everyone would be waiting for free handouts. Ding! Jiang Nai was roused from her slumber by the alarm she had set for 4 o'clock. Upon stepping outside, she discovered that Jiang Igwa was still preparing the milk tea ingredients, prompting her to move forward to prepare dinner. In the past, Jiang Nai would have arrived by 3:30 to start dinner preparations. However, starting today, the night market stalls had been firmly established. They had paid a year's rent to secure their small stall, so there was no longer a need to ride the tricycle to claim a spot by 4:30. With time on their side, they could simply arrive by 5 o'clock for the night market. Jiang Nai had specifically mentioned to Shochichi that there was no need to come so early. As for preparing dinner, it merely involved reheating the lunch dishes. If Jiang Nai were to cook a few new dishes from scratch, that would be acceptable, but Jiang Igwa would not permit it. In his eyes, Jiang Nai was still a child, and while brewing milk tea did not require the use of knives and was relatively safe, cooking was deemed far more perilous. This responsibility was one Jiang Nai was not yet ready to undertake. After finishing their meal and tidying up their belongings, Jiang Nai and her companions set off for the night market. After a half-hour ride on a tricycle, they were greeted by a clean and brightly lit street, marked at its entrance by a sign that boldly displayed the words Shirchao Night Market. The previously dilapidated streetlights appeared to have been refurbished. Jiang Nai noticed that the lamp posts had been freshly painted white, and the litter and long-standing grime that once littered the street had vanished. Each vendor's stall was delineated by white lines on the ground, with numbers sprayed on the pavement. Their stall was designated as number 77. A detail Jiang Nai had learned when they paid the rent, yet seeing the number on the ground filled her with a wave of joy. A sense of belonging washed over her. This stall finally belonged to them. Observing the revitalized night market, Jiang Nai couldn't help but marvel at the transformation that money could bring. Previously, when the stalls were free, the environment was far from pleasant. Now that everyone had paid, the government had effectively reinvested those funds back into the area. In that light, the expenditure felt justified. And the government's swift action was commendable. Such a significant project completed in less than 2 days was indeed praiseworthy. Shortly after Jiang Nai and her companions parked their tricycle at stall number 77, they noticed Boss Zhang at the stall opposite them, which was now number 76, the same spot where Jiang Nai had set up her stall 2 days prior. Jiang Nai couldn't help but feel exasperated. How had she failed to see Boss Zhang's true nature at the time? He was like an unwelcome adhesive plaster. Perhaps she ought to be grateful he hadn't set up right next to her to annoy her further. In truth, Zhang Chong, or Boss Zhang, had intended to rent a stall at the office early the previous morning. He suspected that Jiang Nai and her group would opt for stall 77. So he aimed to secure the adjacent position. After all, with the overwhelming popularity of Jiang Nai's milk tea, evidenced by the long queues, Zhang Chong believed that many customers would prefer to buy from him rather than wait. Moreover, he planned to sell at a lower price. However, just before he was about to leave, his wife discovered his intentions and vehemently refused to let him spend money on a stall, insisting that since they had previously operated for free, they should continue to do so. She declared that if anyone dared to charge them, she would cause a scene in the street. Unable to convince her otherwise, Zhang Chong had to concoct another excuse to rent a stall, but by then, the spaces adjacent to Jiang Nai had already been taken. Ultimately, he was forced to settle for the stall directly across from hers. Zhang Chong was one of the few who understood the necessity of adapting to the night market's changes. Although he was reluctant to pay rent, he recognized that he couldn't resist the policy. Those who refused to comply would be ousted. Of course, there were many astute individuals in business, sensitive to such policies, yet there were also plenty of fools. Some familiar stall owners had plans to unite against the rental fees. But Zhang Chong had no desire to associate with such individuals. As the saying goes, speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the streets. The night market was predominantly occupied by stall owners, while white-collar workers were just finishing their shifts, still a while away from joining the scene. The stall owners, having just organized their merchandise, now sat idly on small stools, seemingly devoid of purpose. The ruckus in the street was unmistakably an invitation to revelry. Jiang Nai and his companion, both of an inquisitive nature, were encouraged by Jiang Igwa to join the commotion, for it was impossible to resist when curiosity beckons so strongly. Jiang Igwa himself harbored little interest in the fray, preferring to remain at his stall while the two others ventured towards the crowd. As they approached the street, they were greeted by a throng of people, a testament to the local penchant for drama and spectacle. Indeed, in the land of Huagua, the spirit of voyeurism was alive and well, and the onlookers could hardly contain their excitement. Using their petite stature to their advantage, Jiang Nai and her friends skillfully navigated into the heart of the gathering. Upon entering the mass, they were immediately enveloped by the piercing shrieks of women and the fiery shouts of men. As they focused their gaze, they spotted the city management officers, their expressions a blend of resignation and disillusionment, standing at the street's edge. On the ground, several middle-aged women were seated, passionately lamenting their plight, while a man, presumably one of the women's husbands, provided vocal support. Oh my heavens, open your eyes. These corrupt officials dare to seize the hard-earned money of the common folk. I can no longer endure this. The eldest woman led the charge, her fervent cries echoing as she dramatically gestured towards the freshly cleaned pavement. Her performance was nothing short of theatrical, displaying remarkable stamina as she continued for several minutes. Jiang Nai felt a sense of admiration for her tenacity, recognizing her as a formidable presence. As if on cue, the other middle-aged women joined in, echoing her lament. Alas, what misfortune befalls me? After much effort to set up a stall and conduct a modest trade, I am still met with demands for payment. The meager earnings barely suffice for my sustenance. My life is truly a struggle. With a flourish, she wiped away tears, creating a poignant symmetry in her performance, much to Jiang Nai's approval. Next, it was the turn of the middle-aged men to take center stage, clearly adopting a confrontational role. A robust figure stepped forward, exuding an air of bravado. What are you trying to do here, acting all high and mighty? I could make you vanish in an instant, he proclaimed, rolling up his sleeves as he approached the city officers. Shortly thereafter, a local insider made his entrance. Let me enlighten you. The director Zhang from the county is my esteemed brother-in-law. If you dare to prevent me from operating my stall today, you shall face the consequences. However, this group grossly underestimated the government's unwavering resolve regarding the night market. The city officials, standing aloof, were not eager to engage in conflict with the populace. Knowing from bitter experience that reason often evaporates in the heat of the moment, they were, in fact, awaiting the arrival of police support. Having anticipated potential violent resistance and preemptively called for assistance. As the ruckus continued, within mere minutes, the police arrived, dispersing the onlookers. Jiang Nai, swept along with the crowd, was obliged to retreat, knowing that those causing the disturbance would likely be escorted away for a more serious discussion. As the grand performance concluded, Mrs. Zhang, present at the scene, felt a profound sense of relief. Initially, she had been poised to join the ruckus, yet her husband had resolutely prevented her from doing so, despite her fervent protests. Now, witnessing the arrival of the police, her heart raced with trepidation, fearing she might also be apprehended. Although she often exuded a fearless demeanor, an ingrained fear of law enforcement lingered deep within her. Most ordinary citizens, when faced with turmoil, prefer to resolve matters privately rather than escalate issues to the police. Reflecting the innate tendencies of the petite bourgeoisie, having finished watching the performance, the clock struck 6, and the night market began to buzz with activity. Devoid of any lingering sense of the earlier commotion, everyone returned to their stalls, eager to resume their business. In accordance with routine, Jiang Nai instructed Zhou Qiqi to promote tastings, despite having cancelled such events a few days prior. Typically, these tastings are limited to the opening days of a venture, not sustained indefinitely. The clientele frequenting the night market remained largely the same, and the 3 days of tastings had already reached most of the potential consumer base. However, the second condition for tastings was the introduction of new products. Although Jiang Nai held great confidence in the caramel snow-top milk tea being launched, her personal preferences could not encapsulate the broader market tastes. Thus, the product needed to be tested in the marketplace. It was crucial to recognize that some consumers are hesitant to embrace novelty, and this tasting event aimed to entice that particular demographic. With the loudspeaker activated and samples ready, the usual protocol was set in motion. To enhance the visual appeal of the tea, Jiang Nai had instructed Jiang Aigua to procure colorful, fine sugar strips to sprinkle atop the creamy froth, akin to the pearls, allowing customers the option to add them without additional charge. At first glance, the 10 yuan price tag for the caramel snow-top milk tea seemed quite reasonable, especially since the 2 small toppings would typically cost an additional 2 yuan. However, in reality, while customers might perceive a small gain, the merchant would never incur a loss. The wholesale price of the 2 yuan toppings was considerably low, and their profit margins rivaled that of the milk tea itself. This strategy of offering 2 topping options to elevate the price was a clever bundling sales tactic. Jiang Nai gazed thoughtfully at the milk tea, nodding in approval. She was increasingly embodying the essence of a savvy entrepreneur. However, she prided herself on being an ethical seller, truly delivering value for money without resorting to false advertising. Observing the growing number of customers lured by the new milk tea, she couldn't help but smirk at the sight of Mr. Zhang, his expression akin to that of a petulant child. He likely hadn't anticipated the swift arrival of her new product. Replicating the caramel snow-top milk tea would not be a simple endeavor, as both caramelization and cream whipping required a certain finesse. Either one receives instruction, or one must navigate through trial and error. However, mere guidance does not guarantee mastery. If it were so, then Jiang Nai, despite her diligent efforts to teach Zhou Qiqi, would have surely succeeded in imparting the skill of caramelizing sugar for tea. Yet, Zhou Qiqi remains unable to grasp the technique, suggesting that a modicum of innate talent is indeed required. Chapter 24. Counterattack. Observing that the current clientele was still manageable, Jiang Aigua and Zhou Qiqi were able to cope, prompting Jiang Nai to discreetly signal Zhou Qiqi to step away momentarily. She then made her way to the bustling night market, her gaze flitting over the passers-by until it settled upon a pair of high school girls. Without hesitation, she approached and halted them, much to their surprise, as they were taken aback by the sudden interruption from a young girl. "Excuse me, sisters," Jiang Nai began earnestly. "I am the daughter of the proprietor of the Thai milk tea stall nearby. A few days ago, another shop shamelessly replicated our milk tea and set up directly across from us. I am incredibly frustrated and would greatly appreciate your assistance. Could you please procure 2 cups of milk tea from that establishment? I wish to ascertain whose is truly superior. I can pay, I promise." Please, I beg of you. With her hands clasped together and her eyes sparkling with sincerity, Jiang Nai appealed to the girls. At the vibrant age of youth, filled with a sense of justice, how could they possibly refuse? Without hesitation, the girls agreed, declaring resolutely, "We will certainly help. You need not pay us. We cannot stand idly by while such shamelessness occurs." With that, they strode confidently in the direction Jiang Nai indicated. Meanwhile, she returned to her stall, preparing 2 cups of caramel snowtop milk tea to await their return at the street corner. Before long, she spotted the 2 girls returning, each holding a cup of milk tea. Jiang Nai eagerly accepted the drinks and handed them the cups of her own creation, quickly adding, "Sisters, I shall not accept your money, but I would be grateful if you would take our milk tea. It is homemade and quite delightful. Consider it an advertisement for our stall. If you find it to your liking, please spread the word." Seeing the genuine enthusiasm on Jiang Nai's face, the girls had no choice but to accept the offering. After bidding farewell to the kind-hearted duo, Jiang Nai opened the cup of the imitation milk tea. The packaging was nearly identical, yet the color appeared somewhat off. After sampling both cups, Jiang Nai's brow furrowed in dismay. The flavor was distinctly that of inferior tea. The milk quality was poor, leaving an unpleasant aftertaste, while the tea had clearly not been brewed properly, retaining an unwelcome astringency. It became evident that Boss Zhang had merely skimmed the surface of the craft, lacking the discernment to recognize his own shortcomings. Jiang Nai had initially assumed he had mastered the art, but now she questioned whether Boss Zhang possessed a refined palate at all. If one had never tasted Jiang Nai's milk tea, one might feel emboldened to set up shop across the street. However, the critical factor remained that Boss Zhang had indeed tasted it first. He was the very first outsider to do so. This pungent and astringent concoction, Jiang Nai suggests, should be discarded without hesitation. She firmly believes that anyone who has ever tasted her milk tea would understand the chaotic creations of Boss Zhang. Jiang Nai recommends that he return to brewing milk tea, a craft that requires minimal skill and is more suited to his capabilities. Although her palate has suffered greatly, it has also revealed that Boss Zhang is not worth her concern. There is no need for her to devise any schemes. Once the patrons of the night market have sampled his milk tea, his business will likely face closure soon enough. This night market thrives on repeat customers. But as for Boss Zhang's milk tea, one would be fortunate if patrons left without seeking retribution after their experience. With the realization that Boss Zhang poses no threat to her own business, Jiang Nai felt a wave of relief and hurried back to her stall to assist. As more and more customers began to arrive, and she could not afford to delay her earnings. As she approached the stall, the cacophony of orders filled the air. "I would like a cup of caramel snowtop milk tea. I want a new product. Am I next? I've been waiting for ages." Jiang Nai promptly stepped forward with a smile, reassuring them. "What did you order? I will get it for you right away. It's the one with cream on top." "What's it called again?" "Ah, you mean our newly launched caramel snowtop milk tea, which is 10 yuan a cup." As she spoke, Jiang Nai hurriedly grabbed a cup to prepare the milk tea. "Do you want pearls and colorful sugar?" "It's free." "Yes, please add plenty." Jiang Nai nodded in agreement, skillfully adding pearls to the milk tea mixture before deftly piping a generous swirl of cream on top, finishing it off with a sprinkle of colorful sugar. The completed caramel snowtop milk tea was swiftly handed to the customer, along with a courteous "thank you for your patronage." Jiang Nai did not pause. Other orders poured in like a flurry of snowflakes, and her rapid output was crucial to maintaining the business, thanks to the allure of the new product. And perhaps the word of mouth regarding Boss Zhang's milk tea, Jiang Nai seized a moment to glance at his stall, which had only a few scattered patrons. Honestly, it was less than the foot traffic when the upscale shop had opened. Regardless, Jiang Nai and her team enjoyed a prosperous day, successfully selling out 3 large barrels of milk tea and continuing to make more for over an hour. As it neared 11 o'clock, the team began to pack up to head home. By this time, the crowd had thinned significantly, and remaining at the stall became less economically viable. It was better to return home for rest. Today marked another day with earnings surpassing 2,000 yuan, and Jiang Nai, perched on her tricycle, was elated, pedaling joyfully. Zhou Qiqi was equally exuberant, practically bursting into a dance, and even Jiang Aigua, typically reticent, wore a faint smile. The following day, as Zhou Qiqi came to learn from Jiang Nai before leaving, she was halted. Today was Thursday, and Jiang Aigua had specifically awaited this day to discuss a matter he had been too busy to address earlier, given the fluctuations in business. At this moment, 3 individuals were seated with utmost decorum at the dining table. Jiang Aigua gradually articulated his thoughts. From Monday to Friday, the workload isn't as demanding. Henceforth, you two need only assist during the weekends. The remaining time can be devoted to studying or leisure activities. Gaining experience in society is essential. Yet the fleeting years of youth are invaluable, and one should not solely focus on earning money. Jiang Nai, upon hearing this, had no objections. She shared the same sentiment. However, leisure outings seemed implausible. Studying was of paramount importance. Father, I concur with your perspective. I wish to enroll in several tutoring classes to broaden my knowledge. Jiang Nai expressed. Given the improved circumstances at home, it was time to propose what she genuinely intended to accomplish during the winter break. All her endeavors, including selling milk tea, were aimed at financing her tutoring classes, enabling her to openly apply what she had learned within the system. Otherwise, what was the point of acquiring knowledge if it remained unutilized? In other words, if others remained unaware of her capabilities, how could she showcase her talents? Previously, Jiang Aigua had worked at a factory, and Jiang Nai found it difficult to request him to fund her tutoring classes with his meager salary of 2,000 yuan. Nevertheless, managing the night market alone proved to be overwhelming. Perhaps hiring someone to assist would be prudent. After assessing the daily business, she suggested, "Let us evaluate the situation when the time comes." Jiang Aigua was reluctant to spend additional money on hiring help. Recalling his own experience of managing the stall single-handedly during high school, he believed he could manage, especially since he was now dealing with semi-finished products, which allowed him to maintain a reasonable pace. If necessary, he could forego bringing Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi along, purchasing a few thermal containers to transport the best-selling items, selling them, and then returning home. This approach would undoubtedly be more economical than hiring someone, as employing help carried its own risks. Jiang Nai understood her father's reluctance to hire assistants and decided she would assess her own capacity to manage the workload. If it became too burdensome, she would take the initiative to hire help herself. Shou Qiqi, observing their conversation, had no objections either. She was also inclined toward leisure. Previously, the daily grind of managing the stall was exhausting, and now she was elated at the prospect of being relieved of such duties. However, considering Jiang Nai's plans for tutoring classes, Jiang Nai turned to Shou Qiqi and suggested, "You should join me for the tutoring classes. The fees can be deducted from the earnings you make during the winter break." "What?" Shou Qiqi exclaimed, nearly leaping from her chair at Jiang Nai's seemingly ruthless proposition. However, upon meeting Jiang Nai's gaze, she fell silent, subdued. Why was it that other friends sheltered one another, engaging in playful antics, while her own friend resembled a second mother devoid of any blood relation? Faced with this profound bond urging her toward diligence, Shou Qiqi internally lamented her inability to comply. Yet, reality was undeniably harsh, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce, albeit with tears in her eyes. After several individuals deliberated on the matter, Jiang Nai decided to review the accounts from the past few days, intending to allocate a sum of money to inspire motivation for work. Aside from the first day's revenue of 667, the remaining days consistently surpassed 2,000, even on the day when Boss Zhang created chaos. The revenue held steadfast above the 2,000 mark. To their astonishment, when factoring in the additional 1,000 earned from Jiang Aigua's independent vending, their total revenue for these few days had remarkably exceeded 10,000. Indeed, being one's own boss proved to be lucrative. In just a week, they had earned nearly half of Jiang Aigua's salary for 6 months. Although costs would need to be deducted, the profits were undoubtedly substantial. Upon calculating the net profit for each day, they arrived at a total of 6,663. Jiang Nai gazed at this figure in disbelief, prompting Jiang Aigua and Shou Qiqi to recalculate. She then retrieved the pouch designated for the milk tea stall to ascertain its contents. After multiple verifications confirmed the accuracy of the figure, satisfied smiles adorned their faces. Ultimately, Jiang Nai decided to take 2,000 for herself to enroll in a tutoring class, while also allocating 500 for Shou Qiqi as pocket money, being cautious not to give too much lest she spend it all recklessly. The expenses for the upcoming tutoring sessions would also be covered. Shou Qiqi felt a tad embarrassed, sensing she was receiving an advantage. Jiang Aigua, noticing her discomfort, quickly reassured her, "You deserve this. Don't feel bashful. Uncle feels he is benefiting as well, as it was you and Nai who initially invested in the stall. I came along later." Seeing the two had amicably resolved the matter, Jiang Nai refrained from further comment. Despite their good relationship, she understood the necessity of clarity regarding finances, wishing to avoid any strain on their friendship. After all, money could be earned again, but true friends are rare. In the end, Jiang Nai also took 500 for herself, and then gave Jiang Aigua 1,300, leaving the remaining funds untouched for inventory. Having strived for fairness and seeing no objections from the others, Jiang Nai planned to visit the nearby youth palace to assess the situation. Although it was described as nearby, it was, in fact, quite distant, approximately 10 miles from Jiang Nai's home. While there were other tutoring institutions, none would offer services for a mere 1,000 a month. Frugality was essential. Jiang Aigua and Shou Qiqi had never heard of the youth palace, completely relying on Jiang Nai's guidance, harboring a blind trust in her. Previously, Jiang Nai herself had been unfamiliar with the concept of a youth palace. During her childhood, she would often encounter dialogues in English textbooks asking if one would visit the youth palace on weekends. At that time, she had wondered what it truly was, only to learn later, in her maturity, that it was a learning and communication platform provided by the government. Yet, by that time, Jiang Nai had grown up, leaving her with a lingering sense of childhood regret. However, Jiang Nai is fortunate. She has the opportunity to rectify this shortcoming and to share a childhood enriched by the youth palace alongside Shou Qiqi. The two of them set out to the youth palace to gather information, while Jiang Aigua prepared to set up a stall at the high school. Each of the three had their own commitments, and they parted ways at home. Cycling 10 miles was evidently impractical, so Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi were reluctantly compelled to take the bus. Unfortunately, both were afflicted with a propensity for motion sickness. The roads of 2009 were hardly smooth, and the swaying bus felt as though it were siphoning away their very souls, leaving them lightheaded, as if suspended in the air. Fortunately, they had yet to have lunch. Otherwise, they might have been assailed by olfactory assaults. After a disorienting 40 minutes, they finally glimpsed their destination, and today's journey was relatively swift, with few passengers at the bus stop, minimizing their waiting time. The first thing they did upon disembarking was to lean over and dry heave, feeling utterly wretched. And they stood still for a moment to compose themselves before entering the grand entrance of the youth palace. Dining could certainly wait for over an hour. Upon gazing at the youth palace before them, the structure did not possess the opulence Jiang Nai had envisioned. Yet, perhaps due to the nostalgic filter of childhood, she still found it extraordinarily beautiful. Just as she intended to savor the scenery outside, Shou Qiqi, invigorated as though electrified, instantly flushed with excitement. Her previously pale face now aglow, completely shedding the signs of her earlier malaise. Observing Shou Qiqi's exuberance, Jiang Nai felt compelled to set aside her own pretense of artistic poise. After all, without an audience, what was the purpose of performing? Chapter 25. Motion Sickness Remedy. Jiang Nai immediately followed in Shou Qiqi's enthusiastic footsteps through the entrance of the youth palace. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of 4 ping-pong tables, all occupied despite it being Thursday. Indeed, the passion for table tennis is cultivated from a young age among the Chinese. Other sports facilities had only a smattering of participants, as everyone preferred to gather around the ping-pong tables to watch others play rather than engage in other activities. Shou Qiqi was instantly captivated by the crowd and was eager to join in the excitement. Fortunately, Jiang Nai, quick on her feet, managed to restrain her, insisting they first attend to their primary business. They swiftly pulled the exuberant child away, knowing that it was lunchtime and students had just finished classes, and they needed to inquire about registration. Inside, the architecture bore similarities to that of a school, and Jiang Nai quickly spotted the registration hall and hurried inside. A female receptionist stood up as they approached, glancing back repeatedly, but no one else followed them in. Forcing her gaze back to Jiang Nai, she asked, lowering her head, "Where are your parents?" Jiang Nai, though possessing the heart of an adult, was evidently not perceived as such due to her petite stature of just 1.40 meters. She could only reply obediently, "Our parents allowed us to register on our own. We've brought the money, and we live nearby." The receptionist, observing the situation, refrained from further inquiries, evidently having encountered numerous carefree parents before. She simply handed over the brochure for Jiang Nai and her companions to peruse. "You may take a look at our courses. Feel free to mark any that pique your interest." Jiang Nai accepted the pamphlet, swiftly marking her preferred 3 courses: Guzheng, painting, and classical dance, all of which she had been studying in the system. She then passed the brochure to Shou Qiqi, who appeared somewhat dazed, not entirely grasping the purpose of the document. Typically, children at this age are unaware of their true passions, and Jiang Nai had invested considerable time in self-discovery. Noticing Shou Qiqi's bewilderment, Jiang Nai did not pressure her, understanding the importance of pursuing what one genuinely enjoys rather than merely what others deem commendable. It is only through genuine interest that one can devote time and effort without feeling the burden of hardship. Instead, it becomes a fulfilling endeavor, imbuing time with significance. Jiang Nai suggested Zhou Qiqi take a moment to look over the options, while she herself needed to inquire whether there were instructors available for the 3 courses she had chosen. After all, selecting the courses was one matter. But if the teaching quality was subpar, it would render her investment of time and money futile. Better to be discerning, if necessary. She would simply tell her father that she had educated herself. The female receptionist had already discerned that Jiang Nai was a perceptive child and chose not to offer her opinions. Yes, there are indeed classes available today for those 3 subjects. I will contact the instructor shortly. You may attend a trial lesson. The winter session has only recently commenced, and the classes are still introductory, so there is no need to worry about not understanding. Once they confirmed the schedule and received a timetable, Jiang Nai noted that the earliest class wouldn't start for over an hour. She decided it would be best to have a meal with Zhou Qiqi and explore a bit first. During their walk, Zhou Qiqi was unusually quiet, and Jiang Nai felt compelled to offer some comfort, lest this chatterbox succumb to silence. It is perfectly normal not to know one's preferences at this age. Did she choose these 3 courses simply because she liked them? It is challenging to determine one's inclinations without familiarity. After speaking, Jiang Nai glanced at Zhou Qiqi, whose head was drooping, and noticed a slight uplift in her demeanor. She continued, "You are only 13. My bringing you to the youth palace does not mean you must immediately decide what to study, nor must you commit to learning. You can simply come here to soak in the atmosphere. This afternoon, you might stroll through the classrooms and see if anything sparks your interest. If something does, we can contact that sister to arrange a trial class, and it's perfectly fine to pay for it." Seeing Zhou Qiqi's spirits lifting once more, Jiang Nai unleashed a persuasive idea. "If you find nothing that intrigues you, you could always join me in playing table tennis with those people we saw earlier. At least it would be a way to exercise, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing the prospect of play, Zhou Qiqi's ears perked up, and she seemed ready to dash toward the table at any moment. As she observed her friend exuberantly bounding ahead, Jiang Nai leisurely trailed behind, a smile gracing her lips as she admired the joyful silhouette of Zhou Qiqi. Jiang Nai felt an innate bond with Zhou Qiqi, one that alleviated any concerns about whether her own mature demeanor might inadvertently wound her friend's sensibilities. The two were akin to the contrasting elements of the yin-yang symbol, each belonging to their respective realms, yet harmoniously intertwined. After dinner, Jiang Nai ventured to the classroom as per the information provided by the female attendant. Noticing Zhou Qiqi's apparent disinterest in the courses she had selected, Jiang Nai graciously allowed her the freedom to explore on her own. The first class was dedicated to painting, and the attendant's words proved accurate. Jiang Nai pondered whether this truly was the inaugural lesson of the day. Upon her arrival, she found only the instructor present, equipped with the necessary art supplies. Although class time had not yet commenced, the teacher was already in the classroom, nodding in acknowledgement as Jiang Nai entered, indicating prior notification. The classroom was sparsely populated, with most attendees regarding the space as a playground for children rather than a venue for artistic education, resulting in a dearth of parents eager to enroll their offspring in the arts. The locality of Huisher neither boasted significant prosperity nor was it entirely lacking. The parents here seemed untouched by the fervor of hyper-competitive parenting. A quick assessment revealed that, including herself, there were fewer than 10 students, and the atmosphere was rather boisterous. Leading the discourse was the artistically inclined instructor, characterized by his untamed long hair, yet impeccably dressed, embodying Jiang Nai's ideal image of an artist. When the class bell rang, the teacher maintained a cheerful demeanor, and the conversation gradually shifted towards the domain of painting. The hour swiftly elapsed in a relaxed ambience, and the students were of similar age, devoid of rowdy children. Jiang Nai felt that, based solely on the instructor, she could confidently embark on her journey at the youth palace. Following this, Jiang Nai explored the classrooms of Guzheng and classical dance, ultimately realizing that the overall atmosphere of the youth palace was uniformly delightful. The teachers exuded a serene quality, akin to those emerging from a shared institution. Upon engaging with them, Jiang Nai felt her own restlessness dissipate almost instantaneously. This exploration made Jiang Nai feel extraordinarily fortunate alongside Zhou Qiqi. Despite all paying the same fees for education, not every student encounters exemplary teachers. Jiang Nai had previously listened to her colleagues lament their own painful experiences during their student years. Some ill-mannered educators could not only hinder academic progress, but also cast shadows over one's entire life. This stark contrast compelled Jiang Nai to rush to the registration hall to finalize her enrollment after completing her last class, eager to begin her lessons the following day. The female attendant was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Nai's prompt decision, having observed even the most independent children typically needing to consult with their parents before making such commitments. It was rare to witness such unrestrained determination. At last, the two individuals finalized Jiang Nai's course schedule. The painting class is set for today from 1:30 to 2:30. As for the subsequent guzheng and classical dance classes, the afternoon slots are already fully booked, which aligns perfectly with Jiang Nai's intention to attend classes in the morning. After all, having all classes in the afternoon would make it inconvenient for her to assist Jiang Igua to stall during weekends, as the Youth Palace and Shiqiao Night Market are not in the same direction. Consequently, the morning classes are arranged from 9 to 11. As for the 2.5 hours during lunch, Jiang Nai has already devised a plan on her bus ride. She noticed a Xinhua bookstore not far from the Youth Palace, where she could spend her lunch hours reading. Additionally, she could purchase a book of mathematics competition problems to work on. The fees for these 3 subjects are uniform, priced at 20 yuan per session. With Jiang Nai attending 3 classes daily, this amounts to 1,800 yuan over a month. Even when considering her allowance of 500 yuan, there remains a deficit of 300. Ultimately, she decided to withdraw 300 from Zhou Qiqi's budget of 1,000 and promised to reimburse her later. To be candid, the Youth Palace's pricing is already remarkably affordable, given its status as a government welfare institution. Otherwise, private tutoring centers would charge over 100 yuan per class. Jiang Nai had also forgotten that she intended to enroll in 3 subjects, resulting in insufficient funds. After completing the payment and receiving the receipt, she glanced down at her watch, noticing it was already past 5 o'clock, yet Zhou Qiqi was nowhere in sight. Uncertain of her whereabouts, she wondered where she might be spending her time, especially since tutoring sessions had concluded by that hour. Jiang Nai promptly dialed her number. Upon connection, a cacophony of noise erupted from the other end, rendering any further inquiry unnecessary. She immediately headed towards the ping-pong table at the Youth Palace. To her surprise, in just a few hours, Zhou Qiqi had successfully integrated herself into the group, playing ping-pong, enthusiastically cheering for others. Jiang Nai wished to let her enjoy the moment a bit longer, but the bus waits for no one. If they didn't hurry, they would miss the last ride home. With the noise akin to a bustling market and Zhou Qiqi clearly caught up in the excitement, calling out to her proved impractical. After considerable effort, Jiang Nai finally managed to push through the crowd. The absence of a physical advantage among peers compelled her to rely solely on sheer determination. Finally extracting Zhou Qiqi from the throng, there was no time for explanations as she swiftly pulled her along. Fortunate that the bus stop was merely a few hundred meters from the Youth Palace. Realizing they were about to miss the last bus, Zhou Qiqi playfully scratched her head and exclaimed, "I forgot. Watching the play is just too entertaining." What could Jiang Nai do but forgive this scatterbrained friend? Even in her annoyance, she could only poke her forehead lightly, exclaiming, "Oh you." Recognizing that Jiang Nai's anger had dissipated, Zhou Qiqi linked arms with her and affectionately shook them, eliciting smiles from both as they waited for the bus. Their spirits lifted once more. However, the ease and joy were ultimately shattered upon boarding the bus, as a wave of nausea and dizziness simultaneously assaulted her senses. The return bus was sparsely populated, with 2 individuals occupying the window seats in succession. She opened the window for ventilation, pressing a hand to her forehead, and Jiang Nai vowed that upon her return, she would certainly visit the system's marketplace to seek a potion that could alleviate her motion sickness. Regardless of the cost, she resolved to accumulate points to procure it. Otherwise, the nearly 2-hour daily commute would be insufferable for someone prone to motion sickness. At that moment, she lacked the energy to browse for products, her mind in a fog, and even basic arithmetic would pose a challenge. Once they finally arrived home, the 2 disembarked, and Jiang Nai informed her companion to come to her house at 8 the next morning before drifting off home herself, with Zhou Qiqi in a similar state. Upon reaching home, Jiang Nai immediately drank some water to quell the rising acid in her stomach. After a brief respite, she headed to the kitchen, where she heated the meal her father had prepared in advance, consuming a few bites before collapsing onto her bed. The remaining tasks could wait until she had fully recovered. At that moment, she was a battle-weary Jiang Nai, unable to endure any further. With her eyes closed, lying on her bed, Jiang Nai entered the system and opened the marketplace, immediately confronted with her paltry balance of 111 points. Nevertheless, she had to make a purchase, for she feared that if her motion sickness persisted, her social etiquette, admirable moral qualities, and even her very soul would be eroded. Although some often dismiss motion sickness as mere pretentiousness, Jiang Nai had validated through over 20 years of experience that such claims were nonsensical. As for the latter, she could only extend a middle finger in salute. She opened the search bar and typed in motion sickness remedy, then clicked search. A lengthy list of products appeared, and the first item immediately captured Jiang Nai's attention. Genetic enhancement potion. Are you troubled by your imperfections? Is your intellect lacking, your physique inadequate, your face unappealing, or your health compromised? Purchase the genetic enhancement potion and become the most perfect human on Earth for just 5,000 points. Act quickly. Jiang Nai felt a flutter of desire, yet her balance of 111 points rendered such aspirations unattainable. Ultimately, she resorted to sorting the items by price. And the refreshed page revealed options more suited to her budget, ensuring that products priced in the 4 digits would not appear before her. The first item now appeared much simpler. Motion sickness remedy. Are you still suffering from motion sickness? This high-tech remedy will rescue you. Just 1 dose will relieve your worries. Now available at a special price of only 5 points. Hurry and grab it, this is meant for you. The price was astonishingly affordable, suggesting that in the world of the system, motion sickness was regarded as a mere inconvenience, prompting her to question why humanity even suffered from such a malady. Without hesitation, she executed a decisive order, completing the transaction in a mere 3 seconds. But what about Zhou Qiqi? While she has remedies for her own motion sickness, allowing her sister to suffer is simply unacceptable. Chapter 26, Table Tennis. Upon opening the customer service interface, it became evident that it was remarkably unadorned. The system mall a perfect imitation of an online marketplace. Are you there? Is there any motion sickness medication available for others? Yes, I'm here. The product link has been sent. Simply click to view. Jiang Nai clicked to see the same description, only to find a stick figure added after the motion sickness remedy. And to her dismay, the price had changed. The stick figure version cost 5 more points, effectively doubling the initial price. What could Jiang Nai do? For the sake of her dear sister, she had no choice but to purchase it. Yet, could the system's items be utilized in reality? After Jiang Nai acquired the stick figure version, the system promptly displayed a new interface. Please select the recipient. Zhou Qiqi's name appeared prominently. Jiang Nai couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of high technology. After selecting Zhou Qiqi, she also consumed her own potion. It was slightly sweet, and upon savoring it, she discerned a hint of lychee flavor, warranting a 5-star review. After drinking the potion, Jiang Nai exited the system space, feeling an immediate alleviation of the heaviness in her chest, akin to a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. By 8:30, Jiang Nai sent a message to Zhou Qiqi, reminding her not to forget to inform their parents about her plans to enroll in supplementary classes during the winter break. It would not be wise to act without prior notice. To preserve her precarious balance of 98 points, Jiang Nai chose to sit at her desk and review her second-year materials, which she had previously learned but had nearly forgotten due to the passage of time. At the very least, she could comprehend the content. Aside from the courses that necessitated system-space learning, she planned to study independently. Afterward, she could utilize the free classroom in the system space, maximizing her opportunities. She hoped these strategies would help her points last a bit longer. Just as Jiang Nai was pondering philosophical dilemmas akin to how to stretch $3 over a day, a sudden chime echoed in her mind. She promptly accessed the system to investigate the message, and upon opening it, she was astounded, almost wanting to exclaim "Father" to the system in gratitude. A new task had been updated. Long-term task 6. Study within the system for more than 6 hours daily to earn 2 points. More than 10 hours to earn 4 points. This is a non-mandatory task. Was this task not tailor-made for Jiang Nai, the embodiment of diligence? That no longer needs to worry about my insufficient study points. With long-term task 6 combined with task 1, the points required for 6 hours of study were reduced to 1, and studying for 10 hours would only cost 3 points. It was a thoughtful consideration for someone like Jiang Nai, who found herself in a financially precarious situation. However, upon closer examination, the intricacies of the task's point allocation revealed a delicate balance, ensuring that while Jiang Nai would earn points for studying, her remaining points would dwindle significantly. This instilled in Jiang Nai a keen sense that the system did not wish for her to purchase the exorbitant products within the marketplace. Yet it ardently desired her to study diligently. Jiang Nai could only speculate that the energy expenditure of high-tech products was likely beyond the system's capacity to sustain. However, this conjecture lacked direct evidence and could not be guaranteed as accurate. To be honest, Jiang Nai was not particularly concerned about this. The genetic optimization potions and longevity elixirs within the system were undeniably alluring, and to claim disinterest in them would surely be disingenuous. Yet, these truly transformative products came with stipulations indicating that only the host could utilize them, and they could not be brought into the real world. Only minor items, like the motion sickness remedy Jiang Nai had recently purchased, could be shared with others, even if Jiang Nai devoted herself entirely to studying in the real world. Saving all her points to acquire those products, she would ultimately find herself confronting phenomena beyond the comprehension of this world, and there would be no kindred spirits like her. This was not her aspiration. She wished to advance according to her own thoughts since her rebirth, without the desire to become number one in the world, to conquer territories, or to be treated as a mere specimen on an operating table. In this regard, Jiang Nai's path mirrored that of the system. The narratives of the system also fell within the realm of novels Jiang Nai had previously explored, where she frequently encountered systems opposing their hosts or where the hosts were mere puppets. Happiness is often derived from contrast, and Jiang Nai felt she was sufficiently fortunate. Setting aside these contemplations, she resolved to focus on her studies. Seizing the opportunity to enroll in remedial classes in the real world and complete the preliminary assessments for these 3 subjects, an endeavor characterized by minimal penalties that she must strive to fulfill. Upon waking at 7 the next day, Jiang Nai remembered that long-term task 6 was calculated based on a 24-hour cycle in the real world, and she had only received rewards for a 6-hour phase. She hoped that returning early to study today would allow her to achieve 10 hours. After tidying herself up and stepping out, she overheard Jiang Igua conversing with Shou Qiqi's parents, as Shou Qiqi was coming over on weekends to assist with the stall, while her family was responsible for covering Shou Qiqi's winter break tutoring fees. Given Zhou Nai's advanced age, it was already quite sufficient for her to look after Shou Qiqi's meals. Matters such as part-time tutoring should ideally be communicated to the parents. Last night, Jiang Nai had intended to remind Jiang Igua upon his return, but the excitement from the new task issued by the system had momentarily caused her to forget. However, it was evident that when it came to interpersonal relationships, Jiang Igua possessed far more experience than Jiang Nai. Surely he would have contemplated matters Jiang Nai had thought of. This also served as a reminder for Jiang Nai. Both Jiang Igua and Zhou Qiqi were independent individuals, and she could not manipulate them according to her own thoughts. In the future, it would be wise to think less. Otherwise, the glossy black hair I currently possess may not endure until I reach 30. I certainly do not wish to resort to seeking out anti-hair loss remedies at that time. Jiang Nai reminds herself to refrain from overthinking. Yet altering this ingrained habit will be a long journey. By the time Jiang Igua and Zhou Qiqi's parents finish their pleasantries, Jiang Nai has already completed her breakfast. After finishing, she recalls something important and turns to her father, who is busy, saying, "Dad, I registered at the Youth Palace yesterday for 3 courses, painting, guzheng, and classical dance." Jiang Igua looks up and replies, "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. But do you think 3 courses might be too much?" Jiang Nai hesitates for a moment before responding, "I believe it's manageable. Each class lasts an hour, so 3 hours in a day is fine for me." She pauses briefly, then continues, "However, each class costs 20 yuan, and I already paid for the winter break yesterday, totaling 1,800 yuan. I even borrowed 300 yuan from Zhou Qiqi to cover it. Although the milk tea stall has been quite profitable and will continue to generate more income." Jiang Nai always feels a pang of guilt when asking her father for money, the reason for which she cannot articulate. Fortunately, Jiang Igua has always been generous when it comes to financial matters. During her university years, Jiang Nai rarely needed to remind her parents for living expenses, as Jiang Igua would send money promptly. The same applies now. Upon hearing Jiang Nai's words, he immediately rises to fetch money from the room, handing her 1,000 yuan. As Jiang Nai gazes at the money in her hands, she hears her father's reminder to return the 300 yuan to Shou Qiqi and to manage the remaining funds wisely. Shou Qiqi hasn't registered for her tutoring classes yet. If you find yourself short on money, come back, and I'll provide you with more. Listening to these familiar words, Jiang Nai's eyes inevitably moisten. But she ultimately suppresses the emotion and nods in response. On the bus to the Youth Palace, Jiang Nai quietly leans against the window, taking in the scenery while her mind is flooded with memories of her father's advice. She reflects on how wonderful her father truly is. Her love for him serves as motivation for her to continue striving. In contrast, Zhou Qiqi is not burdened by such thoughts. She is puzzled, turning her head from side to side, wondering why she does not feel carsick today. Is it because of this seat? She promptly calls out to Jiang Nai, who is seated in front of her. Nai, I can't believe I'm not carsick today. This is the first time I haven't felt unwell on a ride. Is it because of this seat? Come sit with me." As she speaks, she rises to offer her seat. Jiang Nai's contemplative moment is abruptly interrupted by Zhou Qiqi. She momentarily forgets that she had given Zhou Qiqi motion sickness medication yesterday, which evidently works wonders on others as well. Not only is this Zhou Qiqi's first experience without feeling nauseous, but Jiang Nai secretly thinks that she may never feel carsick again. Nevertheless, she turns back with an expression of surprise, saying, "You don't need to give up your seat. I've realized I am not feeling carsick today either." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Qi quickly took a seat. The bumpy road made the bus sway precariously, necessitating that one grasp the pole firmly to avoid falling. Do not inquire why she did not hold onto the handle. It is simply due to her current lack of fortitude. Joyously, Zhou Qi rested her hand on Jiang Nai's shoulder, shaking it incessantly, and leaned in to whisper softly in her ear. "We are the chosen ones destined to save the world." After a brief pause, she added, "Do you believe in light?" This awkward exchange left Jiang Nai with a sense of discomfort, as if her toes were gripping the ground. She felt grateful that Zhou Qi preserved her dignity in such a public setting. Otherwise, how could she face the multitude of onlookers scrutinizing them? To avert further embarrassment, Jiang Nai turned back to Zhou Qi and inquired, "Since you're not feeling carsick, why not ponder what you wish to learn at the Youth Palace?" She anticipated that this tactic would subdue Zhou Qi, but to her surprise, it failed. Zhou Qi proudly declared, "I decided yesterday at home what I want to do." Surprised, aren't you? Hiki. Seeing Zhou Qi flashing her broad smile, Jiang Nai, despite the confines of the bus, felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and give her a playful reprimand. Her exuberance was simply too much to bear. Noticing that Zhou Qi seemed disinclined to converse further, likely intent on keeping her thoughts secret, Jiang Nai was relieved to have a moment of tranquility and closed her eyes to rest. Managing a spirited child was exhausting, especially one who believed in light. Finally, they arrived at their destination, the Youth Palace. Jiang Nai exhaled a sigh of relief. They were safe. With more than 10 minutes until her first class commenced, she hurriedly led Zhou Qi to the registration hall to sign up, hoping to arrange classes for the afternoon. When it came time to register, Jiang Nai was somewhat astonished to see Zhou Qi select table tennis on the application form. Although she often referred to Zhou Qi as a girl of extraordinary strength, she had never imagined her choosing a sport. After Zhou Qi filled in that option, she hesitated, prompting Jiang Nai to ask, "Is that the only choice? Why not enroll in a few more to explore if there are other interests?" Zhou Qi shook her head in response. "No, I only want to sign up for table tennis. I love it." Seeing that Zhou Qi appeared genuinely passionate about her choice reassured Jiang Nai. The number of classes one chooses depends entirely on personal preference. In terms of discovering one's passions, Zhou Qi had already surpassed many. After handing the registration form to the receptionist, Zhou Qi made an additional request. "Could I have 2 classes a day, scheduled at 9 in the morning and 1:30 in the afternoon?" This request primarily aimed to align with Jiang Nai's timetable, as she did not wish to attend classes at the same institution as her dear friend only to commute alone. What would be the point of that? The receptionist glanced at the schedule and informed Zhou Qiqi, "We can arrange that. Our classes are uniformly priced at 20 yuan per hour, totaling 1,200 yuan for the month." Jiang Nai retrieved the previous 1,000 yuan, and Zhou Qiqi supplemented it with 200 from her own allowance. Jiang Nai intended to pay together in the morning. Jiang Igua had deliberately given her extra money. However, Zhou Qiqi firmly insisted against it, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nai's waist and explaining, "The previous funds have already been divided. The additional money is from Uncle himself. How can I take more from it? That would be unfair to both you and Uncle." Seeing Zhou Qiqi's resolute demeanor, Jiang Nai could only relent, but in her heart, she resolved to cover their living expenses later. Jiang Nai always felt that Zhou Qiqi was at a disadvantage in this venture, as ultimately, it was Jiang Igua who would bear the responsibility for the stall, even though they both understood that the milk tea stall was quite profitable. Initially, it was a joint endeavor between them, yet now it seemed Zhou Qiqi was being subtly sidelined, which filled Jiang Nai with remorse. Nevertheless, she had originally envisioned expanding the milk tea stall and later inviting Zhou Qiqi to help earn some pocket money, with any profits eventually going to Jiang Igua. After all, her ultimate goal remained unchanged, to rescue Jiang Igua from the assembly line factory. Unfortunately, the initial plan had deviated, and given Jiang Nai's own savings rate, she lacked sufficient startup funds, necessitating Zhou Qiqi's involvement. Concurrently, Zhou Qiqi felt she was benefiting from the situation and intended to compensate Jiang Nai adequately. The sisters harbored their own thoughts, yet the tutoring fees were still allocated as originally planned. Chapter 27, Counterattack? Moral coercion after settling the payment. The receptionist notified Zhou Qiqi that classes could commence today, perfectly timed for the 9 o'clock session, having already informed the teacher. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai instinctively glanced at the time, 8:58. With the 9 o'clock class, their back and forth had consumed considerable time. Their classroom was on the same floor. So they hurriedly pulled Zhou Qiqi and dashed toward the classroom. Being late for the first class would be quite unfortunate. Fortunately, the registration hall was not far from the teaching building, and the two managed to reach the classroom just as the bell rang at the very last second. The first lesson was on the guzheng, and as Jiang Nai had anticipated, the classroom contained only the teacher and a single guzheng, with a total of 7 students, including Jiang Nai. The guzheng did not enjoy significant popularity in their area. The piano was the most sought-after instrument, and at the very least, students often opted for the holosi. Fortunately, Jiang Nai could practice the guzheng in the classroom within the system's space. If she truly fell in love with the instrument during her studies, purchasing one later would not be a problem. Otherwise, buying a guzheng right at the start would likely lead to it gathering dust. Moreover, for Jiang Nai at this moment, she had already been learning the guzheng, classical dance, and painting in the system for over 2 months, if all goes as expected. Once Jiang Nai and her peers have passed the preliminary examination for the guzheng and classical dance, she shall likely cease her studies in guzheng. As for classical dance, she has yet to make a definitive decision, though she is genuinely enamored with its classical elegance. Painting, however, requires no deliberation. It is her true passion, and none shall waver its esteemed position in her heart. The guzheng class has but one instrument, and most of the students lack foundational skills. Only Jiang Nai and a young girl possess any prior experience, prompting the teacher to adopt a dual teaching model, first instructing one group, allowing them to practice, then teaching the next. With only a single guzheng and limited teaching aids, opportunities for practice are scarce. Consequently, Jiang Nai can only listen to the foundational lessons as a means of revising for her preliminary examination. Ultimately, her primary objective is to utilize this skill judiciously. The 10 a.m. classical dance class is quite popular, and Jiang Nai has enrolled in the intermediate level, which aligns closely with her progress in the system. However, the class size is not as large as she had envisioned. This youth center primarily favors small group instruction. With 15 students, Jiang Nai's class is already the largest, and predictably, it consists entirely of girls. The pace of instruction in this class suits Jiang Nai's level perfectly, allowing her to learn without the anxiety of wasting time. After completing her morning classes, Jiang Nai hurried to the ping-pong table in search of Zhou Qiqi, the most vivacious spirit in the crowd. Today, Zhou Qiqi finally spotted Jiang Nai, eliminating the need for Jiang Nai to navigate through the throng to find her friend. Following lunch, Jiang Nai did not adhere to her initial plan of visiting the Xinhua bookstore, realizing that this time would be better spent in supplementary study, striving to consolidate her tasks within a single time frame. Otherwise, she would have no opportunity for extra study come the weekend. And the classrooms for supplementary lessons remain open during lunchtime, offering a much more conducive learning environment than her cramped desk at home. Upon concluding her supplementary studies, she seamlessly transitioned into her 1:30 p.m. class. Fortunately, neither Jiang Nai nor Zhou Qiqi has a habit of napping, or this ideal study schedule would have been disrupted. The painting class commenced at 1:30, and Jiang Nai eagerly made her way to the classroom. The painting instructor has become her favorite teacher at the youth center, and she had thoroughly enjoyed yesterday's hour-long lesson. Jiang Nai even believes this teacher's pedagogical prowess rivals that of those selected by the system, leading her to perceive him as a hidden gem. Clearly, the 9 classmates in the painting class share this sentiment, as they dutifully took their seats, exhibiting a posture of eager learning while awaiting the teacher's arrival, each wishing to leave a favorable impression. Jiang Nai was no exception, however. She learned yesterday that the students in this class already possessed a certain level of skill, despite there being only one painting class. It is quite a coincidence to have 9 students with foundational knowledge gathered together. Today, Teacher Bayu maintained her commendable practice, ensuring that the students did not have to wait long, entering the classroom well before the bell rang to signal the start of class. The demeanor remained as effortlessly elegant as before, with a vividly colored book nestled under one arm and a cup of water held aloft, a quintessential pose of a male teacher in the classroom. However, Mr. Bayu transformed this archetype of a seasoned educator into a figure of competence, entering the classroom with a gust of wind that swept his coattails behind him. Jiang Nai gazed at Mr. Bai with envious admiration, pondering whether she might one day embody such a state of confidence. Yesterday, Mr. Bai had inquired about everyone's academic progress, and finding it relatively uniform, he commenced the lesson without any idle chatter. When the bell rang for classes end, the students reluctantly began to gather their belongings at a leisurely pace. Yet, Mr. Bai was different. He approached both teaching and dismissal with remarkable zeal. At the sound of the bell, he swiftly tucked his book under his arm and grasped his cup, departing the classroom without a trace of hesitation. Observing this, the other students hastened to pack their things, and soon the classroom was devoid of any presence. On the bus ride home, Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi fortuitously found themselves seated next to each other. Jiang Nai listened intently as Zhou Qiqi animatedly recounted her experiences in table tennis class, her exuberance betraying her genuine passion for the sport. However, this warm scene was abruptly disrupted as the bus stop became crowded with passengers. It was Friday, and the youth center where they attended classes was among the earlier stops, allowing them to board the bus with relative ease. Having previously suffered from motion sickness, they had grown accustomed to sitting in the front rows. As the bus journeyed onward, more passengers boarded, filling the aisle with people. At that moment, a balding yet steady-footed elderly gentleman, seemingly in his 50s, boarded the bus. Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi had been enjoying their lively conversation when the man stood beside Jiang Nai, not allowing her a moment to react. He barked, "Can't you see there's an old man here? Hurry up and give me your seat. Kids these days have no consideration." Jiang Nai, initially bewildered, assumed he was addressing someone else. After all, who would expect a 13-year-old to yield their seat? Noticing that Jiang Nai remained unmoved, the man seized her arm with surprising force, enough for her to feel a twinge of pain. It was then that Jiang Nai realized he was indeed speaking to her, and her temper flared. She promptly shook off his grip, rubbing her arm, recognizing the scene as a moral coercion, tinged with a hint of bullying. She noted that the designated seats for the elderly and infirm were occupied by a burly man who didn't meet the criteria. Yet this elder chose to confront her instead. Jiang Nai held steadfast to her belief that as long as she maintained her own principles, no one could impose their morality upon her. With resolve, she retorted, "You have the audacity to demand my seat when you nearly yanked me from it with such force? And to suggest that a 13-year-old should give up her place. Does that mean your skin grows thicker with age?" Upon witnessing Jiang Nai audaciously rebutting him, the elderly man clearly encountered an unexpected setback in his moral coercion, his eyes flashing with astonishment. He quickly regained his composure, muttering angrily, "Hey, you little brat," while attempting to grasp Jiang Nai once more. This infuriated both parties, prompting Jiang Nai to loudly exclaim, "Help! Someone is trying to molest a child." Zhou Qiqi promptly joined in, declaring, "Everyone is watching. Some people only become more shameless with age. If you dare to move again, we will have our master take you directly to the police station." Upon hearing this mention of the police, the crowd, initially merely spectators, began to intervene, advising, "Oh, don't argue with the girl. It's just a waste of everyone's time." The elderly man, now slightly intimidated by the prospect of the police, relented and ceased his actions, standing silently by, though his lips continued to move. Jiang Nai, uninterested in engaging further, dismissed him as if he were merely a nuisance. Eventually, the bus returned to a semblance of tranquility, but a few older women could be overheard murmuring, "That girl is something else. What's wrong with giving the elderly a seat? Truly lacking in manners." Jiang Nai turned and shouted back, "Do you want to argue with me too? If so, come to the front and say it." The women, perhaps sensing Jiang Nai's formidable demeanor, fell silent. The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident, and they managed to arrive home safely. Upon disembarking, Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi exchanged a high five, each wearing a smile that reflected their pride in successfully defending their interests. Once home, Jiang Nai's spirits remained unaffected by the earlier bus incident. She was determined to focus on her studies. She needed to swiftly pass the preliminary assessments for Guzheng and classical dance, as she wished to dedicate more time to painting. Jiang Nai had always harbored an interest in art, and now, with the inspiring presence of her beloved teacher Baiyu, her passion for painting flourished even further. On Saturday afternoon, it was time for them to set up their stall, prompting Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi to hurriedly catch the bus home. Upon entering the house, they found Jiang Aigua busily engaged in preparations. Without hesitation, the two girls set down their belongings and rushed to assist him. When the time came to head out for their usual stall, they hopped onto Jiang Aigua's small tricycle. After 2 days apart, Jiang Nai felt a nostalgic fondness for the vehicle. It struck her as peculiar how Jiang Aigua's seemingly honest demeanor harmonized comically with the tricycle's pastel hues. Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi sat on either side of the tricycle like guardians, and upon arriving at the night market, they noted that the street had not undergone any significant changes. After a brief hiatus, they quickly adapted and began their tasks. Once they had completed their work, Jiang Nai looked up and noticed that the vendor across from them, Boss Zhang, was no longer there. Instead, a middle-aged man had taken over with a barbecue stall. Jiang Nai turned to inquire of Jiang Aigua, "Dad, what happened to the person who was selling milk tea across from us?" Seated on a small stool, Jiang Aigua raised his head upon hearing the words and glanced at the stall across from him, remarking, "I saw them just yesterday. Why are they suddenly closed today?" Jiang Nai, upon hearing Jiang Aigua's uncertainty, felt a surge of curiosity and immediately tugged at Shou Qiqi to head to the back of the street. Indeed, they found Boss Zhang lingering beside a familiar boutique stall, suggesting he had returned to his former trade. Zhang Cheng was seated nearby, resting and awaiting the influx of customers. Suddenly sensing someone observing him, he looked up to see Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi gazing at him with smiles. His expression tightened. Even a seasoned veteran like him felt a twinge of embarrassment at that moment. Zhang Cheng had been operating in this night market for several years, and his business had always been mediocre, merely enough to make ends meet. Relying on his experience, he had attempted to mentor the young women, only to discover that their enterprise was thriving immensely. Watching Jiang Nai's success made Zhang Cheng envious. He often visited her stall, convinced that it was not too challenging, and decided to set up his own milk tea stall. However, apart from the initial day when curious patrons flocked to his stall due to Jiang Nai's overwhelming crowd, Zhang Cheng quickly garnered a reputation for poor quality beverages. In fact, many preferred to wait in line for half an hour rather than purchase milk tea from him. When he tallied his earnings later, he realized that aside from a modest profit on the first day, his subsequent earnings were less than what he had made at his boutique stall. After selling off most of his milk tea inventory, he relinquished the stall and returned to his boutique. His brief foray into the milk tea business had rendered him unable to make a living. Unbeknownst to Zhang Cheng, his week of selling milk tea had tarnished his reputation. The clientele for both his boutique and the milk tea were largely overlapping. His boutique, which had already been unremarkable, now suffered from the negative impressions formed during his milk tea venture, causing potential customers to shy away, fearing they would be duped. Ultimately, Zhang Cheng could no longer sustain his boutique business, but that was a tale for another time. Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi, aware of Zhang Cheng's return to his previous position, struggled to contain their laughter and hurriedly distanced themselves from the back of the night market, finally bursting into hearty laughter once they reached the front. Shou Qiqi's laughter rang out the loudest, drawing the attention of nearby stall owners, prompting the duo to rein in their mirth and hasten back to their own stall. Jiang Aigua remained seated on his stool, indifferent to Jiang Nai's actions. He had always allowed her the freedom to conduct her personal affairs, as long as she stayed within the bounds of legality. Before long, the night market began to swell with patrons. Jiang Nai took charge of packaging, Jiang Aigua prepared the items, and Shou Qiqi managed the cash register, each proceeding with their tasks in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, a clear voice emerged from the crowd waiting in line. "Is that you, Jiang Nai?" And Shou Qiqi. The two individuals turned their gaze toward the sound, discovering their classmate Gwen Yinyin standing before them, accompanied by several familiar faces. However, the long queue of customers left little time for nostalgic exchanges, and they could only offer a nod in acknowledgement. Chapter 28. The New Year emulating the demeanor of the distinguished figures she had observed previously. Jiang Naifu concluded this brief reunion with a generous addition of pearls to her bubble tea, indifferent to her classmates' thoughts on the matter. After all, aside from her acquaintance with Gwen Yinyin, she could hardly recall the names of the others, let alone any sense of camaraderie. Typically, she spent her time at school solely with Shou Qiqi. Otherwise, she was either studying or napping, without holding any position in class. The names of classmates with whom she shared only a tenuous connection had truly faded from her memory. As she continued to take the next customer's order, Jiang Naifu's primary concern was to earn money. After all, the funds she had previously earned had been entirely spent on tutoring classes, leaving her with little to spare. She needed to earn swiftly. The ensuing weeks unfolded with monotonous regularity until January 24th arrived, marking the second holiday break for their bubble tea stall. Today was the New Year. Jiang Naifu's customs differed somewhat from those of other regions. For her, the celebration began on the eve of the New Year. Yet, she was uncertain of the reasons behind this tradition. It was not uncommon for some to celebrate a few days prior to the eve. Customs varied with location. Early in the morning, Jiang Aigua and Jiang Naifu rose, having tidied up their home days prior. They began the day with a hearty meal of dumplings, after which father and daughter busied themselves with hanging couplets and the character for good fortune. Historically, Jiang Naifu's family had not engaged in this practice, but this year was different. Everything at home was undergoing transformation. Overjoyed, Jiang Igwa brought these decorations home to celebrate the new year in a novel way. Although Jiang Naifu was now 14, this marked her first memory of seeing couplets hung at home. Jiang Igwa stood on a chair, gesturing with the couplets while occasionally inquiring if they were straight. Jiang Naifu stood at the door, her eyes scanning the placement, intermittently advising her father to adjust left or right. Once all the couplets were affixed, Jiang Igwa presented Jiang Naifu with a red envelope, signifying that they had completed a significant portion of their New Year preparations. Given that there were only the two of them at home and no custom of visiting relatives, Jiang Naifu returned to her room to await her father's completion of lunch. As evening fell and they finished their meal, Jiang Naifu prepared to venture outside to set off fireworks, the activity that truly immersed her in the festive atmosphere of the new year. Just as she was about to step out, she spotted Zhou Qiqi's parents with her standing at their doorstep. This spectacle was something Jiang Naifu had never encountered before. When in doubt, one could always call for their father. After greeting them and inviting them in, Jiang Naifu called for Jiang Igwa to join them. Upon seeing the guests, Jiang Igwa appeared somewhat bewildered, for the custom of exchanging New Year greetings with friends and relatives had waned in their family for many years. Upon reflection, the reasons became evident. After inviting the three individuals to take their seats, I seized the opportunity while serving tea to discreetly slip a red envelope into my pocket. Upon my return, a playful contest of refusal ensued, with Zhou Qiqi's parents wishing to bestow a red envelope upon Jiang Nai, while Jiang Igwa aimed to give one to Zhou Qiqi. After several rounds of polite insistence, Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi, guided by their parents' cues, ultimately accepted the envelopes. From that point onward, the two girls had little else to attend to. Zhou Qiqi joyfully linked her arm around Jiang Nai's shoulder as they ventured outside to ignite fireworks, serendipitously aligning with Jiang Nai's plans. In matters of pyrotechnics, Jiang Nai was rather timid. Her bravery extended only to sparklers and firecrackers, while she dared not approach the more explosive varieties like torpedoes or skyrockets. Such fireworks made her apprehensive, as she feared they might ignite her. In contrast, Zhou Qiqi relished the thrill of the more exhilarating fireworks, finding Jiang Nai's sparklers utterly mundane and lacking in excitement. Fortunately, neither girl pressured the other, and they each found joy in their respective choices. As the evening progressed, Zhou Qiqi proudly revealed the red envelope given to her by Jiang Igwa, having spent half of its contents on fireworks. With hands on her hips, she declared to Jiang Nai, "This time I've outsmarted my mother. Once I return home, she will undoubtedly demand I hand over the envelope for safekeeping, so I've decided to spend it first." Observing Zhou Qiqi's triumphant demeanor, Jiang Nai felt liberated from such concerns, for Jiang Igwa had never taken back any of her red envelopes. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Nai would only receive a red envelope from him during the New Year celebrations. She recalled, in her younger years, having received envelopes from uncles and elder relatives. But that tradition had faded away. The reasons eluded her, but from a certain year onward, the New Year festivities had been solely between Jiang Nai and Jiang Igwa. Lost in thought, Jiang Nai gazed up at the jubilant and proud Zhou Qiqi, standing amidst a vast expanse, with the fireworks bursting behind her as a dazzling backdrop. At that moment, Jiang Nai could even discern the twinkling starlight reflected in Zhou Qiqi's eyes. For a fleeting instant, she felt a pang of envy towards Zhou Qiqi. Yet, just as swiftly, that sentiment dissipated. After all, Jiang Nai had learned from a young age that life is inherently unequal. However, the opportunity to alter one's fate lies within one's own grasp. She considered herself fortunate compared to many others, who could guarantee a life devoid of regrets. Seizing the opportunity before classes resumed at her tutoring center, Jiang Nai turned her attention to another endeavor. She diligently researched various mathematics competitions and ultimately resolved to participate in this year's National Middle School Mathematics Competition. The challenge of securing an award in this contest was considerable. Yet the honor it conferred would be unparalleled, and it would also benefit her transition to high school. In her previous life, the most esteemed program at the high school she attended was the competition class. Having made her decision to partake in this event, she recognized that registration required a computer. Unfortunately, her household lacked such a device. Previously, she had relied on the weekly computer class at school or directly consulted her teachers to gather information. Now at home, Jiang Nai had no choice but to head to an internet CAF. After grabbing a cab, she rode her bicycle to Shiqiao Middle School. Once she secured her bike, she made her way to an alley adjacent to the school. After winding through the maze for some time, she finally spotted a concealed internet CAF. Its exterior was unremarkable. Had it not been for the sign reading Shangshang Internet CAF, one might never have guessed its purpose. This marked Jiang Nai's second visit to an Internet CAF. Her first had been merely a stop for the restroom, and she had left promptly, scarcely recalling its interior. A peculiar sense of anxiety enveloped her as she inhaled deeply. Attempting to feign composure before entering, imitating the actions she had seen in a short video, she approached the attendant and requested, "Open a computer." However, the anticipated dialogue she had rehearsed went unused. The attendant, without lifting his gaze, simply extracted an identification card from a stack and handed it to her, stating, "Your account is the last 7 digits of the ID, no password required." Stunned by the attendant's practiced efficiency, Jiang Nai accepted the ID and proceeded to locate a computer on her own. She was aware of this unlicensed Internet CAF primarily because many of her classmates had previously sneaked out to use the Internet, prompting the school to launch a crackdown that ultimately resulted in numerous students being apprehended and made to stand under the national flag as punishment. This establishment had, of course, also been shut down during that operation, had it not been for her previous ignorance of the outside world. Jiang Nai would have been unaware of even the existence of legitimate Internet CAFs, let alone the unlicensed ones that required no ID. Upon entering, she was nearly overwhelmed by the thick cloud of smoke inside, mingled with a sour odor that made it difficult to linger. To her astonishment, the CAF was bustling with patrons during the festive season, a stark contrast to her expectation of a quieter atmosphere during the holidays. She had initially planned to come when it would be less crowded, but the CAF's thriving business was unexpected. Now devoid of curiosity about the CAF, Jiang Nai simply wished to leave. She found a spot in a corner where the air was slightly fresher and hurriedly logged onto the registration website. Fortunately, she was somewhat familiar with the process and completed it in no time. Although she spent less than an hour there, she still paid a fee of 1 yuan, a price that exceeded her expectations for such an establishment. This realization further clarified why the CAF was so popular. No ID was required, and the internet fee was remarkably low. Jiang Nai even suspected that, had it not been the holiday season, her late arrival might have meant no available computers. In truth, some of the machines in the CAF were rented out for the entire month, and many patrons spent the night there. Once she exited the CAF, Jiang Nai finally felt able to breathe deeply. Although the CAF provided internet access, the environment and the odors were simply intolerable. She concluded that it would be wise to avoid such self-inflicted torment unless absolutely necessary. Of course, the current electronic devices held no allure for her. With the clunky, primitive computers and sluggish internet speeds, Jiang Nai, having returned from the 21st century, could not fathom what enjoyment they offered. For Jiang Nai, browsing the internet for information has become its most significant utility. After completing her registration, Jiang Nai hurried home. Hardly had she settled in when a series of knocks at the door piqued her attention. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Nai, are you home? Come out to play. At the door stood Shou Chi-Chi, exuberantly knocking. With no classes at the tutoring center during the New Year holidays, Jiang Nai granted her a few days off, which filled Shou Chi-Chi with immense joy. She truly adored the festive season. Observing Shou Chi-Chi's fervent knocking, Jiang Nai quickly rose to let her in. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Shou Chi-Chi brandishing a table tennis paddle. Before Jiang Nai could fully comprehend the situation, Shou Chi-Chi eagerly grasped her hand, pleading, "I can't bear a day without playing table tennis. Please, come and play with me, I beg you." Seeing Shou Chi-Chi's earnest expression, Jiang Nai could only nod in agreement. After gathering her belongings, she accompanied Shou Chi-Chi to the local square. Although it was referred to as a square, it was more of a gathering space. Featuring a ping-pong table marked by the passage of time, its paint chipped away to reveal the rusty iron beneath. There were a few exercise facilities, such as pull-up bars and treadmills, yet swings or seesaws, beloved by children, were conspicuously absent. In her childhood, Jiang Nai often pondered why other squares had swings while hers did not, forcing her to travel far for play. One essential feature of the square was a spacious area designated for square dancing. This space attracted not only middle-aged women, but also children like Jiang Nai, as the adults believed it to be a form of physical exercise. However, as Jiang Nai grew older, she seldom visited. She found herself ensnared by rigid traditional notions, feeling that life was fraught with dos and don'ts. For a girl in her 20s to engage in square dancing seemed rather unconventional, and Jiang Nai yearned to blend in with others. Yet, that was a past mindset. Jiang Nai had since evolved. She came to realize that it was impossible to please everyone, as society was rife with cacophonous opinions. What mattered was to find contentment within oneself. Even with just a few rudimentary exercise apparatus, children could still revel in joy. However, the ping-pong table remained neglected, the sole piece of equipment for physical activity in the area. As Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi positioned themselves at the table, children were immediately drawn to them, gathering around the table with wide-eyed curiosity, captivated by what seemed a novel attraction. Jiang Nai indeed possessed the ability to play table tennis. Her college elective was a course in the sport. However, her skills were merely adequate, and to claim proficiency would be an overestimation of her abilities as a former university student. Presently, however, she felt unprepared, prompting her to silently approach Zhou Qiqi and request a lesson. With Zhou Qiqi's impromptu table tennis class underway, the surrounding children became increasingly animated, effectively joining their little group. Would Zhou Qiqi feel nervous in the face of this burgeoning classroom? No, her excitement only grew. Jiang Nai observed Zhou Qiqi, who had confidently seated herself atop the ping-pong table, and mused that she was indeed a person accustomed to the limelight, unfazed by such trivial scenes. After standing nearby for 2 minutes, Jiang Nai felt an overwhelming urge to escape this awkward situation. Just as she turned to leave her torment behind, a voice called out "Nai Nai," drawing the gaze of everyone towards her, revealing her furtive intent to depart. She suppressed her urge to confront Zhou Qiqi and tentatively explained, "I noticed the sunlight over there looks delightful. I thought I might bask in it." Whether or not they believed her, Jiang Nai had convinced herself that she was merely going out to enjoy the sun. What of it? With a shaky rationale, she felt emboldened. Zhou Qiqi, oblivious to Jiang Nai's discomfort, was lost in the joy of being a teacher. She had never had such an opportunity before, always relegated to the role of a student. Now, she was reveling in this newfound experience. She waved for Jiang Nai to join her, completely unaware of Jiang Nai's awkwardness, which had her anxiously fidgeting. Observing the excited Zhou Qiqi, Jiang Nai thought it best to grant her this moment of glory, biding her time to later ensure that Zhou Qiqi would not escape unscathed. Suddenly, as Zhou Qiqi was immersed in her excitement, a chill ran down her neck, completely unaware that she had been set up. When she leaned over the table, staring at the endless assignments before her, she found herself puzzled as to how she had offended Jiang Nai. Once they reached the original table, Zhou Qiqi was finally willing to step down, handing the paddle to Jiang Nai while instructing. "Grip the paddle with the second joint of your index finger and the first joint of your thumb, then just hit the ball back when it comes." She adjusted Jiang Nai's grip as she spoke. Chapter 29. Maintaining the persona. As Jiang Nai watched Zhou Qiqi, brimming with eagerness at the opposite table, 2 question marks slowly formed in her mind. Was this girl done teaching already? Zhou Qiqi, noticing Jiang Nai still frozen in place, urged her forward with an encouraging look, thinking to herself how she truly was a competent teacher. Little did she know, Jiang Nai wished to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Zhou Qiqi, hoping to clarify her understanding of the situation. Jiang Nai couldn't help but wonder if she had been this straightforward and blunt when tutoring Zhou Qiqi, questioning from whom she had adopted such a simplistic and brusque teaching style. However, seeing the eager faces of the children around her, Jiang Nai had no choice but to muster her meager ping-pong skills. She was grateful for her previous decision to enroll in this class. Otherwise, she would be facing humiliation in front of a crowd. Jiang Nai, who valued her reputation more than her life, simply could not allow such a thing to tarnish the scholarly persona she had cultivated since her rebirth. With a flourish of her sleeves, she assumed an air of superiority and took her place on the table. The intensity of Zhou Qiqi's gaze seemed to push Jiang Nai back. Fortunately, she was not serving, thus leaving that somewhat challenging task to Zhou Qiqi. Jiang Nai struck a pose, ready to receive Zhou Qiqi's serve. With a swift whoosh, the ball hurtled towards her, and she quickly displayed the reflexes honed over her 26 years of singlehood, successfully returning the ball. As time passed, Jiang Nai surprisingly managed to engage in 3 rounds with Zhou Qiqi before ultimately conceding defeat. Jiang Nai was quite pleased with this outcome, for she was perceived as a novice by everyone. Such a performance was certainly worthy of boasting. Who would commend her for her exceptional talent? Observing the eager children around her, Jiang Nai felt it was prudent to stop while she was ahead. After all, what if the truth were to be revealed? Thus, she promptly handed her racket to a nearby child. Finally seated in the stands, Jiang Nai continued to watch as Zhou Qiqi instructed other youngsters. It was unclear whether it was mere coincidence or serendipity, but after Zhou Qiqi's rather unorthodox teaching methods, 2 children successfully made it onto the playing field. Surprisingly, their results were commendable. While they may not have engaged in 3 rounds, they were at least able to return the ball. This left Jiang Nai, who had once diligently practiced to avoid being hit by the ball, utterly astonished. Was this for real? Jiang Nai witnessed the disparities among individuals. The surrounding children were equally thrilled, as several of them swiftly grasped the game, planting a seed in their hearts that perhaps table tennis was not so daunting after all. Little did they know that some of these children would indeed embark on the path of pursuing table tennis in the future. After enduring relentless torment from coaches and teammates, Jiang Nai could only weep silently, harboring a deep-seated resentment for everyone involved at that time, including her own naive self, who had once thought table tennis was simple and worth learning. This also left Zhou Qiqi with an impression that she might be quite suited to teach, even though she had merely sought to indulge in the sport without committing to it. Had Jiang Nai known about Zhou Qiqi's dangerously ambitious thoughts, she would have been compelled to acknowledge her as a blossoming talent deserving of recognition. Upon returning home from the plaza, Jiang Nai found Zhang Igua quietly seated on the sofa, deep in thought. During the festive season, they had not ventured into the night market. As most people were busy visiting relatives, families like theirs who remained at home were indeed a rarity, planning to take a few days to rest. Jiang Nai perceived Zhang Igua's demeanor as an unusual adjustment to having free time, just as she intended to offer some comforting words. Zhang Igua noticed her presence and inquired, "Once the new year is over, school will resume soon, and you can pick up the business at noon again. After your classes begin, there will be no need for you to help out on weekends." Jiang Nai nodded in agreement. Indeed, with school starting, she would need to dedicate more time to her studies. There wouldn't be any opportunities for tutoring during the week, and extracurricular classes would have to be confined to the weekends, leaving her with no time to assist at the night market. Seeing Jiang Nai's acquiescence, Zhang Igua continued, "We will need to hire someone to help out now. Ideally, Zhou Qiqi's parents would join us in this venture, but it seems they are busy running their own business." Jiang Nai was aware of this, though she was uncertain about the specific details, as even Zhou Qiqi herself was not fully informed. Now, the task of hiring someone posed a genuine challenge. "You need not worry about this matter. I merely wanted to inform you that once school starts, there will be no need for you to assist at the night market. I will handle the hiring process," her father reassured her. Observing Zhang Igua, it was evident that he possessed his own ideas. Moreover, in this matter, Jiang Nai truly could not be of any assistance, as her acquaintances were merely peers. Upon hearing that Jiang Igua intended to resolve the issue independently, she promptly returned to her studies. The second semester of the second year commenced on February 16th, and Jiang Nai felt as though her winter vacation had slipped away without much time spent at home. On the eve of the new term, she lay in bed and entered the system space, finally presented with a task to accomplish. She had been contemplating those 3 long-term tasks for quite some time, and throughout the winter break, there had been no opportunities to undertake any tasks. Now, after dedicating over 3 months to honing her 3 skills, Jiang Nai planned to achieve them all in one go. By 9 o'clock in the evening, she had already settled into bed, entering the system space to select her subjects and commence the examination. Jiang Nai had familiarized herself with the difficulty level of the preliminary exam, which corresponded to the equivalent of a level 3 art examination in the real world. After 3 months of study, she felt prepared. After all, according to the task requirements, this was merely a qualifying exam. Unlike her coursework exams that distributed rewards based on graded scores, if it were the latter, an additional 3 months of study would not be excessive. The drawing examination was a timed on-site task, while the Guzheng had already specified the scope of examination, akin to graded assessments. The classical dance exam involved basic skills. Jiang Nai completed all 3 exams in one breath, genuinely finding them not difficult. The results emerged shortly thereafter, differing from her course exams, which provided a singular report card. Instead, the system presented her with 3 virtual certificates of qualification, rich in ceremonial significance. Just as Jiang Nai noticed the rewards credited to her account, the system unexpectedly displayed a selection interface, startling her, for she had never encountered such a feature before. Beep. The system has detected that the host has completed the preliminary examinations in painting, classical dance, and Guzheng. Please decide which subject to pursue further study in. There is no limit to the number of selections. Gazing at the 3 floating icons above her, Jiang Nai ultimately opted for painting, a choice she had long since made, while discarding the other 2. After studying the Guzheng, she realized her interest was rather superficial, insufficient to justify the time investment for continued learning. As for classical dance, she still held a fondness for it, yet she began her studies too late, and her physique had already settled into a certain form, rendering her unable to compare with those who had started learning at the tender age of 5 or 6. Furthermore, the system's prompt for selection indicated an opportunity for reconsideration. Choosing one would likely lead to subsequent tasks. Jiangnai felt that, at her current level, she could only dabble in it as a hobby, whereas the system's implication suggested a professional pursuit. What if she failed to complete the tasks? Although most failures bore no penalties, Jiangnai was unwilling to take risks, as the consequences of failure were burdens she could not bear. The system displays that the host has made a selection. The latest task is now issued. Please check for updates. Upon seeing the new task emerge, Jiangnai knew her suspicions were correct. She opened the task list to find Long-Term Task 1. Engage in physical exercise for 1 hour each day, accumulative. A sound body is the foundation of success. Reward: 3 points for each day, with a deduction of 6 points for any uncompleted tasks on that day. Long-Term Task 2. Complete all courses from the first to the third year of junior high school. The progress for each semester constitutes a segment, and points are awarded based on the completion of the semester's progress. Each completed stage of study allows participation in an examination, with points calculated according to scores. Rewards: scores in a single subject are calculated out of a total of 100, with a full score granting 10 points, scores above 80 yielding 8 points. Scores between 60 and 80 awarding 5 points, and scores below 60 receiving no rewards. Long-Term Task 3. Daily study time exceeding 6 hours and the system rewards 2 points. While exceeding 10 hours rewards 4 points, this task is not mandatory. Task 4. Choose a direction for painting and pass the intermediate examination in that direction, with a reward of 200 points and 3 attribute points. Task 5. Participate in any mathematical competition, with a first prize yielding 88 points and 2 attribute points, a second prize 66 points and 1 attribute point, and a third prize 50 points. The reward for this long-term task 4 is more than 3 times the basic reward, making it the most lucrative task Jiangnai has encountered thus far. However, the deadline for completion remains unknown, and once the painting direction is determined, it appears that changes cannot be made in the system. Therefore, this decision must be approached with utmost caution. Furthermore, with 3 tasks suddenly removed from the list, Jiangnai feels not excitement, but rather a sense of urgency and anxiety, as her points are entirely reliant on completing tasks. The more tasks there are, the less she has to worry about points in the near future. Yet, the only short-term task she can complete now is Task 5. Task 2 could earn her a significant sum, but the pace of her review for the 3 subjects required for the basic assessment is not rapid, and she is uncertain when she can achieve high scores in the second semester's examination. However, seeing the 3 distributable attribute points immediately lifts her heavy heart. After much contemplation on the allocation page, she ultimately decides to make a bold choice and refrain from adding to her intelligence for now. 1 point will be allocated to mental strength, while the remaining 2 will be added to her appearance. Jiangnai believes her intelligence is already sufficiently high and can be left for the time being. Moreover, increasing mental strength indirectly supports intelligence. As for her appearance, this has long been Jiangnai's obsession. Previously, due to the scarcity of attribute points and the focus of tasks on intelligence, she felt powerless. If she does not enhance it now, it would be peculiar for her appearance to be set later on. There is still an opportunity to change during this developmental period. After adding the attribute points, Jiangnai's statistics have been optimized. Host: Jiangnai age, 14 comprehensive intelligence, 125 physical fitness, 57 appearance, 55 mental strength, 60 luck. 46 Jiangnai took a moment to appreciate her progress. Recognizing her rationality, as she has always desired to alter her appearance, not to become an unparalleled beauty, but to avoid being an ordinary passerby. She would be satisfied as long as she could be considered a graceful beauty, having accrued a considerable number of attribute points. Jiangnai found herself still languishing in the penultimate position in terms of appearance. Her luck had been decidedly unfavorable from the outset. She contemplated that, in a slightly more affluent state, she might invest further in her looks. After all, one must at least achieve a passing grade in this regard. It was merely a small wish she wished to fulfill, for she harbored a genuine fondness for beautiful women. Gazing once more at her points balance of 171 in the marketplace, Jiangnai felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had finally pulled herself back from the brink of financial deficit and could continue to endure a while longer. These days spent monitoring her points balance inexplicably imbued Jiangnai with a thrilling sense of urgency. akin to the pulse-quickening experience of managing a credit card to maintain her financial flow. Once she attended to these matters, Jiang Nai promptly exited the system, eager to ascertain whether the addition of 2 points to her appearance would yield any noticeable effects. At 2 o'clock in the morning, she cautiously turned on the lights in her room, the blinding brightness momentarily disorienting her. After a minute's adjustment, she dashed to her desk, where a small mirror awaited her. Although it was somewhat inconvenient, the bathroom was outside her room, and given that the soundproofing in her home was virtually non-existent, she had no desire to rouse Jiang Igua in the dead of night. It was indeed a bit eerie to see a girl clad in a white nightgown, her long black hair cascading down, sitting at her desk and continuously adjusting her angle in front of a mirror at such an hour. Nevertheless, her curiosity was insatiable, overpowering any fear she might have felt. She examined herself from various angles, ultimately concluding that there seemed to be little change, and her spirited anticipation deflated in an instant. Ding! The system has detected the host's query regarding the effects of attribute points. To ensure the host's safety and maintain order, the enhancements from the appearance attribute points will gradually manifest in the host, came the system's explanation. With this reassurance, Jiang Nai felt a wave of calm wash over her. Although she was eager to see how her newfound beauty might appear, she acknowledged that the system's method of gradual change was indeed the safest approach. Becoming more intelligent could be rationalized as having previously concealed her talents, but an abrupt transformation in beauty would certainly raise eyebrows, particularly with her close companion, Zhou Qiqi, who would undoubtedly notice the slightest alteration. Jiang Nai felt certain that even an extra eyelash would be detected by her keen friend. Unable to witness her own transformation, her curiosity dissipated, replaced by the earlier suppressed fears. Now, as she lay in bed, her mind raced with recollections of horror films she had watched, conjuring the unsettling notion that a ghost lurked behind her. She feigned nonchalance for a moment before suddenly leaping up and retreating to her bed, cocooning herself tightly in her blanket. Beneath the covers, she strained to listen to the sounds outside her room, and after what felt like an eternity, she timidly extended a hand to extinguish the light, promptly shutting her eyes and immersing herself back into the system. She had successfully evaded the spectral pursuit. On the first day of school, Jiang Nai rose early, collecting the few scattered pieces of her winter vacation homework, having completed most of it before the break. To prevent Zhou Qiqi from borrowing her work, she had conveniently left it at school. In the past, Zhou Qiqi had never come to borrow, as both she and Jiang Nai were equally diligent in cramming for assignments before the semester began. At most, Zhou Qiqi would bring her homework to Jiang Nai's house, where they would collaborate fervently, dividing tasks and employing a few clever tactics, such as tearing out a few pages. Through their various methods, they had managed to avoid any mishaps with their winter and summer break assignments thus far. Chapter 30. The competition, however, Jiang Nai had excelled in her studies, and it was only fitting that she assist Zhou Qiqi in achieving the same success. Throughout this winter break, Jiang Nai dedicated nearly every day, except during the New Year, to providing Zhou Qiqi with 2 hours of tutoring, occasionally assigning her homework as well. Should Zhou Qiqi fail to complete it, she would certainly face a stern reprimand. After breakfast, Jiang Nai happily boarded Jiang Igua's small electric vehicle, setting off for school registration. She had longed for the start of the new semester, especially since she currently had no mobile phone to occupy her time and had already exhausted her television series. Occasionally, after prolonged study sessions within the system, she found herself at a loss for relaxation activities. At least in school, she could listen to her classmates share gossip and entertainment tidbits. Jiang Nai had always harbored a curiosity regarding the phenomenon of a particularly well-informed individual within her class, someone who seemed to have access to every piece of news, from the school leaders to the cafeteria staff. Coincidentally, this class oracle sat right in front of her desk, and after each lesson, Jiang Nai would eagerly listen to his gossip, strongly considering a future career in journalism for him, as he clearly possessed a talent for it. Arriving early at 7:40 a.m., Jiang Nai first took Jiang Igua to their homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, to settle the tuition fees. The fees for compulsory education were quite reasonable, totaling only 600 yuan for the semester. As they progressed to high school and university, if they attended public institutions, the fees remained manageable for an average family. However, for private schools, the costs could soar into the thousands, an expense that would prove insurmountable. Once the tuition was paid, Jiang Igua returned home, as there was little for him to do at the school. Jiang Nai was a day student, returning home after classes, so there was no need for him to linger. Upon returning to the classroom, Jiang Nai noticed a considerable number of her classmates had already arrived, all engaged in fervent writing. This highlighted the benevolence of their homeroom teacher, Gao Ping. Unlike other classes, where the homeroom teacher would sit in the classroom on the first day, checking students' winter break assignments and collecting tuition fees simultaneously, their class was more accommodating. Students who had not completed their assignments were allowed to return home without paying their fees, provided they finished their work before coming back to register. Such a scenario usually involved parents being present, and Jiang Nai had once been fortunate enough to witness such a dramatic scene, with cries echoing throughout the campus, marking an unforgettable moment. Her class, however, was far more amiable. Unless something unexpected occurred, they could safely enter the classroom, much like Jiang Nai, to pay their fees in the office. As for the winter break assignments, they would typically wait until the homeroom teacher had collected the fees before returning to the classroom for a collective review. Should anyone fail to complete their assignments, the day's lessons would still proceed, and they would remain in the classroom, accompanied by the homeroom teacher, writing until their parents arrived to take them home. How to say, both hold equal power, yet there remains a glimmer of hope, that being the brief window of 1 or 2 hours during which the homeroom teacher collects fees. Most students, even if they need to catch up, find themselves faced primarily with straightforward multiple-choice questions, while the more labor-intensive written responses have long been completed at home. Of course, one cannot dismiss the fortunate few, seemingly oblivious to the extent of their winter holiday assignments, who only discover their unfinished tasks upon arriving at school. If one were to inquire how Jiang Nai possesses such intimate knowledge, the answer lies in her own past as a participant. Catching up on assignments is no simple feat. However, the current Jiang Nai is markedly different. She has successfully completed her winter holiday work. Observing her peers' relentless efforts, Jiang Nai is inexplicably filled with a sense of pride. The relief of not needing to make up assignments is truly delightful. Similarly, on the way, Zhou Qiqi shares this sentiment. She has timed her arrival meticulously, accompanied by her grandmother, while her parents hurriedly depart to manage business affairs elsewhere, leaving right after the new year. Zhou Qiqi has grown accustomed to this routine. The registration deadline is set for 9:30, and by the time she arrives at 9:11, she has already contributed to the efforts of her classmates scrambling to finish their holiday assignments. After all, she had hoped that everyone would align their efforts with the 9:30 deadline, allowing her to gain a bit more time for herself. Upon entering the classroom, she notices everyone instinctively glancing up. The clock is nearing 9:30, and the risk for each new arrival is considerable, with Gao Ping potentially among them. Anxiety grips the hearts of her classmates, particularly those yet to complete their work. Taking her seat, Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi exchange knowing smiles, their unspoken camaraderie palpable. The pleasure of not having to catch up on assignments is profound. Today, she had the luxury of sleeping until 8:30, having finished her winter holiday work well before the new year. The sight of her classmates busily engaged in their assignments brings her joy. She hopes to continue this trend of early completion to avoid unnecessary anxiety. Both nod in agreement. Assignments must be completed promptly to ensure enjoyment during leisure time. As the clock strikes 9:30, a rare few students flinch, their hands moving with such speed they seem to blur. It appears Gao Ping has indeed managed to finish his work before entering the classroom. Perhaps it is the confidence and ease radiating from the students that has influenced Gao Ping, as his classmates, with eager eyes, convey the message of their completion, prompting a swift response. With a grand gesture, Gao Ping proclaims, "The teacher trusts you. There will be no checks on the holiday assignments this time." As the words leave his lips, disbelief washes over the faces of the students. Indeed, experience holds its weight. Even Jiang Nai had forgotten about Gao Ping's cunning tactics, silently chiding herself for her oversight. The meticulous homeroom teacher has outmaneuvered the revival faction, leading to their dismal defeat. It seems this round belongs to the procrastinators, however. A glance at the expressions of the classmates reveals a universal look of frustration and regret. It appears that all of them are merely honest, diligent students, lacking the audacity of the risk-taking procrastinators. Alas, the entire cohort has fallen, with none emerging unscathed. In the ensuing hours, the customary self-study session commenced, yet the students, evidently disheartened, sat in stony silence. Observing this scene, Jiang Nai could only offer a semblance of solace, pondering that at least the winter vacation assignments were ones she had purchased with her own funds. Neglecting to complete them would merely render that investment futile. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. The pressing matter at hand was her upcoming mathematics competition. Initially, Jiang Nai had intended to simply sign up, and attend the event independently on the designated day. She recalled that Xueba Middle School did not seem to have a tradition of participating in such competitions, perhaps due to a lack of remarkable achievements, leaving her in ignorance about the school's history in this regard. However, Jiang Nai now felt that regardless of her potential success as a student of Xueba Middle School, she ought to embody a sense of collective pride. Even if no one else from the school participated, at the very least, her teachers would be aware of her aspirations. She had once heard a saying, "One should allow others to recognize their ambitions, for such awareness may lead to opportunities being presented, propelling one closer to success." While the system could instruct her on competition problems, information regarding the competition itself remained elusive. Lacking any prior experience in competitions, Jiang Nai realized she needed to seek guidance from a knowledgeable teacher. With this in mind, she found it increasingly difficult to remain seated in the classroom. Her desire to consult her mathematics teacher was overwhelming. Disregarding any concerns about others' opinions, she informed her homeroom teacher and made her way to the office. Xueba Middle School was modest in size, with a limited student body and only 2 teaching buildings. The office for the second-year teachers was located in the adjacent building on the same floor. However, the Southern-style teaching buildings were interconnected by covered walkways, making her journey quite convenient. As Jiang Nai knocked and entered the office, she found it sparsely populated. It was a large room where nearly all the second-year teachers were present, though many were likely absent due to the start of the new term. The ordinarily bustling office appeared quite spacious, which was fortuitous for Jiang Nai, as she had no desire to endure another spectacle of all the teachers gathering to gawk at her. She approached her mathematics teacher, whispering her greeting. Lily looked up, her furrowed brow seeming to relax upon recognizing Jiang Nai, who had made a notable impression on her. In fact, all the second-year teachers were quite curious about Jiang Nai, who often found herself the focal point of office conversations. After all, a student whose grades had consistently hovered around the middle suddenly ascending to the top of the grade was a sensational development in any school. Of course, some teachers harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of her achievements. However, they were judicious in their criticisms, as the educators at Xueba Middle School were not prone to hastily disparaging students. After all, with numerous examinations, any deceit would eventually become evident. To their surprise, Jiang Nai truly was a hidden gem, securing the top rank once more in the final examinations, thereby solidifying her reputation as a student of remarkable potential in the eyes of her teachers. Lily discerned that Jiang Nai clearly had a matter to discuss. Yet she had not brought her books, suggesting it was not a question she intended to pose. Without hesitation, she inquired, "Jiang Nai, what brings you to seek the teacher?" "Teacher, I have registered for the upcoming National Middle School Mathematics competition during the winter break, and I would like to know if the school will organize students to participate." "What? You registered for the competition on your own?" "Yes," Jiang Nai replied, her tone softening as she seemed to recall something. She continued, "The school will indeed organize students to partake in the competition, but typically it is the 9th graders who participate. If you wish to join, you may do so. The students entering the competition will be required to attend supplementary classes, and you will be notified of the timing later." After Lily finished speaking, Jiang Nai expressed her gratitude and departed. The following day, Jiang Nai observed her homeroom teacher calling 2 academically proficient classmates outside, one of whom was Guan Yin, while the other was Lin Yu, an old acquaintance of Jiang Nai. It was unclear what the purpose of this gathering was. Before long, Guan Yin returned and approached Jiang Nai's desk, leaning in to whisper, "The homeroom teacher has asked for you to come to the office." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai rose, leaving behind a cluster of curious classmates who gazed on with wide eyes, marking a moment for Zhang Xiao, the class informant, to shine. True to her name, Zhang Xiao immediately leaned over to her neighbor and remarked, "Did you know that our school is selecting not only 9th graders for this mathematics competition, but also 8th graders?" The homeroom teacher likely summoned them to discuss the competition. At that moment, Jiang Nai had yet to exit the classroom, and upon overhearing this, she was struck with clarity. She developed a profound appreciation for Zhang Xiao's awareness, pondering how she had acquired this information when even Jiang Nai, a first-hand participant, was unaware. A suspicion arose that Zhang Xiao might be the child of a school official. The news of the competition swiftly circulated throughout the class. Once Guan Yin escorted Jiang Nai into an office, she found herself among several notable figures from the 8th grade. Even if the faces were unfamiliar, their names were well known. The seating arrangement was designated by class, placing Jiang Nai beside the homeroom teacher, Gao Ping. Soon, all the individuals in the office had gathered, and the clamor gradually subsided. Jiang Nai then observed her mathematics teacher, Li Li, ascend to the forefront. Everyone, please settle down. Today we have gathered the distinguished teachers and students from the 8th grade to announce a decision made by the school leadership yesterday. We will form a class comprising students interested in mathematics and those from the 9th grade competition team to participate together in this year's league. The classes will not conflict with students' regular schedules, but we will implement an elimination system with an examination scheduled for March 1st. Ultimately, only 10 participants will remain. Interested students may fill out the registration form under the guidance of their teachers, and participation is entirely voluntary. Responses are due by tomorrow morning at the latest. As soon as Li Li finished her announcement, the office erupted in discussions among teachers and students. Concurrently, Jiang Nai's mind rang with a notification amidst the chatter. A new task had been issued by the system. Task 6, successfully passed the selection for the Xueba Middle School competition. Reward, 30 points. The release of this task is indeed timely, though the reward seems somewhat modest, possibly due to the system's assessment of the task's difficulty. After all, she has been studying for a significantly longer period than most of her peers, under the guidance of renowned instructors. Should she fail, it would only highlight the extraordinary talents of those present. With her attention diverted for but a mere 10 seconds, one might assume she was deep in thought. Yet Jiang Nai quickly regained her focus and completed the registration form with remarkable speed. There was no doubt about it. She had already registered long ago. This was merely a reiteration of the school's procedures, particularly since the system had issued the task. Why not earn the 30 points? However, with the expansion of the competition's eligibility to include second-year students, Jiang Nai was uncertain of how this affected her, especially since just yesterday. When she inquired with teacher Li Li, it had been stated that the competition was limited to third-year students. Now, it encompassed both second and third years. Jiang Nai swiftly filled out her registration form and noticed Lin Yu just setting down her pen after completing her own. This surprised her. Jiang Nai had known she would register since last semester, so she had no hesitation. What could possibly be Lin Yu's reasoning? Typically, a junior high student would be in a state of indecision at this point, with many likely needing to consult their parents. However, given the awkward dynamic between Jiang Nai and Lin Yu, this question would remain unanswered. If Jiang Nai's registration was a foregone conclusion, then Lin Yu's was filled with anticipation and certainty, as she would undoubtedly participate in the competition. She would miss out on nothing related to her studies. And as long as Lin Yu registered, she would be visible. Why wouldn't she sign up? Chapter 31. The misfortune lies with me. The remaining ordinary junior high student, Wen Yinyan, was still uncertain. Their homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, called them both over and simply inquired whether they liked mathematics. How could one respond to such a question? To say they did not like it would be absurd, so they nodded in agreement. Thus, they found themselves in this office, no more enlightened than Jiang Nai. Wen Yinyan was in a state of indecision. She didn't need to consult her parents but was still unclear about her own thoughts. Seeing Jiang Nai make a decision so quickly, she turned to her and asked, "You've made up your mind so soon? We'll be in class with the senior students, and only 10 will be selected. If we get eliminated, wouldn't that just be a waste of time?" Jiang Nai hadn't given much thought to the possibility of elimination. After all, if one couldn't even pass the school selection, why participate in the competition? That would indeed be a waste of time. Moreover, Jiang Nai had never heard of Xueba Middle School achieving notable success in competitions. After all, whenever there was a significant event, if any student won an award, even a third prize, it would be widely publicized. With such marketing efforts, the absence of good news spoke volumes about their performance. Jiang Nai thought this to herself, though it seemed rather audacious, especially with the homeroom teacher present. Reluctantly, I found myself offering a different rationale. I believe the competition class will not interfere with our regular courses. Thus, utilizing the extra time for study is quite beneficial. Moreover, the knowledge explored in mathematical competitions is undoubtedly more challenging, which will ultimately enhance my proficiency in everyday mathematics. After articulating my thoughts, I turned to the class teacher and inquired, "Teacher, there is no additional fee for this competition class, right?" "Of course not," came the response. Wen Yinyan was evidently swayed. Indeed, with no financial burden and the opportunity to attend more classes than others, why not seize the chance? She promptly completed the registration form. One must not question why so many perceive themselves as gaining an advantage, willingly sacrificing leisure time for study. The students present here have been selectively chosen for their dedication to learning. Nearly all students from Xueba Middle School who gain admission to prestigious high schools are found in this very room. The office was modest in size, and Jiang Nai's words were overheard by most. Observing her peers eagerly signing up, she felt a surge of urgency. What if attending fewer classes than others resulted in a decline in her exam rankings? The ambition of the academic achievers burned brightly within her. The lively atmosphere made Jiang Nai feel as though she were amidst a bustling sales event, akin to a hidden agent within the minds of consumers, which felt quite unjust. Once the registration forms were completed, she returned to her seat, only to be swiftly surrounded by classmates eager for information, none more so than her deskmate, Zhou Qiqi, who seemed desperate to delve into Jiang Nai's thoughts. Jiang Nai was well aware of her classmates' curiosity. Being only partially informed was indeed frustrating. After all, regardless of Zhang Xiao's prowess, he was not physically present. Had it been in the age of advanced communication, with Zhang Xiao's capabilities, a live broadcast would likely have ensued. For now, however, such technology was unavailable. As she observed her classmates gathering around her, she finally understood the sensation Zhang Xiao must have experienced. Discussing gossip is far more enjoyable in a collective setting. She promptly shared her insights from the office, satisfying their collective curiosity. At that moment, the class teacher entered, and the room fell silent as if it were a henhouse. All pertinent information had been disclosed, leaving little to discuss. Ultimately, 18 students completed their registration forms, indicating that this cohort of 8th graders was quite ambitious. The supplementary classes were scheduled for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons during the second study period, a time when students were free from other classes. As for the classrooms, Shiqiao Middle School had an abundance of available spaces, as most parents preferred to enroll their children in urban schools, leaving many classrooms vacant. In addition to the 3 classes during the week, competition students were also required to attend on Saturday mornings. With attendance being mandatory upon registration, there was no option to decline. The instructor for these classes was none other than Jiang Nai's mathematics teacher, Li, who was entrusted with all matters related to the competition. When Wednesday arrived for class, Jiang Nai, having arrived early with Guan Yin and Lin Yu, noticed 2 unfamiliar students already seated in the classroom. These 2 stood out distinctly, occupying the very front row in the center, with no one sitting adjacent to them. Jiang Nai was certain that neither of these 2 individuals had been present in the office yesterday. They were likely the senior students from the 3rd year. But Jiang Nai was genuinely surprised by the scarcity of participants from that grade in the competition. The individuals in the office yesterday need not have worried about competing with the seniors. Even if both were selected, there remained 8 spots available. Such a ratio effectively rendered the competition a mere 2-to-1 scenario, which posed no real threat. Jiang Nai felt a sense of pity for the classmates who had forfeited their chances. Those who later learned of the minimal number of applicants from the 3rd year were truly disheartened. Some even lamenting why Li hadn't informed them that only 2 students from that grade were considered. In truth, Li's omission was intentional. If one hesitated to participate in the school selection process, how could they possibly compete against the entire county, city, or even the province? Regardless of the outcomes, the spirit of competition must be embraced. Ultimately, Jiang Nai chose to sit in a secluded corner of the classroom, a habit rooted in her past as a struggling student. Wishing to evade the teacher's attention, Guan Yin settled beside her. As for Lin Yu, upon entering the classroom, she decisively took a seat behind a familiar girl, who Jiang Nai recalled was the previous year's top student, Huang Wakai. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nai, Guan Yin's silence stemmed from a lack of conversation. While Lin Yu's was fueled by excitement, she was overwhelmed with joy and anticipation. If she had spoken at that moment, one could have detected the tremor in her voice. She was now in close proximity to her idol, and her adrenaline surged as she yearned for a closer connection. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Yu's gaze instantly fixed upon Huang Wenkai, as if she were the sole occupant within the room, seated with no one else beside her. Lin Yu longed to sit next to Huang Wenkai, yet her deep understanding of her made her apprehensive. If paired with a stranger, she would undoubtedly feel anxious. Thus she reluctantly settled for the seat behind her. However, being so near was a source of immense satisfaction. She felt she had taken a step closer to her aspirations, which undeniably lifted her spirits. This newfound joy diminished her animosity towards Jiang Nai. Her earlier grievances with Jiang Nai stemmed from the fact that Jiang had usurped the top position that Huang Wakai had dominated since the 1st year. Lin Yu could no longer contain her frustration during the midterm, but after secretly observing Huang Wenkai in the classroom and noticing her lack of distress, she had managed to suppress her feelings. That was until the final term, when she witnessed Huang Wenkai in tears on the way home. In that instant, Lin Yu's resolve to avenge her was reignited. Indeed, her actions were deliberate. She had anticipated a smooth execution of her plan, believing Jiang Nai to be inherently timid. However, she misjudged the situation. Others, like Lin Yu, were often unthinking, flocking to those who feigned vulnerability. For those possessing intelligence, Lin Yu was willing to employ strategy. But she had no desire to engage with the foolish, particularly those who were both cowardly and dim-witted, as they were simply irksome to her. However, these matters are of little consequence. Now that she can see her 4 times a week, Lin Yu feels that she can cast aside everything else. She does not wish to squander this precious time. If Jiang Nai were aware of how easily Lin Yu could be appeased, she would have already devised a way to reconcile with Huang Wen and subsequently send Lin Yu along, sparing herself the daily burden of pleasantries. Although there are no grand conflicts as in the beginning, the frequent disturbances are indeed irksome, and it is palpable that Lin Yu's skills have notably improved, making it quite troublesome. Before the class bell rang, the once empty classroom was finally filled to half capacity. Lily stood at the podium, observing that nearly everyone had arrived, and began discussing the history of the school competition, regardless of the bell's impending chime. Our school traditionally selects only students from the 3rd year of junior high to participate in competitions, specifically in mathematics. The mathematics competition at Xueba Middle School is organized solely by the teachers, but this year, as an exception, we have decided to include students from the 2nd year. Aiming to achieve greater heights in our competitive results, we commence preparations 6 months in advance to nurture your abilities. The senior students, Feng Wei and Lu Hui, who sit before you, secured 3rd place in last year's National Secondary School Mathematics Ability Competition. The teacher wishes to issue a caution. Competitions are not as simple as you might imagine. They are worlds apart from our regular examinations. You may be puzzled as to why there are only 2 students from the 3rd year present. This is because others have already been eliminated along the way. Jiang Nai dismissed the other remarks, but when Lili mentioned that the senior students from the 3rd year had achieved rankings in the competition, her heart sank. What could this possibly mean? Jiang Nai was certain that in her memory, Xueba Middle School had never secured commendable results in any competition. This sudden mention of a 3rd place truly startled Jiang Nai. Could her presence have inadvertently influenced something? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely, as she was in the 2nd year, not the 3rd. Any alterations in the 3rd year's competition could be plausible. But Jiang Nai had not possessed such capabilities during last year's event. At that time, she merely knew the name of the competition, oblivious to any further details. Logically, the school should announce the results of the 3rd year competition in the coming days, leading her to ponder what she was occupied with in her past life during this time. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Nai. She recalled the evening prior to the start of the semester, February 15th, when she had finally completed all her assignments just before dawn. She had even sent a boastful text message to show Chi-Chi using an old phone. Haha, you wouldn't believe it. I finished all my homework today. To which Zhou Chi-Chi replied, what? You finished so quickly? I'm still struggling with one essay. It's so difficult to write. Why did the homeroom teacher assign 15 essays, each requiring 600 words? My hand feels like it's going to break. Essay? What essay? Did the homeroom teacher assign an essay? I don't remember, Jiang Nai exclaimed, springing out of bed, genuinely startled by this revelation. You don't remember? The homeroom teacher did assign it. I even checked with the class representative. It's definitely 15 essays. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Nai felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. Fortunately, through coercion and persuasion, she managed to have Shou Chi-Chi compose 3 essays while she herself penned 12. Laboring until 6 in the morning. After registering and attending a full day of classes, she fell ill, necessitating a 2-day leave to recuperate at the clinic with injections. In retrospect, it was Jiang Nai herself who had unwittingly forgotten the extent of her winter vacation assignments. The timing aligned perfectly. It was indeed the day joyful tidings would be announced. As Jiang Nai regained her composure, Lili had just concluded her remarks and promptly delved into the details of the competition. Since only Lili from Xueba Middle School possessed any experience related to competitions, the other teachers had never engaged in such activities. Thus, they combined the 2 grades for instruction. Fortunately, the 8th grade curriculum had already been covered, allowing for a review session in preparation for this year's league, with hopes of achieving superior results. The policies of the examination market, akin to this prestigious competition, could offer additional points. Though modest, it was a known fact that excelling in a competition, such as the National Middle School Mathematics League, could significantly enhance one's chances of being recommended to a key high school here, embarking on the path of competitions. Even if one did not secure a recommendation, the lowered admission criteria from prominent universities could still be pursued. Feng Wei and Lu Hui shared this perspective, striving to enter a key middle school. They were acutely aware that relying solely on the entrance examination would be precarious, so they pinned their hopes on achieving commendable results to vie for special recommendations. After all, there were still reputable high schools available, so why not take the chance? After the competition class, Jiang Nai hurried back to prepare for her next lesson, which was relatively straightforward. To be candid, it did not contribute significantly to her personal improvement. However, it was undeniable that Ms. Li's teaching was commendable. This left Jiang Nai puzzled. Logically, a teacher of such caliber would have long been recruited by a prestigious institution, so how could she be at a rural school? Just as Jiang Nai pondered this conundrum, the classroom's intercom abruptly crackled to life, disrupting her thoughts. Ahem, we have an announcement of good news. Congratulations to Feng Wei and Lu Hui from Class 1 of the 8th grade for achieving 3rd place in the National Middle School Mathematics Ability Competition. We kindly request the class leaders from the entire grade to proceed to the first floor conference room 101 for the award ceremony. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed her small efforts had not wielded significant influence. She had expended considerable effort merely to sway her own fate. As for the class leaders attending the ceremony, it was of no concern to her. The allocation of seats for such award ceremonies had always been designated for the class leader and the top student to alternate attending. Unfortunately, due to limited capacity, the conference room could not accommodate a large number of attendees. It was said to be the principal's meeting room, which Jiang Nai had never seen, as it was typically locked and only opened for occasions such as this one. However, next time it will be Jiang Nai's turn, as the students from the previous semester did not perform well, failing to achieve any honors during the latter half of the term, which would have allowed Jiang Nai to bask in their glory and behold the splendor of the principal's conference room. In Chapter 32, The Overbearing Ant Queen, it is noted that any disfavor directed towards me evokes sorrow. Yet, the simplicity of our circumstances does have its advantages. During her 3 years in junior high, Jiang Nai never attended any weekly or morning assemblies on the playground, nor did she endure the dreaded physical exercises. Even the mandatory flag-raising ceremony was conducted within the confines of the classroom, as the playground was too small to accommodate all students from the 3 grades. The so-called playground was merely a slightly larger concrete area with basketball hoops at either end. Previously, Jiang Nai was unaware of the benefits of poverty. But upon entering high school at No. 1 Middle School, she found herself compelled to run during the lengthy recess of the second period on that vast playground. In the sweltering summer, it felt unbearable, as the mingled odors of body sweat and foot odor permeated the air, necessitating close proximity to one another. With every moment testing the limits of human endurance, it could easily be considered one of the tortures of the Qing dynasty. After attending a competition class on Saturday morning, Jiang Nai hurried home, being mindful of her father Jiang Aigua's return schedule. Since she began school, Jiang Aigua had become increasingly busy, leaving her a message early in the morning before heading out to procure supplies. She arrived just in time, shortly after Jiang Aigua returned from his shopping. Dad, this afternoon I need to enroll in this semester's painting class at the Youth Palace. I want to be continuing with the guzheng and dance lessons, Jiang Nai stated promptly. Jiang Aigua looked at her sternly. Why not continue? You needn't worry about the cost. It's not a matter of finances, it's just that after a month, I realized I'm not particularly interested in those 2 subjects. However, I truly enjoy painting and would like to dedicate more time to it, Jiang Nai explained, as her image before Jiang Aigua had always been that of a frugal child. All right, you make the decision. How much will it cost? I'll go get the money now. Before finishing his sentence, Jiang Aigua hurried to fetch the funds. Jiang Nai had not calculated the exact amount. At 20 yuan per hour, she could only attend on weekends. Perhaps 2 hours each day, she mused, but then reconsidered. The primary reason she attended the tutoring classes was merely to have a valid excuse, as her teacher Baiyu was exceptionally engaging, prompting her desire for additional lessons. She resolved to assess the situation at the Youth Palace, uncertain of the painting class schedule. Regardless, she aimed to secure at least 2 hours, provided it did not conflict with her competition class on Saturday mornings. The semester spanned approximately 4 months, which would require around 700 yuan. Adding to that the cost of Shou Chi-Chi's table tennis class, she decided to ask for 1,500 yuan in total. Dad, could you give me 1,500 yuan? Including Shou Chi-Chi's? She called out to Jiang Aigua in the room. For both of them, that amount would cover over 4 months of learning, which was quite economical, especially considering the thousands spent in the previous month. Indeed, by eliminating the guzheng dance classes, a considerable sum was saved. After securing the funds, Jiang Nai hurriedly invited Shou Qiqi to enroll together. Initially, she was not anxious, as even without attending the youth palace, Jiang Nai still had her daily lessons within the system. However, Shou Qiqi was in a different predicament. It had been a week since she had truly played table tennis. Though there was a table at the square, the absence of a partner to play with was disheartening. The disparity in skill levels between Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi meant that after a few rounds, they had to stop, which was quite frustrating. Throughout the week, Jiang Nai noticed Shou Qiqi's lackluster demeanor during classes, and even her gentle reminders could not reignite Shou Qiqi's eagerness to return to the youth palace. Consequently, after Saturday morning's class, Jiang Nai rushed home, eager to ensure that Shou Qiqi could be taken to the youth palace that afternoon. She could no longer endure the incessant lamentations in her ear. Not long after stepping outside, Jiang Nai spotted Shou Qiqi squatting on the ground with a racket in hand, preventing an ant from returning home. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nai hurried over to pull her away, urging her to let the poor little ant go. Meanwhile, within its nest, the ant queen pondered why her daily treat had yet to arrive at the table. If it did not come soon, she would certainly make a scene, incessantly clattering her dishes and demanding, "Butler, when shall my lunch be served?" The chief ant, wiping the sweat from his brow, promptly reassured her, "My lady, do not fret. It shall be here shortly." While he hurriedly contacted his subordinates to hasten their return, he mused to himself, "It has been ages since I have seen my lady with such a hearty appetite," and a satisfied smile crept across his face. However, he soon recalled his unreliable subordinates. His lady had suffered from stomach ailments since childhood and rarely had an appetite. Today, she had fortuitously encountered a particularly gallant male ant, and it pained him to see her yearning for food yet unable to indulge. Upon arriving at the youth palace, Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi made their way directly to the registration hall on the first floor, hoping to complete their registration before the receptionist shift ended and pay the fees to commence classes that afternoon. Jiang Nai, in her haste, had even foregone lunch. A pitiful sacrifice indeed. Fortunately, the work hours of laborers were quite unreasonable. When they arrived, the receptionist was still smiling at the front desk, indicating that there was ample time before she would leave for the day. To alleviate the receptionist's workload, and given that Jiang Nai was somewhat familiar with the process now, she boldly articulated her inquiry. Of course, it was not because she had discerned the receptionist's desire to slack off behind that cheerful facade. Absolutely not. "Could you please tell me how many classes teacher by you for the painting class and the table tennis class have scheduled for the weekend?" She appreciated such directness. And upon hearing Jiang Nai's question, the receptionist's smile became even more genuine. "Certainly, let me check that for you." Given that students are primarily attending weekend supplementary classes now, the original 1-hour sessions have been adjusted to 2 hours each, while the fees remain unchanged at 20 yuan per hour. Currently, both the painting and table tennis classes are available on both weekend afternoons. Jiang Nai is still contemplating, as the changes to the class schedule have left her somewhat hesitant. However, Shou Qiqi quickly made up her mind. "Sister, I need 2 hours on both Saturday and Sunday. Please help me register." Seeing Shou Qiqi's swift decision-making, Jiang Nai decided not to dwell on it any longer. After all, she couldn't let Shou Qiqi attend class alone, especially since the location is quite distant from home, and some remote routes are not serviced by public transport, which poses a risk. She promptly spoke up, "I feel the same way. Let's schedule 1 class each on Saturday and Sunday. Can we pay for 2 months in advance?" Upon hearing that they wished to register on the spot, the receptionist beamed with genuine delight and responded, "Of course. So, shall we begin classes this afternoon? I see this young lady has even brought a racket." In unison, Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi replied, "Yes. Truly, they are the epitome of harmonious sisters." As usual, the class was set for 1:30. The moment Jiang Nai stepped into the classroom, she was greeted by familiar surroundings and faces. All 9 students from the winter holiday tutoring class had unanimously chosen to continue with Teacher by You. When another familiar face entered, smiles spread across the room, and an unspoken understanding lingered in the air, as if they had truly become acquainted at that moment. It was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would all be present in this classroom together for the years to come, striving for progress. When the class bell rang, Bai Yu entered, and, upon seeing the 9 familiar faces, couldn't he help but smile. Clearly, they all shared a strong rapport. It was good to see each other again. The silence in the room was soon broken by the sound of laughter, and Jiang Nai felt fortunate to have registered during the first week of school. Missing this moment would have left her with a sense of regret. Within that first week of school, everything fell into place, leaving Jiang Nai with only one concern: Why is Jiang Igwa's stall yet to hire anyone? Previously, Jiang Igwa had been adamant that he would soon finalize the staffing. Yet Jiang Nai had clearly underestimated the difficulty of finding a reliable employee. Currently, the milk tea stall requires a responsible cashier. Hiring an apprentice is out of the question, as teaching an apprentice could lead to the master's downfall. The business has not yet reached a stage where market competition is necessary. Observing that Jiang Igwa had been searching for almost half a month without any news, Jiang Nai contemplated potential solutions. The cashier position is typically filled by women. Yet the night market often requires working until after 10 o'clock, which, coupled with Jiang Igwa's gender, indeed presents a challenge. Unable to find a solution, Jiang Nai tossed and turned in bed before deciding to leverage her social network. While this job may have its inconveniences, it is not devoid of competitiveness. The daytime is free, allowing for the possibility of taking on another job if necessary. The work itself is not particularly challenging, it merely involves handling cash. Jiang Nai believes she can utilize her connections to find someone suitable. However, after a prolonged moment of contemplation with her phone in hand, she could only send a message to Shou Chi-Chi. Is there anyone in your family who could assist with the cash register at my father's stall? Clearly. This query also posed a challenge for Shou Chi-Chi, who typically responded instantaneously. After a considerable delay, she finally typed a question mark. With a sigh, Jiang Nai turned over in bed upon seeing the punctuation, ultimately consoling herself with the truth. Nothing in this world is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish it. Tossing her phone aside and closing her eyes, she entered the system, deciding to leave this matter to the adults. She had to admit her own inadequacy. She was simply too exhausted to struggle any further. On Sunday, March 1st, the competition class examination was scheduled for that day. After the Saturday lesson, Teacher Lili instructed everyone to return home and revise diligently, in hopes of avoiding elimination. The examination was set for 8 a.m. to 9:20 a.m., adhering strictly to the regulations of formal competitions, with the sole exception being the content of the exam, which only covered material learned over the past few days to ensure fairness. The National Middle School Mathematics competition utilized a single paper for the entire grade, with 9th grade students holding a distinct advantage. Nonetheless, Lili did not harbor high expectations for her 8th grade students to achieve notable rankings. Her aim was merely to cultivate their skills in preparation for the following year. By 7:50 a.m., everyone was already seated, eagerly awaiting the papers in Teacher Lili's hands. Observing the students' expressions, she smiled, remarking, "You all seem quite confident. Confidence is indeed a virtue, and maintaining a positive mindset during examinations is crucial." Upon receiving her test paper, Jiang Nai swiftly scanned the questions, garnering a general understanding. It did not seem particularly challenging for her. By around 9 a.m., she had nearly completed her answers, and, noticing her classmates still engrossed in their thoughts, decided to embody the persona of an early submitter. After a thorough review, she raised her hand to signal for submission. Lili, noticing Jiang Nai's paper filled to the brim, refrained from issuing the usual reminders about careful checking. The teachers at Shirchao Middle School were rather laid back, having imparted their teachings. How the students performed in the examination was solely their responsibility. Once she stepped away from the classroom, a smile erupted from her as she distanced herself, leaving behind her achievements and accolades. The glances from her classmates were filled with suspicion, as if questioning whether she had secretly studied late into the night. Their expressions tinged with envy. On her way home, Jiang Nai informed Shou Chi-Chi to gather her books and come over for supplementary lessons. The initial days of the new term had been so hectic that the idea of extra tutoring had been postponed. Now, it was imperative to catch up. Cycling home, she imagined Shou Chi-Chi's reaction to her message. Surely it would be a comical bear emoji, which brought her immense joy. She recalled the humiliation she had endured at the ping-pong table during the winter festival. Now was the perfect time for payback. Upon returning home, she was greeted by the sight of Shou Chi-Chi, looking quite distressed while holding her books at the doorstep. Jiang Nai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The true storm had yet to arrive. Adopting a facade of seriousness, she clasped her hands behind her back and strode ahead with an air of authority, while Shou Chi-Chi followed behind like a dutiful little wife. After bringing her to the desk in her room, Jiang Nai extracted a handwritten mathematics test from the pile of books and immediately held it up before Shou Chi-Chi, signaling her intent. The previous seriousness dissipated, replaced by a cheerful smile as she looked at Shou Chi-Chi, exclaiming, "I specially prepared this mathematics test for you last night. Today's tutoring will serve as your examination. Are you excited?" In truth, the test was not crafted by Jiang Nai. She had yet to attain the proficiency required to design a tailored exam for Zhou Qiqi. This was a feature, or rather a product, that Jiang Nai unexpectedly discovered in the system on Saturday night. Test paper generator. Simply input the subject name and the areas where you struggle. The more detailed the information, the more suitable the generated exam will be. It only costs 1 point. A small expenditure can yield great results, enhancing your learning efficiency. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nai realized it was essentially customized for Zhou Qiqi. Drawing from her experience in tutoring Zhou Qiqi, she even included several of Zhou Qiqi's common mistakes and finally obtained the tailored test paper. However, the system's output could not be extracted, forcing her to hand copy the test late into the night. Fortunately, it was a mathematics exam. Had it been language arts, Jiang Nai would have given up in an instant. Zhou Qiqi, gazing at the stark mathematics test laid before her, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. What sin had she committed to endure such torment? Mathematics had always been her greatest fear. She would rather run 3 kilometers on the playground than tackle a math problem. Chapter 33. Mathematics. As Zhou Qiqi wallowed in her despair, she heard a click, and turning her head, she discovered that Jiang Nai had locked the door. Sitting there with a stool at the threshold. With no choice, Zhou Qiqi dragged her heavy feet toward the desk, each step feeling like a descent into hell. However, in an instant, she dashed toward the window. With a swift motion, she drew back the curtains, revealing the security bars. At that moment, Jiang Nai's voice, lowered, reached her ears. What do you think you're doing, trying to climb out? Reeling from the heavy blow, Zhou Qiqi could only scratch her head and respond sheepishly. Nothing of the sort. I just thought the room was too dark and wanted to let in some light. As she spoke, she returned to her seat at the desk, only to find that the greater challenge lay ahead. Picking up the test paper, she felt as though she were not a citizen of the Huagua. While she recognized each character when viewed separately, together they formed a language she could not decipher. In her past experiences, even during exams, she could easily tackle the first 3 questions of a math test. What had changed? Had the mathematics test mutated? Why was the first question demanding such profound contemplation? Seated at the door, Jiang Nai observed Zhou Qiqi's distressed expression, knowing that the point spent was not in vain. It highlighted Zhou Qiqi's weaknesses. She leisurely feigned interest in the competition questions in her hands, while her mind delved into the system's space, pondering how such a remarkable tool could not be utilized for her own benefit. The test paper Jiang Nai had generated was, in fact, a mathematics competition exam. With an exuberant spirit and unwavering confidence, Jiang Nai waved her hand grandly, opting for 3 copies of the test to gauge her proficiency. For she had an abundance of coins at her disposal, reveling in extravagance. Upon receiving the freshly minted examination papers, Jiang Nai wore a smile as she glanced at the first question, then grinned at the second, and ultimately savored the entirety of the 3 sheets. One could only say that these papers bestowed upon Jiang Nai a long-lost sense of defeat and confusion, which she found intolerable. She unleashed a torrent of inner verbal reprimands. After venting, she felt a wave of relief, maintaining her composed demeanor as the illustrious scholar of Jiang University. Jiang Nai silently vowed to conquer these 3 papers. In her mind, they transcended mere examinations, symbolizing the imminent shattering of her dignity, which she was determined to protect. In a modest room, 2 souls, fervently obsessed with mathematics, found themselves colliding against the walls of their intellectual pursuits. The ocean of mathematical anguish was further enriched by 2 tears brimming with passion. The first sufferer of this, let out a contented belch, satisfied that today's tears were abundant in energy, marking yet another successful day in defending his position as the champion of this tumultuous realm. Meanwhile, the second sufferer, English, foolishly dared to contest his authority, oblivious to the years of dominance his elder had held. Throughout history, countless tears and blood have been shed over his domain. Did he ever take pride in it? The insignificant English posed no threat. Awakened from her tower battle with mathematics by the empty rumblings of her stomach, Jiang Nai reluctantly departed from her arduous endeavor, glancing at her phone to find it striking 12. Suddenly reminded of her class at the Youth Palace at 1:30. She hastily grabbed Zhou Qiqi, who was about to settle at the desk, and they set off. Lunch would have to be resolved at the Youth Palace, for at home, her culinary options were limited to instant noodles and dumplings, dishes she had grown weary of, even attempting a regrettable concoction of instant noodles, dumplings, and whatever else was edible, which left her remorseful for a lifetime. Having tasted that culinary disaster, Zhou Qiqi even wondered if it was fit for pigs. Whenever Jiang Nai entertained her whimsical ideas in the kitchen, she seemed to launch into a grand escapade, as if teleporting home. Wasn't dining at a restaurant a far more delightful option? Why torment her stomach with such trials? The tower art class in the afternoon felt like a reprieve compared to mathematics, and Jiang Na was certain Zhou Qiqi shared this sentiment. Observing that Zhou Qiqi had barely completed half of her work in that time, she allowed her to take it home to finish. Jiang Na assured her that the tasks had been adjusted to match Zhou Qiqi's capabilities. It merely required a bit more thought and calculation. She believed Zhou Qiqi would appreciate her well-meaning intentions. Of course, how could she be the only one to face the daunting mathematics papers alone? Such burdensome sweetness ought to be shared with her dear friend. Ultimately, Jiang Na toiled over the 3 examination papers from 5 in the afternoon until 10 at night. And as she gazed at the piles of completed mathematics sheets and the thick stack of draft paper beside her, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped her. It was no small feat, akin to nearing the final level of a game, with the system rewarding her as a dedicated spender with an Ultimate version 20 upgrade. With tears welling up, one can only swallow this bitter pill. From dawn till dusk, through mundane tasks to the final challenges, one has ultimately endured the grind. At last, having completed her writing, Jiang Na felt a flicker of relief. Yet, the thought of not having seen her father today weighed on her. Despite sharing the same roof, they felt worlds apart, only catching glimpses of each other during breakfast, as both were ensnared in their own busy lives. Seizing the momentum from today's extensive exam, Jiang Na resolved to take a gamble and pass the second semester assessments of her second year. When one is in the zone, everything feels different. She completed the 6-hour examination in just 5 hours, with her speed in mathematics undoubtedly contributing to this feat after tackling 3 competition papers. Jiang Na felt that the mathematics of her second year no longer posed a challenge. Upon reviewing her results, she discovered Chinese, 94, mathematics, 100, English, 100, politics, 88, history, 93, geography, 86, physics, 100, biology, 98. Overall, her progress was commendable, and she was particularly astonished to find a perfect score in physics, a first for her. However, she narrowly missed a perfect score in biology due to a minor error in 1 digit. Thus, it felt like a wash. Her points had increased by 70, which was pleasing. The assessments of her second year proved advantageous, allowing for more subjects to be examined and thus more points to be accrued. On Monday afternoon, Jiang Na and her companions, Guanyin Yin and others, hurried to the competition class, as the results were expected to be released today. Given the small number of 20 papers, Shiqiao Middle School was known for its prompt grading. Teachers were eager to finalize results swiftly, not merely for efficiency's sake, but due to a revelation Jiang Na had overheard during a previous visit to the office. During the midterm examinations of her second year, after completing her test, she had gone to consult her homeroom teacher and overheard raucous laughter from the office. Haha, you didn't see this coming. I was the only one to guess correctly. The top student in the grade is our own Jiang Na. Quick, quick. Those who lost shouldn't play tricks. Lao Lu. Don't you dare renege on that new fishing rod of yours. Lao Lu retorted angrily. You sly fox. All your scheming is just to outsmart me and my fishing rod. It was then Jiang Na realized why the results for her cohort were always released so promptly. It was her homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, who orchestrated the rapid grading. He would often wager with other teachers on who would score the highest in the grade or in individual subjects, with a small incentive involved. This friendly competition honed the teacher's grading speed. On their way to the competition class, Jiang Na and Lin Yu were in high spirits. It should be noted that Lin Yu had long been the top student of Class 3, consistently ranking second in the grade, closely trailing Huang Wan, with mathematics being her forte. Conversely, Guanyin Yin was visibly anxious, fidgeting with her hands and muttering, "What should I do? I'm so nervous. Will I be eliminated? I didn't fall asleep until 3 last night." As the class monitor of Class 3, Guanyin Yin excels in managing her class and boasts commendable academic achievements. However, her sole flaw lies in her tendency to become anxious before examinations, a concern her homeroom teacher frequently attempts to alleviate, albeit with little success. Nevertheless, despite her nervousness, Guanyin Yin's anxiety often propels her to extraordinary performances. She is a quintessential exam candidate. Understanding this, her teacher has ceased to offer further counsel, recognizing that her heightened anxiety correlates with improved results. Upon entering the classroom, the once exuberant and confident youths now display fleeting expressions of apprehension as they await the fateful pronouncement from Li Li at the podium. Typically stern, Li Li surprises everyone with a smile, startling Jiang Na, who has never witnessed such a sight. The absence of a furrowed brow from Ms. Li suggests a lighter mood. Indeed, one realizes that with time, all things become possible. Everyone is undoubtedly eager to discover if they have been eliminated. Without further ado, the teacher announces that those whose names are called will remain: Feng Wei, Lu Hui, Jiang Nai, Lin Yu. As the list is read aloud, Guan Yinyin counts the names from her seat, and when Lin Yu is the 10th name called, her own is conspicuously absent, leaving her in shock. Lin Yu, upon hearing her name, remains unfazed. Her thoughts linger on the absence of Huang Wakai, for her purpose in enrolling was precisely to compete alongside Huang. Yet, Lili continues, declaring Huang Wakai and Guan Yinyin, bringing her announcement to an end. It is at this moment that both girls' emotions stabilize. Though Guan Yinyin is left perplexed, how could there be 12 participants when only 10 were initially stated? Sensing the collective confusion, Lili promptly clarifies, the intention was to select 10 students, but due to several exceptional candidates achieving identical scores, 2 additional students were admitted. She had not anticipated discovering such promising talent in the second year, affirming that her reform to nurture these students was indeed wise. Shichiao Middle School is poised for a successful showing in this year's league. Having concluded her remarks, she adds that those whose names were not called may return to class, urging them not to feel disheartened. There are numerous paths one can take, and should they remain interested in competitions, future selections will offer another opportunity for participation. The students who were not selected, upon hearing Ms. Li's words, find their spirits somewhat lifted as they hastily gather their belongings to leave. Jiang Nai observes their silent departure, her heart inexplicably heavy, although she has yet to truly step into the realm of mathematics competitions. The Darwinian principle of survival of the fittest has already begun to reveal itself before her. She can only remind herself that stagnation leads to regression. With greater resources at her disposal, she must strive upward with unwavering determination. After school, it was the first time Jiang Nai saw Jiang Igua at home at 5 in the afternoon, which naturally left her puzzled. Ever since he started selling at the night market, Jiang Igua had been absent only due to unavoidable circumstances, attending daily without fail. Today, however, he was remarkably at home, which was indeed surprising. Noticing Jiang Nai standing at the door in a daze, her expression one of disbelief, he quickly waved her over. He was aware that by resigning from his factory job, though he earned more and did not find it overly exhausting, he had significantly reduced the time he could spend with Jiang Nai, to make up for the time he had lost with her. Jiang Igua hurriedly led Jiang Nai into her room. Upon entering, she found her bed unchanged, but the desk was no longer the same. The former narrow desks, resembling those in a school classroom, had been replaced by a spacious, natural wood-colored long table placed in front of the original window, harmonizing beautifully with the wooden floor. Jiang Igua's aesthetic had always surpassed Jiang Nai's. The home decor was not the typical pastel style favored by many girls, but rather a simple and cozy design. As a child, Jiang Nai had not appreciated it, but as she grew older, she recognized its enduring charm. One side of the long table held Jiang Nai's books, while the other showcased the surprise of the moment: a Lenovo computer, a brand she was familiar with. Otherwise, as a digital novice, she would have been utterly lost. In her previous life, Jiang Igua had also purchased a computer for their home, but that was during her second year of high school. Now, the computer had arrived 3 years earlier, and it was not the same one as before. At that time, Jiang Igua had similarly come home early from work to await her, wishing to present her with a surprise. The reason it was termed a surprise stemmed from the context. Jiang Nai was enrolled in an ordinary class at Yizhong, though the students there had all secured their places through financial means and connections, intentionally grouped together by the school. However, the other students were genuinely affluent. While Jiang Nai was the sole recipient of Jiang Igua's sacrifices to send her there, which had strained the family's finances for quite some time. This experience had profoundly influenced Jiang Nai, motivating her to resolve to study diligently. However, having lived freely for over a decade without a sense of direction, she was easily swayed. The competitive atmosphere in her class peaked during her second year of high school. The weekly computer classes were Jiang Nai's favorite, as computers were a novel experience for her. In contrast, her classmates, who came from wealthy backgrounds, regarded computers as commonplace, making Jiang Nai's poverty painfully conspicuous. In such an environment, isolation became an inevitable consequence. At 17, Jiang Nai could not comprehend why her former friends ceased speaking to her upon discovering her family did not own a computer. Chapter 34, Reminiscences. Naive as she was, she believed that having a computer at home could mend the rift in her friendship. However, at this juncture, Jiang Nai had already begun to grasp the harsh realities of life. Upon returning home, She observed the deep lines etched on Jiang Aigua's face and the cracks in his hands after a long day's work. Silently, she parted her lips, yet ultimately bowed her head in silence. Her quiet demeanor at the dinner table aroused Jiang Aigua's concern, prompting him to inquire with Jiang Nai's close friend, Xueba, to uncover the truth behind her melancholy. The following day, as Jiang Nai returned, she found Jiang Aigua waiting for her at the door, just as he had done that day, leading her into a room where a computer awaited. Alas, life is not a fairy tale. Despite Jiang Aigua's unwavering love for his daughter, the malice of her peers loomed large. What Jiang Nai once believed to be equal could not alter anything. Yesterday, it was a computer, and today it was sneakers. It was only when the homeroom teacher intervened that this cycle of meaningless comparisons and ridicule finally ceased. Jiang Nai was able to breathe a sigh of relief, and she subsequently found herself in a truly ordinary class at the end of term, choosing to escape from the bullying that had plagued her. Through this experience, she learned to discern what truly deserves cherishing in life, such as familial bonds, rather than the ephemeral friendships that are as elusive as the moon's reflection on water. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Nai turned to gaze at Jiang Aigua. The two stood together in the room, with Jiang Aigua's hand resting gently on her shoulder. The golden hues of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon their faces. Jiang Nai understood that the purchase of this computer, along with the new desk, had likely consumed a significant portion of their recent finances. The Lenovo laptop she had previously acquired cost around $5,000, a decision made with the hope that a higher quality product would last longer. In 2009, the price of such digital products remained exorbitant and depreciated rapidly. A typical family would need to spend approximately 2 months' salary to acquire a computer. Jiang Nai pondered this, realizing that the earnings Jiang Aigua made from his night market stall had not been spent on himself. He had never indulged in new clothing, yet he generously devoted his income to support her. Unable to contain her emotions, she turned and embraced Jiang Aigua, discreetly wiping away the moisture from her eyes, gently nuzzling into his embrace. No matter how many times they began anew, Jiang Aigua always offered his unwavering support to Jiang Nai. After sharing the joyous news of the computer purchase with Jiang Nai, Jiang Aigua intended to return to the night market to continue his work. He had already prepared his goods, eager to personally convey this news to Jiang Nai before hastening off to set up his stall. Unlike running a store, the flow of customers at a stall was more unpredictable. As spring approached, rain was likely to disrupt business. So it was imperative to earn as much as possible while the weather remained favorable, especially since their financial reserves were dwindling. Seeing Jiang Aigua's urgency to leave, Jiang Nai hurriedly interjected, "Today, I will accompany you, Dad. I have no pressing matters, and I have already completed my homework." Completing homework is indeed the truth. However, it is hardly plausible that one could claim otherwise, for how could Jiang Aigua permit him to proceed? While it is essential to keep up with academic progress, the significance of spending time with family is paramount. The duration one can share with their parents predominantly occurs within the first 20 years of life. Unfortunately, Jiang Aigua's business often does not coincide with Jiang Nai's free time, necessitating more frequent communication. Just as Jiang Aigua mounted his tricycle, he heard Jiang Nai mention that her homework was finished and that they should go set up a stall together, prompting him to nod in approval for her to join him. Jiang Nai leapt onto the side of the tricycle with a small jump, momentarily displaying a child's demeanor before Jiang Aigua. As she settled in, Jiang Nai observed that the pink vinyl wrap, previously applied by Xueba, had become somewhat tattered and faded, likely due to the inferior materials used at a time of financial constraint. Moreover, this tricycle relied on human pedaling. Initially, when Jiang Nai and Xueba attempted to ascend a hill, they could neither ride nor push it alone, necessitating one to ride while the other pushed from behind. Gazing at Jiang Aigua's slightly hunched back, Jiang Nai dutifully dismounted to push the tricycle up the incline. The terrain was predominantly hilly, with some steep climbs that could not be avoided in road construction. Once they reached the top, Jiang Nai spoke up, "Dad, if we earn some extra money, let us buy an electric tricycle. This human-powered one has been in use for quite some time and is rather cumbersome, especially with the heavy milk tea." However, Jiang Aigua merely responded with a non-committal hum. He believed there was no need to replace the tricycle if it was still functional. A sentiment shared by many from his generation: if something can still serve its purpose, it should not be discarded, even if it is inconvenient. To him, his own physical effort was the cheapest commodity in the market, lacking in value. Realizing Jiang Aigua was only indulging her, Jiang Nai felt a sense of helplessness. She lacked sufficient funds to replace it herself. If she had the money, she would have already procured a new one for him. She surmised that it would likely take the old tricycle falling apart entirely before he would consider a replacement. Therefore, she resolved to save some money, intending to present a new vehicle directly to Jiang Aigua, confident he would then utilize it. As for the source of funds, Jiang Nai had a plan in mind, but whether she could secure it remained uncertain. To avoid silence on their journey, she broached another topic. Dad, will you make it in time today? The night market opens at 6. Upon hearing this, Jiang Aigua seemed to recollect something and quickly replied, I forgot to tell you. I recently hired someone who lives near the night market to manage the cash register. She is doing quite well, and I'm paying her 1,500 yuan. Jiang Nai was somewhat surprised by this news, as she had anticipated that, given Jiang Aigua's nature, the hiring would have fallen through. She was pleasantly taken aback by the swiftness of his decision. After conveying the general situation, Jiang Aigua resumed his role as the vendor. While Jiang Nai understood that no further information would be forthcoming, she decided to wait until the stall was set up to observe everything closely. Indeed, today had proven to be fortuitous. Originally, she had hoped for a quiet day alone with her father, which was why she had not invited Zhou Qiqi and had even canceled her tutoring session. Little did she know that a third person would be present. Had she foreseen this, she would have certainly brought Zhou Qiqi along, for she had always delighted in watching performances. As Jiang Aigua pedaled into the bustling night market, Jiang Nai spotted a modestly dressed woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, standing at their stall number 77. This woman seemed roughly 8 or 9 years younger than Jiang Aigua. In an era where early marriage and parenthood were the norm, Jiang Aigua was somewhat of an anomaly. Having met Jiang Nai's mother at the age of 27 and marrying her, with Jiang Nai arriving a year later, now he was 40. The woman's amiable demeanor caught Jiang Nai's attention, and upon noticing their arrival, she approached to offer assistance. This gesture left Jiang Nai with a favorable impression, as it was evident that the woman possessed a lively spirit, unlike Jiang Aigua, who was known for his reticent nature, often keeping his thoughts to himself. As they set about preparing their goods, the night market was already alive with a handful of customers. Given that it was a Monday, the slowest day for business, they hurried to ready everything. After a few scattered patrons wandered by, the market fell silent again. It was then that Jiang Nai noticed an influx of stalls selling milk tea, which had significantly increased since her last visit. Prior to their setup, there had been only a handful of vendors, but now the numbers had surged, possibly influenced by the success of her own stall. These new vendors seemed to exhibit a greater level of originality compared to the previous ones, who had shamelessly copied Jiang Nai's concept. Moreover, they were located at a reasonable distance, not encroaching upon her space with an overly competitive spirit. Jiang Nai welcomed healthy competition. Although it was clear that her business would inevitably be affected, it appeared these newcomers had not been operating for long, suggesting a potential dip in her earnings. While she had previously felt financially secure after purchasing a computer, her funds were now dwindling, especially with the recent addition of extra help. With some time to spare, the group settled down for a chat as they awaited the peak hours of the night market around 7 or 8 o'clock. Jiang Aigua introduced the others, saying, "This is Aunt Huang Guifang, and this is my daughter, Jiang Nai, who is here to lend a hand today." In a moment, the group found themselves exchanging awkward glances, realizing that Aunt Huang was not particularly adept at socializing. Fortunately, a customer arrived just in time to alleviate the tension, sparing Jiang Nai the effort of initiating conversation. During the previous silence, her toes had begun to tap restlessly against the ground. At that moment, she lamented not having brought along her diplomatic friend, Zhou Qiqi, whose presence would have been invaluable on such an occasion. Without Zhou Qiqi, how could she endure? Even her toes were weary. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the three of them began to pack up their belongings, preparing to return home. As Jiang Nai had anticipated, the day's business was not as prosperous as before. Several loyal customers were tempted to sample the offerings of newly opened stalls. Jiang Nai had no knowledge of the flavors from these new vendors and had not felt inclined to taste them as she had with Zhang Chang. There were many new stalls to explore, and while she had only observed their displays, their prices were noticeably lower than those at her own stall, averaging around 5 yuan per cup, with some even as low as 2 yuan. However, there were relatively few stalls targeting the same clientele as hers. On the way home, Jiang Nai shared her impressions of Aunt Huang with her father. "Dad, I think Aunt Huang seems quite nice. She works hard and manages the accounts without making mistakes." She then muttered under her breath that she found her face vaguely familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Yet, Jiang Nai dismissed the thought and continued, "Dad, did you hire someone because the night market has opened so many milk tea stalls?" Jiang Aigua replied, "Yes, One person alone can't manage everything. Many customers grow impatient and turn to other stalls, so I brought someone in to assist. You saw how Aunt Huang could be of help today. So focus on your studies at school and don't dwell on this matter. Upon hearing the familiar refrain of study hard, Jiang Nai could only sigh. Recognizing this as a common trait among Chinese parents, no matter the topic, it invariably circled back to the ultimate goal of education. Even though Jiang Igua was relatively open-minded, he could not escape this fate. In such matters, children were seldom granted a voice, and Jiang Nai could only acquiesce. Upon returning home, Jiang Nai did not immediately collapse onto her bed as she usually did, though she often complained about the lack of interesting content on her computer at this hour. Her new device was undeniably captivating. After all, when boredom struck, she had resorted to playing Snake and Tetris on her old phone. And now she felt a world apart from that. Although contemporary games might not possess the refinement of those from the future, the basic functionalities of the computer and internet were satisfactory. Her primary intention now was to utilize the internet to research various topics, particularly since she had previously expressed a desire to find a sustainable and convenient means of generating income. That meant pursuing commercial illustration, as earning money was her foremost objective and also her dream. Thus, with confidence, Jiang Nai opened a website to search for Zhangku, a software she had seen the illustrators at her previous company use. After conducting some research, Jiang Nai discovered that Zhangku primarily serves as an interactive platform for designers. It has since flourished, attracting numerous clients seeking illustrators. While searching for the Zhangku website, she heard the familiar sound of a system notification echoing in her mind. She promptly entered the platform and was thrilled to find that the system had issued a new task. It had been quite some time since she had encountered a new assignment, and during this winter break, opportunities to earn attribute points had been scarce. This was precisely what she had yearned for. Task 6. Successfully receive and complete your first Illustrator order. Reward: 30 points, 1 free attribute point. Upon seeing this freshly minted task, Jiang Nai could not help but exclaim internally, "System, you are my deity." Indeed, her identity as the system's favored child remained unshaken, as it bestowed upon her the prospect of attribute points, transforming her dreams into system tasks. Was this akin to holding a job while earning double compensation? With newfound confidence, Jiang Nai returned to reality and immediately searched the website, eager to complete the task. However, the results were far from what she had envisioned. The anticipated abundance of clients was nowhere to be found, and even the number of posts was disappointingly sparse. Feeling disheartened, she checked when Zhangku was established, only to discover it was founded in 2006, a mere 2 years ago. Her spirits plummeted like a roller coaster, doused with cold water. It dawned on Jiang Nai that the most senior illustrator in her company had once shared the challenges of embarking on this path, as the industry had not yet reached the fervent heights it would later attain. Chapter 35. First Encounter. Currently, it remains a nascent industry, with demand quite limited. Sitting in front of her computer, Jiang Nai couldn't help but smack her forehead in frustration. How could she have been so naive? The internet had not evolved for long, and the majority of platform designs relied heavily on image manipulation and collage. The realm of commercial illustration still had a considerable journey ahead. Though Jiang Nai initially doubted her own skills, having studied drawing for less than 4 months, the idea of earning money in this field felt like a mere fantasy. Yet now, even the opportunity to dream had vanished, and she found herself at a loss as to how to explore the market. She regretted having previously listened with great interest to her company's illustrators recounting their harrowing experiences with clients, thinking that such tales were rather intriguing. Now, finding 7 clients on this website seemed a daunting task, let alone managing to engage with them repeatedly. Before Jiang Nai lay 2 paths. 1. To retreat and focus on her studies, patiently awaiting the development of the illustration industry. The other, to plunge headfirst into this murky waters. Since the website had been established and the internet had evolved, there must be some demand, and it would simply require Jiang Nai to uncover the market herself. This decision did not require much contemplation for Jiang Nai, as earning money was her ultimate goal. However, the method of achieving that profit was something she needed to ponder. After all, her desire to switch careers stemmed from the allure of freedom that the illustration field promised. We find ourselves in an era ripe for the evolution of illustration. Yet, from another perspective, is this not also a splendid opportunity for her? She may grow alongside the industry, daring to dream that she could one day ascend to the heights of its hierarchy. Embracing this thought, Jiang Nai once again ventured onto the website in search of opportunities. She began by joining the Zhangku forum, not pausing to observe what others were perusing, but rather typing the word by directly into the search bar, emphasizing simplicity and directness. To her delight, Jiang Nai stumbled upon several potential clients with distinct needs. As she surveyed these requests, a smile crept across her lips. At last, she had found what she was seeking. However, she quickly admonished herself to abandon such thoughts. Shaking her head, she endeavored to rid her mind of these peculiar notions. Alas, she could not shake them off so easily. Jiang Nai resigned herself to her desires, admitting that what enticed her was, indeed, the wallet of her benefactor. Rubbing her hands together and moistening her dry lips with her tongue, a glimmer of longing sparkled in her eyes. With confidence, she opened a private chat with the potential client. After all, making money required boldness and audacity, even if Jiang Nai currently lacked a portfolio. She had created a fair number of pieces in her own space, though they were not readily accessible. The reason for not creating at home was simply that one must seize every opportunity presented by the system. Nevertheless, she recognized the necessity of familiarizing herself with the landscape. For by the time she produced her artwork, her benefactor might no longer be available. Jiang Nai exemplified the phrase a giant in thought, a dwarf in action. Despite her grand ideas, she found herself sitting before her computer, staring at the chat box. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she hesitantly typed, "Are you there?" and proceeded to copy and paste this message to all potential clients. With no alternative options at her disposal, she decided to cast her net wide in hopes of catching more fish. Having sent out her fishing inquiry, Jiang Nai swiftly joined several order-taking groups for illustrators, now awaiting the emergence of the first seed she had planted. At this moment, she propped her chin on her hand, occasionally tapping the table as she skimmed through messages in the group. Suddenly, the sound of notifications jolted her from her boredom. Upon opening the messages, she found they were merely alerts from the website, and her previously buoyant spirits began to deflate. Another round of notifications chimed, and once again, they were from the website. Jiang Nai stared at the messages in disbelief. Was this a mere game with her psyche? Was it that novice illustrators were unwelcome? Before she could close the website tab, yet another notification pinged. This time, however, it was indeed a genuine message, one she had witnessed being typed on the other end. "Are you there? Are you an illustrator?" Jiang Nai responded immediately, her reply swift as lightning. "Yes, I would like to inquire about your specific requirements. Do you have other works you could share?" This question momentarily stumped Jiang Nai. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "My sketches are currently located elsewhere and are inaccessible. However, I can offer you a free trial sketch." This was not entirely untruthful, as there were indeed works, albeit out of reach. "Our company requires a design for a strawberry gift box with a fresh and elegant style. Feel free to exercise your creativity." Jiang Nai furrowed her brow upon encountering this request. Was she faced with the very dilemma her former colleagues had dreaded regarding client demands? The instructions were vague, lacking specific requirements or a template, merely offering her the liberty to create at will. Yet, the humble Jiang Nai could only manage to produce something decent for the initial draft. There was little choice. After all, this was a buyer's market, and she had no leverage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been asked to submit a free trial piece. Ordinarily, a trial draft would warrant a commission of approximately 30%. But Jiang Nai found herself without any prior works to showcase. With a sigh, Jiang Nai tapped her head lightly, lamenting that her study of contract strategies had been in vain. The most crucial detail, the price, had not been discussed. Moreover, when she glanced at her sent message, the silence from the other side was deafening, prompting her to remind herself to be more cautious next time. Nevertheless, she resolved to invest effort into this free trial draft. Regardless of whether the client accepted it, it would serve as a tentative representative piece for her portfolio, allowing her to negotiate a fee for future trials. Having identified her target client and lacking drawing materials, she could do little but shut her computer and lie on her bed, accessing the system to refine her artistic skills hastily. Tomorrow, she would ensure to bring her entire set of drawing tools home. Jiang Nai's schedule within the system was as follows. She typically entered from 9 to 10 in the evening. Following that, she dedicated 7 hours to drawing competitions. Previously, her studies had been divided into review and preview sessions, but she had completed all assessments for the 7th and 8th grades within a mere 6 months. Having recently finished her studies, she was not yet in a review phase. Furthermore, her memory had significantly improved. Reflecting on her review courses, Jiang Nai could still recall her teacher's instructions. Thus, during the 9 hours from 10 in the evening to 7 in the morning, she allocated the remaining 2 hours to studying 9th grade material. If she entered the system at 9, That extra hour would also be directed towards ninth grade studies, as her time for drawing and competitions was already adequately extensive. Presently, all three aspects were pressing and vital for her, necessitating a fair distribution of her efforts. On Wednesday, as the morning reading session commenced, only a minute had passed when Jiang Nai and Lin Yu, along with a few others, were summoned to the office by their mathematics teacher, Li. Entering the grade office, they found 14 competition students packed tightly within. The teacher had called them over. Having given it some thought, the National Middle School Mathematics competition was set to begin in late March, previously to select a group of students without disrupting other subjects. Classes had only been scheduled for Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Now, however, adjustments were necessary, and they would need to attend a competition class every afternoon. Specifically during the second period, while Saturday classes would switch from morning sessions to full-day attendance. Upon hearing that Saturdays would now be all-day classes, Jiang Nai immediately raised her hand and remarked, "Teacher, I have extracurricular classes on Saturday afternoons." Upon hearing this, Li instinctively frowned, reflecting for a moment before inquiring, "Do you all have availability on Sunday mornings?" On Sunday morning, Jiang Nai faced no issues. However, a few hands emerged from the crowd, collectively exclaiming, "Teacher, I have a makeup class on Sunday morning." Adhering to the principle of the majority, Li ultimately had to reschedule the class for Saturday all day, with the afternoon session becoming optional. The reality was that Xueba Middle School's competitive prowess was rather average, and she could not allow students to abandon other subjects for the sake of a competition, as no one could guarantee that dedicating oneself entirely to this contest would ensure admission to a prestigious institution. Had this been the competitive school where Li previously taught, she would have disregarded any personal matters the students had, compelling them all to attend the class. However, this was not the case here. With only a few minutes remaining before the last class ended, Jiang Nai's mind was preoccupied, and as the teacher turned to write on the blackboard, she quietly began to gather her belongings. Once finished, she nudged her classmate Zhou Qiqi, preparing to rush out the moment the bell rang. Fortunately, the geography teacher for today's class was not one to prolong the lesson, a commendable trait often found in younger educators. With 1 minute left, the teacher had completed all the material. Sitting on the podium, she awaited the sound of the bell, seemingly more anxious than Jiang Nai, who had matters to attend to. As soon as the bell rang, the geography teacher swiftly exited the classroom, taking advantage of her position, while Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi followed closely behind. Just as Guan Yinyan was about to call out to Jiang Nai and the others to leave together, they had already vanished from sight. Jiang Nai dashed towards her bicycle the moment she exited the classroom, with Zhou Qiqi trailing behind, resembling a rag doll being pulled along. Zhou Qiqi was perplexed. Earlier that morning, Jiang Nai had invited her to visit the stationery store after school. She had assumed it would be an ordinary shopping trip, as they typically went at the start of each term, finding nothing particularly novel about it. Uncertain of Jiang Nai's excitement, which had prompted her to hasten her packing during the final class, Zhou Qiqi might have thought there was some treasure waiting for Jiang Nai at the stationery store. Had Jiang Nai been aware of Zhou Qiqi's thoughts, she would have clarified that while it wasn't a treasure in the conventional sense, the store held her aspirations for a career as an illustrator. Now, with only the necessary tools remaining, she was poised to take her first step into the realm of illustration. The dawn of a freelance career beckoned her, and she was determined never to work under a foolhardy boss again, her frustrations potent enough to awaken 3 malevolent sword spirits. The stationery store was somewhat distant from Xueba Middle School, necessitating a bike ride home before taking the bus. This was due to the school's remote location, which lacked direct bus service to the stationery store, seemingly disregarding the needs of its students. After a bumpy half-hour bus ride, she finally arrived. In truth, the stationery store and the youth palace were in the same direction. Jiang Nai could have waited until her art class to conveniently purchase supplies, thus avoiding an unnecessary bus ride. However, Jiang Nai was in a state of urgency. After arranging a manuscript with someone on Zhangku yesterday, she was eager to produce it on the spot. Alas, even the most skilled artisan cannot work without materials, and given her own limited abilities, she had no choice but to endure until today. As soon as the bus reached her stop, Jiang Nai dashed toward her promising future, ignoring all the other stationery stalls. Even the Sailor Moon glowing pencil case no longer captivated her. Yet, it had still managed to entice Zhou Qiqi, a 27-year-old woman who still adored Barbie. What else more? She was only 14 at that moment and was determined to break free from Jiang Nai's grasp. This semester, they had yet to visit the stationery city. Leaving Zhou Qiqi, always ahead of her peers in the realm of stationery, feeling at a disadvantage for the first time. This time, she was determined to reclaim everything she had lost. With a resolute gesture, she freed herself from Jiang Nai's hold and stormed into their frequently visited stationery store, as if heading into battle. Observing Zhou Qiqi's evident fervor, Jiang Nai decided to forge ahead, continuing deeper into the stationery city. The art supplies were located at the far end, unlike typical stationery stores. As she ventured further, the crowd thinned out, and upon reaching the art supplies section, she surveyed her surroundings before choosing the spot with the most people. Surely, a crowded place would possess its own unique allure. Inside the specialty art supply store, the patrons were not the artsy individuals one might expect. Instead, the aspiring great artists of the future were merely naive and impoverished youths, engaged in a negotiation over a few yuan for materials. Jiang Nai replicated the list from the youth palace, having also researched and added items absent from their inventory the previous night. Thus, within a few minutes, she had selected everything she needed and stood behind a young man who was still bargaining. As she waited, she attempted to learn from his experience. Jiang Nai had little experience in haggling. In her earlier outings, even when bargaining, Jiang Igua had always taken the lead, allowing her to merely observe as a bystander. By the time she could make her own decisions, online shopping had taken off, leaving no room for Jiang Nai to showcase her skills. Watching the young man skillfully negotiate, she felt an urge to assist him with her items. However, her social skills with strangers in real life had yet to develop. This silent battle was solely hers to fight. She desperately recalled the bargaining tips she had previously encountered, ultimately exhausting her mind to remember the phrase half off. Yet, upon glancing at the burly shopkeeper, she hesitated, fearing that proposing half off might result in her being unceremoniously tossed out. Chapter 36. Bargaining. A decisive victory as Jiang Nai wrestled with her thoughts. The skirmish before her concluded with the young man's resounding success. Regrettably, she had arrived too late to learn the prices of his items, but from the shopkeeper's pained expression, it was evident he had negotiated significantly. Observing the young man open his wallet to pay, Jiang Nai hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, "Madam, how much will these items cost me?" Hoping to leverage the lingering influence of youth to negotiate a better price, Jiang Nai was met with a swift appraisal from the shopkeeper, who, with a cursory glance at the assorted items in her hands, declared, "I'll let you have these for 140. Lacking any frame of reference for this price, after all. It was her inaugural venture into the realm of art supplies. Jiang Nai felt compelled to haggle. Thus, she audaciously proposed, "Madam, would you consider selling it for 88? It's a lucky number." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's hair seemed to bristle with indignation as she assumed a posture that suggested she might eject Jiang Nai from the premises. Jiang Nai, dodging the impending confrontation, quickly interjected, "Please, don't be hasty. We can surely negotiate further." At that moment, a nearby youth, who had been spectating the exchange, could not suppress a chuckle and chimed in, "Madam, if 88 is out of the question, surely you could part with it for 99? Look, you frightened the poor girl." Swiftly, Jiang Nai added, "How about 99? If that works, I'll pay right away. If not, I shall truly take my leave." Faced with this, the shopkeeper, feigning irritation, reluctantly acquiesced to sell the items, grumbling, "I've taken a significant loss today. Both of you are such relentless negotiators. It's utterly exasperating." She then hastily urged, "Now, off you go. If other customers see you two haggling like this, I fear I won't be able to conduct any business today." Suppressing their laughter, Jiang Nai and the young man swiftly gathered their belongings and exited the shop. Once outside, the corridor was filled with their shared mirth. They laughed heartily until they could scarcely stand upright, and after a considerable while, they finally looked up, their gazes inadvertently locking. In that moment, Jiang Nai truly beheld the youth before her, his fair complexion framed by a pair of twinkling, fox-like eyes, and a small mole on his nose that tempered his sharp features. Their eyes met, only to swiftly dart away, creating an atmosphere tinged with shyness. Seizing the opportunity to break the silence, Jiang Nai declared, "I have friends waiting for me. I must be off. Thank you for your help today." The astute youth, who had so adeptly navigated the art supply store, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, no, it's you who is impressive." After bidding him farewell, Jiang Nai casually made her way to find Zhou Qiqi, who was still meticulously selecting items in the first store. At that moment, Zhou Qiqi held a charming iron stationery box adorned with a beautiful girl on one side, while grasping a three-tiered canvas box in the other hand. Upon catching sight of Jiang Nai, she hurried over to solicit her opinion. "Nai, help me choose." This is the newly released stationery box featuring the beautiful girl, which I haven't yet collected. The other one is this year's debut 3-tiered box, but the beautiful girl version is sold out. What should I do? Jiang Nai glanced at the two boxes before her, realizing that neither would appeal to her. However, for Zhou Qiqi, this was indeed a conundrum. Thus, she tentatively suggested, "Why not get both?" Zhou Qiqi immediately shook her head, rolling her eyes. "If you say so, but I can't possibly use two. By the way, you haven't bought a stationery box this year. How about we each take one? Hurry, choose quickly." Jiang Nai gazed at the two pink trinkets that were almost touching her eyes, one a magical girl warrior, the other an embodiment of youthful innocence that she felt ill-equipped to embrace. After a moment of internal deliberation, she resolved to select the latter, finding the magical girl warrior far too advanced for her tastes. Having made her decision, Jiang Nai took the small stack of colorful pens from Zhou Qiqi's hands and approached the shopkeeper to inquire about the price. She successfully wielded her newly acquired bargaining skills, securing the entire lot for a mere 25 yuan. In the midst of Zhou Qiqi's jubilant cheers, she reveled in her triumph, now believing herself to be the new queen of bargaining, conquering the stationery kingdom. On Saturday afternoon, after completing her usual youth center class, Jiang Nai stood at the entrance waiting for Zhou Qiqi to emerge. Moments later, she spotted Zhou Qiqi, her head slightly bowed and lost in thought, slowly stepping out. Observing her friend's demeanor, Jiang Nai felt perplexed. Saturday afternoons were typically Zhou Qiqi's happiest moments, characterized by her usual exuberance. Why then did she appear so despondent today? Jiang Nai hurriedly approached, gently clasped Zhou Qiqi's hand, and asked with concern, "What troubles you? You seem so downcast. Has a classmate bullied you? Or has the teacher reprimanded you? Speak to me, and I shall assist you in resolving it." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Qiqi enveloped Jiang Nai in an embrace. "The teacher asked me to stay behind after class to discuss my grades and inquired whether I was interested in pursuing a specialty in table tennis. I am uncertain about how to proceed." The comforting words were abruptly halted. Goodness, was she being recognized for her exceptional talent? Generally, the youth center instructors do not concern themselves with whether a student is a casual learner or aspiring to professional development. Even though Jiang Nai greatly admired Teacher Baiyu and thought highly of him, he had never privately inquired whether she intended to pursue such a path. Perhaps he had asked someone else instead. After all, even if she struggled academically, the small art class was teeming with hidden talents. The students there had often studied for far longer than Jiang Nai had, and she lacked the confidence to bridge the gap in just 4 months. Jiang Nai had previously believed that Zhou Qiqi genuinely enjoyed the table tennis classes. After all, outside of class time, she could always be found at the ping-pong table. Her presence so dominant that even the most dramatic romance novels would have to yield in her favor. Jiang Nai recognized Zhou Qiqi's innate talent, yet without professional insight, she could not ascertain its true magnitude. If only there were a talent wheel to guide Zhou Qiqi, she would surely have discovered her aptitude sooner. What luck it would be. If Zhou Qiqi possessed such a system, her luck would surely start at a staggering 80 points. As she observed the obliviously self-congratulatory Zhou Qiqi, Jiang Nai mused that if she were not her dear friend, she might have rolled her eyes skyward and bid farewell to their acquaintance. Youth indeed has its naivety, unable to grasp the harsh realities of society. Yet, it would be peculiar if a 14-year-old girl, still enamored with magical girl warriors, possessed the maturity to decide her future. Jiang Nai could only pull Zhou Qiqi towards the bus station while analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. Do you enjoy table tennis? This question held significant weight. If she chose to pursue her talents in this sport, her middle school, high school, and even university and subsequent career would be inextricably linked to table tennis. If her passion was not profound enough, this path could become a source of torment for her. Upon hearing Jiang Nai's inquiry, Zhou Qiqi lowered her head further, the future appearing overwhelmingly distant. The terms university and career felt foreign to her, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Noticing Zhou Qiqi's silence, Jiang Nai was not in haste for an answer. Instead, she continued, "If you decide to embark on this table tennis journey, the first middle school does recruit students with table tennis talents. With your current academic performance, you could gain admission. But you must first achieve a commendable result in a prestigious sports competition to qualify for enrollment. However, be prepared for the possibility of not winning any awards, as this could hinder your academic progress, potentially jeopardizing your chances of attending high school. You must be ready to embrace the risks involved." I suggest consulting with the instructors at the Youth Palace and participating in recognized sports competitions to see if you can achieve good results, while also ensuring that your academic studies do not fall behind. This will give you a better chance. As Jiang Nai finished speaking, she heard Shou Qiqi's resolute voice. I want to be a table tennis student. Witnessing Jiang Nai's astonishment, Shou Qiqi's previously tense expression softened, revealing her usual smile as she elaborated, I cannot predict what my future holds, but I truly enjoy table tennis now, and I am confident about competing in sports. I will not neglect my academic studies. I will spend my weekends at the Youth Palace. After saying this, she hugged Jiang Nai's waist, expressing her reluctance. Shou Qiqi's decision was also motivated by her desire to attend the first middle school with Jiang Nai, yet she understood that her academic performance made this aspiration seem unattainable. Even though Jiang Nai tutored her daily, Shou Qiqi felt she was reaching a plateau, and pursuing sports might be her only avenue to enter the school. However, she refrained from sharing this thought with Jiang Nai, fearing it would burden her friend. Once home, Shou Qiqi immediately called her parents. The phone was answered within seconds. Is this Qiqi? Why are you calling at this hour? Don't you usually call around 9? Is something wrong? Today, my table tennis coach asked me if I wanted to become a specialized student. I really want to learn. I love table tennis. If you want to learn, then go for it. Your mother supports you completely. There's no need to worry about anything else. Just follow your passion. And I'll send some money to your grandmother later. You need not concern yourself with that. This unwavering support from her parents and encouragement from her friends provided Shou Qiqi with the confidence to pursue her passion, dispelling the last remnants of worry that had lingered in her heart. Mother, I promise to bring home a trophy for you. All right, my dear Qiqi, I believe in you. On one side, Qiqi radiated confidence, while on the other, Jiang Nai wore a frown etched deeply on her face. She had procured her painting materials but had neglected to purchase an easel, which was of no immediate use. She meticulously arranged her drawing board on the desk, placing brushes and paints in an orderly fashion, awaiting the moment when she could unleash her creativity upon it. Jiang Nai had been seated at her desk for half an hour, picking up and setting down various brushes and paints, pondering over her ideas. Yet her mind remained a blank canvas. Finally, she switched on her computer and navigated to the website for inspiration, perusing a plethora of resources in hopes of igniting her creativity. She was accustomed to replicating works in class, but today she faced the daunting task of innovating on her own. Jiang Nai believed this to be one of the greatest challenges for an illustrator. After all, while technical skills can be honed with time, inspiration cannot simply be fabricated. Even before entering the industry, the struggle was palpable. Indeed, every profession has its own hardships. The client's requirements were exceedingly vague, leaving Jiang Nai to conjure the content entirely on her own, with the ambition to make her first piece stand out. She found herself hesitating repeatedly, poised to begin but ultimately retreating. After another half hour of fruitless searching for inspiration, she realized she could not remain idle. She had to make a start, however rough it might be. Yet, as she sketched out her initial ideas, Jiang Nai found them painfully kitsch, overly influenced by the myriad of trends that filled her mind, lacking her own unique touch. What she produced could hardly be deemed original, more akin to an alternative imitation than true design. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, she glanced at the clock and noted it was already past midnight. This was the first time she had stayed up so late without engaging in systematic study. Upon examining her draft, she decided to give herself some grace. Inspiration cannot be forced. It was clear she needed to attend a few design classes to rejuvenate her dwindling well of creativity. Jiang Nai allotted herself 3 days to complete her sketches. 3 days later, at the same hour and in the same place, a weary Jiang Nai sat before her computer, reflecting on the work she had agonized over. Perhaps, she mused, the client would appreciate this aesthetic. With newfound courage, she decided to take the plunge. Without trying, one can never seize an opportunity, and proactive efforts might just lead to delightful rewards. At 9 in the evening, Jiang Nai tentatively sent a message to her client, undeterred by the late hour. For the diligent worker fears nothing. Hello, I have created a few sketches. Could you please take a look and let me know if any resonate with you? As anticipated, the response came within 3 minutes. She inferred that the recipient likely held a significant position within the company, for with greater ability comes greater responsibility. When she was a junior employee earning $3,000 a month, if she felt discontent, she would switch bosses. Now, at $5,000 a month, she was steadfastly aligned with her employer, embodying a humble spirit and a belief in growing alongside the company. All right, please send me the sketches for review. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Nai promptly dispatched 3 illustrations, though in reality, she had crafted more than just these 3. She had skillfully selected them. Having produced 2 the very first night, one could say she had meticulously curated these 3 images, hoping they would catch the attention of her client. As time ticked away, Jiang Nai resembled a husband anxiously awaiting outside a delivery room, fervently wishing to know if the child would indeed be born. I believe the first illustration aligns most closely with our company's product positioning. Could you make slight modifications to incorporate some charming elements? The awaited response only darkened Jiang Nai's mood further at that moment. She felt an overwhelming urge to grasp her client by the scruff of the neck and shake him awake. Did he truly comprehend what he was saying? Hadn't he previously insisted on a fresh and grand style? Why the sudden demand for cuteness? Do these 3 descriptors even belong together? Chapter 37. Infuriating yet relenting. Despite her years of experience as a corporate drone, Jiang Nai chose to acquiesce to her client's whims. Very well, I shall make further adjustments. Do you have any additional requests? None, just proceed with those modifications. With her mind racing, Jiang Nai toiled through the night to refine the draft. Upon returning from class the following Saturday, she immediately sent the revised version to the dreaded client. The reply came swiftly, yet it stung anew. It looks acceptable. But can it be more minimalist? Jiang Nai's ire flared as she read those words. Had he truly not paid attention to the message she had sent him the previous day? After her painting class, she remained composed and sent the 3rd version. After an extended wait, she finally received a response. I still believe the first version is more aesthetically pleasing. Jiang Nai clenched her fists, silently reciting, I shall not be angry. Anger only provides the devil with an opportunity. After successfully resending the first version, she sat at her desk for half an hour. Finally, tentatively inquiring, are you satisfied? After thorough consideration on our part, your work has not been selected. We look forward to collaborating with you in the future. Jiang Nai was so enraged that she immediately retaliated with an insult. Are you out of your mind? What did you mean when you expressed dissatisfaction with my draft? You demanded this and that, and now you claim the first version is preferable. Are you merely seeking validation online? However, upon sending the message, she discovered that she had been blocked, rendering her unable to communicate further. Jiang Nai could hardly contain her laughter in her fury. It seemed her client was well aware of their unprofessional conduct. Gazing at the name of the company, Meihao Food Company, Jiang Nai found humor in the irony. Their entire reputation seemed built upon the suffering of others. Upon investigating further, she was dismayed to learn that this company was indeed operating in the foreign exchange market. Jiang Nai felt a sense of humiliation for the presence of such a disgraceful entity in the industry. What a travesty, as there will always be those who sow discord. After scrutinizing the company's name, she committed it to memory. The despicable actions of this individual were malicious, having wounded the spirit of a novice illustrator. Jiang Nai, this naive newcomer, can only silently curse this company in her heart, hoping never to need their assistance. Today, after enduring a series of setbacks, her spirits have plummeted to an all-time low, making this Saturday particularly arduous. Unable to bear the weight of her sorrow, she rests her head on her desk in search of solace. Before attending class this morning, she received a message from the carefree Shou Nai Nai. I forgot to mention that I will be spending all my Saturdays and Sundays at the Youth Palace, so I won't be able to attend class with you anymore. I've discussed becoming a sports specialist with my parents, and they are very supportive. In that moment, Jiang Nai realized that while pursuing sports could increase the chances of her and Shou attending the same high school, it would simultaneously diminish their time together. Jiang Nai and Shou had truly grown up together, having been in the same kindergarten, elementary, and middle school classes. As the small school had only 1 class per grade due to its limited student body. However, middle school was different, even at Shiqiao Middle School, which was relatively small. Each grade still had 6 classes. Yet, they remained together. Their days were spent almost entirely in each other's company, except for sleeping. But now they were beginning to drift apart, which left Jiang Nai feeling despondent. Little did she know that her mood could sink even lower. After half an hour of trying to calm herself at her desk, she reminded herself that Shou was striving for her dreams, also working hard so that they could continue to attend the same school. Ping pong was a true novice for her. Yet she dared to adjust the course of her life in the 2nd semester of her 2nd year, never having been seen in a state of despair. Thinking of Shou revitalized Jiang Nai. After all, who does not face failure at the outset? Even a former illustrator earning millions annually had faced numerous setbacks. Jiang Nai was merely encountering her first hurdle. How could she succumb to negativity? Noticing that the hour was still early, Jiang Nai immediately set about perfecting her first selected sketch. Regardless of the company's perspective, this would be her stepping stone into the world of illustration. Just before midnight, she managed to refine her draft. But coloring it would require a late night. Contemplating this, she recognized that an all-nighter was not feasible, yet the urgency to complete her work was overwhelming. She felt that without finishing this draft, she would be unable to concentrate in class, even within the system. Reluctantly, Jiang Nai entered the system marketplace, believing there must be a solution within. As she gazed at the search box, she pondered for a moment before typing in the phrase reality transformation. As expected, a plethora of items appeared in the product list, and adjusting the price to ascending order revealed the most suitable options for Jiang Nai. Item conversion service. Do you yearn for the advantages of the system's space but find yourself hindered by obstacles that prevent full utilization? The item conversion service establishes a bidirectional bridge between the system's space and reality, integrating scanning and projection capabilities. It allows creations deemed personal by the system to be replicated in the real world or the system's space for a fee of 1 point. Upon reading the product description, Jiang Nai immediately recognized that this was precisely what she needed. It appeared that the marketplace offered a plethora of high-quality items at reasonable prices. Initially, Jiang Nai contemplated that spending points within the system might not be as cost-effective as spending money in the real world. Yet, despite her calculations, the inevitable expenditure of points loomed ahead. Faced with this one-time service, she promptly placed an order to observe the results. After selecting the service within the system, a map materialized before her, persistently prompting her to input the object's location. After sequentially entering her home address, she pinpointed a specific spot in her room. Suddenly, the projection of her desk appeared before her, and as she reached out to touch the freshly refined artwork, an identical physical copy manifested in an instant. The technological prowess of the system was indeed astonishing. Returning to reality, the original artwork on her desk remained untouched, unchanged in the slightest. Jiang Nai organized her belongings and promptly returned to bed, free from the burdens of sleepless nights that could harm her health. With no worries, she eagerly returned to the space to diligently work on her artwork. She decided to postpone her courses for the day, contemplating when she might complete them. Jiang Nai worked tirelessly until 8 in the morning, making slight adjustments to her design, embodying the pursuit of perfection ingrained in her very being. After successfully replicating the completed piece into the real world, she held it in her hands, taking a moment to admire her work. It was indeed a testament to the 4 days of effort she had poured into it. The previous individual had shown a complete lack of appreciation and a deficient aesthetic sense. Although Jiang Nai had yet to earn any money as an illustrator, she had already incurred a loss of over 1,000. The point exchange for conversion was valued at 1,000 yuan, leaving her perplexed about the purpose of her labor. She understood that even if someone were to appreciate her artwork, it would unlikely fetch a price of 1,000 yuan. Receiving 100 or 200 would be a fortunate outcome. She could only console herself with the notion that her investment was worthwhile, knowing that she could not convert points into currency. Moreover, considering the daily lessons she attended in the system, the cost in yuan would amount to 8,000 or 9,000. Even with subsidies, along with her routine tasks, the figures would still range from 1,000 to 3,000. Given this pricing, how could a working-class family in 2009 afford such expenses? Even placed in the 21st century, it represented a substantial sum. Reflecting on this, she concluded that she had indeed saved money yesterday, having effectively utilized the system's space for 7 or 8 hours at the cost of a single point. From this perspective, it was quite a bargain. Jiang Nai first utilized her antiquated mobile phone to capture a clear image of her manuscript and uploaded it to her website account. As for the high-definition version, that would have to wait until the afternoon when she visits the nearby print shop at the Youth Palace to scan the artwork into a digital format. The more she contemplated this task, the more daunting it seemed. Yet, the long journey of 1,000 miles culminated in this final step. Nevertheless, Jiang Nai found herself nostalgically yearning for the advanced electronic devices of the future. With a smartphone, she wouldn't need to visit a print shop. A simple scanning application would suffice. And if she possessed a tablet, there would be no need for hand drawing at all. Digital illustration would be the order of the day. She wouldn't have to spend 5 or 6 hours merely adding color. If she were seated at her own desk, Jiang Nai believed that by the time she finished coloring, she would yield not only a completed artwork but also a wardrobe infused with artistic flair. The past is irretrievable. Her previous rudimentary skills in digital illustration were acquired long ago, and she wondered when she would have the opportunity to showcase them again. On Monday, After the announcement of the competition class shortlist, they were informed that the National Middle School Mathematics competition would commence on March 24th. Jiang reflected that today was already the 7th, leaving her with just over 2 weeks. Regarding the mathematics competition, she was not particularly concerned about her ability to qualify. While she was uncertain about securing first prize, she was confident that winning an award was a certainty. In her daily schedule dedicated to competition preparation, she religiously completed one paper generated by a test paper generator, without fail, except for yesterday when she was engrossed in her illustration and didn't have time to write. However, she planned to complete 2 papers today to make up for it. A person who maximizes every hour of the day radiates confidence. Her concern for the competition also stemmed from her desire to gauge how much time she could allocate to her artwork. After the initial few papers, the questions from the test paper generator had become increasingly manageable, resembling the standard feel of other ordinary competition papers. Despite this progress, Jiang remained vigilant and resolved to grant herself 10 more days to balance her time between the illustration competition and mathematics. The final week before the exam would be entirely dedicated to mathematics. With this thought in mind, she checked her remaining time and sent another round of messages to her various clients, attaching her newly completed artwork. She then returned to her workspace, preparing to catch up on the papers she had neglected yesterday. Otherwise, her study time for the evening would be insufficient. In the afternoon, when she attended her drawing class, Jiang made a point to arrive half an hour early. After scanning her artwork into a digital format at the print shop, she immediately headed to the table tennis class to check on Zhou Qiqi. It was only 1 o'clock, and upon her arrival at the table tennis area, she found that the other teachers and students had presumably left for a break, leaving Zhou Qiqi practicing ball control alone. It was evident that no one was there to play with her, so she could only practice by herself. Honestly, as Jiang quietly stood by, observing Zhou Qiqi, she felt an inexplicable sense of pride, akin to that of a parent witnessing their child blossom. Regrettably, my lack of diligence in the elective table tennis course during my university days means that I am unable to engage in a match with Zhou Qiqi at this moment. After watching Zhou Qiqi deftly juggle the ball for several minutes, she finally ceased her practice. Jiang, applauding, stepped forward and was pleasantly surprised to discover Zhou Qiqi was present. She immediately rushed over to envelop Jiang in a warm embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "Why did you arrive so early today? Did you come specifically to see me?" While speaking, she rubbed her sweaty self against Jiang, extinguishing any romantic sentiments she might have held, leading Jiang to struggle to escape Zhou Qiqi's bare hug. Unfortunately, the strength of this spirited girl was not something she could easily resist, and ultimately, Jiang had to lower her hands and surrender, waiting until Zhou Qiqi was satisfied with her embrace. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the other students from the table tennis class began to arrive, granting Jiang her freedom. Grabbing her belongings, she hastily bid farewell to Zhou Qiqi, as if something were chasing her, and dashed off with the urgency of an 800-meter sprint. On the bus ride home, it was inevitable that Jiang would find herself alone, without Zhou Qiqi to chat with, and she could not afford to waste the hour on the road. Thus, she leaned back against the seat, feigning sleep. In reality, her mind had already entered the system space. She had completed the morning's mathematics examination, and the test paper generator provided an extensive range of services, not only generating exams, but also grading them. With the additional hours spent traveling to the youth palace, Jiang had finished both of today's papers, adhering strictly to the 80-minute competition time frame. However, she had no time to review her results or determine how many questions she had answered incorrectly. She immersed herself in the system, checking her test paper generator orders, a total score of 120, with 117 on the first paper and 114 on the second. Jiang found it difficult to express satisfaction with these scores. They were neither exceptional nor disappointing, simply reflective of her normal capabilities. The second exam's lower score might have stemmed from the bus ride, where carelessness led to several mistakes. A cursory glance at the points deducted revealed that these were all problems she could solve. It was merely her inattentiveness that resulted in incorrect or incomplete answers. The system's grading was notoriously stringent, showing no mercy for even the slightest error. In contrast, a real-life teacher might grant some leniency. But such leniency was a mere fantasy in the face of the system. Jiang decided to revisit her previous competition papers and found significant progress, from a score of 101 on the first paper to 117 on the latest. Each paper demonstrating improvement, albeit now approaching a plateau. Chapter 38. Is there a working person who isn't a little mad? The fact that none of her numerous test papers achieved a perfect score left Jiang Nai, who had often scored full marks in the system's monthly assessments, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The distance between her current performance and a perfect score in mathematics was merely a matter of avoiding carelessness. After all, there were still instances of students achieving full marks in the middle school mathematics competition, and if Jiang Nai aspired to secure a first-class award, attaining a perfect score was essential. Recent mistakes and lapses in attention have been etched in Jiang Nai's mind, prompting her to remind herself to avoid similar errors in the future. Upon returning home, Jiang Nai first tended to her personal affairs before sitting down at her computer. Today, she was no longer the inexperienced novice she once was. She had learned the virtues of restraint and the art of feigned indifference. Having been tempered by the harsh realities of society, she had come to the realization that as long as she did not overly concern herself, no one could inflict harm upon her. Embracing this belief, Jiang Nai powered on her computer and logged into her account on the website. The order group was currently silent, leading Jiang Nai to suspect that it might consist entirely of bots. Did the more than 100 individuals in the group all prefer to lurk like her? Or were they merely humble subordinates? Regardless, she had never witnessed anyone speak within the group, rendering it utterly unreliable and devoid of opportunities. However, upon opening the webpage, Jiang Nai was pleasantly surprised. Remarkably, 2 individuals had responded to her at once. It seemed that fate was testing her resolve. Upon closer inspection, both were inquiring whether she had a clear electronic version of her illustration. Without hesitation, Jiang Nai connected the disk she had just purchased from the printing shop and successfully exported her work. Yet, she did not rush to send the files immediately. The most crucial watermark was still not finalized. This was a point her seniors had emphasized repeatedly. One must be aware of copyright concerning their creations, for there are always unscrupulous individuals lurking in the world. Gazing at her exquisite electronic draft, which she viewed through the lens of maternal bias, she found it utterly charming. She then inscribed the words Jiang hand-drawn prominently in the center, and after indulging in a moment of self-admiration, she sent the image to the 2 prospective clients. Then came the disheartening part. Supervisor Lee remarked, "You must be a newcomer." Jiang replied, "Indeed." Supervisor Lee continued, "No wonder, the placement of your watermark is rather poor, obstructing the most captivating part of the artwork. Could you possibly reposition it to the side? If you do, I would like to see how it looks. We are also involved in the strawberry industry, and if it meets our satisfaction, we would be willing to purchase this image at a price that would surely please you." As Jiang Nai listened to Supervisor Lee's shameless words, she thought to herself that he must believe her to be easily deceived. How could she encounter such self-important fools? Did he truly think she was a simpleton to be manipulated? Placing the watermark to the side would merely facilitate his ability to crop her image and use it without consent. Frustrated, she felt it was not worth her time to engage further with such a person, fearing that his insidious intentions might taint her. "Get lost," she typed, promptly blocking him. At that moment, Jiang Nai had never felt such disdain for strawberries, nor did she care to ascertain whether Supervisor Lee was genuinely involved in the strawberry industry. She rested her forehead on the table, pondering why it was so difficult to encounter a reasonable client. Why did she have to meet such bizarre and unworthy individuals? If there were an achievement system for encountering oddities, Jiang Nai suspected she would have already reached a novice level, and with continued effort, perhaps even ascend to an advanced tier was not out of reach. In the midst of her struggles, Jiang Nai yearned to abandon her efforts. Just then, she noticed a message from a 3rd client, determined not to let the previous 2 disappointments affect her attitude towards other clients. She still believed in the existence of benevolent patrons. Upon reading the message, her previously sorrowful visage transformed into a radiant smile, marked by a dramatic expression of excitement. A normal client had arrived, and Jiang Nai felt tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes. Wiping away the dryness, she swiftly retrieved her meal from the cafeteria, her fingers dancing over the keyboard in a frenzy, unwilling to keep her client waiting. "Hee, Teacher Jiang, do you have availability recently? I've seen your work, and your style aligns perfectly with our needs. We would like to see if you can provide a trial piece, and we will compensate you at market rates for it." Jiang Nai, "Yes, I have availability. Please elaborate on the details of your requirements, and I will send you a sketch in 3 days. Hee. Our company needs a poster themed around spring, with a fresh and natural style that is vibrant and alive. Please incorporate spring elements, but avoid excessive clutter. As for the trial piece fee, it will be 20% of the total price." Jiang Nai, "All right, no problem. At 20%, the fee will amount to 40 yuan. Can I send you the sketch tomorrow evening?" Please send me the payment details. After sending her bank account information to Jiang Nai anxiously watched her old mobile phone. Fortunately, she had earned a decent sum selling milk tea during the winter break, which led her to persuade Jiang Igwa to help her open a bank account. Unexpectedly, she had never had the chance to use it until now, sparing her the trouble of asking Jiang Igwa for his bank details. She feared that if the funds were deposited into his account, the secret would be publicly revealed. Within 2 minutes, her old phone signaled the receipt of a bank transfer. To her delight, the amount was correct, 40 yuan. Jiang Nai did not arbitrarily set her pricing. There was a formula behind it. The hourly rate for illustration work was 2 yuan, but she was unsure of the 2009 rate. Instead, she calculated based on Jiang Igwa's working hours and salary. The fee should not be exorbitant, especially since he had promptly transferred the amount without hesitation. Of course, this formula only applied to a novice like Jiang Nai. Once she made a name for herself in the illustration world, the figures would be significantly different. Dreaming of earning millions from a single artwork, she couldn't help but wipe away the drool at the corners of her mouth. Dreams were meant to be pursued. This was her first payment as an illustrator. Taking out her drawing paper, she realized the task at hand was not particularly challenging. However, Hihi's specific requirements as a fortuitous client prompted Jiang Nai to implore her fellow patrons to adhere to such standards moving forward. Flipping the drawing paper to the board, Jiang Nai began to ponder with her pen in hand, her lips incessantly singing a tuneless jingle. I want to earn money, I want to earn money. One day I shall conquer the world with my pen, la la la. Perhaps it was the buoyancy of her mood as she completed the draft. Initially estimated to take 3 hours, in a mere 2. Contemplating her quoted price, Jiang Nai felt an inexplicable sense of unease, absent-mindedly touching her nose. To honor the 40 yuan price and the trust placed in her by her client, she meticulously refined the draft to better showcase her artistic vision. Gazing at her creation, Jiang Nai's confidence surged. The overall base color of her piece was a refreshing grass green, aptly meeting the requirements, complemented by spring flowers at the bottom, with 2 flower fairies dancing gracefully above. Jiang Nai believed this draft exhibited significant improvement over her previous work, which had felt forced and tedious. The more she looked, the more she adored it, deciding on the spot to outline the line art as well. The following day, upon returning from school, Jiang Nai promptly sent her draft. He replied, "Perhaps you misunderstood the style we desire. This sketch is a bit too cute. We need something more mature. The flower fairy is not quite suitable." Jiang Nai responded, "Can we remove the flower fairy and add a river, peach blossoms, and willow trees instead?" He replied, "That works. Please sketch it out first." Upon facing the familiar refusal at her computer desk, Jiang Nai let out a sigh. To be honest, ever since her return, she felt everything in her life and studies had gone remarkably smoothly. Thanks to the guidance of esteemed teachers and her prior foundation, achieving good grades had been effortless. Although her first day at the night market had not gone smoothly, subsequent minor issues had not significantly impacted her profits. However, this previous ease had clouded her judgment, and this illustration became the greatest obstacle she had encountered thus far, pulling her back from the arrogance born of her prior successes. Fortunately, she had the foresight to send the sketch rather than her line art. Yet the thought of having to revise her line art to meet the new standards loomed over her. Jiang Nai retrieved another sheet of drawing paper. Feeling content with her previous version, which blended an adorable style with her artistic expansion, after pondering for a moment with her brush in hand, she decided to have a river bisect the drawing paper, creating 2 banks. On one side, willow trees with tender buds drooped gracefully, while on the other, peach trees awaited bloom. The intertwining branches of the peach and willow formed a bridge, with a few scattered peach blossom petals dotting the space. Once finished, Jiang Nai immediately sent the image, unwilling to prolong her own anxiety any further. She felt her mood had deteriorated through the process. He responded, "I think we have some communication issues. We don't require the artist to have too many personal ideas. This version is too cluttered. Let us conclude our collaboration here." At this moment, Jiang Nai felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend how communication could present such obstacles. Hadn't the second version mentioned rivers, peach trees, and willows? Could it be that the addition of a bridge made the difference? In response, Jiang Nai pondered an additional query. Must the artist possess their own ideas? At this juncture, she realized that her deposit of 40 yuan was indeed modest, calculated based on the premise of a single draft. However, the actual number of drafts required was contingent upon the client's discretion. Moreover, Jiang Nai had effectively produced 2 drafts this time. Thus, she would need to elevate her pricing for future trials. Her second inquiry: would substantial revisions and extensive alterations warrant additional compensation? Regardless of how others perceived her work, Jiang Nai believed that her creations symbolized something profound. She decided to set aside both drafts, intending to focus on bringing the final piece to fruition. The first illustration of strawberries exuded freshness and elegance, while she planned to modify the second to make it more charming, with the third piece aiming for sheer beauty. Presently, Jiang Nai lacked the inclination to draw further drafts. She swiftly tidied her belongings and retreated to her bed, entering the system. The mathematics paper before her felt familiar, yet she had no desire to illustrate or even sketch. Determined to complete both drafts by Saturday morning, Jiang Nai carried her work to her drawing class. In March, the market was adorned with gentle rain, the sky cloaked in gray. Occasionally, the wind rustled the leaves outside, creating a soft symphony. A young boy hurriedly made his way outside, but suddenly slowed his pace. Glancing through the window, there, he beheld a serene and delicate girl, brush in hand, meticulously painting on paper, her brow occasionally furrowed, her lips curling into a smile, akin to a captivating drama. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what the girl was creating, but in a fleeting moment, he hastened away, perplexed by the sense of familiarity she evoked. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Jiang Nai had finally completed the assignment set by her teacher, leading to the evaluation segment. For the first time, she heard her teacher commend her work, acknowledging her success in portraying the character sorrow. Teacher Baiyu was typically gentle and warm-hearted, yet transformed into a consummate professional during lessons. Receiving such praise was a rarity. Jiang Nai mused that her recent emotional state, which had been rather low, had inadvertently influenced her work. After the class bell rang, several classmates immediately approached her, inquiring about her remarkable progress and whether she possessed any secrets. Caught off guard, Jiang Nai felt compelled to maintain her diligent image and could only reluctantly share. One must immerse their emotions into the artwork, truly empathizing with the character's thoughts. After uttering this glitch, she hastily gathered her belongings, anxious to avoid being interrupted by other prominent classmates who might express differing opinions. Upon returning home with the scanned digital drafts, Jiang Nai uploaded her work, now awaiting the client's response. For the moment, she decided to set this matter aside. Currently, the priority lies with her mathematics competition. Jiang Nai, engrossed in her examination papers at the desk, was startled by the loud ringtone of an elderly phone. The various ringtones of such devices are notoriously loud, a defining characteristic. As Jiang Nai picked up her phone, she pondered who could be messaging her, considering that those who knew her number were likely preoccupied at the moment. Guanyin, is this Jiang Nai? The math competition starts in 10 days, and we feel that the time provided by our teachers is insufficient. We contacted some classmates from the competition class and thought about studying together at the library this weekend. Would you like to join us? To be honest, Jiang Nai found this proposal quite appealing. Had Zhou Qiqi still shared her schedule, she would have undoubtedly declined at once. However, Zhou Qiqi was now busy practicing table tennis on weekends, leaving Jiang Nai to study alone at home, devoid of a conducive learning environment. Reflecting on this, she decided to accept the invitation. Jiang Nai, sure, I was just thinking that studying at home lacks atmosphere. Guanyin, great. Let us meet at the library at 9 tomorrow morning. To be honest, Jiang Nai had never been to the library in Huishi. She had only heard that it was considered an iconic building of the city, constructed with significant investment. Moreover, the library is on the same route as the Youth Palace, allowing her to attend class directly after studying, thereby saving time on the commute. At 8:55 a.m., Jiang Nai stood before the grand entrance of the Huishi Library. Only upon arriving did she truly appreciate the reputation of this landmark. Alighting from the bus, she saw in the distance a square, brick-red structure, recessed in the middle and towering 10 stories high. A large stone stood prominently in front, inscribed with Huishi Library, while at the center of the library's forecourt lay a globe atop an open book, symbolizing the pursuit of knowledge and a global perspective. At this moment, the students were still innocent. The emblem had yet to be humorously reinterpreted as a means to balance books atop one's head. Even in future generations, this library would undoubtedly remain an impressive sight. As the clock struck 9, most of the competition class students had gathered. Among the 14 students, 8 were already present, indicating their eagerness to engage in this scholarly endeavor. Most of them were from Jiang Nai's class and Class 2, likely because the organizer was Guanyin, the class leader of Class 3, who shared a teaching staff with Class 2, making them somewhat more familiar with one another. As the class leader, Guanyin was now called upon to showcase her organizational skills. Jiangnai quietly blended into the crowd, choosing to follow the arrangement. Standing at the forefront, Guan Yin assessed the group and promptly gestured for everyone to follow her. She was quite familiar with the library, often spending her weekends there, which is why she had chosen it as the study venue. Ultimately, everyone was led to the 8th floor. Upon entering this library room, they could immediately feel the bustling noise from outside recede, and an unspoken agreement to silence enveloped them. Even their footsteps softened. Just as they were enveloped in this serene stillness, Guan Yin remarked, "This room is a sound reading area where we can converse. I chose this space because it is usually less frequented. It allows for quiet study and discussion." After her words, the class monitor of the second class playfully patted Guan Yin on the shoulder, saying, "Why didn't you mention that sooner? You had me too intimidated to speak." The light-hearted banter between the two elicited soft laughter from the others. Perhaps this is the enchantment of the library, where even those averse to reading find a flicker of inspiration, let alone students who are ravenous for knowledge. Once the 8 of them settled around the spacious table, they instinctively retrieved thick notebooks and textbooks. A glance exchanged among them revealed that everyone had completed the competition questions and had now entered the phase of addressing their mistakes. The reason they heeded Guan Yin's call was that these errors were insurmountable alone, and with limited classroom time, they sought the library for collaborative insight. Jiangnai also produced her error notebook, although she had not possessed one before, as her study of mathematics predominantly occurred within the system, where the competition class primarily involved knowledge explanations. Realizing they were to convene at the library, Jiangnai pondered what she could accomplish there. The competition resources available outside were already familiar to her through the system, and carrying a textbook seemed rather inappropriate, bordering on pretentiousness. While she did not mind, she was reluctant to squander time. Thanks to the system's enhanced memory retention, she was already well-versed in the material, rendering the textbook somewhat redundant. After considerable contemplation, Jiangnai suddenly recalled a product she had encountered while purchasing a test paper generator, a complementary error generator. Error generator. Want an error notebook without the hassle of extensive organization? The error generator is here to assist. For just 1 point, you can effortlessly acquire your own error notebook. With an additional point, you can add a compilation of commonly mistaken subjects derived from the system's extensive data analysis, complete with a feature for real-world application. The thought of this sparked fervent excitement within Jiangnai. She had initially considered it, but hesitated, thinking it unnecessary at the time when she was just beginning to engage with the test paper generator. Purchasing it then would have felt like a waste, especially since such services were typically one-time offerings, unlike the ongoing updates available for products like the test paper generator, item conversion, and error generation services. The system was quite shrewd, having adapted the marketing strategies of real-world merchants effectively. Their services were divided into trial cards, annual cards, and lifetime cards, all prominently highlighted in red on the product description page. They had even adopted the flashy advertising techniques, with vibrant red lights flashing incessantly, as if fearing that customers might overlook them. Upon entering, one would be unaware of what was being offered, yet the lifetime card appeared to be the most economical option, making it a priority to understand thoroughly. These are all standardized prices. A secondary card requires 1 point, an annual card requires 88 points, and a lifetime card demands 666 points. It is indeed a bargain. However, one must acknowledge that the issue does not lie with the products, but rather with one's own balance. Occasionally, one can indulge lavishly by utilizing points accrued from recent tasks, but 88 points can lead to financial ruin, while 666 points are merely a distant dream, especially when one's balance is a mere 3-digit figure that scarcely lasts a few days. If these services allowed for the purchase of interchangeable annual cards, perhaps Jiangnai could consider economizing her points and securing one. The avarice of this scheming character would surely provoke a disdainful spit from the system, as such aspirations are fanciful, existing only in dreams. Ultimately, returning to reality, Jiangnai swiftly spent 2 points to acquire the premium version of the error question generator. The system guarantees high quality, and upon its arrival, Jiangnai found it to be a substantial tome that could even fetch 5 yuan if sold as scrap. Moreover, the system seemed to recognize that the volume of errors was indeed excessive, allowing it to be divided into 3 distinct books, categorized by question type and chapter. The first book contained Jiangnai's own errors, which were not numerous, perhaps amounting to merely a few dozen pages. She had even input her exam papers written outside the system, which surprisingly could also be captured. The remaining 2 volumes comprised valuable errors identified by the system's extensive data analysis. One of these books accompanied Jiang Nai to the library, while the other housed her own mistakes. As for the textbook, she initially intended to bring it merely for show, yet upon opening the error book, she discovered a thorough analysis of the erroneous questions on the right third of page 4, complete with relevant knowledge points from the textbook. This discovery rendered the need to carry the cumbersome textbook unnecessary, which Jiang Nai had been reluctant to do, given its brick-like weight. As the others unveiled their error notebooks, Jiang Nai's meticulously designed compilation immediately captured the attention of the remaining 7 classmates. Generally, their error notebooks contained only the original questions, with their answers hastily scribbled below. The more diligent among them merely noted their incorrect solutions. In contrast, Jiang Nai's notebook featured both the original questions and detailed analyses, accompanied by pertinent knowledge points from the textbook and several similar problems at the bottom of page 4 for self-assessment. One could only say that without comparison, there is no harm. The astonished gazes of her 7 peers reflected a mixture of surprise, envy, and a hint of indignation at Jiang Nai's unexpected diligence. As for the reasons behind their sentiments, Jiang Nai must express gratitude for the system's user-friendly features, which allowed her to choose between a printed or handwritten version, the latter showcasing her own handwriting. At that moment, while eagerly awaiting her turn to collect the items, Jiang Nai nearly wept tears of joy upon seeing this option, wishing to perform a jubilant 360-degree spin, followed by a dramatic kneel, exclaiming to the system as her father. In that moment, Jiang Nai gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, striving to suppress the tears of emotion, wishing to proclaim to the world that she and the system shared a profound bond akin to that of a parent and child, despite lacking a biological connection. It must have been the arduous task of copying exam papers that caught the system's attention on Jiang Nai. For now she finds herself contemplating what attire to don at the banquet of godparents. The system, at a loss for words, wishes only to shake some sense into Jiang Nai's imaginative mind, suggesting she channel her creativity into writing novels instead. After all, the sole aim was to secure a 5-star review, and indulging in fanciful thoughts would only lead to her detriment. Lost in nostalgia, Jiang Nai couldn't help but smile dreamily, while her classmates hastily dispersed, for she was yet another unfortunate soul tormented by the rigors of mathematics competitions. When she finally regained her senses, she noticed her peers had begun discussing problems, and she was left bewildered, pondering whether she had merely dreamt the recent events. Without further contemplation, Jiang Nai clutched her error notebook and edged closer to listen to the ongoing discussions, a humble student seeking knowledge. As she tuned in, memories of the problem type instantly flooded back. Observing the animated debate amongst her classmates, Jiang Nai's mischievous thoughts began to stir once again, clearing her throat gently. She awaited the moment when all eyes would be upon her. Yet, despite her fervent signaling to Gwen Yin, who seemed oblivious to her silent plea, she instead expressed concern, asking, "Jiang Nai, are you feeling unwell? You've been coughing and blinking quite a bit. You should rest. The exams are approaching, and your health is paramount." In the face of such unexpected concern, Jiang Nai wished to reassure her that her robust constitution, having remained illness-free for over 6 months, was more than capable of enduring. Yet, it was another day of reminiscing about Shou Chi-Chi, who alone understood her subtle intentions. "Chi-Chi, how would I manage without you?" Confronted with the earnest gaze of the class monitor, Jiang Nai found herself unable to voice any dissent and instead coughed once more to further the illusion of being unwell. Feigning weakness, she finally said, "I have been a bit under the weather lately. You were truly attentive, class monitor." Then, glancing at the problem, she added, "I've encountered this question before and have some insights to share with everyone." Upon hearing Jiang Nai's familiarity with the question, her peers disregarded her modesty and urged her to sit down and elucidate her thoughts, as they had been debating for an entire class period. Successfully infiltrating the inner circle, Jiang Nai internally criticized herself for feeling rather disingenuous, suspecting she had been influenced by Lin Yu, who had previously demonstrated the art of being coy in class, prompting her to ponder how best to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who received a glare from Jiang Nai, was bewildered. Having not exchanged a word with her since entering the library, her thoughts solely occupied with Huang Wenkai. Observing Huang Wenkai's eager gaze fixed upon Jiang Nai, Lin Yu felt a wave of indignation, regretting the time she had not devoted to studying for the math competition. If only she had. Perhaps the one being scrutinized by Huang Wenkai would have been herself, basking in the singular focus of his attention. During the competition class, Huang Wenkai sat right in front of her, and Lin Yu's thoughts were entirely consumed by her presence. She was captivated by the way Huang Wenkai furrowed her brows and bit her lips while grappling with challenging problems, rendering the teacher's voice inaudible to her. Lin Yu was acutely aware of her own modicum of cleverness. After all, it was this very intelligence that had secured her the second position in her grade previously. And now she stood at third, a feat that might be attributed to the fact that Huang Wenkai was not in her class. In Class 3, devoid of Huang Wenkai's influence, the teacher's lectures were accessible to Lin Yu's ears. However, such clarity was unattainable in the competition class. Determined to capture Huang Wenkai's attention, Lin Yu resolved that if she could not focus in class, she would review the material at home. For there was no Huang Wenkai there. The thought of Huang Wenkai potentially developing feelings for Jiang Nai troubled her, darkening her gaze. Observing Jiang Nai, who was smiling and explaining the solution to a problem that Lin Yu had painstakingly navigated, Lin Yu felt a pang of envy. Jiang Nai's confidence was palpable as she presented 3 distinct approaches to the solution, igniting admiration from her peers. Deep within, Jiang Nai harbored an unyielding ambition. She aspired to embody the archetype of a scholarly elite, a lofty persona that commanded respect, indeed, a flower atop a high peak, an extraordinary existence. It seemed that those around her recognized Jiang Nai's prowess, while her peers were aware of her status as the top student in the grade. They also understood that every member of this competition class possessed a certain aptitude in mathematics, each with their own pride. During lessons, the pace was relentless, primarily focused on elucidating knowledge points. Even during assessments, although Lili would provide scores, rankings were withheld, and students were left to their own devices regarding their standings, cultivating a culture of privacy that obscured their peers' true abilities, leading to only vague perceptions of one another. As Jiang Nai presented the 3 solutions to a problem that had sparked previous debates, some classmates began to acknowledge her talent, yet a few remained skeptical. Nearby, the class leader from Class 2 was engrossed in his error notebook, desperately attempting to unearth a winning strategy. His friend Guan Yinyan, observing him, understood his stubborn nature and resigned herself to watch the unfolding drama. Sun Jie, poring over his error notebook multiple times, finally selected what he deemed the most challenging problem and confidently placed it before Jiang Nai, assessing Sun Jie's eagerness to test her abilities. She glanced at the problem he presented. It must be noted that Sun Jie indeed had commendable penmanship, having practiced the slender gold script. Chapter 40, Provocation. The problem he chose was astutely selected, targeting a facet that Jiang Nai had previously feared. However, after relentless practice with systematic exercises, she had more than adequately prepared for such challenges. Observing that she could challenge Sun Jie, Jiang Nai let out a soft huff internally, intent on shattering his image of an academic prodigy in front of their classmates. Her intentions were insidious and intolerable. The illustrious Jiang Nai would not let him escape unscathed. While a tempest of emotions brewed within, Jiang Nai maintained a facade of composure, contemplating for a moment before deftly inscribing her solutions, as was her custom, presenting 3 distinct methods. Upon seeing these approaches, Sun Jie's expression mirrored that of a villain from a youthful anime. Utterly bewildered, as if his ultimate move had only yielded a trivial effect, he promptly shifted his demeanor, playfully exclaiming, "Academic genius, silly, teach me." This sudden display of bravado nearly shattered Jiang Nai's aloof persona, and in that fleeting moment, she recalled the sorrows of her life, stifling a laugh. Meanwhile, those around them were visibly perturbed. Under the bright daylight, it was astonishing that such antics could unfold. Guan Yinyan was the first to retaliate, delivering a playful smack to Sun Jie, anxious to prevent any further cringe-inducing remarks. The other classmates, in silent accord, wore expressions of disgust, yet Sun Jie, unfazed by their reactions, continued his performance. As he leaned in closer, Jiang Nai, startled, quickly rose, her hands raised defensively as she said, "Let us speak politely. It's just teaching, right? No problem. Bring the problem over." Sun Jie, feigning disappointment, relented, and observing his lingering curiosity, Jiang Nai felt a surge of apprehension. Was her aloof academic persona truly worth enduring such discomfort? A wave of laughter erupted, drawing the attention of 8 individuals who paused their activities. In the corner, a boy had been drawing unnoticed until now. As the collective gaze fell upon him, he waved nonchalantly, yet his eyes were fixed on Jiang Nai as he remarked, "Apologies." I laughed out loud. Despite his words, there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. Recognizing the familiar visage, Jiang Nai mused that this was their second or third encounter. She waved back discreetly, the gesture reminiscent of sharing a secret amidst a crowd, conveying an understanding known only to the 2 of them, though they had yet to exchange names. Both felt an unspoken agreement to refrain from inquiry, as if curious to see how fate would unfold between them. Sun Jie, typically brazen, felt a twinge of bashfulness at being laughed at by a peer, and he picked up his notebook of mistakes, gravitating back to Jiang Nai's side. In the 8th floor library, the long table appeared to be divided into 2 sections, one where Jiang Nai was encircled by classmates explaining problems, and the other where a young artist was diligently sketching. This scene could only be encapsulated by the essence of youthful exuberance. In the ensuing week, Jiang Nai devoted her spare moments to mathematics competitions. Each class became more focused than before, with students seizing every opportunity to practice. Jiang Nai's desk was perpetually surrounded by eager learners. Even the previously haughty Lin Yu would approach Jiang Nai to discuss challenging problems when few were around. On the final Sunday before the examination, a few individuals entered the familiar 8th floor of the library. Jiang Nai instinctively glanced towards her customary spot, but did not see the familiar figure. However, there was little time for contemplation, as an anxious classmate approached her with questions about the exam. Observing the eager young minds before her, Jiang Nai pondered whether she truly met the criteria of a fresh graduate with 3 years of work experience. After all, she had been indirectly interning since the 8th grade, and her experience in tutoring institutions was undoubtedly substantial, adept at handling both small and large classes. During Saturday's class, Lily had informed everyone that the exam was scheduled for Tuesday at 8 in the morning, with the venue at number 1 high school. Most students from Shiqiao Middle School resided nearby, though it was a bit of a distance from number 1 high school. Consequently, Lily had to negotiate with the school to arrange for everyone to depart after the morning class on Monday and book a hotel near number 1 high school. All purely voluntary, as the accommodation costs would be borne by the students. Nevertheless, the school would organize the arrangements, given their evident financial constraints. Jiang Nai had no objections. Since the school was willing to organize, she preferred not to trouble herself and promptly raised her hand in agreement. In the end, only Huang Wenkai remained with her hand down. Upon noticing Huang Wencai's reluctance to join, Lin Yu also lowered her hand. After class on Saturday, Lin Yu did not have the opportunity to inquire further, as Huang Wenkai left immediately. Today, while waiting for Jiang Nai to attend her art class, Huang Wenkai planned to grab a bento box for lunch, and she casually took out her own bento to accompany her. Meanwhile, other classmates opted for lunch at nearby restaurants. Lin Yu, remembering last Sunday when Huang Wenkai had declined to join for lunch, citing her own packed meal, didn't mind what she ate. Thus, she brought her own lunch from home this week. As she noticed Huang Wenkai about to leave, Lin Yu hurriedly caught up and feigned surprise, saying, "What a coincidence. I also brought my own lunch today." Initially, Huang Wenkai had anticipated sitting alone in the corridor for lunch, but upon seeing Lin Yu, warmth surged within her. After settling down in the empty corridor, Lin Yu observed the modest contents of Huang Wencai's bento box, a simple stir-fried potato dish, hand-torn cabbage, and just a small portion of rice. Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. No wonder Huang Wenkai appeared so thin. How could she possibly be satiated with such little food? Fortunately, Lin Yu had come prepared. Opening her own 3-tiered lunchbox, she revealed a layer of rice, a layer of chicken soup, and another layer of braised pork, spicy stir-fried meat, and bok choy. Noticing Huang Wencai's gaunt face, Lin Yu feigned concern, remarking, "Today is the first time I've cooked for myself, and I misjudged the portion sizes. Ended up making too much. Wenkai, is it all right if I call you that? Would you help me share some of it and try my cooking?" A conflicted expression crossed Huang Wencai's face. She was about to refuse but found herself at a loss for words, fearful of hurting the enthusiasm of the girl before her. Lin Yu did not require a response from Huang Wentai. She swiftly extracted her chopsticks and began to fill Huang's lunchbox with vegetables, deliberately selecting lean meat. Knowing well from their previous dining experiences at the cafeteria that Huang had a penchant for it. As the lunchbox became increasingly full, Huang finally reacted and hurriedly interjected in a hushed tone, "No, you needn't serve me any more. It's too much." Observing the half-empty dishes, Lin Yu ceased her actions. She was not in a hurry to eat, resting her chin on one hand while her gaze urged Huang to take a taste. Feeling the weight of Lin Yu's persistent gaze, Huang Wentai visibly struggled with discomfort, lowering her head and wishing she could disappear into the lunchbox. The girl before her, engrossed in her meal, had ears that were flushed with embarrassment, much to Lin Yu's delight. She thought to herself that she had indeed not misjudged. Huang Wentai was the type to disguise her true self as a warm and cheerful person to draw closer to her. Lin Yu was aware that she did not possess such a demeanor, yet she pondered how she could maintain this fade in front of Huang for a lifetime. Noticing Huang Wentai's head dipping lower, Lin Yu redirected her attention, Realizing that she must take the initiative with someone like Huang, she began by inquiring, "So, how is it?" "My cooking is quite good, isn't it? Do you think I could become a chef in the future?" Upon hearing this question and realizing that Lin Yu's focus had shifted away from her, Huang finally raised her head, her eyes brimming with satisfaction and affirmation. "You cook wonderfully. You could definitely be a chef. Your parents are truly fortunate." After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Lin Yu, uncertain if her praise would bring her joy. Although she could compose high-scoring essays, her spoken words felt clumsy. Lin Yu noticed Huang Wentai's nervousness and smiled warmly. "That's splendid. Your encouragement certainly boosts my confidence." As for her parents, they would hardly appreciate her efforts. Even if she presented her dishes to them, they likely would not dare to try them. Observing a slight easing of Huang's anxiety upon hearing her response, Lin Yu continued with her inquiries. "So, why aren't you staying at the hotel with the other classmates?" To this question, Huang did not feel offended. Instead, she shyly explained with calmness, "Staying out is too expensive. I don't wish to burden my family. I can still make it early the next day." Lin Yu found Huang's rationale unsurprising and seamlessly added, "I won't be going with the school either. We could take the exam together," which would be reassuring. Upon learning that Lin Yu was also going alone, Huang Wentai looked at her with eager anticipation. "Really? Then we shall go together on Tuesday. I live in the second house on Hulu Street near the square. Where do you reside?" When Li had asked the students whether they wished to follow the school's arrangements, class had already ended and Huang had hurried home to assist her mother, unaware that others were also traveling solo, believing she was the only one. Lin Yu was familiar with the second house on Hulu Street, as her own home was nearby. Not wanting Huang Wentai to uncover the myriad of troubles surrounding her family, they ultimately agreed to meet at 6 in the morning at the square. After finishing her painting class, Jiang Nai did not leisurely stroll over to watch Chuo Chio train as she usually did. Instead, she hurried home, eager to discuss the upcoming Tuesday exam with Jiang Igwa before he set off to his stall. She had intended to mention it yesterday, but on her way, she received a message from Guan Yanyan. "Jiang Dai, please help me out quickly. They are about to quarrel over this problem. Can you advise on the best way to solve it?" Given Guan Yanyan's anxious tone, Jiang Nai was curious about the question, so she sat down beside a flower bed and began to write. In her distraction, she missed the bus and was unable to return before Jiang Igwa began to set up his stall. Fortunately, today presented no distractions, and Jiang Nai arrived home by 4:30. Finding that Jiang Igwa had not yet started packing, at that moment, Jiang Igwa, engrossed in his bookkeeping, heard Jiang Nai's return and immediately set aside his ledger to assist her with her backpack, concerned about tiring her out. Their time together was indeed a rare coincidence. Upon seeing her father, Jiang Nai promptly said, "Dad, we are participating in a competition on Tuesday at number 1 high school. The school has arranged for us to stay at a nearby hotel on Monday night to facilitate the exam the following day." Jiang Igwa paused in his actions, remarking, "A competition? What kind of competition? You will need to pay for the accommodation, right? Here, take this 100 yuan. As he walked ahead, Jiang Nai followed, explaining, "It's a mathematics competition. Our math teacher has organized the top students in our grade to attend a special class together. I participated previously, and now the competition is commencing." Jiang Igwa, unfamiliar with such school competitions, handed her an additional 100 yuan, advising, "Since your teacher selected you for the competition, make sure to perform well. Keep some extra money on hand. Don't hesitate to spend on food while you're out." Although it was just one night away from home, Jiang Igwa treated it as if she were embarking on a lengthy journey, continuously offering reminders. Jiang Nai responded with patience, feeling grateful for the warmth of home. It was akin to a wandering child who, despite being far from home, always has a point of reference, ensuring they can find their way back. After imparting all the necessary advice, Jiang Igwa prepared to head to the night market, while Jiang Nai got her belongings ready. In truth, she had little to pack, considering it was only a one-night stay. It was still the end of March, and the temperatures remained low. She did not need to bring extra clothes, as the hotel provided disposable toiletries. Thus, Jiang Nai only packed the items required for the exam and a notebook containing her mistakes. The notebook was merely a facade to appease others. She had memorized most of the content already. However, anticipating that her classmates would bring theirs, she remembered how, during a previous visit to the library, they had requested her to print a copy of her compiled mistakes. Consequently, for the next month, her breakfasts were entirely claimed by them. And Jiang Nai had no intention of being secretive, leading to each of them ultimately having their own copy. Some individuals, constrained by financial limitations, share a single book. The standard produced by the system is assured by Jiang Nai, who guarantees that everyone will bring this book along for the examination. Once prepared, Jiang Nai promptly reclined on her bed, arranging for herself a pre-exam bundle, immersing herself in an environment meticulously mimicked by the system to evoke an authentic examination atmosphere. The following day, feeling rejuvenated, Jiang Nai rose early, collected her backpack, and set off after ensuring everything was in order. Upon reaching the intersection, she spotted her dedicated driver, Zhou Qiqi, parked and awaiting her arrival. Typically, Jiang Nai rides her bicycle, but today she had communicated in advance with Zhou Qiqi, indicating her intention to ride with her. The reason behind Jiang Nai consistently taking her bicycle was an unspoken agreement between them regarding whose bike to use. Given Zhou Qiqi's past incidents of mishaps leading to both of them tumbling into a field, they had tacitly assigned the responsibility of commuting to school to Jiang Nai, thereby ensuring Zhou Qiqi remained unscathed both physically and mentally. Chapter 41. The cafeteria. Throughout their journey, Jiang Nai pedaled ahead while Zhou Qiqi, usually chatty, maintained an unusual silence. Preoccupied with her ride, Jiang Nai failed to notice the biting March wind or Zhou Qiqi's atypical demeanor. It was only upon arriving at the school that Jiang Nai observed Zhou Qiqi's sullen expression, her lips drawn in a pout that could practically hang an oil jug, revealing her displeasure. The expression was so pronounced it could have been inscribed on her forehead. "I am upset. Come and comfort me." Jiang Nai quickly reflected on her recent actions and realized she might have indeed erred. Tentatively, she spoke. "I'm sorry, Qiqi. This past weekend was overwhelming, leaving me disoriented. I completely forgot to inform you that I will be attending a math competition at number 1 high school on Tuesday and this afternoon. I must head to the hotel arranged by the school. The exam is scheduled quite early." With that, she gently grasped Zhou Qiqi's hands, striving to convey the sincerity in her eyes. Jiang Nai genuinely had overlooked mentioning this to Zhou Qiqi, as they usually shared everything. However, recent events had not necessitated discussion, given that Zhou Qiqi was also an eyewitness to those occurrences. Yet now, things were different. Jiang Nai had yet to adapt to the habit of sharing. In her explanation, Jiang Nai showcased her well-honed skills in communication. She began with an apology, emphasizing the importance of a respectful demeanor regardless of the circumstances surrounding the incident. Next came her explanation, followed by a crucial lesson she had learned through experience: the necessity of displaying vulnerability. This insight stemmed from her past, where she had a propensity to resist yielding, even when faced with insurmountable challenges, preferring to maintain an appearance of strength. Consequently, this led to a situation where, in both her personal and professional life, others instinctively assigned her the most arduous tasks, expecting her to handle the burdensome responsibilities. In the end, Jiang Nai had learned her lesson. She would candidly express her inability to perform tasks she was unfamiliar with and would articulate her reluctance to engage in activities she found unappealing. She realized that failing to do so would not leave others with a negative impression. Rather, competing for everything would only lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. After a series of exchanges, Zhou Qiqi's pout finally relaxed, yet a trace of resentment lingered as she remarked, "I only found out from Gwen Yin last night that she couldn't reach you. She asked if you were bringing the textbook, and I had no idea what was going on to even respond." As she finished speaking, she crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. At this point, Jiang Nai understood the true source of Zhou Qiqi's anger. Her position as Jiang Nai's closest friend had been undermined, and she felt embarrassed in front of outsiders. How could she, as Jiang Nai's dearest companion, remain oblivious to her recent circumstances? Observing the situation, Jiang Nai instinctively raised her hand as if to make a vow, but quickly shifted to grasp Zhou Qiqi's hand instead and said, "I acknowledge my mistake. From now on, regardless of what occurs, I shall inform you first. You will be my spokesperson, all right? Answer however you see fit." Upon uttering those words, Jiang Nai felt as though the scene was eerily reminiscent of melodramatic television dramas, where unreliable protagonists often pledge their loyalty in a series of exaggerated gestures. Once she had appeased Zhou Qiqi, the two hastened towards the classroom, eager to cast aside the memory of the dramatic scene they had just enacted. Had they not arrived early today and spent time lingering at the school gate, they would have already been late for class. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Nai, as was her custom, took out her books to prepare for the morning reading session, while Zhou Qiqi, in her usual fashion, remained detached from the incident, as it did not directly involve her. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had hardly paid any mind to the competition, instead preoccupied with thoughts of spending time alone with Huang Wenkai the following morning. She pondered whether she should bring breakfast for Huang Wenkai. considering whether she would enjoy mung bean porridge, though she deemed it inconvenient to eat. Gwen Yin could be considered one of the few normal individuals in the group, as she checked to ensure she hadn't forgotten anything. Gazing at her overstuffed backpack, which seemed ready to burst, she contemplated whether she should have brought a suitcase instead. However, given that bringing a suitcase for a single day's stay felt excessive, she had no choice but to cram everything into her backpack. Fortunately, the capacity of a middle schooler's backpack was quite substantial. Otherwise, she would have needed to carry an additional bag. Time, indifferent to the thoughts of its observers, continued its relentless march. During the final class, Gwen Yin occasionally glanced at her watch. Her responsibilities as class monitor momentarily set aside as she succumbed to the anticipation of the upcoming spring outing. As the clock struck 12 and the class bell rang, Jiang Nai seized Shou Qi's hand and dashed towards the cafeteria. Lily had scheduled a meeting at the school gate for 1 o'clock, leaving them ample time for lunch. After all, they had already paid for their meals as part of their tuition. Not eating would be a waste. The cafeteria of Shurchao Middle School is not akin to the high schools or universities that Jiang Nai attended, where one would select their favorite dishes with a bowl and chopsticks before making payment. Instead, students who dine at the school are organized into small groups. Upon arrival at the cafeteria, one must take their designated seat, where the day's meals are already laid out on the table, while cutlery must be brought from home. As for the quality of the food, it is generally at par with that of most schools, not particularly appetizing, yet edible. Occasionally, there are a few dishes that exceed the usual standard, but one often encounters unpalatable items such as snake skins, hair, stones, and protein, which have become a common occurrence. Given the school's standards, one would be surprised if such items were absent. Jiang Nai, to be frank, harbors considerable reluctance towards this cafeteria, as this communal dining space is a new addition to the school this semester. Previously, the institution did not possess such a facility. After paying the meal fee, staff would deliver food in large containers outside the classrooms at designated times, allowing select classmates to serve the meals. This responsibility was something Jiang Nai and her friend Shou Qiqi had always aspired to, but alas, it was never assigned to them. Since the distribution is determined by the class, the kind of mishaps one might experience with a cafeteria worker is unlikely. Yet it is inevitable that friends might receive larger portions. Despite never having wielded the serving ladle, Jiang Nai has occasionally encountered instances of unfair treatment. Nonetheless, she prefers dining in the classroom for 2 primary reasons. First, sheer laziness. Eating in the classroom is so convenient, as food is brought directly to her, requiring only a brief wait in line for her bowl. Conversely, dining in the cafeteria necessitates an additional 5-minute walk, totaling a 10-minute round trip, which significantly cuts into her limited lunchtime. Secondly, in the cafeteria, each group is responsible for washing their own dishes, a task Jiang Nai decidedly detests, particularly because it has previously led to disputes over the distribution of this chore. Alternatively, the previous semester's arrangement of serving food at the window was preferable, allowing students the freedom to choose their meals. Although the environment was exceedingly rudimentary, a repurposed dilapidated building resembling an unfinished shell of a structure, Jiang Nai appreciated the autonomy of selecting her food, even if the quality was poor. The equality with which the cafeteria staff treated each student made it somewhat bearable. Moreover, the convenience of not needing to bring one's own cutlery, as the school provided trays and relieved students from the burden of washing dishes, added to the appeal. One could argue that without comparison, one cannot truly appreciate. What once seemed ordinary has now revealed itself to be a pinnacle experience. The school's gradual decline leaves one perplexed regarding their decision-making. Reflecting upon the evolution of the school cafeteria, Jiang Nai feels a pang of sorrow, as thoughts of potential intrigue and rivalry crossed her mind. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl seated before her, prompting a silent acknowledgement of the complexity of youth and the myriad thoughts that accompany it. The reluctance to reminisce about one's middle school years in the future is not without reason, after all. How could 6 individuals share a meal without conjuring a multitude of complications, akin to the intrigues of a royal court? The woman before me is named Xiaomei, or rather, Su Dai. Among a group of disheveled middle school students, Su Dai stands out with her delicate features, her soft voice endearing her to the boys. In truth, the specifics of her discord with Jiang Nai have grown hazy over time, perhaps whisked away by the flutter of Jiang Nai's metaphorical butterfly wings. Reflecting on it now, I find a certain humor in the situation. 6 individuals sharing 4 basins, comprising 2 boys tasked with washing 1 rice basin, while the girls managed 3 vegetable basins. As time passed, the perceived inequity of this arrangement began to gnaw at them. One of the girls eventually voiced her dissent, only for Su Dai to argue that the rice basin was particularly challenging to clean, claiming that any alteration would unfairly burden the two boys. Ultimately, the outcome was that Su Dai and one of the boys washed the rice basin, while the remaining trio of girls and one boy took care of the vegetable basins. At that moment, Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi were indifferent to such disputes. Their primary concern was the quality of the meal at hand. The nuance of this situation only became apparent years later, in the wake of the internet's rise, when Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi reminisced about their middle school days. It was then, intertwined with other facets of Su Dai's character, that they began to grasp the significance of that incident, or rather, to truly understand who Su Dai was. Yet, regrettably, the Su Dai before them now remained quietly absorbed in her meal, prompting Jiang Nai to suddenly realize something she had previously overlooked, the seating arrangement of their group. Given the known camaraderie between Jiang Nai and Shou Qiqi, they always sat together, while the remaining four shared a more casual rapport. The dining table was a standard long rectangle, accommodating 3 on one side, though 4 could also fit, as southern middle school girls were typically petite. Nevertheless, every mealtime, Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi occupied one side, with Jiang Nai in the center, while Su Dai sat in the middle of the opposite side, flanked by the two boys. Previously, Jiang Nai had never noted this arrangement, had it not been for today's reflections on Su Dai. She might never have observed the seemingly casual yet subtly calculated behavior of Su Dai. Indeed, middle school is a time ripe for curiosity and impulsiveness between the sexes. Jiang Nai comprehended Su Dai's discreet maneuvers, recognizing them as part of a typical developmental phase. However, Su Dai was not an ordinary middle school girl amongst her precocious peers. She was exceptional. Jiang Nai felt no right to comment on the normal interactions of her peers. Yet Su Dai's penchant for elevating herself by belittling others incited a strong disdain within her. Moreover, there was a time when Jiang Nai genuinely believed she was the victim, naively stepping into the fray. Looking back on that dark chapter, Jiang Nai could only shake her head, lamenting her gullibility, how easily she had been deceived. A consequence of her youth and inexperience. Having reached the pinnacle of her training, Jiang Nai now sought to amend the embarrassing chapter of her life that remained concealed from others, a time she had never even shared with Shou Qiqi. As the shame of being deceived by a fellow woman's feigned vulnerability was too great to bear. Yet, as she observed Su Dai quietly enjoying her meal, Jiang Nai refrained from exhibiting any unwarranted displeasure. The other girls, too, had ceased making suggestions, leaving her perplexed. It had been nearly a month since they began distributing tasks. So why did this time feel so devoid of inequity for her? Frustrated, Jiang Nai prodded the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, feeling utterly disheartened. After much contemplation, she resolved that she must take matters into her own hands. If this classmate remained reticent, then she would have to ignite the spark herself. As the others finished their meal and prepared to clear their dishes, Jiang Nai interjected, stating, "I would like to propose an adjustment to our dishwashing arrangement, as I believe our current system is rather unfair." The few individuals who had already picked up their bowls halted in their tracks, their gazes fixed on Jiang Nai. The scene before her unfolded differently than she had anticipated. She glanced at Su Dai, expecting her to take the stage. An awkward silence enveloped the group. Jiang Nai tentatively suggested, "How about we take turns each day? With 6 of us, we could form 3 pairs for dishwashing. Today, I could wash dishes with Zhou Qiqi. What do you all think?" Upon making her suggestion, the remaining girls exchanged glances, and Jiang Nai looked at Su Dai with encouragement, silently urging her to voice her thoughts. To challenge her proposal without hesitation, Su Dai, feeling the peculiar intensity of Jiang Nai's gaze, assumed she was being urged to hasten her decision, and thus signaled to the girl beside her before responding, "Then I'll team up with her." Jiang Nai's heart plummeted at Su Dai's choice. What was happening? Why was Su Dai proving to be so unhelpful? The stage had been set, yet she found herself alone, destined to deliver a solo performance. Sighing in solitude, Jiang Nai felt a profound emptiness, akin to preparing extensively for a competition only to have the opposing team forfeit, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of hollowness. Silently collecting the bowls from their hands, she made her way to the sink, leaving a bewildered crowd in her wake. The remaining 5 were left in confusion, questioning the demeanor of the class's top student. Had Tishi agreed to this? Why did she still appear discontented? Shou Qiqi, snapping back to reality, hurried after Jiang Nai, nudging her with her elbow and asking, "What's wrong? You seemed distracted during dinner. Are you worried about tomorrow's exam? But you're not typically one to fret before a test." Fortunately, Zhou Qiqi did not require an answer from Jiang Nai. She was perfectly capable of reasoning things out on her own. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Zhou Qiqi arrived at a conclusion, exclaiming, "I've got it. It must be that the fish served today was just too dreadful, right? I thought so too. The chef must have fumbled and added too much salt. It was excessively salty, and the stir-fried cabbage tasted like it had merely been boiled in water. It was utterly unpalatable." As Jiang Nai conversed, she nodded in agreement, feeling relieved that she no longer had to concoct excuses. This morning, she had almost sworn not to let a single day pass without succumbing to temptation. The irony of her predicament was something only she could comprehend. How could she explain to Zhou Qiqi that she wished for Su Dai to stir trouble, only for her to retaliate in frustration? It was incomprehensible. Zhou Qiqi would likely question her sanity and suggest that if she were so idle, she might as well find a class to attend. With her worries weighing heavily on her heart, Jiang Nai gazed up at the sky, contemplating sharing her melancholy, only to be abruptly pulled back to reality by Zhou Qiqi's sharp admonition. "Stop pretending to be an artsy intellectual. Hurry up and wash the dishes instead of slacking off." Accepting defeat in her attempt to evade responsibility, Jiang Nai feigned a look of grievance as she leaned against Zhou Qiqi and asked, "Have you stopped loving me? Am I no longer your precious darling?" Zhou Qiqi, bent over the sink, gritted her teeth and retorted, "Did you just splash water on my clothes? You're finished." Jiang Nai. With that, she spun around, ready to douse Jiang Nai with the water in her hands. Fortunately, upon hearing Zhou Qiqi's tone, Jiang Nai managed to evade the first physical attack by swiftly stepping aside. However, her subsequent escape was far less successful. Just as she took a couple of steps, Zhou Qiqi seized her by the nape of her neck. Jiang Nai pondered the philosophical question of why her best friend had such a significant height advantage over her. The ensuing midday skirmish concluded with Zhou Qiqi achieving a resounding victory, leaving the defeated Jiang Nai to rub her sore backside as she made her way toward the school gate, attempting to feign nonchalance in the presence of passers-by. Jiang Nai's last act of defiance was to maintain her composure while limping awkwardly, seamlessly transitioning from a hobble to a slow walk until she reached the school gate. There, she spotted a bus idling on the road and, without a second thought, boarded it. Upon stepping onto the bus, Jiang Nai found herself in the midst of a group of bewildered elderly individuals, both parties exchanging puzzled glances. The small red flags in their hands, and a woman in a red coat wielding a small megaphone at the front of the bus quickly revealed to Jiang Nai that she had inadvertently joined a senior travel group. In a moment of impulsive folly, rather than exiting the bus from the front, she calmly proceeded to the rear exit. Once she disembarked, Jiang Nai dashed back to the school gate, her mind racing like a frenzied bear. She couldn't fathom why she had acted in a manner that only compounded her embarrassment. Reflecting on her walk through the bus, she felt every pair of eyes from the elderly passengers scrutinizing her, as if they were questioning her sanity. After regaining her composure, Jiang Nai reassured herself that as long as she remained unembarrassed, it was those around her who would feel the discomfort. Turning to seek out her friends, she suddenly spotted Lili and other students from the competition class nearby, with Gwen Yin tentatively waving at her. Instantly, Jiang Nai's face flushed crimson. Her own embarrassment felt trivial compared to the notion of being observed by everyone in her moment of humiliation. In that instant, all she wished for was to flee the scene under the cover of darkness. In this moment, her social etiquette, her impeccable image, and her admirable character were utterly shattered. Guan Yin stepped forward, gently patting Jiang Nai's shoulder, and remarked, "Actually, everyone called out to you as soon as you left the school gate. But it seems you didn't tea here." With an expression devoid of emotion, Jiang Nai listened to this consolation, feeling compelled to acknowledge the sentiment, yet wishing for it to cease in the future. The most effective way to navigate awkwardness is to feign ignorance. Explanations only serve to perpetuate the discomfort. Jiang Nai took the initiative to stride toward the vehicle, then turned back to urge, "Since everyone is here, let us hasten and board the car, lest we waste time." The few who lagged behind mused, as expected of a top student. Her disposition was truly commendable. Jiang Nai first removed her backpack and tossed it into the vehicle, then placed one foot upon the step, using her hands for support to successfully enter the car with remarkable ease, demonstrating that fate did not wish to subject her to repeated embarrassment. Seated inside the vehicle, Jiang Nai gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar electric tricycle, realizing that the reputedly impoverished Shiqiao High School had led her to indulge in fanciful thoughts, believing that a grand bus would be provided for transport. The electric tricycle is a common mode of transport in remote areas, where public buses are absent. Once all 10 students boarded, the space indeed felt cramped. Lily, seated at the front, looked back to ensure everyone was settled before advising, "Hold on tight. We're about to set off," and courteously informed the driver, "You may proceed." With a cacophony of sounds, the tricycle surged forward like a wild stallion, startling the students perched at the edges, who hastily clutched the sleeves of their companions, fearing they might be flung from the vehicle. In the midst of the swaying, even if Jiangnai wished to take action, she feared that a momentary lapse in focus would result in being tossed out, so she gripped the nearest pole with unwavering determination. The relentless rocking of the tricycle led Jiangnai to reasonably suspect that the crowding was to blame. After all, it hadn't been this tumultuous in her memory. Observing the overhead canopy creaking, she silently prayed for the vehicle to endure the journey without falling apart. Her prayers were not in vain, as the school, not entirely devoid of compassion, ensured they did not jostle in the tricycle all the way to the hotel. The driver eventually halted at the bus station. Though it was likely that hiring a tricycle came at a premium compared to public transport, Jiangnai could hardly endure the ride. It was excessively bumpy. As she disembarked, the sudden exposure to bright sunlight rendered her momentarily blinded. Once her eyes adjusted, she noticed the pallor on her companions' faces, each seemingly on the brink of nausea. She felt fortunate that they all managed to hold it together. Otherwise, she would have had to exit the tricycle mid-journey. Thankfully, having previously purchased motion sickness medication, she merely felt discomfort from the swaying. It was evident that the timing had been ill-conceived. Having just finished lunch, embarking on a vehicle was far from ideal. Had she foreseen this ordeal, Jiangnai would have preferred to travel alone, having initially sought convenience, only to find herself in a predicament. After adapting to the sun in March, it left one feeling languid and lethargic. A group of teachers and students stood by the roadside, awaiting the notoriously elusive bus. Jiangnai, basking under the sun, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, a rare occurrence indeed. While her nocturnal slumber had become a distant concern, the prospect of an afternoon nap still lingered, as she needed a buffer of respite. If Jiangnai were to immerse herself in study at every moment, it wouldn't be long before she found herself in a mental institution. At home, Jiangnai forewent her midday slumber, yet at school, she would partake in a collective nap with her peers, even if it merely involved resting her eyes to give her mind a brief reprieve. More often than not, this involved engaging in a silent staring contest with Shou Chi. Her hours of sleep likely surpassed that of 99% of the global population, though it was possible that other chosen ones with similar systems shared her plight. Half an hour passed, transforming the group from anxious waiters by the roadside to contemplative souls seated upon a stone bench, pondering the necessity of this examination. Lily, observing the impatience etched on the students' faces, offered a reassuring word. "Just a little longer. The bus will arrive shortly." This statement held truth, as the bus to the first high school typically arrived every 30 minutes, and they had likely just missed it on their earlier journey. To be frank, she too found herself at a loss regarding the school's penny-pinching behavior. The consistent frugality from day to day raised suspicions that the new cafeteria was a culmination of years of thriftiness. However, she had not anticipated that this stinginess would extend to the students' travel expenses. Lily had arrived at the school gate at 12:30, intending to coordinate with the driver. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by the toothless old man on the tricycle, and her years of teaching experience helped her maintain a neutral expression. Turning to the director beside her, she received a confirming nod, which prompted her to inwardly curse. Leadership, how miserly. Yet, contemplating this behavior as a manifestation of the school's disregard for and lack of faith in their competitive abilities transformed her irritation into a deeper sense of frustration. The sun shone brightly, with nary a cloud in the sky. Yet the collective sentiment of those seated on the stone bench seemed to resonate with a singular thought. It was yet another day of wanting to rebel against the school. After several minutes on the bench, the once gentle sunlight began to feel oppressive, possibly exacerbated by the mounting anger within. Just as Jiangnai felt on the verge of an outburst, she finally spotted the bus approaching in the distance. The impending eruption of fury was forcibly suppressed once more. The endless trials of the day had left her feeling as if she were about to burst. Once aboard the bus, Jiangnai instinctively chose a window seat, leaning against the glass and allowing her eyes to flutter shut as she entered her mental realm. Her fellow teachers and students, equally fatigued, also intended to catch a moment of rest without fear of interruption. However, Jiangnai's desire for a midday nap had been thoroughly disrupted, and the bus was hardly an ideal sleeping environment. Since she was merely resting her eyes, she delved into her mental realm and began tackling a mathematics paper. She desperately required a challenging math problem to douse the flames of her indignation, and prior to boarding, Lily had informed everyone that the bus ride would last approximately 40 minutes, advising them to complete half of their work during that time. The tribulations along this journey could rival the arduous expedition to the west. The subsequent 40-minute ride proceeded remarkably smoothly, successfully delivering them to the hotel entrance. Although the school was rather parsimonious, the students had paid for their own accommodations, and thus, the institution dared not meddle with their funds. The hotel itself was quite decent. Situated conveniently beside a bus station, Jiang Nai found it rather appealing, at least for the ease of transportation. For an establishment charging 80 yuan per night, she believed the location alone justified an extra 10. The group comprised 1 teacher and 10 students, 4 boys and 6 girls, who had already formed their teams. Naturally, Jiang Nai was paired with Gwen Yin, both assigned to a twin-bedded room, while the teacher occupied a separate one. The cost averaged out to a mere 40 yuan per person. Upon entering the hotel, the group surveyed their surroundings, feeling a sense of satisfaction, largely due to their previous experiences that had left them wary of the school's budget accommodations, particularly the battered tricycle that had made a lasting impression. After retrieving the room keys from the front desk, Lily guided everyone to their assigned quarters, opting to stay among the students for convenience. Jiang Nai and Gwen Yin were placed to the left of Lily's room, while 2 other girls occupied the room to the right. As soon as they entered their own room, Gwen Yin unceremoniously dropped her large backpack and quickly flopped onto the bed, utterly exhausted and speechless. She could hardly fathom that the journey from the village to the city felt akin to traveling to a distant land. Had she known the ordeal would be so taxing, she would not have burdened herself with such a hefty load. Treating the competition as a mere spring outing had been naively optimistic. Leaning against the bed, Jiang Nai took a moment to rest and soon heard the gentle sounds of Gwen Yin's light snores, although she herself felt fatigued. Once her consciousness slipped into the system space, her body instinctively entered a state of slumber, recuperating from the 40-minute bus ride. However, noticing it was still early, they had arrived at the hotel only a little past 3 o'clock, despite the bumpy journey. Jiang Nai decided to compensate for the afternoon nap they had missed, setting an alarm for 5 o'clock on her old phone to prevent oversleeping. This alarm was primarily for Gwen Yin, who could rely on technology to aid her rest. Unlike Jiang Nai, if Gwen Yin slept too long now, it would pose a challenge for tomorrow's exam and could hinder her ability to sleep later in the evening. The old phone's alarm indeed lived up to its reputation, and with Jiang Nai's cheerful ringtone, it successfully roused both from their slumber. Jiang Nai had barely fallen asleep when the alarm jolted her awake. In contrast, Gwen Yin, who had immediately slipped into a deep sleep, sat up in bewilderment, puzzled by the sudden interruption. It was already 5 o'clock, fearing they might sleep too long and struggle to rest later. Jiang Nai urged her to rise and prepare for dinner. After she explained, Gwen Yin seemed to regain some awareness, getting up to wash her face in the bathroom. The cold water instantly revived her senses, pulling her consciousness back from the realm of dreams. The 2 individuals had not been in the room for long when they heard Lily knocking at the door. They quickly tidied up and stepped outside, only to be tasked with waking others to join them for dinner. Once everyone was roused, they proceeded to the dining area. Lily had thoughtfully arranged for dinner and breakfast for the following morning, alleviating the need to venture out in search of a restaurant and the accompanying concerns of hygiene. As they observed that most had finished their meals, Lily gently reminded them, the exam is set for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It takes merely 8 minutes to walk from this hotel to the first high school. If you rise at 7, you should be perfectly fine. Afterward, make sure to get to bed early. Do not stress too much. You are only in the 2nd year of junior high, and there will be many more opportunities ahead. Chapter 43. A harsh word gazing at the group of eager youths before her, Lily's usual seriousness softened into warmth. Such opportunities are indeed precious for children from rural areas, and she wished for them to cherish it without feeling overly pressured. Fortunately, most of the students were quite sensible. And perhaps this time, Shiqiao Middle School could indeed achieve commendable results. After finishing her meal, Jiang Nai intended to return to her room but suddenly recalled that everyone had agreed to gather for a group study session that day. Looking around, she was the first to make her way to the lounge area where the sofas were located. The other students, noticing her, followed suit, and some who had been particularly mindful of this plan retrieved their notebooks filled with mistakes. 10 students encircled Jiang Nai on the sofa, engaging in discussions about challenging problems. The primary issue was that the suggestions for the weekend study sessions had been proposed rather late. They had only participated twice, and the problems they could solve were indeed few. thinking the students would retreat to their rooms to rest after dinner. Jiang Nai was surprised to see them all gathered on the sofa, indicating that they had evidently planned this in advance. Lily approached slowly, observing from behind, and noticed that Jiang Nai was in the center, explaining problems while others intermittently posed questions. Given the familiarity with which they interacted, it seemed this had been a regular occurrence. Watching this scene, Lily reflected on whether she had not been attentive enough to the competition students. Otherwise, how could she have overlooked Jiang Nai's aptitude for teaching? The other 9 students were clearly absorbing the information. Initially, Lily had thought she might step in to guide their discussions, but it had transformed into Jiang Nai addressing her peers' queries. The atmosphere had become self-sustaining, no longer requiring her involvement, so she quietly retreated from the lounge area. As the students worked diligently, their teacher felt compelled to match their dedication. Planning to return and refine her lesson plans while double-checking the exam information and materials for the following day. Lily's entrance and exit went unnoticed by Jiang Nai and the others, as they cherished the precious time before the exam, striving to review just a few more problems and thoroughly grasp a concept. After all, one could never predict what might appear on the test. From 6 to 9 o'clock, Jiang Nai grew increasingly animated in her explanations. Having just completed a geometry problem, she strategically took a sip of water, her throat feeling parched. After a moment to soothe her voice, she asked, "Does everyone understand?" Upon raising her gaze, Guanyin noticed a few unfamiliar faces among the original 9 classmates. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see that the tall boy from class 2 had transformed into a delicate young lady. As their eyes locked onto her group, a presumed leader among the new arrivals stepped forward and said, "My apologies, you spoke so eloquently that I couldn't help but stand here and listen. Are you all also participating in the mathematics competition at Yizhong tomorrow?" Jiang Nai had no objections and replied, "Indeed, we are from Shiqiao Middle School." Hearing the name of Shiqiao Middle School, the others exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with it. This was quite understandable, and the leader expressed his regret, saying, "I'm not well acquainted with other schools in the district. We are from Wuzhong." Jiang Nai nonchalantly remarked, "It's normal not to have heard of us. Our school isn't particularly renowned." No sooner had she spoken than a boy, arms crossed defiantly and sporting an arrogant expression, scoffed. The group turned to him, and he derisively continued, "Who knows what remote, impoverished school you hail from? Do you even understand what a competition entails? You think you're something special just because you're giving a lecture." His words ignited the ire of the dozen or so individuals present. Sun Jie immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. The boy, however, pressed on with his provocations. "What's the matter? Can't handle the truth? Are you embarrassed?" At this point, onlookers could no longer tolerate the exchange. One stepped forward, saying, "Li Ming, don't go too far. If you have an issue, direct it at me." Li Ming, ever the instigator, retorted, "Lucia, don't think too highly of yourself. Your Wuzhong isn't any better, just a bunch of trash." Jiang Nai, having never allowed herself to be belittled, seized the moment to step closer to Li Ming, realizing that the argument was heating up and could not be postponed. "Ah, yes, your school is famous. It's renowned for its lack of quality, isn't it? In that regard, we can't possibly compare to you." Li Ming clearly took umbrage at this. He was rather formidable in the competition scene and was accustomed to looking down on others, seldom encountering someone who would dare to retort, especially regarding the school he prided himself on. An explosion of indignation followed. "Who are you calling lacking in quality?" Jiang Nai stood her ground, unperturbed. "Is there a need for attention in your life? Or has your mouth been so filled with nonsense that you feel compelled to bite at everything in sight?" In just a few exchanges, devoid of any profanity yet laden with strong condescension, the atmosphere became charged, leaving many momentarily speechless. Quick to react, Guanyin gazed at Jiang Nai in shock. She was aware of Jiang Nai's sharp tongue but had never witnessed such an eloquent display of scorn, having previously heard her rebuke Lin Yu, though not with vulgarity. Today's performance had truly elevated her perception of Jiang Nai's verbal prowess. Indeed, a top student excels even in the art of insult. Li Ming across the way was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to retort. This confrontation was unlike any he had previously encountered. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. He managed to utter, "Do not be too pleased with yourself. I shall return and inform my teacher." This statement wielded a power akin to the infamous, "I will tell my mother," leaving Jiang Nai rooted to the spot, stunned into silence. It was indeed astonishing that someone would resort to seeking parental intervention when bested in an argument. Was it not akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, sending one after another? The others present were likely equally astonished, Such words would be deemed embarrassing even for elementary students. They could only exchange awkward glances and chuckle nervously. Eventually, they returned to the hotel in unison. Jiang Nai mused that the art of sarcastic insults employed by Chinese netizens was truly commendable, and she was grateful for her prior enjoyment of videos teaching the art of insult. The more she watched, the more engrossed she became. Regrettably, she had not had the opportunity to practice. As she grew older, most individuals she encountered were relatively mature and refrained from open confrontations. Thus, the insults she had meticulously honed remained unutilized until her return when she unexpectedly encountered situations where they could be deployed. Yet, her skills proved inadequate, unable to withstand prolonged exchanges. How lonely it was to be invincible. Furthermore, the material she had studied consisted solely of exemplary posts, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to counter such remarks, making it unsurprising that they struggled to retort. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Nai completed her unfinished mathematics competition paper before listening to the pre-exam course that continued until 7 the following morning. As soon as the bell rang, she sprang from her bed with remarkable speed, a skill she had cultivated at home. Noticing that Guan Yin beside her was still dazed under the covers, she hurried to the washroom, aware that there was only one sink to share. After freshening up, Jiang Nai quickly roused Guan Yin, reminding her that they had agreed to gather at the hotel entrance by 15. The duo arrived at the dining establishment where they had eaten the previous day just before 13, and Lily waved them over, urging them to hurry and eat. Breakfast was rather ordinary, consisting of fried dough sticks, plain porridge, buns, and some side dishes, fare they often had at home. The group hastily consumed their meal under Lily's guidance as they made their way to the first middle school. They finished breakfast in 15 minutes, with Jiang Nai barely having touched her porridge, which was still scalding hot from the pot. The timing of the exam felt inhumane. It commenced at 8 in the morning. Lily intended for everyone to have a bit more sleep, but that meant breakfast was rushed. To enjoy a leisurely meal, one would need to rise around 6:30. Jiang Nai could manage it, but the others likely struggled to extricate themselves from their beds. Once she became a competition master, her first order of business would be to revise the exam schedule. At 7:35, they arrived at the entrance of the school, perfectly half an hour early, allowing them to enter the examination hall without the need to jostle among the throngs. From a distance, they spotted Lin Yu and Huang Wentai, who were waiting aside. Huang Wentai kept glancing at her watch, her face etched with anxiety and concern, while Jiang Nai, with her keen eyesight, noticed them and waved energetically. Lin Yu typically did not expect to see her, as she tended to focus solely on Huang Wentai when she was present. However, upon seeing Jiang Nai's wave, she noticed the large crowd and hurriedly took Lin Yu's hand, leading her forward. Throughout the journey, Huang Wentai observed that Lin Yu was utterly unreliable. Due to her reluctance to engage with others, she was overly sensitive to their gazes. During classes in the competition course, Lin Yu often felt as if someone was watching her, only to turn around cautiously and find no one there. This time, however, it became clear that the gaze she had felt in the competition class had belonged to Lin Yu. From the square to the bus station, Lin Yu stumbled over stones and small pits. Seeing her pitiful expression, Huang Wentai could only hold her hand tightly, resigned to the situation, and thought of it as repaying a debt of gratitude to the library. Lin Yu looked down at Huang Wentai holding her hand, her heart swelling with warmth, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. She wished time could pause at that moment. As she gazed at their joined hands, Lin Yu gently caressed her palm, lamenting the unfortunate reality of why others always sought to separate them. Once all the students for the competition had assembled, Lily raised her hand to check the time and offered a final reminder not to be too nervous, advising them to perform at their usual level. She then encouraged everyone to double-check that they had everything they needed. Jiang Nai quickly complied, verifying her belongings, and upon hearing the chorus of confirmations that everyone was prepared, Lily's last trace of concern dissipated. She patted their shoulders and signaled them to hurry inside for the exam. With Lily finally granting them entry, the group hastily stepped through the school gates, where volunteers guided them, and Jiang Nai successfully reached her examination room. As she settled into her seat and had yet to unpack her belongings, a familiar cold huff reached her ears from behind. Turning her head, she found herself facing Li Ming, the childish boy from the previous day. From the moment Jiang Nai entered, he had been watching her, but she had never once glanced in his direction, which infuriated him. Unable to contain his irritation, he let out an audible scoff, deeming it an intolerable affront. After catching sight of Li Ming, Jiang Nai chose not to respond, turning away again. The best way to deal with such individuals was to ignore them. Li Ming, fixated on the back of Jiang Nai's head, felt his frustration bubbling to the surface. Before he could utter a word, the voice of the examiner from the podium broke the tension, announcing that they would now unveil the exam papers, which had not yet been unsealed. After displaying the papers for all to see, the examiner distributed them. The time was now 7:55, and as Jiang Nai stared at the exam paper before her, she knew she could neither begin writing nor flip it over, lest it be deemed an act of cheating. The candidates, clutching their exam papers, uniformly bowed their heads, striving to secure a few extra minutes for themselves. Li Ming had shifted his focus away from Jiang Nai, as he clearly understood the distinction between what was important and what was not. His priority was to achieve an excellent result, leaving Jiang Nai with no room for rebuttal. In the realm of competitions, merit alone spoke volumes. Jiang Nai gazed at the multiple-choice questions before her, silently calculating in her mind while attuning her ears to the sound of the starting bell. Soon, 5 minutes had elapsed, and with the ringing of the bell came the official announcement from the invigilator declaring the examination commenced. Instead of hastily picking up her pen, Jiang Nai flipped over the paper to examine the types and topics of the questions on the reverse side. Frankly, the difficulty of these questions was rather manageable, even less challenging than those generated by the system she had practiced with, thus allowing her to relax. With a steady hand, she meticulously inscribed her information, treating the paper as if it were worth a fortune. As the exam progressed past the halfway mark, Jiang Nai had already completed all the questions with remarkable ease. Encountering no significant obstacles, she could discern how to approach nearly every question at a glance. Even before the time to submit arrived, Jiang Nai remained unhurried, choosing instead to await her peers. She meticulously recalculated all her answers, and once satisfied with her results, she sat silently, resting. Submitting her paper early would serve no purpose. There would still be a second round to contend with, and waiting outside held no advantage over remaining in the classroom. After the first exam concluded, Jiang Nai listened attentively to the invigilator's instructions to wait outside the classroom, for she had no intention of cramming at the last minute. The questions for the second round could not be grasped in haste. Leaning against the railing, she took a moment to appreciate the scenery of her former school, a place she had not revisited since her graduation. Chapter 45, Predicting Exam Questions After Passing Through Security Once More. Jiang Nai regarded the second round's exam paper with a slight furrow of her brow. The difficulty had indeed escalated, revealing that the first round's paper had been deceptively simple. Flipping the exam over, she was met with a geometry question that mirrored one discussed the previous evening at the hotel, with only the numbers altered. Anyone who had comprehended that problem the night before would undoubtedly solve it, and with a value of 25 points. Jiang Nai felt assured that her performance in the mathematics competition at Church-Ao High School was secure, at the very least. Her score in the second round would not be dismal. She couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable fortune of the 9 individuals from the previous night, as the questions were all provided by them, leaving her solely responsible for the explanations. If memory served her correctly, this particular geometry question had originated from Guan Yin Yin. It was a stroke of luck that could not be understated. One could say that the fortune of others, aside from Guan Yin Yin, was equally substantial. As for Jiang Nai, she had already possessed knowledge of this question, leaving little to be said. Should she admit to being the least fortunate among them? Even someone who was exceptionally gifted had their pride. Despite the noticeable increase in difficulty of the second round's exam, Jiang Nai's pace in solving the problems remained unchanged, presenting no greater challenge than the first round. When she reached the geometry question discussed the previous day, her speed only quickened further. Because Jiang Nai had explained this question 3 times last night, the steps to solve it were vividly etched in her mind, merely awaiting her to inscribe the answer onto the examination paper. Upon completing the second examination, the time Jiang Nai took was remarkably similar to that of the first. After meticulously recalculating, just as she had done before, she raised her hand to indicate she was ready to submit her paper and exit the room. Li Ming, observing Jiang Nai's prompt submission, instinctively assumed she must have struggled with the questions, opting to leave the examination hall early. After all, the difficulty of the second paper was indeed considerable. A hasty exit would be more understandable if it were the first. Yet, a glance at Jiang Nai's paper, filled with neat handwriting and devoid of any blank spaces, stirred an inexplicable unease within him. He could only console himself with the thought that her answers were likely mere guesses. After all, what kind of exceptional student could emerge from such a rural school? However, despite these thoughts, his hand trembled as he wrote, prompting him to take a deep breath in an effort to regain his composure. After submitting her paper, Jiang Nai did not rush to leave the school grounds, but instead took advantage of the 20 minutes to admire the scenery along the way. Exiting the teaching building, she circumambulated the library and passed by the gymnasium, effectively taking in the most distinctive architecture of the school. As she stepped out the main gate, the timing was impeccable. The bell rang just as she crossed the threshold. Upon her exit, she spotted Lily waiting at the entrance. In the very spot where she had earlier ushered them in, her demeanor unchanged. Perhaps concerned about the potential chaos of students exiting simultaneously, Lily's expression, typically serious, softened momentarily upon seeing Jiang Nai, only to tighten again as she realized Jiang Nai had submitted her paper early. Jiang Nai quickly discerned that she was likely the only one to have done so, as none of the other teachers were accompanied by students. After all, students with such a carefree attitude were rare. Most would remain seated until the bell rang, regardless of whether they had completed their work. Feigning compliance, she approached Li, who seemed to understand that Jiang Nai was not the archetypal obedient student. Beneath her seemingly docile exterior lay a mind of her own, impervious to external influence. Rather than adopting a chastising tone, Li simply inquired, "Were the questions difficult? Do you feel confident?" Jiang Nai responded candidly. The questions were manageable. I had no issues and was able to write on all of them. She expressed her honest thoughts without pretense. If she had uttered uncertainty, Jiang Nai sensed it would have vexed Li. Submitting her paper without confidence would indeed invite criticism, as Jiang Nai anticipated upon hearing her assurance. Li's demeanor visibly softened. As more candidates gathered at the school entrance, the two ceased their conversation, both eagerly awaiting the arrival of their peers. Among the crowd, Sun Jie stood out distinctly. His athletic build suggested he was more suited for sports than academia, with a height of 175 centimeters complemented by robust muscles, making him a promising candidate for athletic pursuits. In the midst of the crowd, he was easily spotted. Others approached Sun Jie first, gathering around him before seeking out Li. Once they all convened, they exchanged knowing glances filled with joy, then turned their grateful gazes towards Jiang Nai. Li, clearly perceptive, sensed something amiss. Before she could inquire, Guan Yin enveloped Jiang Nai in a bear hug, almost wishing to cling to her, fulfilling Jiang Nai's desire for a larger-than-life presence. At a height of merely 1.50 meters, she satisfied Jiang Nai's longing, a feeling that was finally realized. It was inevitable, as Zhou Qiqi had always towered over Jiang Nai since childhood. A brief embrace sufficed, for Jiang Nai harbored her own secret affections towards Guan Yin and Sun Jie. As the leader of the fan club, how could she jeopardize her main focus? Such dynamics among girls were delicate. The disparity in stature only served to enhance their camaraderie. Reminiscent of childhood sweethearts, a delightful pairing that was simply irresistible. We are indeed fortunate. The topic we discussed yesterday at the hotel appeared in today's exam, albeit with different numbers, a straightforward 25 points. Upon hearing this, Li felt a surge of excitement. Some esteemed school competition instructors often predict exam questions with a commendable success rate. Li had previously attempted to predict questions for her competition students, but the results were rather lackluster. At best, she managed to touch upon peripheral topics, as she had distanced herself from this realm for quite some time, and her previous strategies had become obsolete. As she observed the vibrant and passionate students before her, Li contemplated that it was time for her to rejuvenate her efforts. Although she had single-handedly established the mathematics competition class, she had to acknowledge her shortcomings in fulfilling certain responsibilities. Wang Wen, who had not been at the hotel the previous night, felt immense happiness for everyone, especially for teacher Li, and she was confident she had solved the problem correctly. Li was her homeroom teacher. Despite her occasional stern demeanor, Wang Wen perceived her as a typical tough exterior concealing a tender heart, wishing for the happiness of those she cared for. As for Linyu, the hotel and the discussion were of little concern to her. They held no significance. After the conversations and laughter subsided, Li waved her hand, urging everyone to quickly return to the hotel for their belongings and catch the bus back to school. They would arrive just in time for lunch, ensuring that afternoon classes would not be missed. This was indeed Li's style, and no one was surprised. They reached the school gates at 11:40, with the final class beginning at noon. Jiang Nai was reluctant to enter the school for class at that moment, primarily due to the unappetizing school meals. Chapter 46. Incredibly delicious stir-fried noodles. How I adore them every day during mealtime. I regret choosing to dine at school. Oh, right. It was because returning home would take an hour, and my father deemed the nearby eateries unsanitary. Yet, to be candid, are the school meals truly any cleaner? The two options are hardly distinguishable. Were it not for the money already spent, Jiangnai would have no desire to eat at all, deciding to indulge today. As a celebration for completing her exams, she glanced around and noticed that others shared the same sentiment, casting pitiful looks at Lily. In response, Lily could only relent, agreeing to dine out but insisting they return to school promptly, lest they linger too long. Upon receiving the news, the group hastily dispersed, appearing anxious that Lily might change her mind, leaving only Huang Wen and Lin Yu standing still. Jiangnai headed straight to the restaurant favored by her and showed Chi-Chi for its delectable stir-fried noodles, which students unanimously deemed scrumptious, if it weren't still class hours. Even with their intention of improving their meals, they would find themselves unable to secure a spot in line, as the demand for this dish was overwhelming. Upon entering the establishment, Jiangnai noticed the proprietress already cooking. Inquiring further, she discovered that some students had learned to shortcut the wait by calling ahead to reserve their orders, leaving Jiangnai, who had been reliant on an old phone, feeling quite disheartened. Why had she never thought of this method? She lamented the countless times she had forced herself to eat in the cafeteria. Ultimately, Jiangnai returned triumphantly with 2 spicy portions of stir-fried noodles and the proprietress's phone number. With 5 minutes to spare before class, she confidently walked into the classroom with her bulging backpack. After settling into her seat, she tapped Chi-Chi's backpack, signaling that she had something special inside. She dared not open her bag in class. The aroma of the famed stir-fried noodles would give away her secret. Chi-Chi, clearly receiving the hint, slid over a note with stir-fried noodles scrawled on it. Jiangnai instinctively sniffed her clothes, realizing her attire had betrayed her. Earlier, while watching the proprietress prepare the noodles, Jiangnai had fantasized about mastering the craft, knowing that in her future studies, she might never taste anything as delightful as these noodles again. For years, the 5-yuan noodles had lingered in her thoughts. No matter where she found herself dining, she would subconsciously seek out a stir-fried noodle shop. Unfortunately, the unique taste was elusive, and she pondered whether she missed the flavor or the carefree days of her youth. As the class bell rang, Jiangnai eagerly retrieved the noodles. Fortunately, they were not noodles that could clump together. Both she and Chi-Chi preferred them spicy. They each took a portion, unwrapped the takeout bags, and with a swift motion of their chopsticks, they slurped the noodles, letting out satisfied sighs. This was the flavor they craved, smooth, spicy, and utterly enjoyable. After a hearty meal, they reclined in their seats, savoring the moment. This stir-fried noodle dish was not only affordable, but also generous in portion, sufficient even for boys. While Jiangnai and Chi-Chi reveled in their feast, the remaining classmates shot them looks filled with envy. The school cafeteria's offerings were notoriously unpalatable, and venturing out consumed precious time. A handful of students often resorted to hastily consuming bread and milk for lunch, saving their appetite for a more substantial dinner at home. Usually, they are quite willing, yet the tantalizing aroma of stir-fried noodles wafts through the air, and upon glancing down at the dry bread in her hands, one cannot help but feel despondent. For those with a more optimistic disposition, they might simply close their eyes and imagine the bread as stir-fried noodles, savoring the fragrant illusion. Unable to withstand the temptation any longer, she hurriedly made her way outside the school gates, reasoning that if stir-fried noodles were unattainable, at least a hearty rice bowl would suffice. As for the afternoon competition class, Lily had already sent word to the students that there would be no class today. However, lessons would resume shortly, as the results had yet to be announced. Without any accolades, participation in the next competition was inevitable. Who could say if anyone would be fortunate enough to guess the pivotal question next time? Despite the absence of class, Jiangnai felt elated. It had been quite some time since she had enjoyed a self-study period. Often, she found herself unable to complete her schoolwork on campus, resorting to taking it home instead. Each of those assignments bore considerable weight, leading Jiangnai to reasonably suspect that her previous life's short stature might have been partly due to the burdensome load of her oversized backpack. She could only selectively tackle the assignments with lighter demands during school hours, but after just one morning away from the classroom, her desk was already littered with numerous blank exam papers. The teachers justified this by claiming that several students were participating in an exam, and to prevent them from falling behind, today's session would consist of completing these papers. The truth was, every teacher seemed to follow this pattern. Jiangnai felt that there was no need for concern regarding her progress. She could manage it independently. She was not oblivious to the teacher's underlying motives, as future short videos would undoubtedly reveal their psychological nuances. Their desire to ensure no one lagged behind was one aspect, but the lack of lesson preparation or reluctance to teach was likely another reason altogether. However, students wielded little influence in the hierarchy of the educational food chain. Even if Jiang Nai were to achieve top marks in her grade, it would not exempt her from criticism for inattentiveness or incomplete assignments. The privileges she had envisioned for being the top student were non-existent. Quietly sympathizing with herself, she decided not to rush through the exam papers. Instead, it was time to indulge in a satisfying meal and perhaps a refreshing nap. If all else failed, taking the work home was a viable option, especially since it felt light and pressure-free. Upon returning home, Jiang Nai promptly messaged Zhou Qiqi to bring her books and arrived promptly at 7:30 for a study session. Initially, she had set aside this obligation when she heard about Qiqi's competition, compounded by her own busy schedule. Now, Jiang Nai assessed that even if she had to return home for training, it typically only consumed 2 to 3 hours, allowing for a perfect overlap with Qiqi's arrival. They could make the most of the after-school hours. Even if Jiang Nai hadn't invited her, Qiqi would still be studying at home, thus eliminating any chance of her seeking help from others. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiqi was practicing her sparring at home when she received Jiang Nai's message. Truly, a wonderful best friend. The timing was impeccable. Currently, Qiqi's schedule involved 2 hours of practice, seamlessly transitioning into studying at Jiang Nai's home, leading to a fulfilling day ahead. Chapter 47. My aversion to driving electric vehicles on rainy days at 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Nai had already settled into bed. The new academic term had commenced a month ago, and according to her meticulous plan, today marked the day for the completion of the subject assessments for the first semester of the third year. She was eager to replenish her points. With familiarity guiding her through the examination, the results were once again splendid. In the other 8 subjects, Jiang Nai had maintained a consistent performance, with only minor variations in her scores. However, this time she had added a chemistry exam, earning an additional 8 points, culminating in a total of 80 points for the day. Chinese, 96 mathematics, 100 English, 100 political science, 88 history, 95 geography, 86 physics, 100 biology, 100 chemistry, 94 with the mathematics competition now concluded. Jiang Nai could afford to reduce her study time for math. Currently, painting loomed before her as the greatest challenge. Why was it so difficult to find someone who appreciated her artistic style? Oh, how she longed to discover her kindred spirit. The following day, as class commenced, Gao Ping casually announced a rather mundane piece of news. Next Monday would be the monthly examination, so prepare yourselves. The students had long since grown accustomed to the monthly assessments, yet a collective sigh of resignation escaped their lips. Zhou Qiqi, who had previously shown reluctance towards supplementary classes, now felt a sense of urgency. Even though she had resolved to pursue sports, a solid academic foundation remained essential. She turned to Jiang Nai with a pitiful glance, hoping to absorb some of her scholarly brilliance. Why was it that her best friend excelled academically while she, in contrast, struggled? Oh, but wait. Jiang Nai had once been a poor student too. So, what had changed? Why was her own progress so painfully slow despite her newfound diligence? Was Jiang Nai truly more intelligent? That seemed impossible, absolutely inconceivable. It had to be that her own scholarly spirit had yet to awaken. Observing Zhou Qiqi, who naively expressed her innermost thoughts without awareness, Jiang Nai gently patted her head in consolation, feigning ignorance. In her mind, she mused, "Oh, how naive you are. You have no idea. I am the one with the advantage. Who could possibly outshine me?" Such innocence. As the homeroom teacher announced the upcoming monthly exam, the system promptly released corresponding tasks. Jiang Nai adored this aspect of the system, as the number of tasks had significantly decreased, and she yearned for more attribute points. Task 7. Achieve first place in the first monthly exam of the second year. Reward: 40 points, 2 free attribute points. Gazing at this new task, Jiang Nai shed tears over the disparity in attribute points compared to the 3 from the midterm and 4 from the final exams. The plummeting points were one thing, manageable enough, but why were the attribute points dwindling as well? Was it perhaps based on the significance of the exam or its difficulty for her? The standards for the system's rewards remained a mystery, and it appeared that earning attribute points was becoming increasingly arduous. Yet, there was little recourse, as that was akin to defying fate itself. The competition class scheduled for Saturday morning has been cancelled, and the previous arrangement of holding classes on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays has been reinstated. Jiang Nai feels immensely satisfied, as this allows her to complete all her assignments at school, a truly perfect situation. Moreover, today happens to be one of those dreary rainy days that Jiang Nai particularly dislikes. The rain seems to possess an uncanny ability to fall precisely on weekends, and if she were to stay indoors, she would relish the sound of rain pattering against the roof. Unfortunately, she must venture outside, and the rain merely signifies the drenching of her pant cuffs. However, if it were to rain on weekdays, it would be even more unbearable. For she rides her bicycle to school, leaving her to huddle under a raincoat with her friend Chi-Chi. Speaking of the raincoat, Jiang Nai's grievances could fill an hour of discourse. Why is the design of this raincoat so utterly impractical? If it truly cannot be improved, might as well let her take a crack at it. It seems the designer has never had the experience of using their own wretched creation in the rain. The brim of the hood fails to shield her from the relentless downpour, though she considers her cycling speed moderate. The rain seems to have a knack for targeting her face directly. After a half-hour ride in such conditions, she arrives at school resembling someone who has just stepped out of a shower, water dripping from her hair, her collar soaked from rainwater cascading down her neck. An utterly exasperating predicament. This predicament necessitates that she stow a dry towel in her backpack to tidy herself upon arrival. While Jiang Nai's cycling experience is miserable, riding an electric scooter would be even worse. The speed of the scooter renders the rain far less forgiving, pelting her face mercilessly, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. She earnestly yearns for a raincoat that can provide comprehensive protection from the rain. A savior for those like her who possess only a convertible vehicle. On a slightly brighter note, it is fortunate that rain typically does not fall at night, though it poses challenges for students and workers alike. However, Jiang Nai has a family member who ventures out to sell goods in the evenings, after the rain. The air is refreshingly crisp, encouraging everyone to take leisurely strolls. Additionally, she has noticed that their little tricycle has been fitted with a canopy, adorned in the ever-popular Invincible Girl pink, harmonizing beautifully with the overall aesthetic. Jiang Nai is uncertain precisely when this was installed. Perhaps coinciding with the arrival of the rainy season, she recalls catching a glimpse of it once, an elusive sight. Nonetheless, today Jiang Nai must take the bus, and she feels grateful for not suffering from motion sickness, making it another day of appreciation for the system. Upon arriving at the youth palace, Jiang Nai finds herself in the classroom, diligently wiping her shoes and pant cuffs. The short stretch from the bus stop to the youth palace is riddled with puddles, with raindrops splattering and creating more water droplets. It would be unreasonable not to get her pant cuffs wet, but fortunately, she has donned her essential leather shoes for such rainy days. Otherwise, she would have to resort to a proper pair of rain boots. As for Zhou Qiqi's table tennis class, there is no need for concern on rainy days. The facilities at the youth center are quite comprehensive. While there may not be a fully enclosed indoor table tennis area, there is indeed a semi-indoor space. This designation arises from the fact that the table is situated in an elevated area without doors. During the humid weather prevalent in the southern regions, the moisture on the ground floor can be rather intense. In some buildings, the first floor remains unfinished and empty, while the second floor is the designated area for use, where the humidity is somewhat less pronounced. Jiang Nai was still engrossed in polishing her shoes when she noticed the chatter in the classroom suddenly diminish. Looking up, her gaze met that of a young man who had just entered the classroom. Chapter 48. Ziki arrives. Having seen each other a few times before, both could not help but smile, and Jiang Nai thought to herself how fortuitous this encounter was. Bai Yu observed his foolish son entering with a dazed expression, seemingly lost in thought, and promptly pulled him over. "This is our new classmate in the painting class, Bai He," he announced, waving his hand to indicate that Bai He should find a seat. Bai He bore no ill will, after all. He had earnestly sought permission from his grandfather to attend this class. He couldn't quite comprehend why the painting instructor was not simply at home. Nevertheless, it took the intervention of his grandmother to facilitate his enrollment at the youth center, allowing him to engage with peers who were also art students. There was no need to choose a seat, as only the space in front of Jiang Nai remained unoccupied. He took his belongings and settled there. With class not yet in session, it would be awkward for the two to merely stare at each other. Convinced of her role as the host, Jiang Nai initiated a conversation. "What a coincidence. This is our third meeting. I'm Jiang Nai. I look forward to your guidance." Bai He nodded in agreement, though internally he mused that this was actually their fourth encounter, and this time it was not merely serendipitous. Ever since their last meeting at the library, he had been eagerly anticipating their next interaction. He recalled having seen Jiang Nai painting at the youth center before, and since there was no other art instructor besides his grandfather, combined with the timing of the classes, he quickly deduced which class Jiang Nai was attending. What one perceives as a chance meeting is often the result of another's meticulous planning. But he could not fathom why he so yearned to see Jiang Nai again. Yet the reason was inconsequential. What mattered most was that he did not want to harbor regrets. Observing Jiang Nai, who seemed to oscillate between nodding and smiling foolishly, he wondered if she was the same person he had first met. Why did she appear somewhat naive now? After 2 hours of painting class, Jiang Nai had no intention of leaving. She pondered the reasons behind her inability to produce high-quality sketches, often attributing it to environmental factors. After all, that was the very essence of sketching. The art studio remained unlocked after classes, awaiting the arrival of a designated individual to secure the doors once all lessons had concluded. Jiang Nai sat at her desk, reapplying the drawing paper to the easel while waiting for her classmates to leave. However, she found herself puzzled by the stillness of Baihe before her. What was the holdup? Even the slowest students in class had already packed their belongings and were ready to depart. Yet, Baihe remained motionless, seemingly absorbed in Jiang Nai's task. Noticing her, Baihe mused that they shared a certain unspoken understanding. Was she also planning to stay and create art? The rainy weather was indeed perfect for drawing. Jiang Nai shared this sentiment. It was not just the rain. Their location beside the window allowed for a splendid view of the outside scenery. And to neglect such an ambience for artistic creation would be to squander a divine opportunity. She felt confident that her work today would reach new heights. The two settled into a serene silence, each lifting their brushes to render the thoughts swirling in their minds onto paper. As Jiang Nai gazed at her artwork in progress, she decided to rise and approach the window for a clearer view, eager to escape the perils of her nearsightedness. She had no desire to don a pair of heavy glasses that left her nose sore by the end of the day. As she walked toward the window, her peripheral vision caught sight of Baihe's easel, and she was instantly captivated by its content. Although she had previously seen Baihe drawing in the library, she had assumed it was merely practice. Today, however, she discovered that he was creating comics, a revelation that took her by surprise. He truly possessed a far-sighted vision, beginning to cultivate his career at such a young age. Upon realizing Jiang Nai was observing him, Baihe struck his most charming pose, recalling his father's words that a serious man is the most handsome. However, after posing for a while, he realized she was focused on his comic, making his efforts feel somewhat wasted. Yet, if one was absorbed in their own work, was it not akin to being captivated by oneself? Indeed, his charm was irresistible. Initially drawn in by the comic, Jiang Nai's gaze shifted to the signature in the lower right corner. Baihe Liangqi, the name grew increasingly familiar, and she suddenly remembered a comic that had surged in popularity during her university days. Even those who were not avid readers of manga had become acquainted with Baihe Liangqi, as the comic had swiftly been adapted into a television series featuring virtually all the top stars of the time. Moreover, Jiang Nai had been an avid follower of both novels and comics, having discovered this particular work before it exploded in popularity. The sudden fame brought her a bittersweet mix of emotions. She felt a sense of loss as her once private treasure was suddenly in the limelight. Yet she also felt immense pride in its success. The reason for her vivid recollection of the name was tied to the controversy surrounding the author's pseudonym, which had led her to see Baihe lamenting on Weibo about why he had chosen such a complicated name. Furthermore, due to the exquisite and ornate style of his artwork, many within the industry had assumed that the individual behind the pseudonym must be a young woman, only to find that the true artist sat before Jiang Nai now. She immediately recalled the time when she was eager to snatch that signature, determined to hone her speed. During that period, she never let slip any opportunity to seize something. The outcome, of course, was failure. Despite enlisting the help of all her friends and family, she ultimately could not succeed. The scalper's prices were simply exorbitant, and Jiang Nai could not bring herself to make the purchase. She pondered whether obtaining a signature now and selling it later, once he became famous, could yield a handsome profit. After all, this individual had concealed his true identity so effectively that even his gender remained ambiguous. Alternatively, she could tell him that his future comics would undoubtedly achieve great success, and that she had been lamenting on Weibo for 3 days about how difficult his pen name was to write. Hence, she could suggest he adopt a simpler pen name to avoid cramping his hand in the future. This way, they could establish a good rapport. And perhaps he would leave her a special signature, a gesture that would honor her genuine affection for his comic. The impact of this realization was overwhelming. Jiang Nai found herself momentarily frozen, with countless words swirling in her mind, yet they felt inappropriate and remained unspoken. Finally, she managed to utter, "I never imagined you could draw comics as well. That's truly impressive." Baihe, upon hearing her words, puffed up with pride like a little bird, lifting his head high, though he struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl up in a smile. feigning humility as he replied, "Oh, I must remain low-key." Watching the boy before her, clearly on the verge of leaping with joy yet trying to contain himself, Jiang Nai could not help but laugh. And a flicker of her earlier melancholy dissipated. No one could resonate with her vision of the future, but the mere possibility of sharing experiences from the past felt like an immense fortune. Jiang Nai leaned in closely to examine the drawing paper, compelled to acknowledge that this future great comic artist, even in his youthful naivety, displayed extraordinary talent on the page. She had to concede that Bai He's artistic skills surpassed her own maturity, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 49. Breakthrough. However, she turned around and adjusted the easel opposite her. The master was right before her eyes. Although he was not yet at his peak, she could not let this opportunity slip away. "Could you help me identify what is wrong with my drawing?" Jiang Nai earnestly desired to understand why others were consistently dissatisfied with her sketches. Was it possible that her high artistic aptitude of 87% was merely a limitation imposed by the system? She had already dedicated a considerable amount of time to her studies, nearly half a year, and most of that time had been under the guidance of renowned instructors, each lesson costing 1,000 yuan. Yet, after all this learning, she had only managed to earn 40 yuan recently. The plight of her existence was truly heart-wrenching. Although Jiang Nai had sought her teacher's opinions within the system, the disparity in skill levels perhaps rendered their feedback overly general, leaving her momentarily stuck. Jiang Nai felt she had reached a plateau. The praise from teacher Bai Yu in class had marked her current peak, with no progress thereafter. Jiang Nai increasingly perceived her own plight, initially believing there was little to lament. However, as she recounted the numerous tribulations she faced, she felt that earning money was arduous and life was exceedingly challenging. When would her artistic career finally set sail? Her gaze towards Bai He grew more fervent. And Bai He, sensing the piercing intensity of her stare, instinctively touched his nose. Puzzled by the sensation that Jiang Nai regarded him as if he were a succulent piece of meat, ready to be devoured. Alas! Yet another soul conquered by his artistic prowess. Was it not merely a matter of instruction? He should teach her promptly, he thought, while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Rising to examine the easel with an exaggerated calm, after a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and remarked, "Your painting is quite commendable. Yet it tends to overemphasize the accumulation of materials, which can render it lacking in sophistication. Do you understand?" Jiang Nai had not previously contemplated the notion of sophistication. She was accustomed to incorporating elements that she deemed suitable to create an atmosphere, believing that this would yield a more perfect and less desolate composition. She continued, "In truth, this is a common pitfall for many. Even those with considerable experience often err in thinking that a richer visual density equates to a superior piece. Yet, what we ought to cultivate is a sense of refinement. It matters not how many elements adorn your canvas, but rather the overall harmony of the work. This is particularly crucial in commercial illustration, where a sense of sophistication is paramount, as it is what captivates the audience." Jiang Nai wholeheartedly agreed with Bai He's insights. Nodding in affirmation, she herself favored a lavish aesthetic, but when poorly executed, it devolved into mere clutter. However, upon hearing the term commercial illustration, her attention fixated on Bai He. Was this merely an ordinary piece? How could he discern that she was pursuing commercial illustration when she had confided in no one regarding this? Noticing the confusion in Jiang Nai's gaze, Bai He's pride began to swell. "Recently, I too ventured into commercial illustration. Your work clearly indicates the direction in which you are headed. With time and experience, you will easily recognize such paths." However, he refrained from divulging the fruitless attempts he had made, for admitting to the numerous rejections he faced would be a blow to his pride. After all, he had embarked on his artistic journey without even knowing how to write. Yet he dared to belittle his own skills. Such lack of vision. He promptly erased all records of those attempts, wishing to keep that dark chapter hidden from others, lest it tarnish his reputation as a prodigy. In a quiet moment, he showed his work to his father, only to receive the critique that his art lacked sophistication and would surely be rejected. It was at that juncture Bai He came to realize that sophistication was a subtle yet essential requirement. Understanding this allowed him to finally release the matter from his mind, as it was not a path he wished to pursue. How is it possible to discern Jiang Nai's current dilemma within mere minutes? It is merely an act of imitation elevated to a new level. The issues they both face are strikingly similar. Bai He, too, aspires to a splendid artistic style, only to be harshly criticized by the client, rendering her efforts seemingly worthless. After listening to Bai He's discourse, Jiang Nai felt as though the fog clouding her mind had been lifted, revealing a bright clarity. Gazing anew at her artwork, she exclaimed in an epiphany, "I understand now. With that, she returned to her seat and swiftly began making revisions with her paintbrush. Meanwhile, Bai stood by in a daze, perplexed by Jiang Nai's sudden enlightenment. Wondering how the student appeared to have gained profound insight while even the teacher remained bewildered. Observing Jiang Nai, who was utterly absorbed in her own world. Bai could only feign a stroll to the window to admire the scenery, seeking to alleviate her unacknowledged awkwardness. The sound of a knock on the door jolted them from their artistic reverie. Jiang Nai promptly rose to open the door, and, indeed, it was Zhou Qiqi. It's already 5:30. I've been waiting for you downstairs, but you never came. Hurry and pack up, or you'll miss the last bus. Jiang Nai had decided earlier that she would inform Zhou Qiqi that they could return home together after spending the day painting in class. Glancing down at her phone, she realized there were numerous messages from Zhou Qiqi, which she had missed due to her phone being on silent. As Zhou Qiqi entered the classroom alongside Jiang Nai, she was surprised to find others present. The enthusiastic newcomer immediately approached, saying, "You must be a classmate of Jiang Nai. I'm her good friend, Zhou Qiqi." After exchanging greetings, she quickly began helping Jiang Nai gather her belongings, and the two of them hurriedly prepared to catch their bus. Bai managed to utter her name before the classroom was left empty, evoking a scene reminiscent of a comic strip, where a single tuft of grass could create a perfect tableau. Just a few steps outside the classroom, Jiang Nai suddenly remembered her umbrella left behind in the studio, and she hastily tossed her things to Zhou Qiqi, saying, "You go ahead, I'll just grab my umbrella." Upon returning to the studio, she found Bai standing there like a drenched puppy, head bowed and motionless. Jiang Nai suppressed the urge to comfort her and dashed to retrieve her umbrella from beside her easel. In her rush to catch the bus, she could only tap Bai's arm, urging, "I need to catch the bus, don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry home, it will be dark soon. Goodbye." Chapter 50, Will I Ever Grow Taller? As Bai was about to respond, the person beside her vanished like the wind, and the hand she had raised fell back down. In an afternoon, they had exchanged scarcely 10 sentences. How could this be? She had already begun to anticipate the arrival of the next day, determined to converse more. With the umbrella in hand, Jiang Nai sprinted and managed to catch up with Zhou Qiqi, and together they dashed towards the bus station, barely making it onto the last bus. Upon successfully boarding the bus, Jiang Nai took deep breaths to calm her wildly racing heartbeat. The exertion she experienced felt akin to an 800-meter sprint. Had it not been for the system's requirement for physical training, her previously frail physique would have left her exhausted midway, relying solely on Zhou Qiqi for support. Remarkably, she now managed to keep pace with Zhou Qiqi, which was indeed a cause for celebration, as the experience of being dragged along the street like a rag doll was anything but pleasant. As for Zhou Qiqi's extraordinary strength, a distance of 3,000 meters seemed more suited to her stamina, while 800 meters merely served as a warm-up. Noticing Jiang Nai's breathing had stabilized, Zhou Qiqi casually dropped a bombshell. Nai. Our coach will be taking us to a competition next weekend at the Huisher Sports Center. Jiang Nai's breath quickened once more, but fortunately, her youth allowed her heart to withstand the surge. She scrutinized Zhou Qiqi, nearly losing her composure, and remarked, "I didn't see that coming, Zhou Qiqi. I just calculated something. You will undoubtedly become the next ping-pong champion." Zhou Qiqi rolled her eyes dramatically, initially thinking Jiang Nai had discovered something negative. She glanced at Jiang Nai, then closed her eyes, repeatedly nodding with her thumb, concluding, "You will definitely earn a fortune through your art." Jiang Nai found this prediction remarkably accurate. While it was uncertain whether she would become a renowned artist, earning a living through her artwork was an undeniable certainty. She felt as if the artistic persona she had donned was almost transparent, leading her to ponder if this was some form of mystical fate. Fortune-telling had always been a playful pastime between them, imbued with their sincerest wishes for one another. After bidding farewell to Zhou Qiqi, who had come for extra tutoring, Jiang Nai retrieved her artwork from earlier that day and continued refining it, with only a final touch of color remaining. Upon completing the piece, she could distinctly sense a significant improvement compared to her previous works, achieving what she deemed a rich, yet unpretentious 10th version. Gazing at the painting, Jiang Nai felt her restless spirit begin to settle. It dawned on her that her previous approach to art had been overly utilitarian. However, she regarded the term utilitarian as a positive descriptor. Those who engage in activities devoid of purpose or necessity are often materially and spiritually affluent, which leads them to perceive utilitarianism negatively. Jiang Nai, however, belonged to the societal underbelly where both material and spiritual fulfillment eluded her. In her earlier days, Jiang Nai's greatest aspiration was to win a prize during rehearsals or to see more characters adorning the walls of her home. Every endeavor she undertook was driven by the hope of financial gain. Thus, she saw nothing wrong with being utilitarian, as she lacked everything. Yet, alongside this utilitarianism came an urgency, a longing for her efforts to yield immediate results. Recently, Jiang Nai had found herself in this state and only now realized that such a mindset was misguided. While the system offered classes and resources, the journey of self-discovery and introspection was one only she could embark upon, without external assistance. Uploading this painting to the platform, Jiang Nai believes it is essential to relax and not allow the allure of financial gain to cloud her judgment. She should temporarily set aside thoughts of money. To be candid, her current living expenses have significantly improved compared to her peers, having risen from 40 to 100 yuan. At home, a coin jar sits ready for her to access whenever funds run low. Previously, she saved 160 yuan over 2 months, but now she could easily withdraw that amount in just 2 weeks. Perhaps there is a certain magic to earning money. When one is financially constrained, the desire to earn intensifies, and with a bit more wealth, thoughts shift towards making money work for oneself. In essence, the pursuit of wealth is paramount. Jiang Nai muses that she should perhaps align herself with a financial system, or, even better, a luxurious system that would allow her to witness a bank balance filled with multiple digits. Life can be arduous. The absence of funds is particularly burdensome. She resolves to clear her mind of thoughts about money, acknowledging that earning must come gradually. First, she aims to enhance her artistic skills, trusting that in due time, money will flutter into her wallet like a bird taking flight. As for the upcoming Monday, she will, as usual, pack her books into a box and place it in the corridor. Fortunately, it isn't raining today. Otherwise, the outermost books would be soaked. Each month, during such exams, there are always fortunate individuals who do not need to clear their desks entirely, only moving them outside. However, this also means they must nap outdoors. If one wishes to sleep in the classroom, they can simply bring their desk back inside. Yet, many prefer the thrill of napping outside, relishing the camaraderie of sharing a long corridor. Unfortunately, Jiang Nai has never been among the privileged few. She often finds herself seated at the back of either the first or last group, regardless of where she sits, as her place among the first 5 rows is always secured. Speaking of which, even Zhou Qiqi, whom Jiang Nai regards as the tallest girl in class, is merely of average height here. Why is that? Isn't this the South, where the average height for girls should be around 160 centimeters? Why is there such a fierce competition over height? This is something determined by genetics, which Jiang Nai feels she cannot compete against. Additionally, in recent times, Zhou Qiqi has taken up table tennis and various other sports, far surpassing Jiang Nai's daily exercise, which consists mainly of cycling back and forth. Consequently, Zhou Qiqi's height has skyrocketed as if she has been taking hormones, a natural phase of development during middle school for girls. At this rate, it may soon become impossible for Jiang Nai and Zhou Qiqi to sit together, especially as Qiqi approaches a height of 170 centimeters, positioning her among the tallest girls in the class. Is it appropriate for someone who is 155 centimeters to sit next to someone who is 170? Who knows if Jiang Nai will ever have the opportunity to sit in the back row throughout her life. It is likely that only the homeroom teacher can alter the seating arrangement, perhaps allowing students to select their positions based on their academic performance, thus enabling her to choose a seat at the back. In Chapter 51, regarding the monthly examination, otherwise, considering her growth trajectory, even with the addition of this exercise, a height of approximately 163 meters might be your pinnacle, as in her previous life, she could only reach 1.6 meters at best. Height is a lifelong affliction for Jiang Nai. The monthly examination has ceased to weigh heavily on her mind, and she has grown fond of the exam days, as they spare her from attending classes. During these intervals, Jiang Nai diligently utilizes the time between exams to complete her assignments, embodying a relentless spirit. The seating for the monthly examination is determined by the arrangement of desks, and Jiang Nai promptly gathers her belongings and strides to the first seat in Class 1. Upon entering the classroom, she encounters a row of familiar faces. Most of her classmates from the competition class are present, including Huang Wenkai and Lin Yu seated directly behind her, true acquaintances. A cluster of students congregates, all confident in their usual academic performance, with little inclination for last-minute cramming. Their discussions inevitably gravitate towards mathematics competition results. As they converse, one Indian observes that nearly everyone standing here is part of the group that regularly studies together at the library. A spark of inspiration strikes her, and she proposes. Shall we continue our weekend library study sessions as we previously agreed? It doesn't have to be solely mathematics. We can also discuss other subjects. Although Sunjie often banters with Gwen Yinyan, he never publicly contradicts her suggestions. Thus, he seamlessly continues the dialogue. I have no objections. With the onset of the third year, it would be beneficial for everyone to study together and motivate one another, ensuring we all gain admission to the top high school. Huang Wenkai, cherishing the rare camaraderie with a few amicable friends, readily agrees, and Lin Yu follows suit. Jiang Nai, too, expresses her approval but then recalls, next week. After Zhou Qiqi finishes her competition, she will join us. No problem at all, as long as she comes to study, Gwen Yinyan responds. As for why everyone is aware of Zhou Qiqi's competition, it is undoubtedly because this open-hearted individual shared the news herself. Upon learning about her competition earlier that day, Zhou Qiqi felt compelled to share her current status with everyone as soon as she arrived at school, regardless of the impending exams. The thought of waiting until Monday to divulge such news felt exceedingly stifling. Were it not for the cost associated with sending text messages, she would have announced it to the world that very day. It is no wonder she is destined to become a blogger. Her skillful hands and her penchant for sharing are equally significant factors. Zhou Qiqi is the type of person whose daily life can be discerned merely by glancing at her social media posts. She shares more in a single day than Jiang Nai does in an entire year. One moment she is dining, and the next, her friends can see precisely what she is eating through her posts. Current communication technologies still somewhat restrict Zhou Qiqi's expressive potential. Fortunately, most of their classmates are quite understanding. Recognizing her nature, and her sharing of updates is not driven by a desire to boast. However, it is a common human desire to seek the praise of others. As the exam bell rang, Jiang Nai, accustomed to her routine, first scanned the entire paper before meticulously reviewing the essay prompt. This way, she could simultaneously tackle the earlier questions while formulating ideas for her composition. Habitually inclined to save time and enhance her pace, Jiang Nai completed the exam a full 40 minutes ahead of schedule. She instinctively raised her hand to submit her paper early. But upon reflecting that doing so would lead her to the school cafeteria, where she would face a selection of uninspiring, lackluster dishes, she reconsidered. Remaining in the classroom, quietly seated, held its own appeal. The wind was rather brisk. Although it wasn't raining, the day was overcast, and the weather was far from pleasant. Additionally, the dark clouds above seemed to taunt her, as if to say, while I may hold off during the day, come nightfall, I shall surely unleash my might upon you. The privilege of being in first place was proving to be rather dismal. Jiang Nai occupied the very first seat in the front row, with the open door allowing the cold breeze to rush in uninvited. She could only huddle deeper into her thick coat and pull the hood over her head. Grateful that she had prepared in advance, knowing that today's monthly exam warranted her warmest attire. This was indeed a lesson learned from the painful experience of the previous semester's final exams. In January, the weather had been brutally cold, although the classroom door was shut. It was no match for the relentless wind. The gap beneath the door was larger than a basin, rendering the difference between it being closed or open negligible. In fact, it felt colder when shut, as the wind would seep through the crack and strike Jiang Nai's face. After one exam, she felt more frozen than the dogs on the street. Upon finishing, she quickly borrowed Zhou Qiqi's scarf to shield her face, barely enduring the day's examinations. And the following day, she was fully armed. This was not merely an examination, but a test of willpower as well, truly a twofold benefit. She held a deep admiration for her school. Seated at her desk, she propped her head up with one hand, feigning sleep, while in reality, she had successfully transcended into a creative space for a drawing lesson. As the exam bell rang, she emerged from her reverie, concluding that it was yet another day of successfully overwhelming her classmates. My time management skills are truly lamentable. Alas, if only she could translate this aptitude for time into a book in the real world, she could profit from sharing her insights on time management. Sigh. A lucrative opportunity lay before her, yet remained untapped. After submitting her paper, Jiang Nai stood at the classroom door, awaiting Zhou Qiqi. As Class 1 was situated near the cafeteria, a route they both had to traverse. Why didn't you submit your paper early this time? Were you waiting for me? Jiang Nai pushed Zhou Qiqi's head away with a hint of disdain. With the current state of the cafeteria, does it make a difference if I go ahead? It's still the same uninspired dishes on the table. Then why not go out and get takeout? Zhou Qiqi inquired. What else could it be? Laziness. As expected of you. If I could finish the exam half an hour early, I'd go anywhere to buy lunch. Distance wouldn't deter me. I just crave the food outside the school. Otherwise, there's no motivation to endure the exam. With that, she gazed longingly at Jiang Nai. This glaringly suggested that Jiang Nai could not pretend to be oblivious. And with a sense of resignation, she spoke. All right, I will bring you what you desire to eat tomorrow at noon. Good, Nai Nai, I knew you were the best. In matters of importance, she was Nai Nai. In trivialities, she was Jiang Nai. She had thoroughly discerned the essence of this woman, yet what could she do? One must cherish their close friends. After the Tuesday examination, the following 2 days were dedicated to reviewing the test papers, and by Thursday, the results for each subject began to be released. When Friday arrived, Gwen Yin Yin was distributing a hefty stack of report cards. Chapter 52. Talent Purification Elixir. The school was not stingy with the printing cost for report cards. They were provided after each examination. Jiang Nai picked up her report card and, as expected, noted her ranking. Chinese, 117 Mathematics, 120 English, 116 Politics, 76 History, 78 Geography, 47 Physics, 77 Biology. 48 total score, 679 class ranking, 1 school ranking. Jiang Nai had quite a remarkable memory. She even recalled that her final exam score from the previous semester was 669, marking an impressive improvement of 10 points this time. This advancement was significant, and she anticipated that her future scores would likely fluctuate within this range. No matter how diligently Jiang Nai endeavored, certain points would inevitably be deducted. For instance, she still lacked confidence in achieving a perfect score in Chinese. That evening, she returned home and opened her system space to allocate the 2 attribute points she had just acquired. Jiang Nai relished the ritualistic nature of thoughtfully considering such significant decisions while lying on her bed at home. With numerous areas to enhance, she ultimately decided to allocate both points to her appearance, resulting in a new attribute panel. Host, Jiang Nai. Age, 14. Comprehensive Intelligence, 125 Physical Fitness, 57 Appearance, 57 Mental Strength, 60 Luck Value. 46. Gazing at the 57 in appearance, Jiang Nai resolved to strive harder. This figure paled in comparison to her intelligence score, which was quite displeasing to behold. She then shifted her attention to the task panel. Long-term task 1. Exercise for 1 hour daily, cumulative. A healthy body is the foundation of success. Reward, 3 points per day. Failure to complete on the same day results in a deduction of 6 points. Long-term task 2. Complete all courses from the 1st to the 3rd year of junior high. Each semester's progress constitutes a portion of the task. Points will be awarded based on the completion of semester progress, and upon passing an exam for each completed stage of study, points will be calculated based on scores. Rewards. Individual subject scores are calculated out of a perfect score of 100, with 10 points awarded for full marks. Scores above 80 receive 8 points. Those between 60 and 80 earn 5 points, while scores below 60 receive no reward. Long-term task 3. A daily study time exceeding 6 hours within the system earns 2 points. Surpassing 10 hours grants 4 points, though this is a non-mandatory task. Task 4. Select a painting direction and pass the intermediate examination in that field, with a reward of 200 points and 3 free attribute points. Task 5. Participate in any mathematics competition, with first prize yielding 88 points and 2 attribute points, second prize awarding 66 points and 1 attribute point, and third prize offering 50 points with no attribute points. Task 6. Successfully receive and complete the first illustration order, earning 30 points and 1 free attribute point. Currently, Task 4 is nearing completion, and results will be revealed next Tuesday. Jiang Nai believes she will at least secure a second prize. Aside from that, the only tasks that can yield attribute points are Tasks 4 and 6. Jiang Nai gazes at these tasks, uncertain which one is easier to accomplish, and finds herself quite troubled, especially with Task 4. If she hadn't come to check today, she might have completely forgotten about it. The reason for her lack of concern is that she perceived the task's difficulty to be too great when it was first introduced. She has managed to select a direction, desiring to create illustrations, yet she remains uncertain about the intermediate assessment, especially since she has yet to sell a single illustration. Jiang Nai is currently in a phase of self-doubt, needing a significant client to invest money to restore her confidence. Furthermore, she struggles to find a benchmark for the difficulty of the intermediate illustration assessment, deciding to postpone that concern until after she successfully secures an order, even though she is quite covetous of the 3 free attribute points. However, without completing the task, her longing remains fruitless, and she can only wipe the drool from her mouth and shift her focus to her points. Upon observing the number before her, Jiang Nai felt a surge of joy. Even as a spiritual entity within the space, she had always believed her points were merely sufficient to sustain her daily studies, precariously close to zero at times. There was a period when she was so impoverished that she would watch her points dwindle, fearing that one misstep could lead her to self-study within the system. Yet now, an astonishing total of 237 points lay before her, and Jiang Nai felt revitalized. She stood up, attributing her success to the 2 long-term tasks issued by the system, which effectively balanced her income and expenditure. Otherwise, with her previous 10-hour study sessions, accumulating points would have been an impossibility. Feeling as though she had ample resources, Jiang Nai opened the system's marketplace like a local magnate. Today, her focus was on unrestricted spending. She clicked to view a product for a second, watched for 2 seconds, and after 3 seconds, returned to her main page. Her eagerness to spend quelled by the opulence presented by the system would have given her the audacity to peruse the recommended items. In a moment of hesitation, she was faced with a staggering sum far beyond her reach. Less than a minute had passed when Jiang Nai gritted her teeth and reopened the shopping page. For she had spotted an item she yearned for on the recommendation list. She sought to ascertain whether it was indeed within her means to procure. Talent Purification Elixir. Struggling tirelessly, yet failing to keep pace with others, one may question the adequacy of their own talent. However, understanding that one's gifts may not be the most exceptional, if you desire to enhance your innate abilities, simply purchase this product, and you can bring home top-tier talent, freeing yourself from the sleepless nights spent pondering why no one would buy your creations. Priced at just 222, this is a limited-time offer. Act swiftly. As Jiang Nai examined the price of this product, it starkly contrasted with the other items recommended, perfectly aligning with her aspirations and financial means. The product description struck a chord deep within her, compelling her to acknowledge that, even among the students in the art class, she did not rank among the top due to both time constraints and innate talent. If she were to acquire this talent purification elixir, would it not lead to her success, liberating her from the agonizing thoughts of unpurchased works? It seemed like a golden opportunity, and the incessant countdown beneath the product seemed to urge her to act quickly, lest the elixir revert to its original price in a mere minute. The original price was a staggering 1,000 points, a fitting valuation for such a transformative item. How terrifying yet alluring it was to alter one's talent. Her finger hovered over the purchase button as the countdown entered its final minute. Just as her finger was about to press the confirm button, Jiang Nai clenched her jaw, closed her eyes, and resolutely shut down the shopping portal. She stood there, dazed, anxiously awaiting a minute before re-entering the system to check once more, only to find the talent purification elixir had reverted to its original price of 1,000 points. A sense of melancholy washed over her, leaving her uncertain whether to feel regret or relief. Chapter 53. Temptation. Had there been others present to witness Jiang Nai's actions, they would surely have scolded her for squandering a chance at an extraordinary leap. Initially, she too had been entranced, which had prompted her to exit the shopping page only to re-enter it again. Yet, in the fleeting moment before pressing confirm, her mind conjured not visions of becoming a prodigy, celebrated for her talent, but rather memories of all those she had encountered in the art realm. Individuals with whom she had shared profound connections. She recalled even the most distinguished illustrators in her previous life, who, after completing their assignments, diligently practiced the fundamental techniques. She remembered the artist widely recognized as the best in the Youth Art Academy, who would arrive earliest at the studio, quietly honing their craft. She was reminded of the manga that soared in popularity, where the author proclaimed, "My current success is built upon decades of artistic endeavor. Reaching this point has taken me 20 years. Instantly, Jiang Nai was engulfed by a wave of shame at the thought of relying on innate talent to achieve victory. She reflected on her own journey of learning to paint for merely half a year, realizing that she had not yet reached the stage where talent should be the focus of competition. Recently, she had made some modest progress, but if she sought to overcome any obstacles by resorting to the items within the system, what meaning would her life truly possess? Would she indeed amount to nothing without the system? Ultimately, she steeled herself and chose to relinquish such thoughts. For now, Jiang Nai had no regrets and did not wish to leave room for them. Ding. The system has detected that host Jiang Nai has successfully resisted temptation. Talent is not the sole key to success. Diligence and perseverance are paramount. The ultimate essence of the academic prodigy system is that hard work will inevitably lead to success. Our ultimate goal is to cultivate hosts who can thrive independently of the system. Congratulations, host, you have taken another step closer to becoming a true academic prodigy. A reward of 3 attribute points has been granted. As Jiangnai heard the announcement of her reward, her spirit soared with the prospect of 3 attribute points, almost compelling her to leap with joy. Although it was a pity to have given up, these attribute points were what she genuinely desired, and she eagerly wished for more such challenges. However, she reminded herself that nearly succumbing to the temptation was merely a stroke of luck. A windfall of this nature was sufficient for one occasion. Now, where shall I allocate these 3 attribute points? Pondering over her panel, Jiangnai ultimately decided to devote 2 points to her appearance, as this was a critical period for her development. Perhaps this would conserve system energy while maximizing the effectiveness of her attribute points. The remaining point would be assigned to her mental fortitude, which was equally crucial. In fact, everything seemed vital to her, and she wished she could max out all attributes in one go. Host, Jiangnai age, 14 overall intelligence, 125 physical quality, 57 appearance, 59 mental fortitude, 61 luck, 46 upon seeing her rather unsightly appearance score of 59. Jiangnai felt a surge of her obsessive tendencies rising within her. She reminded herself to endure. She could eliminate that score by next Tuesday. As for her currently abysmal luck score, she felt powerless and could only resolve to improve next time. The following day, Jiangnai awoke early, gathered her belongings, and headed directly to Zhou Qiqi's house for the competition. Today was the day of the event, and fortunately, Jiangnai did not require sleep. Otherwise, she would have been anxious about not being able to rest. Before long, she spotted Zhou Qiqi emerging, radiant and evidently well-rested. It seemed her worries had been unfounded. Anyone observing her demeanor might have mistaken her for a champion. Jiangnai was not about to indulge Zhou Qiqi's theatrics. Just last night, Zhou Qiqi's parents had called Jiangnai specifically regarding the competition, as they were tied up with business out of town. Yet, with Zhou's grandmother in poor health, the gym would undoubtedly be overcrowded today, and it was uncertain who would be caring for whom amidst the chaos. Thus, it fell upon Jiangnai to entirely care for and arrange matters for Zhou Qiqi. To this end, Jiangnai bore a hefty backpack. Patting it as she addressed Zhou Qiqi, "You may focus on your competition today. I shall manage everything else. I am now your dedicated steward. So let us proceed without delay." Upon their arrival at the Huisher Sports Hall, they found the coach waiting at the entrance. The Huisher Sports Hall and the Youth Palace were situated in completely opposite directions, hence Zhou Qiqi had come alone. "Coach, I'm here," Zhou Qiqi called out, waving as she approached him. Coach Wang glanced at the time, counted the team members once more, and upon confirming that everyone had arrived, he beckoned them to enter promptly. Meanwhile, Jiangnai, observing the extensive entourage accompanying the petite table tennis team, seamlessly blended into the throng. It appeared as if Zhou Qiqi was the sole representative from her side, yet she was not at a numerical disadvantage. She was determined to provide impeccable service. Her eyes sharp as a ruler, convinced of her victory in this service match. As they entered the sports hall, the vibrant atmosphere instantly captivated Jiangnai. Coach Wang first verified the group arrangements, as the schedules for the team and individual matches overlapped. The team competition was their primary focus, having prepared for it extensively, with the participants having undergone considerable synchronization in hopes of achieving a commendable ranking this time. Even Coach Wang acknowledged Zhou Qiqi's innate talent in table tennis. However, the synergy within the team was of paramount importance. Additionally, Zhou Qiqi's practice time had been somewhat limited, spanning only about 3 months, making this her inaugural competition. Therefore, Coach Wang advised her to enroll in the singles event, a suggestion Zhou Qiqi did not favor, as she preferred to play independently. During her training, she typically practiced alone, finding it more conducive to her experience, as teamwork was not particularly suited to her style. After finalizing the group allocations, Coach Wang assigned one of the coaches to oversee the singles group while he focused on the team competition. Jiangnai, albeit unfamiliar with the intricacies of table tennis events, had only previously learned the mechanics of the game in class and had never followed any authoritative competitions. Consequently, Jiangnai was keenly observant of the newly assigned coach, who appeared quite seasoned. The singles group consisted of only 3 participants, with Zhou Qiqi being the sole female among 2 male competitors. Carrying her bag, Jiangnai gently pulled Zhou Qiqi, still immersed in the excitement, away from the commotion. If she did not intervene, Jiangnai feared that Zhou Qiqi might be drawn to the team competition to watch. although the schedules for the team and individual matches were set for the same time frame. They were slightly staggered to accommodate competitors participating in both categories. As Coach Wang commenced the draw, Jiang Nai was escorted to the singles competition venue, where they began their wait. Jiang Nai guided Zhou Qiqi to a nearby chair to rest, setting down her backpack and retrieving a bottle of functional beverage. Just as she was about to offer Zhou Qiqi a sip, she glanced down at the time. Chapter 54. The competition begins. The team and individual events are scheduled simultaneously, albeit with slight variations to accommodate competitors participating in both categories. At present, Coach Wang has commenced the draw. Jiang Nai, accompanied by her coach, has been brought to the venue designated for the singles competition, where she now awaits. She gestures for Zhou Qiqi to take a seat beside her, allowing her a moment to rest before setting down her backpack. From within, she retrieves a functional beverage, intending to offer Zhou Qiqi a sip. But upon glancing at the time, she realizes that it is not yet appropriate to drink. The scientific hydration advice from the previous day indicated that one should consume the drink 10 minutes prior to the competition, and the time has not yet arrived. Zhou Qiqi watches in dismay as the drink, which had just been offered to her, is withdrawn. The cap had already been unscrewed, and had it been just a second longer, she would have tasted it. Turning to Jiang Nai, she receives a curt reminder that the time is not yet right, and she must wait. After a brief moment, the coach calls for Zhou Qiqi to proceed for the draw, and Jiang Nai observes the other girls in Zhou Qiqi's group, feeling a sense of impending challenge. From the perspective of an outsider, it seems that 2 among the 3 girls possess a physical advantage, as evidenced by their muscular arms and formidable demeanor, leading Jiang Nai to suspect that they might be seeded players in the singles competition. However, Zhou Qiqi stands at the draw station, beaming with a carefree smile, entirely unfazed by the competition, exuding an air of relaxation akin to that of a leisurely outing. Soon, the electronic scoreboard displays the results of the draw. Jiang Nai looks up, struggling to match faces, uncertain if Zhou Qiqi has drawn the 2 formidable opponents. She hopes that they do not face a disheartening defeat in the very first match. As Zhou Qiqi approaches, Jiang Nai eagerly inquires about her opponent, who turns out to be a petite girl. Although unsure of her assessment, Jiang Nai breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. A nearby coach glances at the draw results and remarks, "You are quite fortunate. The other 2 players are among the favorites in this competition, and many have high hopes for them." Jiang Nai, upon hearing this, feels a weight lifted from her shoulders, reflecting on the notion that sometimes simple-mindedness brings unexpected fortune. While she frets below, Zhou Qiqi above seems to be reveling in joy, embodying the essence of serendipity, which is beyond her control. The venue at Huisher Sports Hall is expansive, and it is soon time for Zhou Qiqi to take the stage. Jiang Nai hurriedly hands her the drink she has been holding for quite some time, advising her to sip slowly and not rush. After Zhou Qiqi takes a few cautious gulps, the coach directs the singles competitors to engage in warm-up exercises. Once warmed up, they are escorted directly to the table, and Jiang Nai hastens to follow, striving to secure a seat as close to Zhou Qiqi as possible. As Jiang Nai takes her place, she observes Zhou Qiqi standing before the table. The referee conducts the draw, and today, Zhou Qiqi is enveloped in good fortune, having the opportunity to serve first. After the draw, the referee instructs both players, please inspect each other's rackets. You will have 2 minutes to practice, after which Zhou Qiqi will serve. Zhou Qiqi steadied her breath, lowered her head, and executed a high serve with a powerful thrust of her legs. She unleashed a fierce forehand side spin serve, showcasing her full prowess from the very first ball, even against an opponent who appeared to be easily overmatched. The table tennis ball spun through the air like an arrow released from a bow, propelled swiftly towards the opposite side. Bolstered by Zhou Qiqi's innate strength, her opponent, despite a significant lunge with her right foot, failed to return the shot. The score stood at 1-0, with Zhou Qiqi seizing the initial advantage. In the second round, her opponent served, while Zhou Qiqi continued to regulate her breathing, which had been erratic from the earlier burst of activity, focusing intently on her adversary. The opponent executed a low, underhand serve, to which Zhou Qiqi responded with a deft forehand drop shot, successfully returning the ball. After 3 exchanges, she unleashed another rapid serve, bringing the score to 2-0 in her favor. With each rally, her advantage steadily increased. Her opponent's speed and strength were clearly no match for Zhou Qiqi's prowess. The score escalated to 3-0, 5-1, 7-2, and ultimately 11-3. It was only after the referee announced Zhou Qiqi's victory that Jiang Nai, watching with bated breath, finally exhaled, relieved. The contrast between this match and the casual play with her classmates was stark. Zhou Qiqi's movements were remarkably refined, and she bore an intensity that Jiang Nai had never witnessed before. It was as if the girl who had been laughing foolishly moments ago was a different person entirely. As Zhou Qiqi approached the spectator area, Jiang Nai quickly gathered her thoughts, seizing a warm towel and a bottle of water, standing by the exit in anticipation. Upon emerging, Zhou Qiqi handed her the water and used the warm towel to wipe away her sweat. The coach, who had just arrived, stood momentarily dumbfounded. The young girl had completed his intended task, leaving him to ponder his own role. After all, he had hurried over in a rush. The expertise of a professional seemed eclipsed by the attentiveness of an amateur support team. How could this be? It was a blow to his pride as a coach. Determined to regain some semblance of authority, he placed the towel aside, cleared his throat, and approached casually, stating, "You performed exceptionally well in that round. For the next match, maintain your composure and avoid haste." Feeling he had salvaged some dignity, he retreated, mindful of the next venue he needed to rush to, lest he fall behind again. After ensuring everything was in order, he led Zhou Qiqi to the resting area, where he began to massage her to help her relax, praising her. "Zhou Qiqi, you have truly excelled. Your performance was outstanding, and you are now among the top 12. If you win the next match, your participation in the sports scholarship examination at the first high school will be worthwhile. I have every confidence in your abilities." After a 20-minute intermission, Zhou Qiqi returned to draw lots once more, this time among all the previous round victors, perfectly avoiding the seeded player. The coach arrived just in time, standing by as the draw results were announced. As her coach, he possessed a thorough understanding of the competitors, clearly recognizing that the strength of the previous round's opponent paled in comparison to Zhou Qiqi's abilities. However, he was aware that the probability of success in this upcoming match was less certain. Jiang Nai observed the coach's expression, feeling a tinge of anxiety. In contrast, Zhou Qiqi displayed no fear whatsoever. Her champion's spirit grew more pronounced with each moment. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Qiqi was indeed a competitive player, and any issues of mindset were entirely absent from her demeanor. As the break concluded, Zhou Qiqi boldly approached the table, waving at Jiang Nai as she passed. Jiang Nai felt akin to a concerned mother, fretting over a child who seemed utterly indifferent, rendering her display of concern futile. Fortune continued to smile upon Zhou Qiqi as she served first once again. Jiang Nai, seated in the audience, noted that this opponent was of a higher caliber than the previous one, with the scores tightly contested. Zhou Qiqi's serves were clearly being met with skillful responses from her rival. At that moment, the score reached 10-10, entering the critical phase of the match. Jiang Nai felt a pang of discomfort from her seat, wishing she could stand beside the table to observe who would seize this pivotal point. Zhou Qiqi, poised with her racket, exhaled softly and unleashed a powerful forehand down the line. Her opponent barely managed to return the shot. Evident from the cold sweat on their forehead that this round was no easy feat after several tense exchanges, Zhou Qiqi struck again, and this time, luck was not on her opponent's side. With a score of 11-10, Zhou Qiqi claimed victory in the second round, successfully advancing to the top 6. Jiang Nai leaped from her seat in jubilation, her enthusiasm somewhat subdued in the vast arena, yet the spirit of competition was undeniably vibrant and passionate. Jiang Nai, now fully embodying her role as a supportive caretaker, prepared to offer comprehensive care. Had the venue allowed, she would have gladly provided a full-body massage. "You've made it to the top 6, Zhou Qiqi. Your prospects for the entrance exam are solid now. Just play freely from here on out. Anything else is a bonus." Zhou Qiqi graciously accepted Jiang Nai's praise, her head held high like a triumphant rooster, practically preening with pride. "Of course, I, Zhou Qiqi, am exceptional," she exclaimed, her joy and self-assurance radiating. Seeing Zhou Qiqi's exuberance and somewhat boastful demeanor, Jiang Nai reflected on how much credit she deserved for this achievement, suppressing her urge to cheer even more. Just then, the coach arrived, displaying an exaggeratedly triumphant grin, akin to a sycophantic courtier basking in the glory of victory. He circled around Zhou Qiqi, clucking in admiration. Jiang Nai finally understood from whom Zhou Qiqi had inherited her increasingly audacious attitude. The true culprit was right before her eyes. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her face and retreated to the resting area, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Once again, she found herself plagued by her propensity to feel second-hand embarrassment, questioning why those around her seemed less than ordinary. Was it possible she too was not quite normal? No, that simply could not be. She was a paragon of health, both mentally and physically, a true successor of socialism in contemporary society. Doubt should never encroach upon oneself. After all, she has consistently adhered to one guiding principle. Rather than reflecting on herself, it is far easier to blame others. Following this philosophy, Jiang Nai discovered that life became considerably more effortless. Soon, it was time for Zhou Qiqi to draw lots again, and the coach finally remained present. Jiang Nai received an athlete information broadcaster. Look at the person to the left of Zhou Qiqi. She is a formidable contender for the championship in this table tennis tournament. And to her right, behold, a renowned prodigy in the world of table tennis, not to mention the individual in front. After a series of introductions, Jiang Nai concluded that apart from Zhou Qiqi, the remaining 5 table tennis players were quite notable in the competitive scene, making Zhou Qiqi stand out prominently among them. Jiang Nai had overheard several remarks about the unfamiliar face in the competition, as she had never been seen before. Perhaps Zhou Qiqi's confidence had been infectious. Jiang Nai no longer fretted as she had in the previous round, worrying about whether Zhou Qiqi would prevail. She had entered a state of zen, largely due to having already reached the top 6, thus fulfilling the ultimate goal of the competition. As for the rest, she would leave it to fate. Moreover, all the top 6 players, aside from Zhou Qiqi, were formidable competitors, which underscored Zhou Qiqi's extraordinary talent, allowing her to compete on equal footing with them. Zhou Qiqi truly was an impressive table tennis player, and Jiang Nai believed that after this tournament, Zhou Qiqi's name would spread within the community, filling her with pride and a sense of honor. Ultimately, Zhou Qiqi was matched against the strong contender mentioned by the coach. Jiang Nai gracefully made her way to the audience, and the match concluded rather swiftly, comparable to Zhou Qiqi's first round. Jiang Nai could only remark, as expected of a champion in the making, such prowess is to be anticipated. Zhou Qiqi lost this round, yet instead of displaying disappointment, her eyes sparkled as she remarked to Jiang Nai, playing against her was so much fun. I want to play another round. She even pouted playfully, which was quite characteristic of her. The coach, standing nearby, could only swallow his words of consolation. He knew Zhou Qiqi had a positive mindset, but he was astonished by how remarkably resilient she was. Not only did she not feel disheartened by the loss, but she also seemed eager for more. His years of coaching experience faced a unique challenge today. Nevertheless, she truly was a promising talent, while many possess innate ability in table tennis. Maintaining a positive attitude in the heat of competition is a rarity. Jiang Nai noted the coach's unspoken thoughts and inwardly chuckled. She had come to understand Zhou Qiqi's carefree nature deeply and had wisely chosen not to waste her breath on comforting her. Such an endeavor would be futile. This girl's thought processes were evidently distinct from others. Following the previous round's 3 losses, the players proceeded to draw lots again. And Jiang Nai was astonished to see Zhou Qiqi pull a buy ticket. This stroke of luck was something Jiang Nai envied intensely. It seemed that Lady Luck had truly favored her today. In this round, Zhou Qiqi and Jiang Nai sat together in the audience, watching the competition of Zhou Qiqi's peers, as she would soon contest for the 4th place against one of them. However, Jiang Nai found the situation rather precarious. For among the competitors was a girl she recognized, one who had stood out during Zhou Qiqi's initial grouping. As anticipated, she had indeed advanced to the top 6. For Zhou Qiqi, her goal was to secure 5th place and strive for 6th, which was a pressure-free endeavor. As Jiang Nai had predicted, the girl she supported triumphed in this round, indicating that Zhou Qiqi would inevitably face her in the next match. It was fortunate that they had not crossed paths in the first round. Had Jiang Nai been competing, given her luck value of 46, she was confident she would have drawn that same girl in the first round. There was no escaping such fate. As for Zhou Qiqi's luck value, Jiang Nai guessed that even reversing her number would not suffice to match it. No need to elaborate. The unfortunate luck was enough to bring tears. Fortunately, Jiang Nai could navigate her current examinations and competitions relying solely on her abilities. In situations where luck was half the equation, upon learning of her participation in such events, Jiang Nai would prioritize her luck attribute over all else, hoping to shift her fortunes from unfortunate to fortunate. The plight of the ill-fated truly had no words to express. Yet upon reflection, Jiang Nai realized she had her advantages. For some, misfortune was a lifelong affliction, but not for her. As long as she completed enough tasks and her finances were sufficient, she could aspire to the position of the fortunate. There was still hope, though it required considerable accumulation. Zhou Qiqi took to the competition stage, and Jiang Nai, alongside her coach, sank into their chairs, resembling 2 relaxed spectators, almost as if they were munching on sunflower seeds. They both accepted the reality that victory was unlikely. The key was to see how long Zhou Qiqi could last in the match. Lasting a bit longer would still be honorable in defeat. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhou Qiqi succumbed to defeat. Upon witnessing the outcome, Jiang Nai applauded her, not in mockery, but in recognition of the fact that Zhou Qiqi had managed to compete for nearly 10 minutes, compared to less than 5 minutes in the previous round against the champion in waiting. Jiang Nai felt a swell of pride. Evidently, Zhou Qiqi shared this sentiment. She strutted back with a jaunty tune, exuding an air of victory. So much so that one might mistakenly believe she was the victor. The judge and the opposing girl, left momentarily speechless, could only wonder if there were rewards for losing. Given the apparent cheerfulness of Zhou Qiqi, had it not been for the girl's own declaration of victory, they might have questioned who had truly won. After her match, Zhou Qiqi high-fived Jiang Nai and their coach, clearly indicating that this trio had completely lost track of conventional expectations. The number of competitors in the women's singles was limited, and by midday, the matches had concluded. The top 3 received medals, while Zhou Qiqi, having secured 5th place, was awarded a mere certificate. After the group photo, Jiang Nai retrieved her old mobile phone and asked the coach to capture a moment with the two of them. This was Zhou Qiqi's first significant achievement in a competition of such prestige, and Jiang Nai felt it essential to commemorate this milestone together. A memory to cherish in the years to come. It is evident that the team competition today will not proceed. The duration of our stay depends entirely on Coach Wang and how his players perform. Should they reach the finals, we shall return tomorrow. If they do not, we can simply wash up and retire home for the night. Zhou Qiqi, a member of the Youth Palace team, is certainly obliged to stay and continue watching the match, primarily because she wishes to remain here. However, Jiang Nai cannot do the same. She has a painting class this afternoon. Initially, she thought she would need to take leave, as she had never witnessed such a competition before and assumed it would last a considerable time. Obtaining leave for Zhou Qiqi was undoubtedly not an issue. Now that the matches have concluded, Jiang Nai finds herself uninterested in any table tennis matches aside from Zhou Qiqi's, and thus must allow Zhou Qiqi to remain while she heads back to the Youth Palace alone. The direction to the Youth Palace is completely opposite. After confirming through a photo that Zhou Qiqi would not accompany her back, Jiang Nai hurriedly made her way to catch a ride. As she was dropped off at the entrance, Jiang Nai observed Zhou Qiqi's eager and excited demeanor, as if she were desperate to return, fearing she might miss the match. This sight filled Jiang Nai with frustration. Where was the bond of friendship for this goofy, oversized friend? Jiang Nai could only console herself with the thought that as her close friend, she must endure even the bitter moments. By the time Jiang Nai arrived at the Youth Palace, it was quite late, and dining was no longer feasible. Fortunately, in bustling areas, one can often find street vendors, and such opportunities should be cherished, for in a few years, the city might enforce a campaign for nationwide sanitation, leading to the disappearance of these vendors. The citizens have also been subjected to considerable distress. In rural areas, there was a push for uniform housing styles, complete with standardized black eaves, and restrictions on raising chickens or ducks, citing concerns for urban aesthetics. Unless kept indoors, any poultry seen on the streets would be confiscated, and after many years, no improvements were evident, leaving everyone exasperated. However, that is a tale for another time. At present, the priority is to satiate her growling stomach. She hurriedly approached a street vendor and purchased a shandong pancake, nibbling on it as she walked. This passion for painting brought tears to Jiang Nai's eyes. After all, her palate was accustomed to rice during lunch. Anything else felt strangely unsatisfactory. Yet today, there was no alternative. She resolved to make up for it with dinner. Just as the bell rang at 1:30, Jiang Nai entered the classroom, the last bite of pancake barely swallowed. She quickly retrieved a bottle of water from her large backpack, took a few hurried sips, and patted her chest, finally managing to clear the pancake lodged in her throat. Observing this entire sequence of events, Bai He gently called out Jiang Nai's name. When she responded, he pointed to the corner of her mouth. Understanding immediately, Jiang Nai took out a tissue from her bag and wiped her mouth, discovering remnants of the pancake's sauce lingering there. Thus, her hasty lunch finally came to an end. As for any feelings of embarrassment or panic, they are entirely absent. Jiang Nai can assure herself that when she first entered the classroom, no one cast a glance in her direction, only Bai He noticed her. And that was of no concern. In front of a crowd, one might experience social demise, but in the presence of a friend, it becomes a familiar affair. Ever since Bai He guided Jiang Nai in the art studio the last time, She unilaterally declared that Bai He had transcended from idol to friend in her heart. After 2 hours of painting class, Jiang Nai and Bai He coincidentally lingered in the studio, forming an unspoken agreement between them. Jiang Nai believed she could connect more deeply in the studio, especially with the advantage of having someone to offer one-on-one feedback. Why not seize the opportunity? As for Bai He found himself puzzled as to why he chose to stay. The studio's conditions were rather mediocre. His home was spacious, designed expressly for artistic endeavors. Yet he preferred to remain here rather than return. To ensure she wouldn't miss the bus, Jiang Nai set her phone alarm for 5:20. However, fearing it might disturb Bai He, she switched it to vibrate. After all, the sound of her old phone was well known. With Zhou Qiqi absent today to provide a manual reminder, Jiang Nai had to rely on herself. Missing the last bus was not an option, especially since there were no shared bicycles available for her to scan, and even if there were, her old phone could not manage that task. Dreaming was futile. Ultimately, the only remaining choice would be to take a taxi, which she certainly wouldn't inform Jiang Igor about, asking him to drive an hour from home. That was out of the question. However, the thought of riding alone in a taxi genuinely frightened Jiang Nai. She had seen too many news stories about taxi drivers harming women, leaving her wary of taxis unless absolutely necessary or accompanied by a group of friends. Even during the day, if she had to take a taxi, she would check the driver's route on her phone and take a picture of the license plate before getting in, all while keeping her friends updated on her journey. Chapter 57. Competition results freshly announced. It can only be said that the existence of women is inherently more arduous than that of men, partly due to the physiological differences between the sexes. Generally, a woman's physical strength is about 1/5 that of a man's. Not to mention that Jiang Nai was currently armed with a Nokia phone, devoid of navigation capabilities or video chat features. With night falling earlier, hailing a taxi meant traveling in darkness. Given the preparations required during the day, the risks escalated significantly at night, especially with Jiang Nai's youthful appearance, which seemed to etch vulnerability onto her face. A wise person does not stand beneath a precarious wall. She understood that her concerns might be misconstrued by some as paranoia. For such individuals, Jiang Nai preferred to refrain from engaging, as their opinions would only muddle her thoughts. Ultimately, one's safety is one's own responsibility. It is crucial not to naively trust others' words. Protecting oneself remains the most important priority. Upon returning home, Jiang Nai, as per her usual routine, perused the news on the Zhangku website, only to find it as uneventful as ever. Previously, she would encounter some peculiarities, but now, even the oddities had ceased to reach out. Jiang Nai uploaded her recent works and sent messages to the clients seeking illustrators on Zhangku, leaving the rest to fate. On Tuesday morning, Jiang Nai awoke with a mix of exhilaration and slight apprehension, for it was the day the competition results were to be announced. Although she felt confident about her performance, the actual outcome remained uncertain. Fortunately, mathematics, being a science subject, offered a clear-cut grading system. Unlike the subjective nature of humanities where the extent of one's marks could be shrouded in ambiguity. As the second class concluded, Jiang Nai finally received the news that the mathematics teacher would be calling students to her office. Guan Yin was even more anxious than Jiang Nai. Feeling uneasy since the second round of questions had proven to be quite challenging, she believed her answers were not particularly strong, teetering on the edge of either winning or losing a prize. Upon arriving at the office, they found it crowded, and it seemed inappropriate to hold an awards ceremony in such a confined space. Eventually, a school leader passing by remarked that it was disrespectful to overlook the school motto in such a moment. How could an awards event occur without everyone witnessing it? It was imperative that all students were aware of their school's achievements. With a wave of his hand, he instructed Li to gather all students into the large office for him to personally present the awards. He then instructed Li to make an announcement, indicating that it was time for that group of students. Jiang Nai, noticing this, reminded her that it was the turn of the class's top student. The leader cast a look of approval and decided that the top student from the class should come to observe the awards ceremony. If the top student was unavailable, the next would be called, ensuring that at least one student from each class would be present. Li, having no choice, accepted the task and proceeded to the broadcasting room, fully aware that all students should know about Shiqiao Middle School's achievements in the National Middle School Mathematics Competition. However, she understood that the students themselves were the ones most eager to learn about their results, believing that many had spent the previous night in restless anticipation, particularly Feng Wei and Lu Hui, who were in their final year of middle school and faced their last competition opportunity. It was crucial to inform the students of the results before holding an awards ceremony to allow the wider school community to learn of their accomplishments, rather than prioritizing the leader's desires and prestige over the students' emotions. Yet, Lily, being merely a teacher with limited influence, could only comfort herself with the notion that this was not an insurmountable flaw. The leaders were merely seeking to bask in glory. As for the other students, they remained oblivious to the subtle power dynamics between the leaders and teachers, wholly immersed in the anticipation of the forthcoming awards ceremony. Only Zhang Nai, a former member of society, vaguely sensed something amiss, her mood plummeting abruptly. She couldn't help but detest the idea that this leader might seek to take credit for her efforts. It was infuriating that someone who contributed nothing but idle chatter would try to insert themselves into the outcome, not merely to intrude, but to claim a significant portion of the accolades. Who could endure such behavior? If that were the case, it would render her previous efforts to engage him utterly futile. This fixation stemmed from her persistent curiosity about the most opulent location in the school. Otherwise, she wouldn't have paid such close attention to the school's rotation. To her surprise, she found herself arriving there sooner than expected, reaffirming that relying on her classmates was futile. Ultimately, she had to depend on her own capabilities to secure her position. At that moment, the second and third classes were listening to the broadcast. The third period was precisely the Chinese class taught by their homeroom teacher, Gao Ping. Knowing that the top student was to attend the award ceremony, he casually remarked, "Then let it be the first place." "Yes, Zhang Nai, hurry along." The classmates replied in unison, "Zhang Nai isn't here. She is the one going to receive the award." After saying this, they stifled their laughter, seemingly awaiting something. As anticipated, the next question arose, "Then let it be the second place." However, the second place was also absent. Lin Yu was also to receive an award. Before Gao Ping could finish his sentence, he cast a glance downward and finally understood the situation, chuckling, "Ah, I see. You're all waiting to see me make a fool of myself." Jiang Nai, Lin Yu, and Guan Yin, the top three in our class, are all absent. Then who wishes to attend? Before Gao Ping's words had fully dissipated, Zhou Qiqi's hand shot up high, as if fearing the teacher might overlook her. The other students quickly followed suit, raising their hands. Who wouldn't he desire a legitimate excuse to skip class? Gao Ping glanced around and declared, "Then Zhou Qiqi shall go. Upon your return, remember to write a 500-word reflection on the ceremony." Zhou Qiqi's radiant smile instantly faded. What on earth? Even for attending an award ceremony, she had to compose a reflection. What a travesty. The other students who had not been selected looked at Zhou Qiqi's expression with relief, grateful it wasn't their turn. Compared to attending class, the thought of penning such nonsensical content was far more detestable. Moreover, the lesson was already halfway through, so enduring a little longer was bearable. Meanwhile, the leader escorted Jiang Nai and her group to the office, but seemingly recalling something, he hastily remarked, "I'll go fetch something," and hurried off. Leaving the group exchanging bewildered glances, clearly at a loss for words in the awkward silence that followed. Fortunately, Lily soon arrived to break the tension. Without much preamble, she produced a list for everyone to see, briefly outlining each person's achievements. Those who did not win could only offer hasty words of consolation. Chapter 58, Misunderstanding. With a single statement from the leader, the subordinates were hurriedly scurrying about, and Lily had to quickly organize the students who were arriving one after another. After everything was prepared, the leader returned with the items in hand. Upon learning of her achievements, Jiang Nai finally felt inclined to survey the vast office, which could equally be described as an auditorium due to its generous space. Accompanied by the leader's uninspired opening remarks, Jiang Nai stood to the side, taking in her surroundings. The gathering consisted of dozens of students alongside several teachers, each with a designated seat, culminating in a round of praises for the school. Listening to the leader, Jiang Nai anticipated a discourse on the extent of their contributions, yet that was not forthcoming. Our Shiqiao Middle School has achieved such outstanding results in the National Junior High Mathematics Competition thanks to the dedication of Teacher Li Li. Now, let us invite Teacher Li to the stage to share her insights. This unexpected turn caught Jiang Nai off guard. She glanced at the leader, who was about to step down. His thinning hair and rounded belly now appeared somewhat endearing, leading her to ponder if perhaps she had misjudged him. Was it possible that he harbored aspirations of being a host, having indulged his hosting fantasies? Boldly adjusted his belly to ensure he could see the path before him and, with satisfaction, exited the stage. Lily, taken aback, realized that her tenure at the school had not been long, and her interactions with the leadership were minimal. She unconsciously carried over the previous school's leadership style. which led her to assume old Li would share similar traits. The poor man, merely an ordinary school leader with a dream of hosting, found himself unjustly perceived as a villain on 2 occasions in such a brief span. Old Li felt unjustly maligned, akin to a 200-pound man who should not be judged solely by his weight. He was merely a middle-aged man who, due to a well-fed lifestyle and a propensity to gain weight easily, found himself in a precarious position. With a heavy heart, he departed, patting his belly in dismay. Li, known for her reserved nature and aversion to self-promotion, spoke little about her own hard work, choosing instead to focus on the students' efforts. Realizing old Li's perspective, she decided to leave the awards presentation to him and return to her seat to listen. Old Li began by announcing the list of award recipients. First prize to Jiang Nai, second prizes to Lin Yu and Huang Wenkai, and third prizes to Fang Wei, Lu Hui, Guan Yinyan, Sun Jie, and Wu Hao. Most of the awardees were members of the library team that Jiang Nai had participated in, and having correctly predicted a similar problem the day before the exam, their results were commendable, with a success rate of 3/5. This was a significant improvement compared to the previous year, where only 2 students had garnered 3rd place. Once the names were read, Jiang Nai led her peers to the stage to receive their accolades. Upon reaching the podium, she noticed Zhou Qiqi's presence, who had been seated too far back for Jiang Nai to see earlier. Now on stage, Jiang Nai could only offer a subtle wave, while Zhou Qiqi animatedly gestured, finally catching Jiang Nai's attention. After exchanging greetings, Li produced the honor certificates and a substantial stack of prizes from behind her. She handed Jiang Nai a distinguished-looking pen along with a high-quality notebook. The second prize consisted of a different type of notebook, while the third prize was yet another notebook. Jiang Nai, bemused, couldn't help but suspect that the leadership was merely clearing out their inventory. Nonetheless, receiving these items felt gratifying. After all, previously, when Jiang Nai had ranked first in her grade, she had received nothing. Now, with a pen and a notebook in hand, the school had evidently made a significant gesture. Her expectations could not soar any higher. Subsequently, Li called the non-award-winning students to the stage, offering typical words of encouragement, merely reiterating that they were still in the 2nd year of junior high and that opportunities lay ahead. Each student was given a notebook as well. Jiang Nai's suspicions were confirmed. There was indeed a plethora of notebook varieties, as over a dozen students received 4 distinct types, which seemed quite reasonable. After distributing the prizes, Li shared a few more encouraging words before concluding the awards ceremony without any lengthy speeches. This revelation highlighted another commendable trait of Li. She eschewed pompous rhetoric, preferring to keep things succinct. Once the ceremony was over, Jiang Nai made her way directly to Zhou Qiqi, who was gazing at her with eager anticipation. Understanding the unspoken bond, Jiang Nai promptly handed her the notebook, deciding to keep the pen for herself. Zhou Qiqi had only received a certificate for placing 5th in the ping-pong competition, with the organizers being rather stingy. Now that each of them had received a notebook, it felt like a complete ritual for their participation in the competition. Zhou Qiqi grinned at Jiang Nai, clutching the notebook, and in a moment of affection, Jiang Nai seized the opportunity to ruffle Zhou Qiqi's hair, a rare reward for herself since she seldom had the chance to do so. Later that evening, upon returning home, Jiang Nai accessed the system to check her newly credited rewards, 88 points and 2 attribute points. She had already contemplated their allocation, assigning 1 point to appearance and the other to luck. She firmly believed in the substantial value of the system's attributes. Host, Jiang Nai. Age, 14. Comprehensive intelligence, 125. Physical fitness, 57. Appearance, 60. Mental strength, 61. Luck, 47. The attributes displayed before her were passable, at least not as dismal as before, where several scores had been outright failing. They could be described as unremarkable. Jiang Nai had grown to detest the term, for it encapsulated her mediocrity. She was neither exceptional nor poor. Yet, she would have preferred some attributes to be abysmally low if it meant gaining one outstanding quality. Even if it were fleeting like a shooting star, at least it would have been brilliant, though this was a desire fraught with unrealistic expectations. Most individuals in the world, like Jiang Nai, were quite ordinary, drifting aimlessly like unanchored reeds. After completing her attribute exchanges, Jiang Nai did not linger in the system for further study, but returned to her room, for her daily tasks remained unfinished. She sat reverently before her computer, as if preparing for a sacred ritual, needing only to light 3 incense sticks on her desk to commence her prayers. However, with the Buddha in one's heart, one can pray anywhere. Jiang Nai clasped her hands together, her lips murmuring continuously, "Buddha, the Supreme Laojun, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the 18 Arhats, grant me your blessings, amen. She invoked every deity she could recall, aiming for a broad appeal, hoping that perhaps one of them might hear her. Once her prayers concluded, Jiang Nai suddenly remembered the only cleansing ritual she was aware of, which she had neglected to perform. Yet, having already prayed, she reassured herself that as long as her devotion was sincere, the deities would not mind. She then washed her hands and returned to her computer. Chapter 59. The high-tech drawing board. With eager anticipation, she powered on her computer, only to discover that someone had contacted her. After several days, a prospective client had finally reached out to her. Indeed, luck and prayer proved to be beneficial, and certainly, her recent uploads contributed significantly to this moment. Such was her confidence. Haoren, hello. I have reviewed your recently uploaded works, and they align perfectly with our company's requirements. Would you be able to make slight modifications to the fifth piece? We can arrange for a deposit. Haoren, a good person. The very name exuded reliability, undoubtedly a sign from fate. Jiang, no problem at all. Please specify your requirements. The fifth piece was indeed the one she had completed in her studio. It seemed she had made the right decision by painting there, and look. The client had reached out. Haoren, we would like this piece to be more extravagant, the grander, the better. Our boss has a penchant for such opulence. Money is not an issue. Money is not a problem? Could this be true? His words ignited Jiang Nai's thoughts of wealth redistribution. No amount of temptation would sway her if it involved money. She was fully aware of the risks. Jiang, for a draft, it would be 50 yuan. If that's agreeable, I can start revising now and have it ready by 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. Money was presented to Jiang Nai, and refusing it would be a disservice to the currency itself. Tentatively, she extended her hand for 10 yuan, fearful of scaring off the client, who could understand her humility. Haoren, 50 yuan is perfectly fine. I'll send it over now. As for the artwork, there's no rush. Just ensure it's well done. Upon reading this message, Jiang Nai could only conclude that he was indeed a good person. His parents had chosen his name wisely. Where could one find such a generous client who paid promptly, made few demands, and considered her well-being? From this kind soul, Jiang Nai perceived the potential to fulfill her task. Wasn't it merely about creating something grand and lavish? She was ready to get started. The client had already indicated that modifications should be made based on her fifth piece, which meant she did not need to conjure ideas from scratch. In reflection, Jiang Nai found herself reminiscing about digital drawing. It was so convenient. Although she no longer needed to conceptualize elements and structures herself, a new piece still required to be drawn. If only she could simply modify the original image directly in digital format. She contemplated her balance of over 300 points, the arduousness of hand drawing, and the realization that the future belonged predominantly to digital art. Her eagerness became increasingly difficult to contain. Having secured an order, it was only natural to delve into the system and sketch away. The points accumulated through the conversion had lost their significance in the presence of a substantial client like Jiang Nai. The once impoverished Jiang Nai had since risen to prominence. She reclined back onto her bed and accessed the system's marketplace, confident that it would offer alternatives to the traditional drawing tablet. After all, the system had an insidious tendency to seek ways to reclaim those points. As she opened the marketplace, Jiang Nai instinctively glanced at the homepage recommendations. The memory of the last surprise inspection still lingered, leaving her apprehensive. Fortunately, this time, the system seemed devoid of ulterior motives. The recommendation page had returned to normal, displaying the usual array of zeros. This sight brought her a sense of reassurance. Navigating to the search bar, Jiang Nai pondered for a moment before typing in future drawing tablet. The keywords were apt, as the development of digital drawing was still years away. Thus, she desired a device that could serve her long-term, rather than a one-time service. She filtered the price range to between 100 and 200 points, which was the maximum she could afford. Anything beyond that was better left unexamined, as it would only lead to frustration. The lower-tier options were merely disposable services, far beneath the standards of a prosperous Jiang Nai. The system's analytical capabilities surpassed even the most advanced data analysis. After inputting her criteria, she was immediately drawn to the first option that appeared. Advanced Drawing Tablet, a product of future technology essential for artists. Holographic projection creates an immersive experience. For just 199 points, you can acquire our Advanced Drawing Tablet and experience the wonders of the future world. Holographic Studio, digital interpretation of your creations, freely selectable features, and an extensive material library beyond imagination. What are you waiting for? Bring it home for just 199 points. Upon viewing the demonstration video, Jiang Nai found it to be exactly as she had envisioned, reminiscent of the drawing tablets of the future, albeit enhanced with high-tech features. The tablet offered holographic projection, allowing those accustomed to traditional paper to continue their craft while digitally capturing their artwork, much like on a tablet, with the ability to modify layers. Though she was immensely satisfied, the price left something to be desired. However, the cost was justified for a product that surpassed the technology of her era. Had it been during the Ming or Qing dynasties, adding 3 zeros to that price would have been considered generous. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and, steeling herself, allowed 199 points to be deducted from her balance. She could only console herself with the thought that any investment in her future was worthwhile. Purchasing this tablet would simplify the task for Boss Hao, making it all worthwhile. After all, it would serve her for a lifetime, rendering the cost quite reasonable over time. Once her self-affirmation concluded, Jiang Nai opened her eyes to behold the drawing tablet suspended in midair. It appeared remarkably minimalist yet sophisticated, so understated that anyone glancing at it would fail to recognize it as a high-tech device. Jiang Nai felt a pang of deception. Her 199 points seemed to have vanished into thin air. Convinced it was an illusion, she closed her eyes once more, only to find the same unassuming tablet before her. She truly felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Regrettably, the system's products are non-refundable. Is this truly the aesthetic of the future? With a heart as desolate as ashes, Jiang Nai gently tapped a symbol on the drawing board, clutching the last vestige of hope. Instantly, the board emitted a soft glow, transforming from an ordinary object that would not capture a single glance if tossed aside. User identity recognition successful, binding complete. As Jiang Nai gazed at the board, now enveloping her hand, she mused that this little device possessed 2 faces, perhaps to deter theft. Ah, the wonders of advanced technology, which even possesses the ability to disguise itself. A slender, silver-hued metal ring coiled delicately around her hand. She touched a protrusion and pressed it gently, causing a virtual panel to materialize, displaying a myriad of images, evidently available for the user to select. If the recommendations were unsatisfactory, one could even input desired custom scenarios. Such opulence! Jiang Nai couldn't help but think that the expenditure of points was indeed remarkable. Previously, within the system's space, all she had was a solitary silver metal wall and that lonely drawing board. Chapter 60. The Palace. Now, with 199 points invested, she could customize her scene, instantly elevating her status from an ordinary member to one of supreme privilege. Reflecting on the grandiose demands of her new client, Boss Hao, she pondered what place could best satisfy such splendor. It was undoubtedly the palaces of ancient dynasties, masterpieces crafted by the finest artisans from across the realm, exuding magnificence. Thus, she entered palace into the search bar and selected the most resplendent option that resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. The stark, monotonous silver walls immediately faded away, replaced by a resplendent palace, dazzling in its grandeur. Enveloped in this enchanting setting, Jiang Nai found herself momentarily entranced. The replica placed her directly before the main entrance of the court, where the dragon throne awaited her, as if beckoning her forth. How could she resist? Who among us has not, in childhood, imagined sitting upon a dragon throne to indulge in a fleeting fantasy of emperorship? The surrounding dragon columns failed to capture her attention. She dashed forward, nearly leaping up the steps to stand just a breath away from the throne. Without hesitation, she plopped down onto the seat, fearing that a sword-bearing guard might suddenly appear to thwart her. Seated upon the dragon throne, facing south, she momentarily felt as though the world lay within her grasp. Finally understanding the blood-soaked history associated with such a position, curiosity satisfied, she settled comfortably on the throne, positioning her easel before it and adjusting it to the perfect height. In such a vividly realistic setting, how could she fail to create a painting of grandeur? What more could be done to enhance this environment, perhaps conjuring an emperor to preside over her artistic endeavor? The architecture and ambience profoundly ignited Jiang Nai's creative fervor, prompting her to yearn to cast aside her previous works and embark upon a new canvas. Yet, reflecting on the client's demands tempered her enthusiasm. The torrent of inspiration surged within her, rendering the thought of waste intolerable. She recalled the days spent idly before her easel, devoid of ideas, and felt an urge to utilize this creative burst. Neglecting it would warrant self-reproach, a violation of the natural order. Determined, she resolved to first manifest the artwork that captivated her most, as the visions swirling in her mind were indeed aligned with the client's specifications. Subsequently, she would refine the 5th piece, striking a balance between both endeavors. What was a bit of extra toil for the promise of a splendid future? She was ready to persevere. The following morning, awakened by her alarm, Jiang Nai gazed longingly at her canvas, contemplating the necessity of attending class. The fleeting thought of skipping school danced in her mind, but was ultimately dismissed. She likened herself to an emperor summoned for an early court session, reluctantly bidding farewell to her cherished muse, the painting of the favored concubine, for an entire day. She would tend to her academic responsibilities across 8 subjects. Yet the evening would be hers alone, untouchable by anyone. Upon arriving at school and engaging in her classes, Jiang Nai cast aside thoughts of her painting. Recognizing the allure of the other 8 subjects as equally compelling, a ruler must ensure all ministers are duly favored for stability's sake. Were her canvas sentient, it would surely chastise her for her neglect, having been abandoned after just one night on the throne. The allure of wealth often blinds one to the unreliability of others. Only upon returning home did Jiang Nai regain her composure, rubbing her hands together with a grin before diving into the new domain of her favorite piece. Each day passed in such a manner that it was fortunate Jiang Nai possessed a robust constitution, otherwise, she might have succumbed to exhaustion. Upon entering her creative system, Jiang Nai swiftly navigated to her throne, finalizing the last touches on her work. With a grand gesture, she activated the service that allowed her to project her creations from the canvas into reality at no expense, bringing her joy. Back in her room, though it was still only 7 o'clock, she could hardly contain her excitement. The subpar quality of images captured by her outdated phone felt like an affront to the labor she had invested late into the night. Nevertheless, she trusted that her client would understand and promptly sent both sketches. Across the digital divide, Hao Ren, an adept surfer in the realm of online gaming, paused his gameplay upon hearing the notification from his computer. Regretfully, he set aside his eagerness for another round, acknowledging his subordinate role, reliant on his employer's myriad responsibilities. Upon seeing the message from Zhang Ku, he donned the mantle of his managerial role. Opening the message, he was astonished to find that the artist he had commissioned yesterday had already sent over the sketches, 2 of them, no less. Instinctively, he assumed they must have been hastily completed, considering only a day had elapsed since their agreement, even if 1-4 went sleep. Such a task could hardly be accomplished in that time frame, and was the deadline not set for 9 o'clock? This artist had proven to be an exceptionally rare find, capable of completing tasks ahead of schedule. Before even opening the image, Howard furrowed his brows, pondering how late nights could possibly be beneficial, such harm to one's health. He felt compelled to offer some earnest advice. Upon finally viewing the image, his eyes widened in astonishment, relieved that his words of counsel had not yet been dispatched. The artist across from him appeared quite youthful. Indeed, the vigor of youth should be harnessed diligently. Such high-quality artwork required relentless dedication, for it would be a waste of resources otherwise. Howard remarked, "Our boss is exceedingly pleased. You have provided 2 drafts, correct? We shall take both. I will promptly transfer the payment for the other trial piece, but please do not sell it to anyone else. We can afford to wait for the final version." Jiang Nai, noticing the evident admiration for her work from across the table, subtly rubbed her thumb against her nose, adopting a proud demeanor. It seemed that fortune had finally smiled upon her. It had not been an easy journey. "No problem at all. I will deliver both drafts to you, and I will strive to finalize the piece as soon as possible. Is there anything that needs to be revised?" Receiving an affirmative response, Jiang Nai felt a surge of confidence, transforming her earlier doubts into a newfound assertiveness that was undeniably charming. Howard replied, "I have no objections. We trust your aesthetic sensibilities. The second piece is truly magnificent, capturing the regal opulence of the royal court as if you had experienced it firsthand. It's quite impressive." Jiang Nai read the message and internally mused, of course. Having sat upon the dragon throne, how could one not grasp such a sentiment? Alas, it was unfortunate that she could not speak of it openly. If she were to say she created the piece while seated on the throne, the other party might suggest a visit to the hospital for a checkup. "Thank you for the compliment. I simply took the time to study royal architecture." This was not entirely untruthful. She had indeed gained insights into royal architecture, albeit in a manner and depth that diverged from common expectations. However, she could not be blamed for that. Chapter 61. Hao Ren, a kind soul. The completion of her task was within reach. As long as Jiang Nai focused on finalizing the last draft, the reward would be hers. She disregarded Hao Ren's casual assurance that there was no rush for the final version. While he seemed unhurried, she felt a pressing urgency. After all, working on one project could yield 2 payments. Who wouldn't he be excited about that? She resolved to continue her efforts through the night, and if unfinished, she would carry on the next day. After 3 consecutive nights of intense labor, Although Jiang Nai was creating her art within the confines of the system and felt no physical fatigue, her mind felt as though it had been drained. Yet, gazing at the fruits of her labor invigorated her spirit. Once both drafts were complete, Jiang Nai hurried back to her room, climbing onto her desk with both hands, resembling an addict in desperate need. While the analogy was less than flattering, the urgency was indeed palpable. Checking the time, she noted it was 9 in the evening, and she believed Hao Ren was still at his computer. Without delay, she photographed the final versions of both drafts and uploaded them. Immersed in the fierce battles of 4,399, Hao Ren received notifications of 2 messages. Lowering his gaze to check the time, he pondered whether the artist had completed the illustrations. Abandoning the game, he hastily opened the messages, and to his astonishment, they were indeed from Jiang Jiang. The content comprised 2 final drafts, and as Hao Ren gazed upon them, he inhaled sharply. Was it truly necessary to exert oneself to such an extent? Had she really endured 3 sleepless nights? This left him, who often daydreamed during work, in a state of unease. The quality and vibrancy of the illustrations were such that producing them through an all-nighter was inconceivable. Hao Ren messaged, "Madam, I have reviewed the final drafts, and the boss is exceedingly pleased. If you have time tomorrow, could you scan them for us in digital format?" He added, "On a personal note, please do not overexert yourself. While earning money is essential, it should never come at the expense of your health. Young people must prioritize rest. Otherwise, when age catches up, numerous ailments will ensue, and the earnings may scarcely suffice for medical treatment." Upon receiving his heartfelt counsel, Jiang Nai speculated that he must have assumed she had indeed pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters, appearing almost fearful for her well-being. Although she had stayed up late, she was exceptionally gifted. Her late-night endeavors were far from ordinary. To honor such a remarkably considerate client, akin to a rare gem, Jiang Nai felt compelled to offer a little white lie in return. Jiang Jiang replied, "Thank you for your concern. I will be mindful of my rest." A mere lunch break could certainly be considered a form of rest, which was quite reasonable. In an effort to maintain some semblance of humanity, she had retained her lunch break, for with the aid of the system's advanced technology, even that could have been omitted. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nai suddenly realized a blind spot. Could this system have been developed by an overzealous workaholic, successfully evolving human sleep patterns? One wondered if, in the future, everyone might possess such a system, rendering sleep obsolete. In such a scenario, a full 24 hours could be dedicated to work and study. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Although she was currently living this reality, all her learning tasks within the system were self-structured. The distinction between active and passive engagement was monumental. If the entire world operated this way, there would be no room for choice. A single individual could easily manage 2 shifts, working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. within the system. Jiang Nai believed this was not far-fetched. Future generations could truly be the chosen laborers. She found herself grateful that Earth in 2009 was not unbearable, given the current trend of a maximum of 996. When she became her own boss, she vowed to dismantle this abominable system. The lives of workers were indeed precious. Now, the completion of her task hinged solely on visiting a print shop tomorrow to convert the illustrations into digital format. Regrettably, it was too late at present. And with no print shops nearby, Jiang Nai realized she could not conclude this task just yet. The system mall undoubtedly offers this service. Jiang Nai firmly believes in its determination to earn profits. However, even a single point translates into 1,000 yuan, while after toiling for 3 days, Jiang Nai has barely managed to earn 500 yuan. It is unthinkable to incur losses while conducting business. Nevertheless, for the sake of this price difference, waiting is not out of the question. Jiang Nai closed her computer and promptly returned to the system space. Meanwhile, Hao Ren, slightly stirred by the youthful enthusiasm of his colleague, felt a fleeting pang of guilt, which was soon drowned out by his thoughts. After all, he was the boss, enjoying a flexible work schedule. The guilt dissipated within 3 seconds as he successfully reassured himself, and he surrendered once more to the embrace of the game. He resolved to work diligently the following day, especially since he had just completed a transaction today, albeit a costly one, which nonetheless required energy. It was yet another day of successfully convincing himself to indulge in laziness, which brought him joy. Upon returning to the system, Jiang Nai instinctively reached for her drawing board, only to suddenly recall that she had already finished her artwork, leaving her feeling inexplicably empty. With nothing to occupy her time, she decided to complete the assessment for the 2nd semester of her 3rd-year junior high. As it was the only one remaining, soon, her tasks would decrease by 1. She considered it a way to recover the 199 points spent on the drawing board. Jiang Nai had previously maintained a schedule of assessments every 1 to 2 months. But in truth, mastering such subjects was akin to grasping a universal principle. By the second semester of junior high, she was already capable of taking the exam. So her absence from classes and the system over the past few days had little impact. Resolute, she clicked to begin the exam. Several hours later, a freshly minted electronic report card lay waiting in her notification bar. Chinese, 97, Mathematics, 100, English, 100, Politics, 94, History, 93, Geography, 99, Physics, 100, Biology, 100, Chemistry, 100. Gazing at these scores, Jiang Nai nodded in satisfaction. This was surely her best performance in this task. It appeared that her 3-day hiatus from classes had not hindered her at all. Her scholarly spirit had been finely honed. Another 82 points were credited to her account, reviving her once flattened point balance. Just as she felt a twinge of nostalgia for the passing of a long-term task upon reviewing her report card, a notification chimed, signaling an update to the system tasks. Long-term task 1. Exercise for 1 hour daily, cumulative. A good physique is the foundation of success. Reward, 3 points per day. Failure to complete on that day incurs a deduction of 6 points. Long-term task 2. Study within the system for over 6 hours daily to earn 2 points. Over 10 hours to earn 4 points. Non-mandatory task. Long-term task 3. Complete all courses from the 1st to 3rd years of high school. Each semester's progress counts as a part. Points are awarded based on the completion status of the semester. For each phase of study completed, points are calculated based on exam scores. Reward. Each subject is graded out of 100, with a full score yielding 10 points, scores above 90 yielding 9 points, scores above 80 yielding 8 points, and scores below 80 receiving no reward. Unfettered by the host high school subject divisions, all 9 subjects are to be examined, with the difficulty level aligned with that of the college entrance examination. The host must not be complacent. Task 4. Select a painting direction and pass the intermediate examination in that field. Reward, 200 points and 3 free attribute points. Task 5. Successfully receive and complete the first illustration order. Reward, 30 points and 1 free attribute point. Chapter 62. A test of resolve. Jiang Nai had just reminisced about her long-term task, which reappeared in a slightly different guise after a mere 3 seconds of absence. She sensed the system's profound malice. The task requirements were escalating, and scores below 80 no longer warranted any points. Had the system discerned that this was merely a task designed for easy scoring? Feeling the system's effort to thwart her from effortlessly accumulating points, Jiang Nai speculated that this standard had likely been contemplated for quite some time. However, she held no objections to the requirement of excelling in all 9 subjects. In fact, she welcomed it. After all, if the tasks aligned with her subject divisions, she would invariably lose over 20 points with each examination. Observing her current workload of 5 tasks, 2 of which she must resolve by tomorrow, she pondered the whereabouts of new tasks, as she needed to conserve points for her future endeavors. With hours remaining after the exams, Jiang Nai wasted no time and immediately commenced her first-year studies, hoarding attributes for her ascendants. After a competition, Shochichi resumed her previous class schedule, synchronizing their timetables once more, allowing them to walk hand in hand to class as good friends. Upon entering the art studio, Jiang Nai felt invigorated, embodying the commanding presence imparted by teacher Baiyu. She had just received an order, and after parting ways with Shochichi, she discreetly visited the print shop to scan her work, as it was not yet the time to share this news with Shochichi. Imagining Shochichi's admiring gaze once she made a name for herself filled Jiang Nai with a sense of quiet satisfaction. By the end of today's class, she would be able to collect her earnings, and as she sat in her chair, she could hardly contain her excitement, envisioning herself as a future master of her craft. She aspired to maintain an air of elegance, determined to remain aloof from the mundane. Throughout the class, Baihe occasionally glanced at Jiang Nai. Noticing something peculiar about her demeanor today, she often found herself laughing at the easel, prompting onlookers to believe she was experiencing a fit. However, Baihe perceived it differently. During their previous classes, Jiang Nai typically painted with a stoic expression or a frown, never displaying the mirth she exhibited today. Suddenly, a thought struck Baihe. Could Jiang Nai be in a romantic relationship? Recently, numerous couples had surfaced in their class, their expressions mirroring Jiang Nai's. This notion sent a chill through Baihe. What once felt like a fleeting 2-hour class, enjoyable for someone who loved to paint, now felt like an agonizing eternity. burdened by the thought of Jiang Nai potentially falling in love. He lowered his gaze to his watch, feeling as if time was dragging on interminably. After enduring the wait, his classmates gradually departed, leaving only the two of them in the classroom. Jiang Nai had conferred with Shou Qi, and they had decided to continue practicing after class, intending to catch the last bus home in the afternoon. Thus, she resumed her drawing, but she could sense the unwavering gaze of the person across from her. Even if Jiang Nai were blind, she would have noticed. Reluctantly, she set down her pen and returned her gaze. Upon realizing that Jiang Nai was looking at her, Bai He, in a fluster, averted her eyes, her mind racing with the desire to inquire but unsure of how to begin. Jiang Nai found it curious that while she was immersed in her drawing, Bai He had been staring at her, only to shyly look away when their eyes met. Initially, she intended to disregard it, but recalling how Bai He had previously offered her guidance softened her heart, prompting her to ask, "What is the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Bai He hesitantly ventured, "Recently, several students in our class have entered into relationships, and I wanted to know your thoughts on early romance." What was she to think? Jiang Nai mused. She could observe it from her bed, or even while standing. But ultimately, it held no relevance to her. Romance? What was that? She had never engaged in such matters. Yet, gazing into Bai He's glistening eyes, she sensed a cautious vulnerability, though upon closer inspection, it seemed absent. Upholding the traditional view of prioritizing studies, Jiang Nai felt compelled to express her disinclination towards early romance. "Well, we should focus on our studies. You see, I don't engage in such things." She struggled to articulate that early romance was detrimental to academic pursuits or deemed frivolous, as she did not wish to become the very type of person she had once detested. Instead, she opted for a gentle suggestion, hoping not to mislead the younger generation. Bai He missed the first two sentences entirely, but the phrase "I don't engage" resonated deeply within her mind. She beamed at Jiang Nai, nodding in agreement. "You're absolutely right. I feel the same way." Observing Bai He's radiant smile left Jiang Nai feeling oddly unsettled. Why was she smiling so brightly at her? In a flurry, she waved her hand, urging them to return to their artwork. They both held their brushes over the untouched paper, yet smiles crept onto their lips. Upon returning home that evening, Jiang Nai first imported the two electronic drafts onto her computer before messaging Haoren. Jiang, I have scanned the electronic drafts. Would it be convenient for you to settle the full payment now? Once the money is received, I will send you the drafts. After deducting the 100 yuan deposit, the remaining amount is 400 yuan. Haoren, always online, promptly replied. Haoren, no problem, the money has been transferred. Please check if you have received it. Jiang Nai saw that the funds had indeed been deposited into her account. She retrieved her old mobile phone and confirmed the transfer notification from the bank. With a sense of relief, she sent the electronic draft to the other party. Although Haoren consistently portrayed himself as a good person, one must remain vigilant. For she had witnessed numerous unscrupulous clients who would block and delete artists the moment they received the final artwork. In response, Jiang Nai expressed her disdain for those who, if they were so impoverished, should rather take to the streets with a bowl to beg for alms. She held a particular contempt for heartless capitalists who exploit the hard-earned money of laborers, criticizing them at every opportunity. Jiang, the final draft has been sent to you. Should you have any issues, feel free to reach out to me. I would be delighted to collaborate again in the future. She hoped that such a generous client would send her numerous projects. After completing the illustration order, Jiang Nai was not in a hurry to distribute the rewards, as she intended to concurrently finish her intermediate assessment task for painting, with 3 attribute points still awaiting her summoning. Chapter 63, Task 4. Upon entering the system and selecting to begin the examination, the monotonous scenery transformed dramatically, and she found herself amidst a sea of flowers. Startling Jiang Nai. The intermediate assessment was indeed different. She nearly believed she had opened her drawing board, unsure of what to do. Jiang Nai observed as an easel gradually rose before her, displaying a line of text. Please unleash your creativity based on the surrounding scene. Time limit, for hours. Accompanied by a voice prompt, it was remarkably considerate. Yet, upon seeing this prompt, Jiang Nai felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if she had fortuitously hit upon the exam topic. After all, her recent commission had been inspired by the palace, albeit with a somewhat tight deadline. Surprised by her luck, she refrained from immediately sitting down to paint. Instead, she knelt among the flowers, inhaling their fragrances and admiring the unique appearances of each bloom. After a moment of tranquility, inspiration finally struck, and she returned to the easel, carefully crafting her piece. constrained by the 4-hour time limit. Jiang Nai set down her brush just a minute before the system collected her work. Unlike typical examinations, the system did not provide a reminder when time was up. It simply collected the artwork and easel simultaneously, leaving no chair behind. Jiang Nai, unaware during her initial assessment, had presumed she could take her time as she did in regular tests. Consequently, when time expired, she found herself unceremoniously tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, the system's space did not induce pain. Otherwise, Jiang Nai feared that fall might have warranted a trip to the hospital. Though her painting tools had been taken away, the flower sea remained, and Jiang Nai, who had a fondness for flora yet lacked any nurturing talent, everything she tended to perish, was primarily hindered by her laziness. Thus, she enjoyed simply appreciating the beauty of flowers. Approaching some unfamiliar blooms, she took a deep breath, only to discover that one was devoid of fragrance. Did it not realize that aroma was a flower's finest adornment? Disappointed, she moved on to the next blossom, bending down only when she reached a familiar flower. Suddenly, the flower sea vanished, and she returned to the familiar metallic walls. Embarrassed, Jiang Nai could only perform some leg stretches in place before quickly standing up and pretending that nothing had occurred. Glancing around to ensure everything appeared flawless, she opened the system panel. The results of the intermediate assessment had been released. To her surprise, instead of a detailed report like she had anticipated, she was greeted by a glaringly red paper that simply stated pass. One might have thought it was a wedding invitation. Was the paper for those who did not pass meant to be green? A question lingered in Jiang Nai's mind, yet she found herself utterly indifferent to the answer. She simply adored the color red. It exuded a festive aura. After reviewing the results, Jiang Nai noticed a small red dot in the message bar. Here, there would be no system notifications, she thought. Upon clicking, she discovered that she had triggered a double reward for the completion of Task 5 that day. Jiang Nai had submitted 2 drafts at once, leading the system to deem her performance as exceeding expectations. Consequently, she found herself with 5 attribute points to allocate, a joy surpassing even the thrill of accumulating over 300 points. Attribute points were invaluable and irreplaceable. Her total attributes were as follows: Host, Jiang Nai age, 14 comprehensive intelligence, 126 physical fitness, 58 appearance, 61 mental strength, 62 luck, 48. Upon examining these numbers, Jiang Nai expressed great satisfaction. She hoped that future attribute points could be accumulated in a similar manner. Following the completion of the intermediate drawing assessment, Jiang Nai promptly received a new task, showing no signs of delay, as though the system feared she had nothing to occupy her time. Task 4. Pass the advanced drawing assessment. Reward: 200 points, 5 free attribute points. As she considered the rewards for this task, Jiang Nai felt the system was rather stingy. The difference between the intermediate and advanced assessments was merely an additional 2 attribute points, an utterly unacceptable disparity. Furthermore, apart from 3 long-term tasks, this was her only current task, and the long-term ones only offered points. Thus, Jiang Nai could only rely on Task 4 for her attribute points, with the remainder dependent on the forthcoming midterm examination, which would hopefully yield a few uncertain attribute points. A wave of despair washed over Jiang Nai, but there was no one to share her burdens with. Suddenly, she realized that she could not count on Task 4 either, as she lacked the confidence to pass the advanced assessment. Her assurance in tackling the intermediate assessment had stemmed from having completed her first order. To gain the confidence needed for the advanced assessment, she would have to complete dozens or even hundreds of orders or participate in a drawing competition and win an award. This was a distant prospect, leaving her with only the uncertain midterm examination to look forward to, awaiting the potential of 2 or 3 elusive attribute points. Jiang Nai felt a deep sense of anguish, with no outlet for her frustrations. The clock has struck 11 in the evening. Jiang Nai quietly returned to reality and stealthily made her way to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. She noticed that Jiang Ai's room was still illuminated, prompting her to exercise even greater caution, fearful of being discovered by him and realizing that she had not yet retired for the night. The notion of bringing in a glass of milk as a gesture of concern was an entirely fictional scenario, one that could only unfold in a television drama. At 14, Jiang Nai understood what her age entailed. It demanded that she be a good child. If she were to actually deliver a glass of milk, she could already envision the scene. As she gently pushed the door open, before she could utter a word, Jiang Ai would furrow his brow, and she would inevitably face reprimand, hearing remarks about why she was still awake at this hour, followed by a curt dismissal of her offering. "You can drink the milk yourself. I have no interest in it." finish, and then go to bed. In essence, she had to abandon any fantasies of paternal affection. Carefully clutching the water cup, Jiang Nai slowly maneuvered her way back to her room, anxious that the sound of her slippers might draw Jiang Aigua's attention. After much effort, she finally returned to her room and managed to close the door, though it creaked ominously, as if protesting against being disturbed. It was fortunate that the door was relatively new. Had it been years later, upon her return from university, the door would surely have resisted her attempts to close it quietly. The creaking noise was almost like the door expressing its discontent, and whether it would close successfully depended on its own whims. Once back in bed, Jiang Nai exhaled deeply, as though she had just completed a perilous clandestine operation. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She rolled over and rummaged beneath her, retrieving her old mobile phone. Tomorrow was Sunday, and she needed to remind Zhou Qiqi not to forget their study session at the library. After their table tennis match, Jiang Nai shared this plan with Zhou Qiqi. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Qiqi stood frozen in place, momentarily speechless, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Nai chose to interpret this as tears of gratitude. As Zhou Qiqi struggled to find words to redeem herself, she gazed at Jiang Nai's smiling face, which felt somewhat menacing. All she could manage was a forced smile. Uttering insincere words, "Really? That is wonderful. I absolutely adore studying." The moment she spoke those words, it was clear that both were wounded by the dishonesty. If such disingenuousness could be sworn to, it would surely invoke thunderous disbelief. Ultimately, they both tacitly decided to bypass the topic, recognizing that further discussion would only lead to pangs of guilt. "Jiang Nai, are you there?" "Zhou Qiqi, I'm here. Your little darling is online." The rapid response indicated Zhou Qiqi's undeniable internet addiction. With her antiquated phone, it was improbable she could remain engaged for long. Jiang Nai surmised she was likely engrossed in a novel, given that in school, Jiang Nai kept a watchful eye on her. If Zhou Qiqi managed to sneak a read, it would most likely be in the restroom. However, it was clear to Jiang Nai that avoiding such literature was entirely out of the question, for these romantic novels were often dubbed as spiritual opium. Had it not been for the current trend of novels depicting the trope of a domineering CEO falling for a girl, Jiang Nai would have long grown weary of such narratives. The theme she cherished remained unwritten. Otherwise, she would likely find it challenging to concentrate wholeheartedly on her studies. Jiang Nai reminded herself not to forget their plan to study at the library at 9 o'clock the following morning. The chat box fell into a profound silence, and after a moment of calm reflection, she received a message from Zhou Qiqi that reeked of despondency. "Zhou Qiqi, oh." The brevity of her response seemed to carry an overwhelming weight of resentment. Jiang Nai set her phone down, touched her nose, and attempted to quell a sudden wave of guilt, feeling as though she had disrupted a middle schooler's idyllic weekend. Not wishing to fall into the logical trap of "I am doing this for her own good," Jiang Nai resolved to cease pondering the matter. She cocooned herself in her blanket, extinguished the light, and detached herself from the world. The next morning, as Jiang Nai prepared to leave, she opened the door only to be startled by Zhou Qiqi squatting at her doorstep. After closing the door, she observed Zhou Qiqi still seated on the ground, motionless. Jiang Nai had no choice but to bend down and pat Zhou Qiqi's back. After a while, Zhou Qiqi slowly lifted her head, revealing dark circles under her eyes. Her gaze filled with sorrow directed at Jiang Nai. A good deed must be compensated by oneself, so Jiang Nai grasped Zhou Qiqi's shoulders and, with a determined effort, hoisted her from the ground. Fortunately, she had previously enhanced her physical attributes. Otherwise, lifting Zhou Qiqi, who was significantly taller, would have been impossible. Observing Zhou Qiqi's silence, her demeanor reminiscent of a soulless apparition, Jiang Nai supported her, fearful of speaking. After all, had it been in the past, if someone had dragged her out of bed at 7:30 on a Sunday to study at the library, her resentment would have surpassed that of Zhou Qiqi's, desiring nothing more than to obliterate the entire world for tearing her away from her beloved novels. Yet, there was no alternative. Having experienced the hardships of a low education level herself, Jiang Nai understood Zhou Qiqi's sentiments. Zhou Qiqi had confided that had she applied herself more diligently in her studies, her academic qualifications would have been more respectable, and she would not have faced incessant online derision for her perceived lack of education. Although Zhou Qiqi typically possessed a carefree disposition, she was not impervious to the barrage of insults flooding her messages. It took her a considerable amount of time to recuperate from the onslaught. People often fail to heed the wisdom of the elderly, only to pay the price in the present. However, many experiences must be lived to truly comprehend what one has lost. Even though Jiang Nai boasted over a decade of experience beyond her peers, she could not affirm that education is an indispensable path for all. She could only advise that neglecting one's studies would lead to persistent regrets and remorse in the years to come. Fortunately, Jiang Nai was Zhou Qiqi's closest friend, a role that afforded her a valuable position from which to encourage Zhou Qiqi to strive for improvement. At least, in light of their friendship, she would not face hostility. Once aboard the bus, Zhou Qiqi settled into a window seat, her head tilted against the glass, gazing outside, lost in thought, embodying the essence of a melancholic young girl. Jiang Nai's patience had worn thin, enduring only half an hour with Zhou Qiqi. She leaned in close to Zhou Qiqi's ear and whispered, "I am the master of the Shu Road." Zhou Qiqi could not hear clearly, as all her focus was on maintaining her posture while discreetly observing Jiang Nai's expression. The sudden approach startled her, leading her to believe she was about to be reprimanded, thus she failed to grasp Jiang Nai's words. However, this did not deter her from straightening up, her eyes transforming from feigned melancholy to a display of eager appeasement. "Please, don't strike me on the bus. Have mercy and spare my dignity," she implored, crossing her hands over her chest in a gesture of supplication, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Nai noticed that although Zhou Qiqi had not comprehended her words, she was still mired in her own loneliness, feeling misunderstood. Yet, upon witnessing Zhou Qiqi's fearful demeanor, Jiang Nai found herself pondering what sort of image she held in Zhou Qiqi's mind. She shook Zhou Qiqi's shoulders and questioned, "Am I perceived as a little tyrant in your eyes?" Zhou Qiqi immediately waved her hands in denial, exclaiming, "No, not at all." Jiang Nai suspected Zhou Qiqi was merely playing a role, her denial reeking of insincerity. She sensed the disdainful and incredulous gazes of the few passengers around them. A quick glance back revealed Zhou Qiqi stifling a laugh, confirming Jiang Nai's suspicions that she was indeed acting. Jiang Nai mused on how she was generally seen as gentle, composed, and understanding. Well, perhaps she was losing her eloquence, but she was certainly not a volatile person. Realizing that Zhou Qiqi was tarnishing her reputation in public, an idea sparked. She had to retaliate. She shifted from gripping Zhou Qiqi's shoulders to feigning tears, occasionally choking on her words. "The high school entrance exam is approaching. You must stop frequenting the internet, CAF. Your father just brought you back yesterday. You cannot return there, or you'll fail to get into high school. Don't you want us to study together? What entrance exam? What internet, CAF? Where did her father come from? Wasn't he working in Guangdong and yet to return?" Chapter 65. Frenzy. Zhou Qiqi stood frozen, struck by the weight of Jiang Nai's words, appearing as though the truth had been laid bare before her, leaving her speechless under the scornful gazes of the other passengers. By the time Zhou Qiqi regained her composure, they had arrived at the library. Jiang Nai seized her and, just before stepping off the bus, declared, "You must accompany me to the library today. No more internet, CAFS." It was a flawless closure, devoid of any flaws. Sensing the affirming and approving glances from the passengers, Jiang Nai released Zhou Qiqi's hand upon disembarking, adopting a callous demeanor, triumphantly raising her chin at Zhou Qiqi, as if to say, "Take that in our little rivalry." At last, Zhou Qiqi found an opportunity to speak. Jiang Nai's previous performance had left her no room for interjection, thus cementing her image as a girl addicted to the internet. Upon realizing the situation, she seized Jiang Nai and subjected her to a relentless onslaught. The two soon found themselves embroiled in a monumental clash at the bus stop, completely oblivious to the crowd that had gradually gathered around them. Had it not been for Jiang Nai's inability to match the prodigious strength of the formidable girl, Zhou Qiqi, she would not have been preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Nor would she have noticed the circle of familiar classmates encircling them. As she peeked out, her gaze met that of Guan Yinyan, who was eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, leaving both of them momentarily stunned, their embarrassment unmistakably etched upon their faces. Zhou Qiqi, effortlessly pinning Jiang Nai down, was puzzled by her apparent lack of fighting spirit today. Perhaps Jiang Nai was preoccupied with some mischievous idea. Raising her own head, she was greeted by a sea of inquisitive eyes. The scene became exceedingly awkward. Wan Yinyan and her companions had not anticipated disembarking the bus only to witness two girls in a scuffle. It was quite astonishing, especially considering their disheveled appearance, with hair resembling a bird's nest obscuring much of their faces. Moreover, these two were not known for such antics in class, which rendered them unrecognizable to their peers. Caught in a predicament, Jiang Nai, whose hands were still tangled in Zhou Qiqi's clothing, closed her eyes, feeling tears well up. At that moment, she contemplated emigrating to another planet, wondering how she could have found herself in such an embarrassing situation, especially with classmates witnessing it and watching closely. However, upon opening her eyes, she was met with the same silent bus stop. Feigning nonchalance, she exerted herself to break free, looking at Zhou Qiqi's tousled hair and remarking, "How careless you are. We were supposed to be exercising together, and look at your hair." As she spoke, she reached out to tidy Zhou Qiqi's hair, simultaneously casting frantic glances for her to respond. Fortunately, Zhou Qiqi, attuned to the awkwardness of the moment, played along with Jiang Nai's fabricated narrative, retorting, "Aren't you just as careless?" Once they had both restored some semblance of composure, Jiang Nai feigned surprise, addressing Guanyin. "What are you all doing here? It's nearly 9. You should hurry to the library." Jiang Nai was oblivious to how the others perceived her clumsy acting, as her toes felt as though they might split from anxiety. After delivering her line, she tugged Zhou Qiqi toward the library, leaving behind a parting remark. "We'll be on our way now." Zhou Qiqi, nearly stumbling in her haste to keep up, appeared ready to make some other move. Jiang Nai quickly pulled her back, whispering, "Don't move, don't look back. Just walk straight to the library and spare me any further embarrassment." This left a bewildered group behind them. Clearly having never encountered someone so adept at maintaining a positive demeanor amidst such a cringeworthy situation, everyone nodded, feeling they had learned something valuable. Jiang Nai walked stolidly to the 8th floor of the library, where they had previously studied, not daring to glance back, avoiding any detours for fear of catching sight of the amused expressions of their classmates. As long as one is not embarrassed, it is merely others who feel awkward. Jiang Nai continually recited this mantra in her mind. Upon entering the storeroom, she selected a corner seat and promptly retrieved her book, adopting an appearance of deep concentration, wholly absorbed in her studies and dismissive of social interaction. As for Zhou Qiqi, one could only remark that those adept at creating short videos possess a certain innate talent. Within mere minutes, she seemed to revert to her usual self, unlike Jiang Nai, who sat down to read, pretending to study in a bid to regain her composure. Instead, Zhou Qiqi leisurely wandered over to the adjacent bookshelf, clearly intent on selecting a few volumes to peruse. Jiang Nai, at this moment, wished to remain silent, for the footsteps of her classmates were already audible behind her. She could only hope that Zhou Qiqi would synchronize her thoughts with hers and return swiftly. Sitting alone felt akin to being on pins and needles. Certain tasks are awkward when undertaken solo, but become entirely normal when shared. Why, oh heavens, must she endure such torment? That foolish Zhou Qiqi. As her classmates began to settle into their seats, Jiang Nai incessantly whispered to herself, "Isolate me, please isolate me. I am aloof. I am indeed aloof, and I am not embarrassed, not in the slightest." Guanyin, observing Jiang Nai's contemplative expression, thought that as long as everyone pretended nothing had transpired, all would be well. Thus, she took her usual place beside Jiang Nai, even extracting a mathematics workbook from her bag, intending to inquire about a problem, believing this would distract Jiang Nai from her discomfort. "Jiang Nai, could you help me with this question?" In her heart, Jiang Nai felt as if a crow had flown overhead, wondering if she should simply leave the planet. Why must she endure such a trial? Was this karma for her morning bus ride? She thought to herself, "I am quite cold. My trousers are far too thin. Haha. Which question? I shall assist you right away." Without bothering to ascertain whether Guanyin believed her, she snatched the mathematics workbook and began calculating. Never having needed mathematics so desperately before, she loved math. Write, quickly write, and do not speak. At noon, Jiang Nai hurriedly dragged Zhou Qiqi away from the library, a place of sorrow for her. Throughout the morning, Jiang Nai had not once left her chair, thus neglecting to notice that Zhou Qiqi, despite her duplicity, had allowed her to find a novel to read in the library. Given that it was a classic, Jiang Nai decided to let her off the hook. Today had been excessively exhausting. Jiang Nai's mood was overwhelmingly heavy, akin to the profound disdain one feels after 3 consecutive days of overtime, harboring an equal dislike for the world and everyone in it. Chapter 66. Worry. Seated on the bus, Jiang Nai had now assumed the role of the melancholic protagonist. However, unlike Zhou Qiqi's feigned gloom in the morning, hers was genuine, stemming from the depths of her heart. Gazing out of the window at the rapidly passing scenery, Jiang Nai felt her tears welling up. Her feelings mirrored those she had experienced on the 886 bus ride home, and as she observed the carefree Zhou Qiqi, a tinge of envy arose within her. Was she so easily embarrassed by the deluge of news from the future? Why was it that she alone could not find her footing? Fortunately, those who witnessed the awkward scene during the painting class are no longer present, allowing Jiang Nai to relish this moment of tranquility. From 1:30 to 5:30, Jiang Nai had never felt time pass so swiftly. When Shou Chi came to summon Jiang Nai for the bus, her reluctant gaze swept across the entire studio, ultimately resigning herself to the fact that she must leave. But he found Jiang Nai's demeanor rather peculiar today. Typically an expressionless individual, Jiang Nai's face today bore traces of reluctance. Surely, he must have appeared exceptionally handsome. And perhaps she noticed the fragrance he had applied, a captivating scent he had unearthed from the old man's cabinet. It seemed to have produced a delightful effect. He would surely use it again. One day, Bai Yu discovered that a cherished perfume from his collection had inexplicably lost its scent. Despite his recollection of it being a robust fragrance, it wasn't until one weekend during class that Bai He passed by, enveloped in a familiar aroma, his very own perfume. The youth, after all, needed a lesson in the harsh realities of life. Without hesitation, he seized a nearby broom. The elegance he was usually praised for vanishing in an instant, and a playful chase ensued within the room. "You little rascal, using all your cleverness to outwit me. Are you? That perfume was a gift from my wife, and I scarcely dare to use it, yet you've left me with none. Old man, how did you know the perfume was gone? I thought I filled it with water." Realizing he had inadvertently let slip his secret, Bai He bounded out of the house. Rushing towards the youth palace, reassured that his father wouldn't confront him outside. Bai He's secretive intentions went unnoticed by Jiang Nai. She may have caught a whiff of the fragrance in the air, but paid it little mind, resulting in a delightful misunderstanding. Upon returning home safely, Jiang Nai reclined on her bed, reflecting on the simple joy of having lived another day. Indeed, the ordinary can be quite challenging, as spring gave way to autumn. The leaves outside transformed from yellow to green, and the magpies perched on the branches chirped incessantly as if heralding some good news. Rising early, Jiang Nai sat at her desk to prepare herself. In the past, a quick brush of her teeth and a splash of water on her face would suffice for her departure, but things had changed. Gazing into the mirror, a wave of joy surged within her. How could there exist someone so beautiful, yet unaware of their allure? Ever since Jiang Nai began to focus on her appearance, she had taken to scrutinizing herself with newfound diligence. A year had passed, a considerable journey indeed. While she may not be a peerless beauty, she had certainly entered the ranks of attractive passers-by. The changes in her visage were subtle, and others merely assumed Jiang Nai was a girl blossoming into beauty, never questioning if she had undergone a transformation or speculating if she were the biological daughter of Jiang Igua. One cannot help but commend the enchanting magic of the system. The visage remains unchanged, yet the skin appears as smooth as cream, so flawless that even a fly would slip upon it. Jiang Nai herself is utterly captivated. Her eyes, though not drastically altered, shine with newfound brilliance, exuding a vivacious spirit. Her nose has become more refined, the tip slightly diminished, while her lips possess a delicate rosy hue. The once sparse and uneven brows have grown fuller, and even her hairline has subtly descended by a finger's breadth. These alterations are indeed minuscule. And had Jiang Nai not lived for over 2 decades with her previous appearance, she might have easily succumbed to the system's transformations, believing this to be her true form. Moreover, Jiang Nai has discovered an additional benefit of enhancing her beauty attribute. She has grown 2 centimeters taller. Whether this is a result of the beauty enhancement or her diligent exercise remains uncertain. But she has officially crossed into the realm of 162.5 centimeters this year. The prospect of reaching her ideal height of 165 centimeters seems increasingly attainable, with a dream of perhaps achieving 168. Though her genetics may not fully cooperate, each morning, Jiang Nai finds herself admiring her beautiful reflection in the mirror. And this simple act brings her immense joy throughout the day. Her tireless efforts to accumulate every possible attribute point have not been in vain. She diligently enhances her beauty wherever possible. Despite the advancements in cosmetic surgery, Jiang Nai remains an advocate for natural beauty, primarily because she cannot endure the thought of undergoing such painful procedures. The mere idea of lying in an operating room while a multitude of hands wield knives upon her face is terrifying. While it is human nature to desire beauty, a truth that cannot be denied, her instinct for self-preservation prevails, and she finds satisfaction in her own visage. Opening her attribute panel, she gazes at her current values. Host, Jiang Nai. Age, 15. Comprehensive intelligence, 132. Physical fitness, 61. Appearance, 72. Mental fortitude, 70. Luck, 51. She feels a profound sense of accomplishment. The arduous journey to acquire these attribute points could fill 3 days and nights of lamentation. Initially, the tasks that granted her attribute points were scarce, primarily reliant on the monthly examinations for sustenance. However, the parsimonious system decided to reduce her points during her third year of middle school, diminishing the scores from 234 to 122, a veritable hemorrhage of progress. Eventually, Jiang Nai recalled another avenue for accruing attribute points, achieving first place in exams and fulfilling illustration orders. She successfully secured a mid-level achievement reward, garnering a total of 8 random attribute points, 5 in appearance and 3 in luck. Jiang Nai suspects that this randomness possesses a certain clairvoyance, as it seems to align with her deepest desires. Nonetheless, she feels fortunate, provided that none of the points are allocated to physical fitness, which she deems already sufficient, having not suffered from ailments such as colds. However, having exhausted the lower and mid-tier achievements, she now faces the challenge of reaching the advanced tier, which requires a total of 100 points. The monthly examination tasks in middle school have already begun to present their formidable challenges. Jiang Nai has begun to express her concerns regarding the monthly examinations in high school, apprehensive that the situation may not improve. Since the system issued a high-level drawing assessment task, it has not assigned Jiang Nai any tasks apart from the monthly exams. Each time, after Gao Ping notifies her, the monthly exam follows immediately, and Jiang Nai returns only to receive the same task from the system, making her feel akin to a robot. This has rendered Jiang Nai somewhat anxious, uncertain whether the system is experiencing issues. Inquiries within the space yielded only a message indicating that everything is functioning normally. Chapter 67. I detest the title having utilized the system for less than 2 years. Jiang Nai fervently hopes that problems do not arise now. After much contemplation, she finally discerns a pattern in the system's task allocation. Generally, it relies on her own triggers. The current scenario resembles a novice village in an online game, where the map has been thoroughly explored and all tasks completed. Thus, the immediate priority should be to change the map and continue leveling up and battling monsters. Jiang Nai, stop being vain. It's you who has to go to the library the day before the midterms. Hurry up, or you'll be late. As Zhou Qiqi entered the room, she found Jiang Nai lost in thought before the mirror. Ever since their schedules became fixed, Zhou Qiqi has been coming to Jiang Nai's home for supplementary lessons every day. On weekend mornings, they set off together for the library, with the bus station conveniently located near Jiang Nai's residence, leading to Zhou Qiqi frequently visiting. This arrangement ultimately resulted in Zhou Qiqi acquiring a key to Jiang Nai's home. Otherwise, standing outside in the winter chill would be unbearable. Zhou Qiqi's loud voice startled Jiang Nai, pulling her abruptly from the system. As for being seen admiring herself in the mirror, Jiang Nai was utterly unconcerned. So what if she indulged in a little vanity? With her beauty, she had every right to admire herself. Zhou Qiqi, however, was not oblivious to her friend's self-appreciation. She knew how much Jiang Nai's appearance captivated everyone, regardless of age or gender. Yet, everyone around them was equally attractive. Jiang Nai also admired Zhou Qiqi's impressive height of 1.7 meters and her striking features, which exuded confidence. The girls in their class were all quite lovely, each possessing unique attributes. Guan Yin was adorably charming, while Lin Yu carried an air of aloof elegance. Zhou Qiqi's arrival at Jiang Nai's house signified that time was running short. Both were punctual individuals, and arriving early was out of the question, given that reaching the library by 9 was already a tight schedule. If there were more study spaces available nearby, they wouldn't have to take the bus to the library. The establishment of self-study rooms in the future would be quite necessary. Yet such options remain unavailable in Jiang Nai's area due to its remoteness. Having already packed her belongings, merely a backpack, Jiang Nai hurriedly slung it over her shoulder, exited her room, grabbed 2 buns from the dining table, and bit into a youtiao as she and Zhou Qiqi rushed out together. By the time the 2 of them arrived at the library, the clock struck 9, and the remaining 4 had already taken their seats and begun their studies. The small study group that once comprised 9 or 10 members had dwindled to 6, now including Zhou Qiqi, an auxiliary member from the competition class. Jiang Nai had opted not to participate in this year's National Middle School Mathematics competition, having already secured a first prize. Returning seemed unlikely to yield further accolades. However, the others had ventured forth once more, achieving even better results than before, with Huang Wen and Lin Yu both claiming first prizes. Tomorrow marked the entrance examination. Yet it was evident that the adage of playing small for minor tests and playing hard for major ones held no sway among this group of 6. The principle of birds of a feather flock together was certainly applicable. Each of these individuals possessed an inherent competitive spirit. Thus, Jiang Nai privately referred to them as the competitive squad. Even Zhou Qiqi, who typically exhibited little enthusiasm for academics, had been consistent in attending every Sunday. Those who gradually ceased to come did so because they were reluctant to dedicate their weekends to studying. Although Shou Qiqi's attendance this week was partly due to Jiang Nai's watchful presence, she was notably enthusiastic about table tennis, where Jiang Nai found no opportunity to interject. Like Jiang Nai, she would remain at the youth center to practice until the last bus after attending tutoring sessions each weekend. And she maintained her dedication from Monday to Friday, creating opportunities to train even in inclement weather, practicing against her wall at home. Recently, she had successfully passed the special admission exam for a prestigious school, securing her place there. It could be said that there was no need for modesty among them. They were all equally driven. Guan Yinyan, noticing Jiang Nai standing idly at the entrance, had grown accustomed to it. Initially, she believed that the top student was simply lost in thought, pondering complex problems. However, as the others became more familiar with Jiang Nai, they realized she was merely a whimsical daydreamer, her mind often replaying scenes from dramas. Waving her hand, Guan Yinyan beckoned Jiang Nai over, urging her to stop blocking the entrance. Jiang Nai felt a pang of disillusionment. The once affectionate regard they held for her, the academic prodigy, had waned, replaced by a casual indifference. Shou Qiqi, upon hearing Guan Yinyan's words, finally noticed Jiang Nai lingering behind. Not one to exhibit gentleness, she swiftly turned back and, with the ease of pulling a plastic bag, tugged Jiang Nai along. Jiang Nai attempted to break free, but, after 3 futile seconds, resigned herself to Shou Qiqi's strength. Why was it that her 61-point physical prowess could not contend with Shou Qiqi? It felt as though she had no means of resistance, surely. Shou Qiqi must have been endowed with a strength akin to that of a divine gift. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Nai allowed herself to be led to a chair, conserving her energy. As for dignity, what was that? Among this group, she had committed her fair share of embarrassing blunders. Having come to terms with the situation, Jiang Nai decided that the dignity she had relinquished would be salvaged when she reappeared before others. As for the impending transition to high school, she had already formulated her plans. She still favored the persona of an aloof academic achiever. With prior experience from middle school, despite some slips, she was determined to reclaim all that belonged to her. Regardless of how the few individuals around her perceived her, the questions would ultimately be directed at Jiang Nai, who had discreetly advanced her studies to the sophomore level. No matter how competitive her peers might be, they could not surpass her. After sitting in her seat for a considerable time, Jiang Nai realized that no one had acknowledged her presence today. Tomorrow marked the entrance examination, and she, who had consistently ranked first at Shurchao Middle School since the 2nd semester of the 8th grade, had firmly maintained her position through the 9th grade joint examination. Consequently, Yizhong had already contacted her father, informing him that she could bypass the entrance exam and gain admission to a prestigious class. Yet, these individuals dared to overlook her. How infuriating. She feigned annoyance, adopting an indignant posture, but even after several minutes, no one seemed to pay her any heed. Disheartened, she discreetly glanced at the remaining 5, only to find them engrossed in solving problems. This was utterly intolerable. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Nai, from a vantage point out of her sight, Shou Qiqi and the others exchanged amused glances, waiting for Jiang Nai to take the initiative and approach them. Predictably, Jiang Nai concluded that if the mountain would not come to her, she would go to the mountain. Clearing her throat, she stood up, placing her hands behind her back, exuding an air of authority as she commenced a mock inspection. This was not an act of submission, it was merely a gesture of benevolence towards her peers. Rebellious middle school students who, lacking appreciation, required her guidance to successfully navigate their way into Yizhong. After surveying the scene, Jiang Nai found herself at a loss for how to intervene. What had happened? Had she fallen behind the times? Just last week, there had been questions to address. Linyu was self-sufficient in her studies, focusing on companionship, while Huangwen possessed a solid knowledge base. She had come to the library to offer support. Her usual partners in tackling problems, Guan Yinyan, Sun Jie, and Shou Qiqi, were busy rectifying their mistakes, with the correct answers and explanations readily available, meticulously formatted like Jiang Nai's previous competition error log. So should she leave? At 15, Jiang Nai returned to her seat, already sensing the poignant solitude of an empty nest. Alas, her children had grown up. When she dejectedly resumed her position, Shou Qiqi, noticing her discontent, promptly retrieved an extension question from the error log to present to her. The other 4, including Linyu, followed suit, each producing a question in an effort to console Jiang Nai. After more than a year of camaraderie, they had come to recognize her proud yet nurturing nature. As she observed the 5 individuals surrounding her, eagerly thrusting questions toward her for answers. A smile returned to Jiang Nai's face. Why did they insist on putting on a performance before they would engage with her? Nevertheless, she could tolerate their rebellious phase and considered it merely a warm-up activity before class. Do not rush, do not rush. Take your time, one by one. There is plenty for everyone. Oh no, I mean there is much to teach. It is all the fault of the uncle selling pancakes at the school gate, whose booming business has led to the mimicry of his welcoming phrases. Zhou Qiqi, in an effort to indulge Jiang Nai's theatrical whims, stretched her arms above her head with a correction notebook in hand, exclaiming, "Me first, me first." Her exaggerated display of urgency elicited laughter from several onlookers. At 7 in the morning, Jiang Nai had already prepared her belongings at home, ready to depart. Jiang Igua stood nearby, handing her the backpack he held, urging her to double-check if she had everything, examination permit, pencils, erasers, and to remember to take an extra couple of pens. Though Jiang Nai had meticulously reviewed her examination materials numerous times, she feigned another inspection in front of Jiang Igua, who appeared even more anxious than she, the one heading to the exam, and she felt compelled to soothe his worries. After verifying her backpack, Jiang Nai slung it over her shoulder and followed Jiang Igua out the door. Today, she would not need to ride her bicycle to school. The school had arranged for a bus to transport everyone to the examination venue, departing at 20 past 7. Fortunately, the distribution of examination sites was relatively even, as taking the exam at their own school was out of the question. Among the 6 of them, Lin Yu and Huang Wen were assigned to the second middle school, while the remaining 4, including Jiang Nai, were slated for the first middle school. Jiang Nai was quite pleased with this arrangement, as it felt no different from taking the exam at her own school. As Jiang Nai hopped onto Jiang Igua's electric scooter, they arrived at the school gate in about 10 minutes, significantly quicker than her bicycle ride, which was laborious and reminiscent of childhood days. Her current bicycle was distinctly designed for children, unlike her previous sturdy model, which was much safer but undeniably slower, especially when carrying a passenger. Upon reaching the school gate, they encountered 6 buses parked outside, nearly one for each class, accommodating about 50 students per bus. Jiang Nai spotted her homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, standing by one of the buses, awaiting their arrival, with his cherished thermos cup in hand. Gao Ping was responsible for the bus heading to the first middle school examination site. Jiang Igua evidently recognized Jiang Nai's homeroom teacher and parked by the roadside to escort Jiang Nai to him. Do well on the exam, be careful, and do not put too much pressure on yourself, he advised, patting her on the back before allowing her to proceed. As Jiang Nai watched Jiang Igua walk away, an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over her. Her father was beginning to show signs of aging, with a slightly bent back and strands of gray hair. Yet he remained her steadfast support. Once Jiang Igua's figure had vanished into the distance, Jiang Nai turned to greet Gao Ping and boarded the bus, which was nearly full with only a few scattered seats remaining. A handful of students heading to the first middle school had yet to arrive, as the timing was indeed a bit tight. Finding a seat with 2 vacant spots, Jiang Nai settled in and opened her phone to inquire when the others would arrive, only to notice a new message notification. It was from Baihe, wishing you a smooth exam. I hope to be the first. The message was timestamped at 6:30. Likely sent as soon as he woke up, but wasn't Baihe's family located in the county town? There is no need to rise so early, for it is only those who reside in remote areas that awaken at 6:30. Nevertheless, upon receiving well wishes, a warm current surged through Jiang Nai's heart. Indeed, Baihe was the first to extend her sincere hopes for a successful day. Jiang Nai replied, "Thank you, and may you also find all things favorable and achieve great success." After sending the message, she set her phone aside. Having developed a distaste for using her phone during car rides due to previous bouts of motion sickness, she found that even if she no longer felt nauseous, picking up her phone still brought about a psychological discomfort. Furthermore, with her phone in hand, the only option available was to play a simple game of Snake. By 7:18, individuals began to gradually gather. Fortunately, Zhou Qiqi had arrived early, as holding on to this position was quite challenging. Yet it was an unspoken rule everyone adhered to. The homeroom teacher stood at the front, taking attendance personally, once confirming that all were present. She informed the driver that they could commence their journey. The vehicle swayed along the somewhat dilapidated road, and the interior remained remarkably quiet. Even Zhou Qiqi, who was typically lively, only exchanged a few brief words with Jiang Nai before falling silent. The destination of the vehicle was clear, yet the future awaiting the passengers remained uncertain. Upon arriving at the examination site, the students disembarked, and Gao Ping stood at the forefront, loudly instructing. Let us check one last time to ensure everyone has their belongings, particularly the examination permits. Everyone must verify their own. Jiangnai and Shou Qiqi complied, conducting another check. At that moment, a voice from the crowd, tinged with sobs, pierced through the air. Jiangnai instinctively flinched, wondering if someone truly forgot their examination permit. She had always thought such carelessness only occurred in news stories. After Gao Ping ascertained the situation, it turned out to be true, a carefree parent paired with an oblivious child. The boy, stammering through tears, explained, "This morning, my dad was worried I might lose my permit, so he kept it with him. When I got out of the car, he forgot to give it back." Gao Ping's vision darkened momentarily upon hearing this, but fortunately, years of experience as a homeroom teacher had acquainted her with such predicaments. At least she knew where the examination permit was and that it had not been lost. Without delay, she called the boy's parent. Relieved that the subject of the examination was Chinese, had it been English, this would have been a dire situation. While making the call, Gao Ping waved her hand, saying, "You all should hurry inside. This matter need not concern you. Focus on your exam." Noticing the time, Jiangnai quickly called over Shou Qiqi, Guanyin, and Sun Jie, urging them to enter promptly. They had already visited the examination site on Saturday, so they were somewhat familiar with the surroundings. Jiangnai and Shou Qiqi were assigned to the same floor, while Guanyin and Sun Jie were in a different building. Halfway through, they exchanged encouraging words before parting into pairs, standing in the corridor, awaiting entry into the examination hall. Jiangnai and Shou Qiqi positioned themselves in the midst of their examination venue, jointly perusing classical poetry and exemplary essays. Jiangnai had never been one to review books prior to an examination, yet the significance of the high school entrance examination warranted a deviation from her usual practice. After all, one could be fortunate enough to hit upon the right topics. The essay examples had been prescribed by their homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, with each student receiving a printed copy. Although Jiangnai had previously sat for an examination, the memories of what transpired over a decade ago had faded into obscurity. She struggled to recall her middle school entrance examination, let alone the college entrance examination. The most she could muster was a vague recollection upon receiving the test paper. As for whether Gao Ping had accurately predicted the topics, Jiangnai was quite certain. For none of the topics suggested by the teaching staff had ever appeared in the past. This time felt different, however. As Jiangnai remembered that no one had forgotten their admission tickets during the previous entrance examination, thus, she chose to trust her homeroom teacher once more. After all, she could hardly predict the topics herself. Gazing at the stack of materials before her, she realized that even a few minutes would not suffice to review them all. Jiangnai had previously skimmed through them superficially. Now, she simply flipped through the pages at random, resolving to focus on whatever caught her eye. Her track record of consistently placing first in joint examinations should not falter during the entrance exam. She was counting on the rewards associated with this examination, which, in her view, presented the most generous incentives she had encountered thus far. Task 5. High School Entrance Examination. Achieve the highest score in the city. Reward. Health Pill, Special Reward, no restrictions on usage. Perfect Memory, Top 3 in the city. Reward. Perfect Memory, 6 attribute points, top 100 in the city. Reward, 288 points, 8 attribute points, top 1,000 in the city. Reward, 188 points, 5 attribute points. Notably, achieving first place in the city did not yield any attribute point rewards. The absence of even a single point was indicative of the fact that the health pill constituted the most substantial reward. Jiangnai had seen this health pill in the marketplace, and it was an irresistible allure. Interestingly, the attribute point rewards for achieving a top 3 position were, in fact, 2 points less than those for the top 100, which struck her as peculiar. Nonetheless, this was not Jiangnai's primary objective. Health pill, upon consumption, the body will gradually adjust to its optimal state, reducing the risk of illness by 99, ensuring a healthy and worry-free longevity. In comparison to the health pill, the perfect memory was indeed her preferred item from the marketplace. Yet, the once exorbitant cost of 500 points now seemed within reach, and Jiangnai felt confident that, should the need arise, she could acquire it. However, the health pill was something she had sought since the inception of her points shopping spree. Driven by a desire to enhance Jiang Aigua's health, sparing him from the torment of illness. As for herself, being still youthful, her previous health issues had been largely financial. Physically, she had remained relatively sound. In this life, she had even more options at her disposal, including the ability to allocate attribute points towards physical fitness, providing a lasting solution. Yet, Every health pill she found was priced in the 4-digit range, while Jiang Nai could save gradually for such high-priced items. The key issue remained that items boasting such extraordinary effects were invariably marked with restrictions, allowing use solely by the host. At that time, Jiang Nai had previously purchased motion sickness medication for Zhou Qiqi through the system, which had doubled in price. However, the health pill was not an option, and she speculated that this was due to its extraordinary efficacy. Thus, upon discovering that the reward for achieving the highest score in the citywide entrance examination was the health pill, Jiang Nai resolved to secure first place at all costs. The joint examination for the third year of junior high at Shiqiao Middle School was not a citywide test. It merely involved a few select schools. Consequently, even though Jiang Nai consistently held the top position in the joint examination, she remained vigilant. She believed that, when considering the entire city, there were undoubtedly many intelligent individuals, and the competition would boil down to who was more meticulous and cautious, rather than merely proficient at solving problems. As stated in Capital, a profit margin of 300% emboldens capital to commit any crime, even risking execution. Jiang Nai mused that, at this moment, the health pill represented that 300% profit for her. If there were any items within the system that could enhance her chances of earning rewards in the real world, she would not hesitate to expend all her points. Thus, the so-called moral standards could not constrain Jiang Nai. Regrettably, the system would not allow her to exploit such loopholes. As with every examination, she could only rely on herself. She was uncertain when she might next encounter a prize unrestricted by user limitations, even if the college entrance examination offered such rewards. She wondered if it would be the health pill. If not, even a reward valued at 5,000 points would pale in comparison to what she truly needed. After studying outside for a little over 10 minutes, with only 10 minutes remaining until the examination began, they each returned their books to their bags and proceeded to their respective exam rooms. The conditions at the first high school were excellent. By June, the weather had become quite warm, and upon entering, a refreshing breeze greeted them. Jiang Nai found herself seated in a relatively interior position, fortunate indeed. Had she been in the draft, after over 2 hours of exposure, she would have worried about her health. The coverage of the air conditioning in the outer areas was not as extensive, and she would still feel the heat. When there were only 3 minutes left before the examination, the proctor picked up the security bag to display it to the seated students, indicating that it had yet to be unsealed. As Jiang Nai received her Chinese language examination paper, the bell had not yet rung. The paper was not to be flipped over, and she could only glance at the front side. She refrained from placing her hands on the desk, fearful of being suspected of cheating. The moment the examination bell rang, before she even filled in her information, Jiang Nai quickly flipped to the essay section, skimming the prompts. She had a general idea in mind, yet no impression of the questions themselves. It seemed she had overestimated her memory. The only tangible recollections would likely stem from the college entrance examination. However, had she relied on the intellect of this lifetime, she certainly would have remembered. She could still vividly recall the questions from the last mathematics competition. Chapter 70. Oh, the fortunate one, how I envy you. After swiftly completing her initial task, Jiang Nai adhered to her usual examination routine, commencing from the very beginning. This time, she deliberately slowed her pace, crafting each character with meticulous precision. Although her handwriting lacked a certain flair, it appeared remarkably neat and clean, a testament to her high school studies in the humanities. Once Jiang Nai had inscribed all the questions, the subjective portion was beyond alteration. Thus, she devoted the remaining 20 minutes entirely to reviewing the objective questions, reaffirming her original answers without wavering on any. After thoroughly checking the options on her answer sheet and confirming their accuracy, she awaited the submission of her paper in serene anticipation. Thus, she diligently navigated through 3 days of examinations with utmost caution. Upon completing the final exam, Jiang Nai exited the examination hall, releasing a long sigh of relief. She had never approached an exam with such seriousness. After filling out her answer sheet for each subject, she meticulously reviewed her responses at least thrice, yet ultimately found no issues. Whether to laugh or cry remained a mystery. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she made her way to Zhou Qiqi's examination room, yearning to return home, feeling utterly drained. Even someone like her, accustomed to sleepless nights, craved the comfort of her own bed. On the bus ride back, as not all the students were from her class, Gao Ping refrained from inquiring about everyone's exam experiences. Fortunately, Jiang Nai and her 3 companions exited promptly, allowing them to sit together. Let me tell you. Regarding the English composition topic, I casually flipped through one as I entered the exam room, And it turned out to be spot on, Guan Yinyin whispered to the trio, cautious of eavesdroppers. Hearing this, Jiang Nai could hardly believe it. Once again, it was Guan Yinyin, first with the math competition, now with the entrance exam. And not merely with trivial questions, but significant ones. Jealousy tinged her eyes. Who truly is the chosen one? Perhaps the system is bound to you. Despite her efforts to accumulate 3 points of luck over the past year, it seemed trivial in the presence of such fortune. Jiang Nai silently felt a pang of envy. While Zhou Qiqi exuberantly exclaimed, "The luckiest one is right beside me. Let me bask in your glow," she murmured while inching closer to Guan Yinyin. Previously, Guan Yinyin's success in the math competition had catapulted her to fame, and now, her luck in the entrance exam was nothing short of awe-inspiring, deserving of reverence. Sun Jie remained composed, asserting that this was merely a minor occurrence. As soon as the English exam concluded, his phone buzzed with Guan Yinyin's enthusiastic messages. Concerned about disrupting others' focus, she had chosen to share her triumph only after the test. As for the potential impact on Sun Jie, he claimed to be accustomed to it. Since elementary school, he had recognized Guan Yinyin's extraordinary luck, whether in trivial lottery games at local shops where she would invariably receive what she desired, or in more significant mishaps, such as an incident involving a bicycle that led to an unexpected tumble into a paddy field, where he found himself floundering in the water after having been thrown off the back seat. As for Guan Yinyin, who fell simultaneously, one can only remark on the sheer coincidence of her landing squarely on the ridge of the field, perfectly avoiding the rice paddy, not even making direct contact with the soil, but rather sitting atop the freshly cut grass of the farmer. Since that day, it has come as no surprise that Guan Yinyin has encountered a string of fortuitous events. After all, she had predicted the topic of the English essay in the high school entrance examination. It's not as if she had guessed correctly for every subject. Let us remain calm about this trivial matter. Sun Jie, repeatedly trying to console himself, maintained a facade of nonchalance while internally grappling with twinges of envy. How could one become accustomed to such circumstances? The luck of the European monarch was so close yet unattainable for him, yet he found himself a mere spectator to her fortunate existence. A true reflection of life's disparities. Jiang Nai observed Zhou Qiqi's playful interactions with Guan Yinyin and ultimately succumbed to the temptation, discreetly reaching out to brush against Guan Yinyin's side. It seemed her hushed whispers were indeed justified, had others overheard. Guan Yinyin would likely have been unable to exit the compartment unscathed. Upon their return to Shirchao Middle School, the classroom buzzed with lively chatter. Do you recall what you chose for the 10th question in math? You selected that one? I, however, chose this. Jiang Nai's desk was practically besieged by classmates seeking her answers whenever theirs diverged. She remembered her responses clearly, even recalling portions of the English exam. When she received the reward for her remarkable memory, she could effortlessly recite the exam content. Noticing Zhou Qiqi struggling to find space at her desk, Jiang Nai swiftly pulled out a blank sheet of paper and jotted down some answers, hesitant to record everything she remembered, fearing her peers might label her as overly eccentric. Once finished, she placed the answers on the desk of a classmate who had already gone home. Staring at the vacant desk, Jiang Nai inwardly scolded herself for not realizing she could have taken a direct bus home, thus enjoying a moment of peace. After all, she had grown accustomed to the life of a well-behaved student for over 20 years. Finally, their homeroom teacher, Gao Ping, made his entrance. After gesturing for silence from the students, he announced, "Tomorrow, the school will organize a unified answer review. Those wishing to estimate their scores should arrive by 9. For those who will not be present, remember that results will be released in early July. Do not forget." After addressing the crucial matters, Gao Ping launched into his customary sentimental soliloquy. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and now that the high school entrance examination had concluded, the students were soon to part ways. He took this moment to wish all students success in their future endeavors. At this juncture, some sensitive students had begun to surreptitiously wipe away tears, as the entrance examination represented their second significant separation. However, Jiang Nai regarded this as the true first. The childhood of this generation had remained rather innocent. Many had yet to grasp the true significance of transitioning from primary to secondary education. Furthermore, amidst 9 years of compulsory education, a portion of her classmates had been together since elementary school, but upon graduating from middle school, the nature of their separation would be markedly different. This time, it was the genuine farewell. Many students, if unable to gain admission to the local public high school, are less likely to have their parents invest money or connections to enroll them in private institutions. Instead, they may opt to enter the workforce directly to earn money. Some fortunate parents might consider their children's future and encouraged them to learn a skill rather than subjecting them to monotonous tasks on assembly lines at such a young age. Clearly, after the high school entrance examination, many students finally find the time to reflect on their past 3 years in junior high, with Jiang noticing that some only realize the significance of their wasted time after leaving the examination hall. In Chapter 71, The Struggle for the Three-Wheeled Vehicle, Jiang remains unaffected by the emotions of her peers. It is not an easy endeavor to spend time with friends. Such a goal requires effort from both parties. Initially, Jiang was primarily concerned with whether Zhou Qiqi could attend the same school, showing little regard for her relationships with other classmates. Finding a like-minded confidant is indeed a rare occurrence. Over the course of her 20-plus years, Jiang encountered numerous individuals, yet only Zhou Qiqi remained to walk alongside her. However, this time, through a series of fortunate coincidences, she has forged many more friendships with those who share her aspirations, which she considers a stroke of extraordinary luck. Moreover, they will be attending the same high school, making the bittersweet feelings of parting even more fleeting. Gao Ping briefly addressed the students before suggesting they disperse, noting that gatherings such as dinners were not yet in vogue. After the exams, they would simply return home and go their separate ways, with only those who shared a closer bond possibly using this as an excuse to dine together. Jiang quickly packed her belongings, eager to return home, when Gao Ping approached her, signaling that he wished to speak privately. Jiang, remember to come to school tomorrow for the answer verification. The teachers are eagerly anticipating your exceptional results. Whether Shichao Middle School can hold its head high this time depends on you, Gao Ping said, his eyes brimming with confidence. After years of teaching at Shichao Middle School, he had never encountered a student as gifted as Jiang. He had a strong premonition that she would emerge victorious in the competitive landscape of the entrance examination. Of course, teacher, I will be there on time tomorrow, Jiang replied. Despite her frequent complaints about the school's facilities and regulations, it remains her alma mater, and she hopes to bring pride to it. Jiang feels quite confident about her performance in this entrance examination. While attending school for answer verification is not an issue, it solidifies her confidence. Predicting scores is somewhat irrelevant for everyone. It's not the college entrance examination where one fills in choices after receiving scores. In the case of the entrance examination, students submit their choices first and then await their results. As for school choices, Jiang and her 5 companions unanimously selected the same prestigious institution, while others included parallel options. Jiang opted for only one choice, believing that one application to the esteemed institution sufficed. However, estimating her score could provide reassurance to the school, as she was aware of the expectations placed upon her by the school's leadership. Previously, Jiang consistently secured the top position in examinations at Shichao Middle School, leading the school to regard her as a promising talent. However, the school had seen other first-place students, which rendered her achievements somewhat less impressive. The thought of excelling in the city's high school entrance examination was beyond her wildest dreams. Yet, ever since Jiang triumphantly claimed the first position in the joint examination without faltering, she noticed the school leaders, whom she seldom encountered throughout the year, began to appear frequently by her side, occasionally inquiring if she faced any academic challenges. It seemed that if she were to express any difficulty, the principal might be inclined to offer her immediate assistance. After agreeing on this matter, Jiang and Zhou Qiqi tidied up their belongings and headed home together. The conclusion of the entrance examination also signified the end of her parents' transportation services for 3 days. Both Jiang and Zhou Qiqi's fathers had personally escorted them to the school gates and returned to collect them post-exams. Standing at the roadside, they instinctively reached for their phones, discovering identical messages. Qiqi, after today's exam, we'll return home on our own. Dad has to attend to work. Upon reading the messages, they exchanged understanding glances, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding each other's parents. With bicycles not readily available for their return journey, they reluctantly decided to wait at the intersection for an elderly gentleman's tricycle to arrive. Walking home was clearly impractical, especially since both were quite fatigued from the day's exertions. Fortunately, the gentleman was well informed, clearly aware that it was the day of the middle school entrance examination for 9th graders, and it was customary for Shichao Middle School to transport students back post-examination. Before long, the familiar sound of the tricycle echoed from a distance, and a considerable number of students had gathered at the intersection, all evidently sharing similar parental sentiments. Upon completing the exam, children instantly transformed from prized possessions to mere commodities, with no room for respite. As soon as the tricycle halted, Zhou Qiqi, quick on her feet, pulled Jiang Nai forward, ensuring she boarded first. Without Shou Qiqi's protective presence, Jiang Nai risked being swept away by the crowd. Fortunately, Jiang Nai's physical condition had improved, bolstered by years of navigating the crowded subway. With a swift maneuver, pushing, climbing, and leaping, she successfully boarded the tricycle. Upon entering, she quickly made her way to the inner seat, with the two friends occupying positions on either side of the elderly gentleman, who served as their guardian. They securely grasped the front bar, and thanks to their quick reflexes, they managed to avoid the discomfort of the outer seats, which could be quite daunting. Jiang Nai had recently experienced this during a mathematics examination with the same gentleman, and the chaotic nature of it was reminiscent of a real-life bumper car ride. After a bumpy journey, they finally reached the intersection where they would part ways for school. The elderly gentleman's tricycle had proven to be as swift as the electric scooter back home, and upon disembarking, the students were in no rush. Primarily because there was little urgency to do so. Jiang Nai sat in a relatively stable spot within the vehicle, yet after merely a dozen minutes, she felt as though she had been jostled into a stupor. As everyone sluggishly disembarked, the collective action of rubbing their backsides was a testament to their discomfort. This was precisely why Jiang Nai preferred to ride her bicycle for half an hour each day to school rather than endure the tumult of a tricycle, fearing it might render her as jittery as a Parkinson's patient. After bidding farewell to Shou Qiqi, Jiang Nai hurried home, where upon entering, she was greeted by a lavish spread of dishes on the dining table, covered with a cloth. She could faintly perceive steam rising, suggesting that Jiang Igua had meticulously timed the meal's preparation. She wondered if he had eaten himself, as the food appeared untouched. Earlier, he would take a day off each month from the factory. However, now, even during these days when he drove Jiang Nai to her exams, he would rush off to the night market to continue his stall business immediately after. The only respite he afforded himself was during the few days of the new year. Yet even then, he would carve out time to prepare a meal for himself. Consequently, Jiang Nai never felt deprived of affection during her upbringing. For Jiang Igua's paternal love far surpassed all else. This unwavering support had been her source of motivation, and she believed it was the same for him. Gazing at the table filled with her favorite dishes, a wave of warmth surged within her, dispelling the fatigue from her exams in an instant. Lifting the lid off the dishes, Jiang Nai proceeded to the kitchen, where she served herself a bowl of rice from the warming rice cooker.